Hello, welcome. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 6:30 p.m. in Kampala, Uganda, 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today, we're going to discuss very important issues. Unlike the sub-Saharan African countries, the South African government is fully supporting the Palestinians in Gaza. Why? What are the implications of the Israeli-Hamas war on Africa? Is what is going on in Gaza genocide? We will go there with our guest this Sunday, Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh. Dr. Ogbunwezeh is a senior research fellow and director of genocide prevention in Africa at the Christian Solidarity International in Switzerland. He also deconstructs Bola Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, from his Chicago State University days to his image captured in the WikiLeaks cable. Dr. Ogbunwezeh will weigh in on the return of the dented Bayo Nanoga from purgatory back into Bola Tinubu's administration, the BBC's disinformation team's clearance of Bola Tinubu of any accusation of forgery of his Chicago State University certificate, and many other matters of great importance. Dr. Ogbunwezeh, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. It's great to be here today.
It's nice to see you again, and it's been a while since March, I believe, of this year. A lot of things have happened, so many. We're going to start with what's going on today in the Middle East, which is where we have a war going on between Israel and Gaza and Hamas in Gaza. So, what is your take on that?
Well, thank you very much, Rudolph. It's quite unfortunate. It's heartbreaking watching what is going on in that part of the world, the Middle East. Hamas attacked Israeli citizens and killed some of them, and that's regrettable. The loss of any human life is one too many. But we have to know that this conflict has a context. It has a context. The context is rooted in the history since 1948. And there has been a lot of UN resolutions trying to solve this problem. But both the Israelis and the Palestinian headliners have been at loggerheads. What pains me most is watching a lot of, this conflict gave a lot of Western political leaders the leeway to out themselves as closeted genocidaires. I listened to the Israeli defense minister saying that they have blockaded Gaza, cut off water, cut off food supplies, and that is a definition of genocide. It's an atrocity crime to say that even, and to intend to do that. After the world failed in Rwanda and Srebrenica, Kofi Annan was forced to ask a question. He asked, when does the international community intervene to stop the killing of people, to stop the elimination of populations? And today it seems that the international community is giving the Israeli government the carte blanche to conduct atrocity crimes in Gaza. Gaza, the Israelis themselves acknowledge that is the greatest open air prison we have on earth. 2 million people, mostly children, are resident in Gaza. And these people are facing starvation. They are facing bombardment. And sometimes you ask yourself, where is our humanity? On a personal level, Chinua Achebe, one of the revered African writers, said something. He said, it is immoral to side the oppressor, to side the powerful in the oppression of the weak. The United States just stationed an aircraft carrier off the Gulf at the Levant of the Persian Gulf, of the Gulf of Palestine. And for what? We should be asking for de-escalation. That's what Israel ordered 1 million people to move. That's one of the greatest massive displacements in the modern times. Where would they go to? Egypt blockaded them. if the Israelis have total control over Gaza, they've been having that for quite some time. It's a total blockade. These are human beings. And my joy is that not every Jew supports what the Israeli government is doing. And no man of conscience would ever live to support that. That's why you see the South Africans, that's apartheid. The South Africans are siding with the Palestinians because they have lived under apartheid. They saw what it is that an oppressor has his feet on your neck. So Israel will never know peace, and the Palestinians will never know peace until there is a peaceful resolution to this conflict. And the peaceful resolution is what the United Nations is alive and well in so many UN resolutions over the years, which the United States, one must say that, helped Israel to violate. Settlement has been an issue. The Jews deserve their own state where they could live in security. The Palestinians as well, they are human beings. They deserve their own state where they could live in security and peace. Israeli parents, like Obama said, will find the Palestinian kids are just like normal kids, like their own kids. And the same applies to the Hamas murderers that are very busy killing Israelis. But we have to remember, Hamas was a creation of Mossad. So it's just like a blowback, just like the United States created Al Qaeda and then turned back to start fighting again. That's the way the Israelis created Hamas. Many of them, it's in black and white. They stated they regretted doing that. It was Mossad that supported fanatical Palestinians against the secular Palestinians led by Arafat's PLO then, and then they created Hamas. And now Hamas has killed more Israelis than every other secular Palestinian group. So it's really awful. And you watch Western politicians, American politicians, for example, watch Nikki Haley and Lindsey Graham telling Israel to flatten the place. Flatten which place? Gaza, where human beings live. This is the language of genocide. You know, there is no two ways. There is no way we could sugarcoat that. These people, we have to call them out. This is the language of genocide. You can't say that. And the American government seems to be covering for Israel as they commit atrocity crimes in Palestine. How could you ask 1 million people to move? And under the pretext that Hamas murdered or beheaded 40 babies, which was a lie. It's not the American president misspeaking. He didn't see anything. It was a capital lie. He lied. And then you don't tell, like, you know, it's always what it is. The truth is always the first casualty in every war. So, and that's what we see. My take is that there should be a de-escalation. Israel, this is Gaza is one of the most densely populated areas we have in the world. We should go for de-escalation. We should get back to all those UN resolutions that have advocated solution to this problem. There has been reams and reams of paper spent on this. So this didn't start today. And an eye for an eye will leave all of us blind someday, like Mahatma Gandhi said. Mm-hmm. So attacking civilians and under the pretext that Hamas is using them as human shields, it's a nonsensical assertion. I wouldn't believe that. And Western democracies are giving Israel the carte blanche to do whatever they want there, and it is wrong. It is morally wrong. I wouldn't support any ethical tradition that discriminates against one human being against the other. If it is an Israeli that is being attacked this way, I will stand and speak out the way I'm speaking out now. It is wrong in every ethical tradition to target civilians anyway, whether done by the Hamas or done by the Israeli army. It is wrong, and it should be condemned.
Now, your work entails trying to prevent genocide in Africa. If there is another instance of genocide in Africa, what do you think the Western world will say at that point?
Well, Africa, no, I got you. It's very simple. Africa is where the West comes to get bad news, to feel good about itself, to justify their claims that Africans were savages and they needed to be civilized. So you will see the headlines you will see will be so dehumanizing. It's we have seen it, and the international community has never intervened to save populations from elimination. It happened in Rwanda in '94. The Americans knew. Bill Clinton had it on his desk. He was briefed that the genocide is afoot in Rwanda. He ordered the Americans, the United Nations troops not to intervene, to get out. You read what the Canadian general that commanded UN troops in Rwanda had to write in his book. They knew that. In Srebrenica, it was the same. The world will always watch until people are eliminated. And then they will, that's why I mentioned primarily, Kofi Annan had to ask, when does the international community intervene to save populations from being eliminated? Never. And it is really shameful. Even though after that, Kofi Annan launched a program to that birthed a framework for the analysis of atrocity, crimes, and genocide. But even till today, the international community has not been doing that. So if it is in Africa, we have acts of genocide going on in Africa. If you define genocide, you will know it is any offense with the intent to destroy, whether in whole or in part, a population, a national, ethnical, or religious group, in part or in whole, to destroy a national, ethnical, or a religious group. We have that going on. The Fulani militants are massacring people in the middle belt of Nigeria. And we are trying to sensitize the international community to that atrocity crimes. But we have been meeting closed doors because it doesn't dovetail into the narrative that they want. So if it is happening in Africa, Africans will be described as savages that they have always been described in the Western imaginary. So that's what it has always been. And this is where you see that there are two measures for what constitutes a crime in this world today. That's the way it is. That's the real politic. And today I had to put up a Facebook write-up that says, whenever you listen to a Western politician tell you, now let us be realistic, just know that he's going to talk bullshit. He's going to justify one crime or the other under the banners of real politics. So if it is in Africa, we know what the headlines will have been. These savages are at it again. That's what they will be telling you. But killing any human being under any pretext is wrong in every moral and ethical tradition, and it should be condemned by all men of goodwill. If we are afraid to condemn evil, we are not worth the breath that we are drawing in. Nature and nature's God will judge us someday for our silence. Martin Luther King Jr. said it. In the end, it's not in the wickedness of our oppressors that we remember. We remember the silence of our friends. So anybody that keeps silent when evil is having a walkover is not worth the oxygen he has been drawn.
What do you make of this censorship, this fear in Western societies that you can't even talk about this? In Britain, it's illegal now to hold the Palestinian flag. If there's sense that you are supporting the Palestinians, that you can be locked up. What led to that? How did we get to that point?
When societies get to the point of censoring counter opinion, that society is done for. Well, this censorship didn't start today. It has always been that case whenever the Western society wants to, do their thing, justify their crimes. I could imagine the Nazis censoring anybody who tried to speak out for the Jews while they were cutting the Jews and sending them to concentration camps. If you had spoken out, Goebbels would have sent the Gestapo against you, and that's exactly what is happening at this time. It's akin to that. There's no two ways to that. It started with the Ukraine. Anybody who says anything contrary to what the official state policy is regarded as an enemy. But you have to know that George Orwell foresaw this in his 1984. Okay, when he wrote about that, it's going to happen. We're going to have a surveillance state, and if you don't chant the party line, then you will be a persona non grata. But men of conscience should never let themselves be silenced. You have to speak your truth, even if your voice is quaking.
Now, I know that you study this subject very well. One last question before we move on. The Jews experience suffering and hardship in Europe for many, many years. What happened? How did it transform that? It appears by the way they are treating the people in Gaza that they don't feel, I don't know how, to say that 1.1 million people should move, and Red Cross is saying that it's not possible. Amnesty International is saying that this is not, in 24 hours, and where are they moving to? Why is it that most people don't see that that is something, especially the people who have gone through this in the past?
We have to use the words the way they should be used. The Jews suffered the Holocaust, one of the greatest cosmic crimes in history. Okay, I compared that crime to, it's incomparable. It's a cosmic crime that the Nazis, invented modern ways of industrially eliminating human beings. It's a cosmic crime, and it should be regarded as such. We have other crimes. We have Leopold, the King of Belgium, massacring 20 million Africans. But it was never done on an industrial scale like the Nazis did to the Jews. And my joy is not every Jew that supports what the state of Israel is doing. We have to distinguish these two. The state of Israel in the last years, sometimes I feel that Netanyahu has done more to bring disrepute to a lot of to the state of Israel than any other living Israeli leader in living memory, because now there are a lot of right-wing settlers, right-wing fanatics in the Israeli government, and these people want to eliminate the Palestinians. As clear. You see that in their words, you see that in their actions as well. But these are the people that if you read Karl Popper when he talks about open society and its enemies, these are the kind of things he was talking about. Open society should never tolerate intolerance. Okay, and it seems that the intolerance is being tolerated at a very high level. There is no difference, okay, between two different human beings. There is no difference. The blood flowing in our veins are red. Palestinians are human beings. Jews are human beings. There should be a way of finding accommodation. The United Nations have done a lot of work in this area. So that a people that escaped genocide, some of them will rise up to support genocide. It lies in human nature. So people will do whatever it takes to gain an advantage and power over others. It's condemnable what is happening to the Palestinians. Oppression under whatever hue, under whatever color, is never acceptable to any civilized conscience.
Now, looking at Africans and their reaction to this, the general view when you look at it is most Muslims will support the Palestinians, most Christians will support Israel. Is it that simple? Is that what should be the motivating factor? Is that the best way to look at the issue?
No, I don't think that religion should be a prism to actually analyze the situation there. The simple metric should be our common humanity, that we are human beings. That should be the metrics, whether you're a Christian or a Muslim. I'm a Christian, but I cannot stand oppression. I saw what happened to the South Africans during apartheid. I was young. I read a lot about it. Nelson Mandela was termed a terrorist. Till 2008, his name was top on the American terrorist list, even though he visited the United States many times. Remember, he got out of prison in 1994, but his name was still on American no-fly list till 2008. This was a guy that the CIA helped the apartheid regime to arrest and imprison. For the Afrikaners in South Africa, who were very busy oppressing the Black Africans, Nelson Mandela was the worst terrorist of all. But today we are celebrating Mandela as a freedom fighter. Even those who supported, even those who helped to put him in prison are today celebrating him. But then what did they do? Most of these Western countries supported apartheid to its dying day. It was only when they saw that apartheid was no longer tenable that they started negotiations. If South Africans have laid down and rolled over to be killed, but thank God that we are men of conscience across many Western countries who staged protests day in, day out and said, these people are human beings. These people deserve human rights and human dignity. Bob Marley sang a lot about Africa. He sang a lot about Africa. He sang a lot about Zimbabwe, about liberation of Africa. One of his greatest songs, Zimbabwe. There were a lot of other guys across Western capitals who never allowed themselves to be censored, who never allowed themselves to be shut down. They staged protests. They went to the streets to tell the world that oppression of Black South Africans in their own homeland is wrong. And that's what every civilized conscience shows, whether you're a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew. One of the greatest critics of Israeli policy are Jews. Gideon Levy, that writes for Harris. Noam Chomsky, one of the greatest leading intellectuals of our time. Ilan Pappé, Carl Bernstein, a lot of them. There are men of conscience everywhere. Religion should never be a prism to judge the humanity of a human person. If whenever we do that, we have lost out. Because once we start, we start this partisanship that blinds us to the realities there, to our common humanity. And Blaise Pascal said something, that men never do evil more willingly than when they do it for religious reasons. So religion should never be an issue here. It should be our common humanity.
I asked that question also because if you go down to the former Eastern region, where you call the former Biafran territory, you find a lot of people who will look at this incident, what's going on in Gaza, and they don't see any connection to what happened, what led to the first Biafran war. For instance, when I heard that we are cutting water, we are cutting electricity, we are going to make sure there's no food into, I felt like I've had that before.
A lot of times.
In Nigerian history.
But for me, Awolowo and Nahoro, we are talking about blockading. Awolowo said, I will not feed my enemies. And it's a war crime. According to Geneva Convention, these are war crimes. Starvation is not a weapon of war. The world criminalized that. So even whether it's Awolowo or Israeli defense minister, these are genocidal words and should never be used by any democracy, let alone, in the world of today, before the cameras, and nobody. And the crazy thing is that no journalist listening to that pushed back on it.
Now, the other part of it is also that people who probably their parents or grandparents went through those kind of things during the Nigeria-Biafra war are supporting that. They don't see that what's going on there could happen or had happened or could happen to them. What do you make of that? How is that possible?
Two things. Ignorance of the facts of the matter. That's one thing. Many of them don't know what is happening. They have not even taken time to study what is happening out there, or even to, look at the issues dispassionately. Secondly, religious attachments sometimes make people blind to reality. Okay, so people believe, we are tribal in nature, human beings. Okay, so people tend towards people that look like them or feel like them or worship like them or that they have similarities to. So they feel, since we have the Bible coming from the Jews, that we should support whatever people do in the name of Jews and whatever, without even knowing that the Abrahamic religions, all of them have the same roots. Christianity, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam have the same roots in Abraham. All of them revere Abraham as a father. So these are Abrahamic religions. So this is the major reason why we should be more humane when we are analyzing issues that has to deal with human beings. Okay, when you see children in Gaza who are crying that they just want to eat bread and see their moms, it breaks your hearts, man. It breaks your heart. Many of those kids have been ruined psychologically for life. They have been under occupation, under apartheid. How could you blockade over 2 million people for years on end? And then you stand to tell us that the attacks are unprovoked. You cannot keep the people down without them reacting. So that's what it is. Either they don't know what is happening, or they don't care to know, or they just feel is an easy way out. the blockading of any people is a crime that violently roils my conscience. I cannot stand and watch it. Even if it's my brother doing it, I will stand and tell my brother to go to hell.
All right, let's go to Nigeria. I know when we scheduled you, we didn't know this Israel and Hamas war would be happening, and we had you to come and talk about Bola Tinubu's Nigeria and how the rest of the world, how they see the Tinubu. So let's start with where things are. The case is now at the Supreme Court. Part of what is changing is also Atiku went to Chicago State University and was able to get some information from there about Tinubu. So first of all, I want to ask you, what do you think, what are you expecting from the Supreme Court in terms of how they will handle the case? Are they going to accept new evidence, or are they not going to?
There is a brilliant Nigerian. His name is Professor Chidi Odinkalu. He has written a series of articles showing that the Nigerian judiciary has been bought, purchased, signed, sealed, and delivered. And there has been nobody who has been able to prove him wrong. So what do I expect from the judiciary that has been purchased? I don't expect a lot, to be honest with you. But the issues are that if the Supreme Court follows the judgment of the tribunal and then tries to dismiss a case that has merits based on technicalities, that they will be setting a precedent that will be it will be a tantamount to abjuring itself, because some of the judgments earlier delivered by our Supreme Court are in favor of some of the cases that are being canvassed by the opponents of Bola Tinubu. So I would expect that the Supreme Court should live up to its name. But when my brother, the issues are the Supreme Court has not even till this moment has rendered a lot of judgments that have confused the Nigerian populace. The case of Uzodimma in Imo State left a sour taste in the mouth of every Nigerian. The case of Lawan, who became a Senate contender for an election he never took part in, and he was returned by the Supreme Court, my brother. So, and then you hear my brother and good friend Olisa Abakoba saying that we should stop discussing that. No, I disagree. I respectfully disagree here. Nigerians should never be, pressurized into abandoning their fundamental right to freedom of expression. We should discuss issues that affect us. You cannot ask us to wait until the Supreme Court delivers judgment. No, we are not pressurizing the Supreme Court to do anything. What we are doing is expressing our opinions, because this has something to do with our lives. So it's before, you cannot commit me while omitting me. So Nigerians have a right to discuss the issues. The Supreme Court should do whatever they want, but the point lies in the fact that Nigerians know what justice and fairness is. And I expect that the Supreme Court should do justice, but my hopes are not very high. Sorry.
Now, the position, the documents from Chicago State University and the deposition, what do you make of those things? Because we have the BBC come up with this report that they did not find any evidence of forgery.
Which BBC?
BBC's, they call themselves something about disinformation team.
Okay. Well, let me tell you something. The Western media is a very powerful, whole. But I don't trust the BBC. I don't trust people that peddled the bullshit that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. BBC helped him peddling that, together with the New York Times. Okay? Mariana Springs, who is a correspondent in the BBC disinformation team, was caught disinforming the people or misinforming about her own CV. So how do you expect me to repose trust on such an outfit? They have, now what you have to know is that every media has a slant, has an angle, has an agenda, has an orientation, okay, has an editorial policy. And whatever is coming from the BBC in relation to Nigeria, I take with huge bags of salt, because Shell BP, as WikiLeaks showed us, continues to be Nigeria's shadow government. and Shell BP. The British establishment is heavily invested in Shell BP. So that is a conflict of interest. So I don't expect BBC to inform me accurately of what is happening in my own country, which I know better than they do. Even some of those people writing those things. Nigeria has not escaped brown envelope syndrome. Our journalists are purchasable at various levels. We have seen that happen, and they will close their eyes to what the facts are. So that BBC is not a cut of. It's not. I would rather believe the CSU on the evidence they delivered on oath that say they disown the certificate that Tinubu submitted to INEC.
How is it that Nigerians are reading the same documents and coming up with different outcome, in terms of what their conclusion? People are reading that and they're saying that the school did not say that. Why? What is the confusion there?
There's no confusion there. People would like to peddle a narrative that suits whatever agenda they have. It's as old as human nature. People who are in support of Tinubu would like to say there is nothing to be seen there, close your eyes, walk away. And people who support the fact that things should be transparent are saying, look at what this guy said. They disown this certificate. Don't forget, Atiku Abubakar knew the whole time that Tinubu's certificate was fake. Atiku Abubakar was Nigeria's vice president, and he was privy to intelligence briefings under Obasanjo. So they had all this dossier on Tinubu all this while. All he knew was that there was no way the Nigerian courts were going to accept any dossier that he will tender. They will ask him, how did you get it? So he wanted to follow that, but Atiku knew all this before he went. He embarked on that judicial odyssey. So he's not a stupid man. So anybody who thinks that they don't know what is happening, Obasanjo himself knows. Okay, so everybody that worked in the Nigeria, those guys at the DSS, they know that Tinubu's certificates are fake. So the CSU disowning it. It's just the logical thing, and they did that on oath. So the BBC report said we didn't find anything. It's an interpretation thing. So anybody could interpret it the way he or she wants. But the people that the issuing authority of that certificate says this is not our certificate.
Now, last week, the conversation expanded, or people tried to expand it to point out that Atiku had issues with his certificate. And in the last few days, they've been talking about P2B and his certificates. Have you followed any of these things, and what do you think?
I am quite informed about everything, every aspect of Nigerian life daily. That's a part of what I do. Yes, I listen to some of them. Some of them are just silly distractions. There is no merit and substance to them, because if there were merits and substances to these, they could have ruined these guys even before the election. They could have brought it out and say, P2B is a fraud or whatever. But that's the thing. None of them could point to whatever they said that P2B. It's difficult for them to prove that he's a fraud. P2B's telephone was tapped into during the elections. That was how they got the information that he was talking to Oyedepo and asking him for votes. They have looked into every aspect of this guy's life, and what they are able to come up with is that some certificates that there's Peter is not in some. And in my certificate, there are ones that bear Franklin. There were ones that bear Franklin Emmanuel Ogbunwezeh. But there is no, there are ones that bear Frankline Emmanuel Ogbunewzeh. Okay, so and my primary school certificates are Emmanuel Ogbunwezeh. But once I got older, I said, why should my Igbo name be omitted from my names? This is my name. That's what my name is. Onyemechi is who I am. Every other one is English names that were attached to me. I am an African, a proud one for that matter. So, and they said, I started including Onyemechi in every certificate, and I said, every other certificate remains valid. So, yeah, that's what there's nothing there to be seen. But my issue is much more than the certificate. The issue is Caesar's wife should be above suspicion. Okay. And if I am to make a pronouncement on this, First of all, there has been an investigation by an investigative journalist, David Udenyi, showing that Bola Tinubu lacks integrity to be Nigeria's president. Okay? This guy forfeited money, drug money to the American government. He has issues with his certificate. And so these two issues, doesn't all go well. We don't know what the Americans have on him. The FBI has not released the troves of documents they claim to have on him. We don't know who this guy is. We used to, both of us belong to Niger politics in the late 2000s, where Yinka Odumakin wrote a scathing analysis of Bola Tinubu, and I still have a copy of that. And that was when this idea that Bola Tinubu was a fake started flowing from his own people, from people who knew him well. So it didn't start today. It's only that David Udenyi came and then added evidence to that, brought out evidence to show what has been circulating all this while. So his people knew him well. It's not about an issue of partisan politics. Full disclosure, I never supported Tinubu during the election. I supported Peter Obi because I believed. So I'm just disclosing that for anybody who cares to listen. But I have transcended that to say that the president of Nigeria should be above suspicion in a lot of things. But this is too petty to be an issue that we should follow a Nigerian president. One of the issues you say we're going to discuss is how does the rest of the world see him? A lot of German politicians are calling him Africa's Manuel Noriega. They wouldn't say that openly, but they tell me that privately. So that when his supporters when his handlers get rid of him, they may arrest him and put him in Florida jail like they did Noriega. We don't know that, but these are issues going on. So you have to know. Bola Tinubu is the summary of Nigeria. Today, Nigeria is a place where graft, greed, and corruption has eaten deep into the fabric of the society. So, you cannot get a president better than the society cannot give you a product that is better than its sum total. So Nigeria it has become a very rotten place. And then that's what we see when a society degenerates to that level. We get is garbage in, garbage out. That's what we get.
Are you expecting anything from the FBI and the Justice Department when they release information?
If I can tell you, I know just a little bit how these things work in the larger dimension of geopolitics. If Tinubu is a CIA agent or America's agent, like WikiLeaks laid claims to, WikiLeaks expose showed that.
Remind our audience what is in WikiLeaks. What did WikiLeaks?
WikiLeaks when they released their trove of documents on Africa, Bola Tinubu was going severally to the resident CIA spy in Lagos to deliver information about Nigeria. He was the guy that told them that Buhari is bigot and the religion that should not be allowed to become president. So he has been funneling his analysis to the CIA. And the Americans found the information he delivers so very confidential that they have to wrap it in diplomatic cable and send it to Washington. So it's not something that anybody could just walk into and then start talking with the resident intelligence attaché in an American embassy. No. So this is something that transcends that. And then this is the issue that David Udenyi raised. If this guy's could let him go and then not release his troves of documents, then what is happening? The Americans were blocking the release of those documents at various turns. What are they hiding? So America would not like to blow the cover of one of their greatest assets if he is one. So, and then that will lead us to conclude that if they are going to release anything, they will wait until the Nigerian Supreme Court has made its pronouncement, and then they will release troves of documents, but many of them will be blackened out, heavily redacted, that you will not see anything. That's the way the Americans treat such a thing. If the guy is really their asset, they wouldn't want to blow his cover. They will redact a whole lot of things. So you may end up getting 2,000 documents, but you can only read a few chapters in it because everything will be blackened out. And they will tell you that they don't want to jeopardize an ongoing intelligence operation. So this is the way these intelligence agencies operate. So unfortunately, that's what it is.
Now, let's actually go to the fundamental. We've not seen the president, or have you seen the president in the last 14 days?
No, he has not made any public appearances. I wouldn't attach any meaning to that. He may be resting, or he has also a right to rest. Governing Nigeria is not an easy thing, actually.
Rest for 2 weeks.
Well, there has not been any official. Well, I tell you something. This is something that you only see in Africa, and it's so very appalling. And this shows you the kind of contempt that these guys that rule across Africa have for the people. I call them imperial auxiliaries. Okay, you stay out of office for 1 day and you don't tell your employers where you are going to. Rudolph, if you do that, you'll be fired. But these guys take us so much for granted that they would dare do anything, stay out of office and do nothing, and then don't even care to inform the people. So, that shows you they don't see us as their employers. They have higher allegiance to other forces that are not us. And this tells you that elections in Africa don't matter. Elections in Nigeria don't matter. Bola Tinubu told us, do whatever you want. I'm going to win this election. And then he told his supporters, you have to snatch it, throw it, and run away with it. So they don't. Michael Jackson said it. All I want to tell you is that they don't even care about us. It's not us. The Democrat. That's why, even till this moment, do you know how many? Okay, the AU negotiated an instrument called the Malabo Protocol. The Malabo Protocol was designed to stop an unconstitutional change of government or elongation of tenure limits. But only 15 countries out of Africa's 54 countries have signed this Malabo Protocol. Nigeria has not even signed it. Can you imagine that? So that tells you everything you need to know about what is happening in governance in Africa. And that's why when Tinubu was making noise about the coup in Niger, I said, Nigeria is handicapped. We are not even supposed to talk because whoever comes to equity must come with clean hands. You have not signed the Malabo Protocol and you are talking, criticizing another change of government. Sign that instrument. That's what will have empowered you to stand on and say, we signed this instrument and then we lead by example. You guys are not supposed to change or overthrow a government by force. So they don't regard Africans as anything. And this is why yesterday I was at a Salisbury University in the US webinar panel. And I said, we may be seeing a popular revolution across the continent. It has started in Niger and Francophone Africa. It may be coming to other African countries because the younger people have seen that these people, the elitist class and the political class don't care about their future.
Okay, I will get back to what's going on in West Africa, especially the French in Africa. But let's explore this Tinubu's angle a little bit more. So we now see the economic policies that he put in place, the Naira, the value of the Naira, and the exchange rates, which was something that he was trying to handle, and then the oil subsidy. How is that being reported across Europe? I saw a Financial Times report saying that there are doubts now about the policy that they were handling because it appears as if they were the ones who were supporting that initial policy, remove subsidy, try to make the exchange rates to be one. What's going on?
Well, I want you to know that the Western media has been silent on Nigeria because they have been pretty occupied with Ukraine and now Gaza. The fundamental issues you have to know. Ask yourself, what are the deals that Bola Tinubu cut with the West that made them look the other way while he became president in an election that's one of the most controversial elections in Nigerian history? What were the deals? He did an ad lib. He went off script. He removing the subsidy. That was not a part of the speech he was supposed to give. Okay? So for him to do that, everybody is agreed that this subsidy regime in Nigeria is a den of robbers and a den of unfathomable iniquity. It needed to be removed. But, and I saluted his courage for daring that. But you remove the subsidy and then you smuggle it through the back door. And then the palliative you guys claim to be giving to the people is an insult on the humanity of Nigerians. Okay, so these so the Western press are not reporting about it because the IMF has been championing that. Whenever IMF wants you to structurally adjust your economy, they will ask you to stop funding social programs. But in Europe is funding social programs. Europe is funding education. In Germany, where I reside, education is free to the university level. But they will ask those economies that are being structurally adjusted to stop funding education, stop giving welfare to the people, and the people are suffering. So that will bring into the mindset, what is the aim and goal of that? The imperial auxiliaries that are governing African countries that subscribe to those measures. Well, anyway, I'd never expected anything from Tinubu because he never showed us any manifesto. He only told us it is my turn to govern. So he said, "Emi Lokon." He never said this is what I was going to do for Nigeria when I get to power. So with which criteria am I supposed to judge somebody who told you it's my turn to be there? So I don't have any criteria for that. On the second point of letting the Naira fight for itself. Now, let me tell you, many Nigerians don't know this, but for long, the Nigerian political class have been degenerated into robbers, a band of robbers that were stealing the Nigerian oil and shipping them overseas and making money for themselves. Many of those guys are millionaires in dollar terms. And the country was not earning any revenue. Under Buhari, it was a crime syndicate. Buhari is aware. Anyway, Buhari never knew what was happening in Nigeria. He was an absentee landlord. But people under him stole the nation blind. All of them are members of the APC today. Okay, and these guys have enough money to cause confusion in the country. These are the ones buying the dollars you're talking about. These are the ones that they need any monetary policy was going to profit and benefit, not the ordinary people. So asking Nigerians to have patience while the Naira finds it, the Naira is never going to find its feet, because who are the ones that make profit off the dollar Naira trying to find its feet? These are the people who have stored, who have an unlimited reserve of dollars. And then they are the ones that exchange it and then ruin the economy, whatever they have. So we needed more planning. I hope that the guy he appointed as a new central bank governor has some ideas on how to arrest the issue. But without Nigeria massively adopting a Keynesian economics kind of approach, or massively industrializing, if we don't produce anything, there's no way we can earn foreign exchange. And if you don't have infrastructure, I wonder how you can produce and then effectively transport that to other markets. So Nigeria is structurally a very weak country at the moment. And then I don't blame Tinubu alone. Subsequent, every Nigerian administration contributed to the predicament that we find ourselves in at the moment. So we took time to get here. It was a process. It's not an event. But I don't think that Tinubu had the intellectual capacity to handle Nigeria this time. Buhari never had that. Tinubu doesn't have that. I'm sorry, but that's what it is.
All right. Last week, Tinubu appointed Bayo Onanuga as the new special advisor on information and strategy. Do you know Bayo Onanuga?
Yes, I do. That was the guy peddling genocide against the Igbos if they voted for Peter Obi. We know him. He was a former editor of the news, and then we saw him peddling genocidal statements during the election after coming back from Rwanda, and then telling us that genocide is a worse crime. He went back as somebody to eat up his vomit, and then it was appalling actually. And Nigerians criticized that, and it seemed Bola Tinubu heard what Nigerians were saying, but he waited until it died down. He has now smuggled him through the back door as a special advisor. But the most sinister thing, the most dangerous thing about Bayo Onanuga is that this guy wants to control the social media. Okay, he is one of the guys that wants the social media to be strictly controlled in Nigeria. He's just following the footsteps of Lai Mohammed. So if we see another Twitter ban or Facebook ban in Nigeria, you should know where it is coming from. So that's Bayo Onanuga, and I don't hold a lot for his personality, because anybody that peddles genocide is, to my mind, not qualified to hold any public office, because if people he doesn't like crosses his path, then there may be trouble.
All right. We are going to get our audience involved in this conversation, but in a few minutes more, another 10 minutes. But let me just ask you about France and the policy of France across Africa, from Mali to Niger and everywhere. How is it going for France? Are they pulling back?
Yes, but the French have been forced to move their forces out of Niger. And the Nigerian seems to have won, but with these guys, you don't know. They may be aiming to strike back at some point in the future. The empire always strikes back, so that's the danger there. But you could see that the military in Niger latched onto a popular revulsion at what has been the French presence in Niger, and then they are now riding it to their advantage. And this shows you what it is like when leaders become absentee landlords. Bazoum, at a point, became an absentee landlord to his people, and then popular opposition to that, played into the hands of the military. It's not that I am a supporter of military government, but if you look at the facts on the ground across much of Francophone Africa, you will see the reasons why the people are revolting. People are living in serious poverty, and their life seems not to have improved. All this while that French presence has been there. So, and they have been made to see the French as their enemies. It's a narrative that has been constructed. The French alone may not be all guilty of why Niger is the way it is, or why it's a basket case. Like Shakespeare said, the fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in us that we are underlings. Most times, many African nations have not succeeded in creating a kind of visionary leadership that will lead most of these countries out of their poverty and out of the situations they found themselves. Since after independence, colonialism has a role to play, imperialism has a role to play, but African leadership, Chinua Achebe articulated it well in The Trouble with Nigeria. The trouble with Nigeria is simply and squarely the failure of leadership. Our leadership is either not trained in the art or the international realpolitik to understand the tricks and treacheries of imperialism that never goes away. Okay, France was drawing over 37% of her uranium needs from Niger, and the Nigerians were not getting anything. A lot of companies, it's all over Africa. Go to Congo this year. Glencore is drawing cobalt there. A lot of kids are in the Kivu region of Congo mining tantalum, and that is being used in computer technology for Western companies. And Congo is not getting a lot out of it. Okay, so and then you will see this across board, and this is what people call neo-colonialism. And at a point, the people will get fed up with that, and that's what the Nigerians got fed up with and decided to revolt. And the military saw it as an opportunity to come in through the back door. So, there are a lot of issues, but they are moving out, pulling out. Whether that spells the end of French intervention or incursion in African politics is yet to be seen. We cannot divine the future. We can only analyze what we have seen. So at the moment, that's where we are.
I have a friend who went to France last week and for a conference, and they were asking Africans, what did we do wrong? How are we going to change the story? If you were asked, what did they do wrong and how are they going to change? What are they going to do to change the narrative? What would you say?
Well, it's so very simple. The perception, government is about optics as well. The perception across much of Francophone Africa is that many Francophone African leaders are vassals of the French. Okay? And from Cote d'Ivoire, Alassane Ouattara was installed president in Cote d'Ivoire by the French Marines. They kicked out Gbagbo, who won an election. Paul Biya is still in Cameroon, living in Geneva. Okay, and he's being supported by the powers of the French intelligence. The Cameroonians know that. So in Niger is the same. They saw Bazoum as a puppet of the Americans and the French. In Burkina Faso, it was the same. In Mali, it was the Malians said, we don't know who the terrorists are. We don't know whether we are fighting the Islamists or whether we are fighting or the French are financing those guys. So the perception across these countries is that France has a hand that is not very beautiful in the affairs of these countries. So that was the perception, and perception matters. Once people perceive something as somehow, it influences their behavior. So that influenced the behavior of a lot of these Francophone African peoples, and they rose up, and then their militaries came and kicked the civilian guys out that they believed were puppets of the West. So they have to manage their perceptions well, but I shouldn't be giving them this advice. They know that already. You have to know, the French spent a lot of resources in their France-Afrique policy. The France-Afrique policy was championed by Jacques Foucault. You should search out and read about Jacques Foucault. This guy, there is no military coup in French Francophone Africa that was not sponsored. He didn't have a hand in it. So the people know their history. And the people are coming back to say, if you listen to the young man that is the president of Burkina Faso, when he went to meet Putin in Russia, he said, at his age, he cannot believe that with all the resources that his country has, that Africa is still poor. With all the resources that we have, that we are still talking about poverty in the 21st century. That he finds it difficult to understand. And this may be the view of a lot of young people across the continent.
Okay, you mentioned a few moments ago the trouble with Nigeria and Chinua Achebe. And a few weeks ago, I think 3 weeks ago, I was at a conference at Princeton. And the topic was essentially, what will Achebe be saying at this time about Nigeria if he were to be alive? And there were so many views. What is your view?
To be honest with you, I cannot divine the mind of any human person, let alone a dead Achebe. But I know what Achebe said. I don't know what he would have said, but I know what he said already. When Andy Uba kidnapped a governor, Chris Ngige, in Anambra State and burnt the government house, he wrote a scathing letter to Obasanjo because Obasanjo was supporting that nonsense. And he said, I reject your national honor which you wanted to award to me, because a clique of renegades have converted my home state into a corrupt and lawless fiefdom, if I'm quoting him well. So that's Achebe for you. Achebe never shies away from stating his opinions, and he makes it very clear. You will know where he stands. Achebe was a great moral voice. He's not a guy that will stand and watch corruption take place. And then he wrote in The Trouble with Nigeria that at the point that asking a Nigerian not to be corrupt, a Nigerian politician not to be corrupt, is like asking a goat not to eat yams. I wrote an article then. I said, Achebe, I disagree with you. It is in the nature of goats to eat yams, but it's not in the nature of anybody to be corrupt. So, that's Achebe. He's a moral voice that is always very clear. I don't think that he will have taken kindly to the kind of moral rot that we have in our politics today. And the politicians are very smart. They divide us along ethnic lines when they want power. But once they get there, they do whatever they want. I saw a guy from Osun State on a video screaming at the governor that was saying, look at the palliative you're giving us, a bag of rice for about 200 people. Not even up to 10 kilograms of rice. So maybe the whole estate will divide that 1 grain of rice at a time. So this is the way the Nigerian politicians insult the people and denigrate them to no end. And our people are taking it because during elections, they will tell you the Igbo man wants to take power from you, or the Yoruba man wants to take power from you, so you should rise and then vote only Yoruba people. We saw people peddling this nonsense. MC Olomo was telling the Iyachukwudis that if they voted for people to be in Lagos, then whatever they see that they would take it. Bayo Onanuga that is being appointed now was a part of that, a part of those peddling that nonsense. People in the 21st century, and now we are all saying it. They are giving us palliatives that are a grain of rice. It has not even started. The rains, it's just the morning. We will see at the end of it all. This was the way I warned Nigerians during Buhari's time. I had to disagree with my bosom friend Pius Adeson. I wrote an article titled J. Accuse. Pius said, my mama Pikin Franklyne is no neutral. I said, no, I'm not neutral, Pius. We know each other so well. We value and cherish each other so well. But no, I'm not neutral in this case. I'm not neutral because I know Buhari. Buhari imprisoned Tunde Thompson and Ndindo Kaira, but these are not Igbo guys, but I spoke out for them as a young child. under Decree 2. Buhari killed Ogedengbe and Bartholomew Owo. It's a retroactive decree. Buhari was not a guy. Buhari was not intelligent enough to govern a complex country like Nigeria. That was the be all and end all of my article. And I was proven right. But I always hate to tell people I was right. I was right. Buhari never had what it took to govern a complex country like Nigeria. Even during his first tenure, the brain behind the government was Idi Agbon, not Buhari. He was not, I'm sorry, that guy was not intelligent enough to govern Nigeria. And we have been proven correctly this time around. So the same now, and I'm just telling Nigerians, Tinubu doesn't have what it takes to govern this country. And what we'll see it at the tail end. The reigns are just beginning.
Now, when you were talking about Chebe and his what he could have done, I thought about his contemporary Wole Soyinka, his involvement. What is your take on Soyinka's intervention?
Well, Soyinka is a great Nigerian. He's a great African. Nobody should take that away from him. He's one of our best, one of our greatest. I disagree with him when he called obedience fascists, because I disagreed respectfully with him, because wherever he was withdrawing that from was not from a place of the facts never proved his allegations against the obedience correctly. These were young people who wanted something better for their country. And you don't call them fascists because they wanted a better life and a better country. Many of the people that were supporting Peter Obi came out of the Lekki massacre. And these were people that were on the front lines. Soyinka himself was on the front line in the 60s. So these guys should have been his kindred spirits. But he was calling them fascists. I disagreed with that. I would disagree. I disagreed again when he said that Peter Obi knew he didn't win the election, that he came third. I never knew that Achebe was INEC's chairman, because that was the very same case that INEC chairman was making. And this case was being contested in court. So he didn't give us any evidence to that effect. He only told us that he had people all over the country. The quality of the people, whether they are believable, he never tendered that in evidence. So we don't believe anybody because the person said, I said. But knowledge by authority is the worst form of knowledge. So he should have given us more evidence to accept his assertions. He asserted, he should have proven, but he didn't prove it. He was just saying that Peter Obi was doing Bajwe, which was, what was not a wonderful word to use for somebody who was trying to contest an election that was reported by neutral observers to be one of the most contentious and controversial elections in Nigerian history. People were stabbed on polling stations. I expected Honorable Kongi to have said something there, but he didn't say anything. So it was the fascists that we are trying to stop people from voting and stabbing people who try to vote. That's the definition of fascism, not those who braved the odds to exercise their civic responsibility. That's where I disagreed with him.
All right. We are going to invite our audience to join us. And please, when you come on, just ask your questions so that we can get to so many people who are indicating they want to talk to our guests. So in the meantime, I will take a little break and let's just watch the video.
Of Shokaye. For now, I'm the chairman, Shokaye CDA. And I was just at home now, and they brought this for me as palliative for the whole of Shokaye estate. In this estate, we have 147 houses with families and tenants living there. I'm confused now. I don't know how to share this for 147 households in Shokaye estate. If you guys, the government, I'm talking to Dr. Abiodun now. If you people know you cannot do something, don't do it. We are not hungry, we are not beggars. So we don't need your rice as palliative. This is not even one bag. This is not up to an eighth of a bag of rice. Tí ó bá ṣe ṣe, ẹ má force ara yín láti ṣe, à ń ṣe lébi mi báyìí. So èmi aláìkí ń gbé rice padà kó bá mi gbé lọ fún Dàpọ̀ Abíọ́dún kó gbé padà sí ọ̀gá ẹ̀. Tinubu tó rán kó gbé fún àwọn ọmọ wọn. À ń ṣe lébi, Ọlọ́run ò dẹ̀ ní ṣe wá lélébi. So that is it. We don't need this rice. If you want to give us palliative, don't insult us. This is an insult. Shokeye Estate refused to be insulted. God bless you.
Man, look at them. They are just picking this thing up. They are scooping this thing up. They are scooping it up.
tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé lábá. Ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí èèyàn.
Onye ọma zoro bio, akwa nwa zoro bio. Max, ịbịa bunyegokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zugo. Mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zugo. Akwa nwa ilochi yo biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya.
Onye ọma zoro biko abọmma nwatara ndasari ịbịa wunye n'ịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo mma ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo abọmma nwe ilochilo biko rapụ zoro ọ na-agbazi ya. Mazi welcome up. Odogu no kwere nka. Onyo mani gadele mo. Mazi ni mazi. Ibu go with melody.
everybody. Welcome back, everybody. And we're talking to Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh, who is our guest today. And we want to give you an opportunity to chat with him. Please, when we call on you, go straight to your question or comment so that we can get more people involved in the conversation. Dr. Franklyne, thank you so much for hanging out with us for this period. Let me start with you, Righteous Man. Righteous Man is in Nigeria. Righteous Man, go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, Doctor.
Thank you.
I'm quite impressed. I watched a clip of your briefing some times ago, and I was too excited that we have such an individual like you that can stand up to address issues, not minding who is involved. I can see the love you have for Nigeria and your wishes to make Nigeria a very good country. I have some questions to ask, maybe one or two. You said Tinubu is the summary of Nigeria. What does that mean, sir? That's number one. And number two, you made a statement that really touched me. You say it is in the nature of goat to eat yam, but it is not in the nature of Nigerians to be corrupt. What do you mean by that, sir? Looking at the present condition of things in Nigeria, with the elite politicians and the non-politicians too, when we look at them here, we see them as very corrupt individuals that have no intentions to make Nigerians happy. And you are saying it's not in the nature of Nigerians to be corrupt. So can you explain that to me, sir? Thank you.
Rudolph, I would like to take I'm here for everybody today. I'd like to take the question once they come. Thank you very much, sir. I do appreciate your compliments. We do this because we all are involved. Nigeria is our country. We have nowhere else to go. No matter where we are Nigerians. And I've always told while I was at the University of Frankfurt, I used to tell my students that Africans will never get respect anywhere until an African country rises to become great, rises to become a first world nation. Africans will never get. So that's why we're doing what we're doing. When I said that Tinubu was a summary of Nigeria, if you take a look at the social structure of that country since after the Civil War, you will come to see that we started giving pride of place to people who have money, questionable wealth, no matter where they get it from. In my part of the country, in Igbo land, if you steal and make money, they will crown you a chief. Nobody asks anymore, which industry did this person generate his wealth from? Every rich man in Nigeria, I've not seen anyone who discovered or who invented a software like Bill Gates or created an app like Facebook, people create value and make money out of it. In Nigeria, you don't need any, you need to steal with raw bravado. Steal as much as you can. It's not only in politics, in religion as well. Watch our pastors. They will tell people that God will make you instantly rich, but give me the one you have. Come and sow a seed. So everywhere across board, what matters is money without industry, wealth without industry. What do we produce? If we ask ourselves, what does Nigeria produce today that we can export to this? We only have oil. We don't even know how to refine that oil. We import refined products. So the only thing we have is natural resource. But a country like Germany doesn't have any natural resource. The only natural resource they have is their people. And that's why Germany creates the best engineers, innovation in every branch of human endeavor. You mentioned it. American weapon systems today, we have systems that they stole from Germany after the Second World War. Ask anybody. That America went to the moon was German rockets. So Nigeria degenerated since after the Civil War to where we are today. So that Tinubu got to power with the power of money is because we started valuing a country where honesty doesn't matter anymore. Enterprise doesn't matter anymore. What matters is money. Even today, the people will call the Yahoo boys. Okay? Watch parents pray for their kids. They will say, more money in your bank account. it's a new phenomenon that shocks me. A parent praying for the child, say, "Mom, happy birthday, my son. More money in your bank account." Oh, a German parent will want the child. What do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be an engineer. People want to create value for their societies. In Nigeria, we don't want to create values anymore. What we want to do, be rich no matter what. And then we throw money at parties. That's what people, these are the kind of examples we are giving the future generation. And then Nigerians will started using in the late 2000s, we started using the phrase, who book help? Who does education help? And the guy was telling me that all the simultaneous equations I learned in school, I'm not using it anymore because my teachers, they were flogging me. I said, education is supposed to make you learn how to think, learn how to create value. So we don't cherish the things that make societies great anymore. What we cherish is the products of greatness, but not the process of making ourselves great. Watch China. Where is China today? China took 30 years and pulled 700 million people out of poverty. 700 million. Nigeria, how many are we? 210 million. 75% of our population are living below the poverty line with $1 a day. And then the removal of oil subsidy, more went into poverty. In fact, there is no middle class anymore in Nigeria. All we have, it's either you are rich, and if you're rich, you either have a church or you're a politician stealing, or you are very poor. And that's why people are being given palliatives, which we saw. And then the government is on top of that insulting Nigerians, giving us 1 grain of rice per household. So these are the kinds of things that you. So Tinubu is a summary of Nigeria. It's a summary of all of us. Okay, because we empaneled that society that is now taking revenge on all of us. I was in Nigeria as a young student at the University of Nigeria Enugu campus when parents were coming with big cars and bribing some of us to go take exams for their kids. So we created that. Meritocracy is dead. Okay, so and then when meritocracy dies in a society is on its way to hell. Chinese children are the children we'll be competing for the future with. Where is Nigeria? The Nigerian kids that are even making waves are the ones that live in the diaspora because the environment is still a little bit calm, and the politicians know that. That's why they send their kids abroad. Their kids are not in Nigerian schools after they messed it up. Their kids are all abroad, struggling for the same, things with us, and they will come back and get a job and keep on ruling you where their fathers stopped. So they know what they are doing. So Tinubu is a summary of all of us. We all contributed to making Nigeria the basket case that it is today. Starting from our religious authorities who are afraid to say the truth because it favors the guy from the part of the ethnic divide. So that's what I mean when I say that Tinubu is a summary of Nigeria. He's a summary of everything we allowed to delegitimize the aspirations of a people. Tinubu summarizes that. So and now we have somebody who is being accused of a lot of inglorious things, being a president of the largest economy in Africa. So second point, you asked me, it's not in the nature of goats to eat yams. And, Chinua Achebe said something in the trouble with Nigeria. I should want every one of you to pick up that little document and read. He said, there is nothing wrong with the Nigerian climate. There is nothing wrong with the Nigerian people. The trouble with Nigeria, that's when he said that word, that's those famous words, is simply and squarely the failure of leadership. In every society, we have deviants. Deviance is a human element. We have people who always go against the law. But laws are there to make sure that if you go against social norms, you are punished and then you fall into line. In Nigeria, there is no crime, there is nothing, there's no, corruption is no longer a crime. Okay? If you read Nigerian newspapers, all you'll be reading from here is how many billions that the politicians stole. Even it went to the extent of people saying that a monkey swallowed money or a snake swallowed money in Nigeria. So there is no punishment for corruption. How many corrupt politicians have been jailed in Nigeria? If they are jailed today, the next president will pardon them and then they get away scot-free. There was a guy called Maina. Dollars were found in flat in Lagos. Millions of dollars. Where did he get the money from? What is he doing? Buhari was accused by his Minister of State, Ibe Kachiku, of stealing $26 billion with Mike Baru, who was the NNPC chairman. Where did that go to? So these are the issues. So it's not in our nature to be. It's not in our nature to be corrupt. But the laws allows it. The society allows it. Corrupt people are fitted. Corrupt people steal, and then they are given sirens to blow every other person away off the streets. And then every other person will aspire to be corrupt. So there's no punishment anymore. And then that's why you see foreign companies coming to bribe our officials, and they get contracts and do substandard jobs, and then take our money and come to Europe. Siemens bribed Nigerian ministers and officials and gained a contract here. A contract worth hundreds of billions of dollars. They get only 10 million. The peanuts were used in bribing them, and they sold us all off. There was a case in an American court where a guy was claiming billions of dollars because Nigerians went violated terms of a contract that was awarded under suspicious circumstances. So you see it everywhere, from the local government chairman to the presidency. It didn't start today. I don't blame, it's not all Tinubu. It didn't start today. In 2003, Vincent Azir was Nigeria's accountant general. Obasanjo had to fire him. You know why? Because he wrote a report that told Obasanjo that the greatest corruption was in the presidency. Your presidency. Obasanjo fired him instantly. So this didn't start today. We have seen, or do we talk about Shagari? Omar Diko was about to be created back to Nigeria because under Shagari, this guy, the Presidential Task Force on Rice, was a conduit to siphon billions of Nigerian dollars under Buhari. Don't let me open my mouth, my brother. If I open what I have in the documents I have, detailing the sleaze that Nigerian economy has been, from the presidency to the local government chairman, about the governors. Each governor in Nigeria makes 200 billion every month as security vote. This is money, just you can do whatever you want with it. Are they in charge of security in their states? How many kidnappers are running riot? What are they doing with those monies? They use it to settle their girlfriends and mistresses and bring them to Dubai for birthdays. So these are the things. So when we talk politics, people think that I'm not talking ethnicity. I don't care where anybody comes from. What I want is that Nigeria works for every Nigerian. It should. We are supposed to be the giant of Africa. We have incredible human resources. If I see Nigerians from everywhere abroad, these guys are superlatively brilliant. But we come back to Nigeria, we become what I cannot fathom. And then we start being petty. I am Yoruba, I am Igbo, I am Hausa. And then where has that led us? If you think that every white man, or in Germany, everybody comes from the same tribe, it's not true. There are people who call themselves Bavarians. There are people who call themselves Schwabians. Okay, these are, you recognize them by their dialects. But these people have succeeded in creating a nation out of a collection of peoples, and is working. Germany will never grow poor. China today will never grow poor again. What did they do right that we are not doing right? They have abandoned the pettiness and they are focused on development. In China, if you are corrupt, you will be executed. But in Nigeria, you will celebrate it. So that's the difference between a civilized society and a retrogressive society. And we have not achieved. We have not been able to lay aside the differences that enables politicians to deal with us as idiots that they are dealing with us now. During elections, they will come and give you a loaf of bread, and then you will sell your vote, and then you will complain for the next 4 years. You know, it doesn't make sense sometimes. I will stop here so that others will have time to say something.
All right, thank you. Franklyne, you mentioned you said something about a security vote. You said 200 billion. I think you mean 200 million. Do you mean that each governor was they were getting
200 million? Yeah, 200 million. Sorry. Yeah.
All right. I just want to clear that.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, Constantine next.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very well. Okay. Welcome, Dr. Franklyne. Hello to fellow panelists and those who are listening in the chat session. I wanted to be a little short. I was actually going to say that you should cut it down. The answer is too long, but you said it. I don't have to say that. I was going to say because I admonished the previous guest. So in all fairness, I want to remain like that. So what I'm going to say is I want to ask you, are you a pacifist? Are there times that war is justified?
Okay, is that your question?
Yeah, that's before I then ask my request. I want to know what your stance is. Are you a pacifist or are you against war at any cost, basically? Are you,
no, war, what is a war? War is the celebration of savagery. This is when human beings drop reason and then go to fight, to kill.
Okay, so you're a pacifist.
I'm not finished. No. Hey, no. I am too intelligent to be pigeonholed. So don't tell me no.
No, it's not. I'm not trying to make intelligence. I'm on your side.
I am not finished. You asked me a question. Give me the room to answer. I didn't say I'm a pacifist. I am building my case. I said I defined war for you the way I see it. Okay, but I'm not finished. I didn't end there. You then the next arm of your question is there a case or a situation where war is justified? Yes, there is a case, and that's in self-defense.
Okay, thank you very much. I by the way, I'm not hostile. You're gonna get some friendly fire from me though, because here's why I'm saying that in our country, Nigeria, it's been incessant. The complaints, interminable. Our fathers were complaining, right? But we know now what the problem is. I'm not allowed to talk about what the problem is when I come on a platform like this, such as this one, because of course it's who wants to go talking about Islamic terrorism, right? It's not sexy. It's not, religion should not be touched.
Who say that, my brother? You can touch any issue you want to touch.
Okay, I really do appreciate that. If you would guard me, if Rudolph come after me, I want you to say no. I asked him to touch everything. So let's go then. So what you mentioned, Manuel Noriega earlier. You mentioned the Malabo Protocol. So those are keywords that I want to just, with the brief time I have, touch on it, right? Now, for example, in the Malabo Protocol, there is no African courts of justice that established already human rights. None of those things are in place. So even if Nigeria is a signatory to those things, that's the kind of problem we're having. The people who are going to be in leadership, not necessarily who is the president, those who pick those leaders, right? You could see that the situation prior to Buhari and after Buhari and this Tinubu right now, it's the same condition that we have in the country, right? Tinubu is the greatest benefactor of Buhari stuff. So what we have in Nigeria and in some African countries, most African countries, is Sunni Islamic terrorism. That's what we have. It manifests itself in ways because Nigerians don't fight. So maybe they take over the courts, they take over the assembly, right? Take over the police. If you look at if you plot a graph from when, say, 2015, we go from even arguing about having a president, a vice president of Muslim, Christian background, to now, it's not even, that's gone. The courts are gone. The chief of army staff is gone. So we're actually in a country where the speaker is Muslim, Sunni Muslim. The president is Sunni Muslim. The vice president is Sunni Muslim, right? All three branches are supposed to be adversarial. So we're actually wasting your time. If you go and make Nigeria more powerful, better, you are giving arsenal to the enemy, right? So when you mention Noriega, that keyword, it tells you Noriega, if you study it in 1990, right? He was a drug lord. His background is unknown. He does have African background and Spanish background. He's a drug pusher. They brought him here. They arrested him and brought him here in the United States and tried him. And then France also got him when he was released from here. He went to France to serve some time, and then he eventually died in prison in Panama, where they released him. So what I'm saying to you is that we're captured. There is nothing to talk about. The solution to Nigeria's problem is war. I don't see what you see. War to me, it's been given a bad rap for kids.
Right.
Let me just line. He said I could talk about it. So for people, for kids who don't know about war, you could be on the internet when there's a war. You could have girls. You have better girls when you were a soldier, right? So it's not the bad rap that's given to war. There are things that are worse than war. We lose more people in Nigeria than people who are in battle. We really do. If you look at the provocations, right? We're in a country where somebody's going to drive a van, go to one of our secondary schools. I'll give you an example, like Chibok girls. That's just a popular one. There are a lot more since then. You pack your van and you take almost 300 of our girls, put them in that van, and you disappear, you're done. Right? What kind of provocation? You know, what kind of country are we in to have a gentleman like you? Let me tell you what people see, especially the wayward people in that comment section, right? There's no difference between you and Nnamdi Kanu or me. As genuine and as fair, as a patriotic Nigerian as you are, an intellectual, the British don't have a person like you. You understand, as far as I'm concerned, you're a pure soul African, proud African that just want it to happen. But what do they see? They don't see that when you make statements that are true and there's just a little tilt to Achebe, for example. And you knock Kongi, the Kongi. And even though you gave him all the credit, say, hey, this is a great African. But he's wrong here to call our youth, whatever the hell he called them, right? If you do just one little thing like that, you're done. And this is our own brothers in the Southwest.
Okay.
Don't touch the Northerners, right? These Muslims who daily are killing our kids, they want to take over everything, but they can't govern. So you tell me, okay, if I want to be like you, if I want to be peaceful, I want to be fair, right? I want to be a patriotic Nigerian. You tell me what would it take? What would it take, right? I want you to be right now. You have to be practical. You can't be highfalutin and be nice, unstained, right? Maintain your decorum, right, which we all appreciate. Okay.
Yeah? Okay, I got you. Pansat, thank you very much. You raised a lot of issues, and the issues you raised, fortunately for me, I am walking in the front lines of the issues you raised. In 2019, I wrote an article titled "Plan Colombia." Plan Colombia. Many of you don't know, the things that are happening in Nigeria and how we have been trying our little best to steer the conversation in another direction. You can search it online. Google my name. You will see a lot of other articles I have done in relation to Nigeria. My job is genocide prevention in Africa, and I know everything about the genocide that is going on in the Middle Belt. I know a lot more about Islamic terrorism in Nigeria, and I know a lot more about the kidnap of the Chibok girls than most. So I will tell you, Plan Colombia, the Americans wanted, there were some moves in the American Congress to push a lot of money into Nigeria so that the Buhari government will start fighting Islamic terrorists. Can you imagine that? The Plan Colombia was a plan that the Americans developed for Colombia, where they were fighting drug lords, and they left a lot of money and a lot of weapons, and the DEA agents were granted a carte blanche to fly across the border and do whatever they want. And it devastated Colombia for good measure. So they wanted the same for Nigeria, to fight Islamic terrorism. And it was under Buhari that the money was supposed to come. And we stood up and fought against it. We said, hell no. Buhari was the guy that Tinubu told the American ambassador in Lagos was a religious bigot. And this same religious bigot put a guy that has been fingered to be an Islamic fanatic who was involved in so many atrocities in Kaduna State. Issa Pantami to be in charge of our communications. We don't know the data he delivered to whoever. So we stood up and said, no, this Plan Colombia is a fatally flawed model for Nigeria. It's not going anywhere. And thankfully, the congressmen that were pushing it had us, and then that plan was shelved. I don't support war. I'm sorry. It's not that I'm a pacifist. There are times when one can go to fight, but war is the solution when people stop reasoning. There are a lot of things we can dialogue about Nigeria. Nigeria is not only being captured by Islamic or Sunni terrorism, as you called it. Nigeria has been captured by elitist greed. The people spoiling Nigeria come from every part of that country. They are not only Muslims. Christians are there. Yes, some Wike is not a Muslim. Okay? If you know the amount of money these guys are moving out of that country every day, you will not even believe it. So is a trans-tribal, trans-religious group. They know each other. They attend each other's parties. Ojuzo Carlo is not a Muslim. These guys know each other. So there are only two tribes in Nigeria. These elitists who want everything, and the poor people and every other Nigerian. So no, you have, Allah will address your issues. So relax. Others will have to talk. So that's the point. It's not about Sunni, religion. We don't have to discriminate. We have Islamic terrorists. There are even Christian terrorists. There are people who are even Christian Taliban. They are even worse. They will want to stone you if you go against their tenets. We have all these people.
That is not true. That's not true.
But
that's not true. Don't say that. It's not true.
You want me to give you instances?
Yes, please.
In Northern Ireland.
I'm talking about Nigeria. We're talking about Nigeria. Even the Muslim thing I'm talking about is Nigeria, only Nigeria. Yeah. So please, okay. I really want to be respectful, but I just want to say something, please. And I could be done. What I'm saying to you right now, okay? Like I said, I have a lot of respect for you, right? But spare me all that moral equivalence, because that's not what we have in Nigeria. We know what we have. Ojuzo Carlo doesn't have. It's a crook, right? He doesn't have any ideology behind him. If he's a Christian there, he would partake in corruption. People like Wike, no, those are people that are being used by people who actually have the ideology. I just say plot the graph, the way we're going. Dr. Franklyne, you are a repertoire of, you have a lot of information. You're knowledgeable, right? But you're going to have to, you cannot try to be balancing things here. If you are against war, like you said, say the truth now, okay? Because we are in a state of war. We're being captured. We're being killed. We're being, you go and you look at the tips, right? Look at the tips. Even Gowon, that was their hero in that war, the genocidal war against us. Their people are going scores a day. Now, you say the same thing. We had another fine gentleman from our place, an Igbo man that's involved in all this stuff. He knows where the bodies are buried. But nobody's even have respect for you. Nobody is listening to what you're talking about, because we do have a Sunni Islamic agenda to wipe us out. And Rudolph is not going to be happy about it, and his people, right? But I'm telling you, our people are getting killed, and you could be a gentleman or you want. You want to be fair, that's okay, right? But don't come here trying to create a moral equivalence. You give me the name of Christians who want to conquer.
Okay, now wait. I take umbrage. I don't take it kindly when anybody tries to dictate to me how I'm going to react to questions thrown at me. And if anybody does that, I will I will dish out a ton of dressing down on you. You better relax, my brother. That's not the way to go.
That's
about
not
it.
necessary. Go
ahead. No. Listen. You have had your bait. It's now my turn to address the issues you raised. The point is, you have a lot of zeal, but a little knowledge. That's just your major problem. You are spoiling for war. You have never seen war. I could take you on a visit to South Sudan. I could take you on a visit to every country.
Let me just tell you that I was in Okigwe sector. I'm older than you. I was in the Nigerian war, okay? I was in Okigwe sector, and I'm older than you, so don't say that to me. I don't appreciate that. I've seen war. I don't want war, but if they bring a war to us, I said, are you a pacifist? Yeah. You said you're not.
If this guy is not muted, I am going to abandon the This is the first time I'm saying that to you.
All right.
He should listen. Because it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful for him to ask a question. If he wants to debate me, you organize that for us, and then I will just put him in his place, because he has a lot of zeal but little knowledge. And these are the kind of people that want war. Once they see war, because war is not only going to affect him and his family, it's going to affect every other person. Okay, wars are not child's plays. before any people could go. The Igbos went to war. From 67 to 1970, we lost 2 million souls. And where has that left us? It threw us so many years behind. There could have been, if I tell him a lot of things I found out, I wrote a book on Biafra. I refused to publish it. Why did I refuse to publish it? Because whenever I reread what I wrote, it breaks my heart. Because there were moves. There was a time that the war could have ended by dialogue. But the parties were already far gone. Each party was entrenched in his own idea. And then people died. So Sunni Islam is not the problem. There are moves. There are people who want to Islamize Nigeria. We know that. We know them. And we know we are seeing their moves. That the Fulani militia are killing people in the middle belt of Nigeria is in relation to that. We know that. Okay, so, and that's why we are calling on the Nigerian state to rise up to its statutory responsibilities and protect the people in the middle belt. Because when that dam is broken, it's just overrun the whole place. These are clear indications that things are happening. But saying that people are being killed, majority of people being killed by Islamic fanatics in Nigeria, many of them are Muslims. If you go to Maiduguri, if you know the number of Muslims being killed that was killed by Boko Haram, moderate Muslims. So not every Muslim supports whatever these fanatics are. And that's why I said there are hardliners, there are fanatics in every religion. They want to take over everything. And this is what a state is there to stop. A state is there to offer us protection because we list our rights according to the social contract to the state to rise and defend our rights to life and our rights to own and advance our properties and interests. So the Nigerian state has failed in this regard. Yes. But there are moves now. Kudos to Tinubu in this area. He appointed a child of the Middle Belt to be the army defense chief. And the moves he's making in the Middle Belt now are praiseworthy. I am not a guy that believes because I don't like your politics, then whenever you do something right, I will not praise it. No. There is a massive moves now. If you read the news, you will see that the Nigerian Air Force has been bombing terrorists every other day, eliminating scores of them. So there are moves in this area, and then we are not going to relent in putting the government's feet on fire until the right thing is done for the country. So anybody advocating war for Nigeria now will know that if a single bomb is dropped in Onitsha, every Igbo man will become a refugee. If a single bomb is dropped in Lagos, every Lagosian will become a refugee. Is that what we want? We want to move 200 million people, displace 200 million people. So if you are talking about, so war is your last, if you want to die, there are better ways. You can buy a rope and go hang yourself. Don't drag the entire society down with you.
All right, thank you. I will have stopped Franklyne, but because the guest wanted to hear him, that's why I let that happen. So please, this will not happen unless guest has more upper hand here. But just your question, that's all. That's what one question for everybody. That's what we're doing. If we have time, we can go around for a second time. So second time. So let me start with you. Lexi, you're next.
Once more, I salute you, Dr. Damages, and welcome our brother, Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh. Ogbunwezeh.
Yeah.
Okay, Ogbunwezeh. You've really touched on many points that should educate everyone here, and we appreciate the effort. We are hurting as people who are supposed to be citizens of Nigeria in different ways, on different magnitude of hurt. We say we don't want war. Of course, usually, any normal person would not want war. But what's happening in Nigeria is not different from the war being fought in terms of people being killed and dying out of situations that could be prevented. There was peace in the East, generally. until the federal government sent soldiers into that region to cause the kind of things that we are seeing now. And everybody's saying, we need security, we need security. When the government that's supposed to provide the security sees there's a peace somewhere and they send soldiers to go and kill, how are they looking for how are they trying to establish the peace? So for me, we are in a state of war and we are dying in that war. However, it's not the war of the explosion like you gave us an example. If there's an explosion in Onitsha or Aba or wherever, what we are receiving that some of people in Nigeria don't even know, what we are seeing from here is that our people are dying, and they are dying every day. Someone said, our problem is that the elites of the country, in fact, the person is on now, I didn't see him until now. He said our elites, the international community, and the government are against the people of Nigeria. It couldn't be better said. The government is not doing anything to stop bandits coming into the country to kill. Government has its own contribution of killing. And things that are happening, I mean, what more can anyone see to say that this country is in a situation of war? I don't know if the recent event of a few days ago, where a tanker got flame and people went to fetch gasoline from there, or got burnt. Things are happening that we have to stop somewhere. This thing cannot continue like this while we are talking about the peace and how to control this thing. Let me just round up my vision or my perception of Nigeria. You see, for fire to come on, you must have heat, you must have fuel, and you must have oxygen. These three things need to be separated at every given time, unless in such a magnitude that you can control and use it. And both of those three things are useful. You want oxygen for its specific use. You want fuel when you need it. You use it to run the car. And then heat. Oh, we pay money for heat in this country when it gets cold. But you see those three elements? For safety, you never let them share a common environment. That is Nigeria. We have this situation where what we have put together as a nation, or the British put together as a nation, is very much like that heat, that oxygen, and that fuel. And it keeps flagrating every time, and we get all these things happening. In your strategy, as someone who wants to prevent genocide, these three things are continuously devouring us. What do you all have that can stop it? Because if you ask me, I would say separation. Separate the fuel from the heat and the oxygen so that this fire will stop burning that is killing everybody. And it can be done. In Europe, it happened. The country you are in is small, but it's one country. Denmark, Luxembourg, all these nations were once in this kind of fight.
All right, let's see, we
don't want to accept the fact that that can be a solution, and it doesn't have to be done with a war, and it doesn't have to be to the loss of everyone. We can cooperate later on. Why don't we just separate Nigeria into its organic component parts as God made the us?
All right.
People,
let's see.
The population of each group, you can't compare it to the country we are living in. We are more than even Britain in number. So what is this thing that is so difficult that we are dying and yet we are saying, you know, we have to do it and make it better by leadership? It's not only leadership. We are just incompatible, period. So what's your strategy for preventing this genocide that is ongoing?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, my brother. You took time and raised a lot of issues, but most of the issues you raised, I am sorry, people are dying every day. Nigeria seems to have been created for the maximum inconvenience of all the component nationalities. People are dying everywhere in Nigeria. The Hausas and the Fulanis are fighting seriously in Zamfara and Sokoto at this time. The BBC had to do a documentary on that. So if you think that it's only Igbos that are being killed, now then we are talking about the tunnel vision, because it is not true. People are dying all over Nigeria for flimsy reasons that a functional state cannot even allow. Nigeria is so dysfunctional at so many levels that even if you are to divide Nigeria into the list of component realities, the dysfunctionalities will equally thrill us to those parts. Look at what is happening in the southeast. Okay, some people will tell other people to get out there because they are not indigenous here. It has happened, and then the killers will start again. The Isaac communities in Abakaliki area are fighting, and some of them are killing each other. So there are so many things. There are so many things that could be done, but you have to know states. How are states created? How did Nigeria come into being? Nigeria came into being under colonial fiat. The colonial masters just came and said, hey, this part of Africa that has so and so belongs to the British and the other part to the French in 1885 Berlin Conference. That's how Nigeria came into being. We have seen ourselves here. But there are other countries that we are so created that found a way to coexist. So we could explore that option. But if that option doesn't work, we can agree to go each other's ways. In 2014, there was a constitutional conference that Goodluck Jonathan called up. The representatives of the Igbos didn't canvass for breaking up. Is that not interesting? What did they see?
Out of fear.
No, this way. Nobody. No. Goodluck Jonathan was, from the South, and he called a constitutional conference. The position papers from the Igbo delegation was not even canvassing breakup. That is very interesting. So you should ask yourself, if you read their position paper, you should ask yourself, why were they not canvassing what you are canvassing right now? Because they have seen maybe what we are not seeing at the moment. So I understand our zeal. We don't want, you're a good man. You don't like seeing people dying for nothing, especially your people. Nobody likes that. Me too. I don't like seeing people killed for nothing. Each life. But I don't believe that Igbo life is better than an Hausa life or a Fulani life or a Yoruba life. That's where we made. So each life for me is sacred and should be respected as such. We can respect each other. We can live in a country and contribute our different quarters to making the country work. Or if we decide to go each other's ways, this is a decision that should be thrown open to all and sundry. It's not my decision to make. It's a decision of Nigerians. Not only if you make a good case for it, excellent. But you have to make that case. And how do you make that case? Politics. So you have to get involved in politics. Wait, I'm not finished. And try to convince other Nigerians that there is a need to go each other's ways. If you are powerful enough, and if you have the force of arms to commit genocide, I will stand against you because it's genocide that you're committing to break apart. Why will I stand against? Because I will speak out for the life of each individual human person. So these are ways states are created. In South Sudan, there was a war between South Sudan and North Sudan until South Sudan got her independence. A lot of people were killed in the process. But you have to know, the South Sudanese had powerful patrons. They had United States and many countries in Europe. So the Igbos that want to break away, who do they have on their side as a powerful nation that is standing for them? None. So this is where you live in the United States. You should try to get your congressmen interested in your case. If they stand behind you, if America stands behind you, you will get your nation today. Okay, so this is why politics is very important and interesting. So we don't need to kill each other to go our separate ways. But if we cannot make that case, then we are here, and then we should make the best out of what we have. And what is that? Let me tell you something. The trouble with Ndibo in Nigeria is not even Nigeria itself. There are a lot of things we could do. Buhari, interestingly, towards the end of his administration, removed a lot of powers that the federal government have over federal in the exclusive list and threw it out open to the states. The states can now construct railway lines. the state can now create economic corridors in their area. Let me tell you, we wrote position papers to Southeast governors. If they are able to pull resources together and construct a ring railway line like the Germans have in Berlin here, construct something like that, you throw open the whole Southeast corridor. You will create so much jobs for the people, and allied industries will spring up, and people will bring their products to the market. Then you will even forget Nigeria. Nigeria will be making a beating part to you. Don't look at what is happening in Newi. People are forging motorcycle parts. Innocent Chukwuma started a car company. So these are economic things. This creativity that Igbos boast that they have, they should put it to use there. Convince their governors, pull money in there. And you will see, you will forget Nigeria. Aba is a hub of innovation. Okay, so there are a lot of things we can do, forgetting Nigeria. You will not even know that Nigeria exists. And all these people that are making noise, trying to kill and looking for somebody to kill, once they see money and things are moving, economy. I haven't seen a man who is comfortable in his house pick up a gun to stand on the road and wait for somebody he doesn't know that is coming. Okay, so if you employ people, crime rate goes down. This is universal crime theory. Employment. That's why governments in the West, they don't joke with employment numbers. Because once you are able to engage your people, the crime rate goes down. Everybody gets something. People get dignity. And they are proud of the labor of their hands. But if we sit down and keep complaining, what our governors could do at the local level, they don't do them. Who will complain till kingdom come? And we are not even leaving Nigeria anytime soon. So we are losing on both ends. So this is what I am advocating. Think home philosophy that the Igbo started is pretty important. Every other Nigerian should emulate that. We should go home, think, what can we do here to make this place functional? I will always tell people, America didn't become great because America had the best individuals. No. America started becoming a great nation when Eisenhower came back from Germany as the Supreme Allied Commander. Do you know what he did? He built interstates. There is nothing that opens up a place like infrastructure. That's what the Chinese are doing. The Chinese today have the best and the fastest rail technology in the world. They have opened up the whole of China. So people have industries in the remotest area in China, and Nigerians are going there to buy products. And there is ease of doing business. So infrastructure is key. So if we take time to do that, we will stop complaining and then face economic realities. And then we would actually, because Igbo boy situation that Harvard is studying today, that the Igbos perfected, we could equally do that in mechanics. And many of these mechanics are smarter than even people who have studied engineering in the universities. These are the people we could empower, and then things will start happening, and other Nigerians will learn from that. If we have healthy competition, look at what the Europeans are doing. In the Middle Ages, if a church is built in France, look at Notre Dame. The Germans will go look at it in the 1200s and say, we'll go to Cologne. They build another cathedral that's as big as that. And this competition continues till today. If in France they build a metro line that is sophisticated, the Germans will come and look at their own and say, no, we'll change that. They build a new one. Healthy competition among various parts of Europe. We need that to grow in Nigeria. There are a lot. I traveled the whole of Nigeria in 2021, from north till the south. And I saw the diversity of Nigeria. I saw the richness of this country. And I said, oh my God, look at China. China is so vast and big. Every Chinese is not, they are not one tribe. They come from various tribes, but everybody's speaking Mandarin, and they're now uniting to build that country to make it great. Nigerians can do that. I sincerely believe that there is something about us that is unique as Nigerians. In spite of the pettiness and the petty hatred that we throw around against each other, there is still something that we could offer each other and make that country a very great place to be. And that's what we should start thinking about. Instead of what divides us, let's think about what can unite us and then what we can offer each other.
Okay, I hear you, sir. I hear you. That's very good. One point I want to throw in. Just one point I want to throw in, please, Rudolph. In the entire African continent, this is one area that we have only listened to the West and have embraced it, that if we the idea of nations in Africa, we are getting the picture wrong. It's not because I hate this other tribe or the other tribe hates me. The sheer number of people and the land they occupy is their own. But you are coming to intrude in where they live, and you are trying to tell them this is how you must do it, or I'll kill you. If they express anything that you don't agree upon, then you send soldiers to kill them. We are fighting wars as we are speaking now. There is war going on. It shouldn't be. And I'm not saying that if we cooperated, like we were the champions of let us build one big one Nigeria. But it's not working. This is the point. And it will not work because we already have things that have happened that cannot keep us going on together anymore. It's not going to work. So
thank you.
We need freedom. That is the key word, to be ourselves and to function and perhaps cooperate as a region. Thank you.
All right.
If let me just final word. If you go to Lagos, if you go to Alaba International Market, you will see Igbos and Yorubas trading seamlessly. If you go to Kano at the Sebongeres, you will see Igbos and Hausas trading and even intermarrying seamlessly. If you go to various other parts of Nigeria, Igbos have diffused into those areas, and many of them became parts of the community. My sister was killed by Boko Haram bomb at Sabongeri in 2013. Okay, so but before that, there were other incidents where religious fanatics were dismissed from their mosques on a Friday, and they were sent to attack Igbo businesses. Do you know the people that saved my sister on those occasions were her house and neighbors, Muslims? They will say, come in here. These guys have started trouble again. Come in here. On so many occasions. So that's why I refuse to believe that what divides us is greater than what unites us. We are human. Okay? Across board, you find great and excellent Nigerians. Across board, you find idiotic Nigerians as well. This is what obtains in every human population. But we should not be cursed that we had a fanatic that was Buhari. Buhari was a fanatic. Everybody knew that. Tinubu said that to the Americans. He's a religious bigot. And since when Buhari was in power, he sent the Nigerian military into the southeast, and they've been conducting operations there till this moment. We know that. Okay, so we cannot say because we had a fanatic, a religious fanatic, a bigot as president that is gone now. Like I said, I acknowledge Tinubu's move here because he appointed a middle belt Christian as the chief of defense staff. And we have seen the way he has been standing up to the terrorists at this time. So things can change. We cannot say because this happened, then we cannot. We have to. The past is important. History is important. But history should be a foundation to build a more stable future. And that's what I urge everywhere I am. Africa is greater than the tribes that the Europeans would like to see us as. There is a lot we can achieve together than there is a lot that we can achieve separately. That's what I still believe. I still believe in Nigeria. And that's why I'm still fighting with every breath in me to see that that country functions.
The Europeans believe in themselves, and they are not together in that way.
Let's see. We have to. There are more than 20 people who are waiting.
Okay.
Trying to go to. So this will be the last time. Anybody who comes here, just ask a question. I won't let you do a follow-up unless Franklyne on his own says that it's okay. But just a question. And if you try to do a follow-up, I'll take you out. We have to get other people. I don't want people to write me afterwards. I've been waiting for 3 hours, and it's not fair on our guests too. So think of your best question when we call you. Ask your question, not interrogation. I don't know when we all became lawyer. You answer the first question. You ask no, please. You can answer your question at the same time.
Rudolph, I have my question, and it's short and to the point.
No
way.
One man.
Really? How?
There are a lot of people who are waiting. Ovia, you are next. One man, just wait. You are coming. Yeah, everybody's waiting.
Wow. It's exhausting. Rudolph, I will give you 5 stars, but I give you 4. The remaining one, I give the gods. You did it again. Thank you, Dr. Franklin, for coming again for the second time. Rudolph make me understand one thing yesterday about what is happening in between the Palestinians and the Israeli, that we should see it, analyze it from our own environments, what we are feeling as a country in Nigeria or in Africa as a continent. So that's where my question is going to be based on. In addressing or in sharing your opinion, Dr. Franklin, on what is happening in Palestine and Israel, you quoted numerous authors, but one stand out for me, which is George Orwell, 1984. And you went ahead to, briefly describe that to be, that we are in the stage, we are at the point whereby people will be forced to either follow a party or a group, or you be render a non-grata. To put it out in another simply way, Orwell in that book is saying that people will be controlled by trying to inflict pain on them. But if you are familiar with his twin brother, I like to put them together. That is Ozzy. Ozzy wrote The Brave New World, where he will say that you control people by influencing pleasure. And you are addressing the Panzer when you say that you've never seen a rich person who is well-to-do carrying guns to fight. And that's actually described, I don't know if you actually apply to what the situation of Nigeria, or how do you see it? Are we drifting towards Orwell, 1984, as a country, or we are driven towards Huxley, The Brave New World, as a country? That's one. Two is about the book that you wrote in 2000, which is towards an ethical, ecological assessments of companies in Nigeria. And I think that's one aspect we don't pay attention to. We focus on government. I understand that government run things, but they have work, which you try to portray in that book, that the business community is actually influencing on the customers. You run it. There's a phrase in that book that stand out for me. You said the environment is constantly degrading the dignity and human rights of their employee and endangering the lives and well-being of consumers across the country. That's an average Nigeria you describe that is going through the pain and havoc that the business community is inflicting on us. Why is it that there's no alarm or there's no emergency in that regard, even though you try to use Nigeria as a sole example, but this is happening all across the country? So those are my two questions.
Oh my God, thank you. I have seen somebody that read my doctoral thesis. Thank you. Okay. Why are Nigerians? Why is there no alarm? Let me start from behind. Why is there no alarm? Nigerians are still fighting for Maslow'ian basics. Maslow'ian basics: food, shelter, and or whatnot, and clothing. That's the basis that our politics has reduced us to. Remember, in 1960, when Tafawa Balewa visited the United States, 63, sorry, visited the United States, he was feted by John Kennedy. Nigeria was, portrayed as the great African hope. And that was what that country was, with the immense resources at our disposal. Everybody was expecting Nigeria to launch itself into the highest orbit of development with everything we had. But unfortunately, close to 60 some odd years, Nigerians, 75% of Nigerians are still living below the poverty line. Many of you guys living overseas, you don't even know that you are the guys sustaining that economy today. Okay, I was called to present a position paper among African intellectuals, and I told them, we have what I call the Western Union syndrome. That is what is sustaining the Nigerian economy. It is the remittances that you guys send home, $21 billion a year. It's much more than all foreign aid that Nigeria gets, and it's much more than the oil that the revenue our oil revenue has dwindled to close to nothing as Buhari was leaving office. So Nigerians are at that level. We have been reduced to a very impoverished level. And when you impoverish your people, you could do whatever you want with them. They will not even, so if you poison their water, they will not even raise an eyebrow because they have water. They're poisoned, yes. If you know what kills many Nigerians, there are some women who cook on the roadside to cook their momo, and then they use aspirin or paracetamol to do that, poisoning their consumers without even knowing. So the level of ignorance, you can appreciate it if you know what is happening. Companies, what is standard? Standard Organization of Nigeria is not in existence anymore. Do you hear from them? NAFDAC tried to regulate the influx of fake drugs in the Nigerian market. Dora Akunyili was threatened by the mafia that controls fake drugs in Nigeria. There was a time people were importing, adulterated petrol products into Nigeria. So this is what we see. Once a country, once a government abdicates its responsibility, the people are just delivered to the hands of anybody who could do them harm. And that's what we find in Nigeria. Now look at it. I was very impressed with what Lagos state government was trying to do in trying to regulate the noise pollution in the state. Because Nigerians don't know that noise pollution is a very deadly thing. In Europe here, in residential areas, you don't make noise. But in Nigeria, your neighbor will wake up in the morning and started shouting with his praise and worship, disturbing every other person that wants to sleep. And if you talk to him, he will say that you are a devil because you don't pray like he does. So there's no regulation. And we have grown more selfish. So these are the kind of things we are trying to see. So in Nigeria, it's not Huxley's Brave New World or Orwell's. Nigerians are still fighting for the basics. We are not out of that level yet. So we don't even know. Nigerians are fighting to eat and to survive day in, day out. In Nigeria, if malaria doesn't kill you, mosquitoes that has been controlled in Europe, if it doesn't kill you, the policeman will shoot you on the road for failure to pay 10 naira bribe. If it doesn't do that, the armed robber will come into your house and ask you, where is the money that you don't have and he didn't give you to keep for him. The EFCC are now going all over the place, breaking people's doors and arresting people on suspicion, without the court order, without a warrant. Our judiciary, they are long gone. So which institution of state is functioning in Nigeria? So governance is not only the president, it's at all levels. We have failed ourselves, and it's a pity. So this is the major reason why, if you see the people fighting, it is Biafra or nothing. I say, wait a minute. Fix governance at the local level. Because if you don't fix that, the dysfunctionality that has infected the whole will follow you back to that Biafra you're trying to create. No country is independent that cannot feed itself. Can we feed ourselves in Nigeria? Do we have the infrastructures of integration in Nigeria? Is our government there for us? Or is the government there for just the elite? Chinua Achebe wrote in The Trouble with Nigeria that the time is coming. If you want to post a letter, you have to build your own post office. But the trouble was that Achebe never foresaw the arrival of the internet. If not, you could have been, because there was a time when I was looking for scholarship to come abroad, we used to give letters to people traveling abroad so that if they get abroad, they will post it for us. It was already happening then. And if you want water, you have to dig your own well. It's happening now. If you want to generate electricity in Nigeria, you have to buy your own generator. So this is what we have been reduced to. So our country is bleeding on all sides. And I don't believe that only the leadership can make it work or function. We owe ourselves that responsibility to contribute whatever we can towards making that nation move. Otherwise, we'll continue to be a laughingstock of humanity as a country, and it's not so wonderful. So we're not at the Brave New World or Orwell's 1984. We are still at the basic primitive level. Nigeria is still, Pius Adesami, my bosom friend, will say that Nigeria is still in the 17th century. And unfortunately, that's where we are.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Let's go to Tony Ernest.
Hi, good day, Prof, Dr. Rudolph, Dr. Franklin, good day. You alluded that, or rather would I say the suggestion that Tinubu could be a CIA agent. Can you explain? Because it doesn't appear to me that the man is smart enough to be used by the CIA for such. It doesn't appear to be a smart agent at all. That would be an insult for CIA to use.
Is that your question?
Yeah, it's just a comment. And the next question is, do you think that democracy is really working in Nigeria vis-a-vis Africa? And I know why I'm asking because of my background.
Okay. Thank you, my brother. First of all, anybody who thinks that Tinubu is not an intelligent man is deceiving himself. You cannot get to that point without being intelligent. He is smart. You have to give him that. He's a very
Doctor,
smart.
can I interject? There's two types of intelligence. There's a demonic intelligence.
I got you. I know where you're going.
Yeah.
I know where you're going.
I think he's gifted demonic intelligence.
Well, you can call it whatever you want, but I will never, if Tinubu is fighting against me, I will never underrate him. He is smart.
I wouldn't either.
Anybody who thinks he's not smart, this guy was able to hold Buhari by the balls and tell him it's my turn. And what do you think? You think it's just a pushover, and after saying it's my turn, that he doesn't know what he has. This guy has been around. He governed Lagos State, which is a complex state. So anybody who underrates him is deceiving himself. And the second point about it being the CIA agent, that was not the one that was making that case. It was WikiLeaks and David Tudenyi, they were trying to make that link. And WikiLeaks said in their 2008 leaks, Tinubu was the guy delivering information to the Americans that Buhari is a tribal bigot. He should not be allowed to be president. And it's there in black and white. You could just go to WikiLeaks and say this for yourself. And David Tudenyi is trying to make that link. So I don't believe that Tinubu is not into. He's smart. He's pretty smart. And for him to be now, listen. There's one other guy that Nigerians underrated, but that guy is for me one of the smartest street smartest guy. He was Lamidi Adedibu. They call him the garrison commander of Ibadan politics. Maybe we'll say he was playing Amala politics. That guy was pretty smart. He knew Nigeria well. He knew Nigerians. He knew what he can use to get what he wants. What is intelligence? Intelligence is the ability to get, to function well in your given environment. He functioned well. The point is whether it suited our vision of politics. May be something different. I will not play that kind of politics. I will not bribe anybody to vote for me. I will not. But he knew that that's what it takes to get what he wants in this environment, and he deployed it to his best advantage. So I call that intelligence. We may call it evil because it didn't advance the general interest of Nigerians, but yeah, it advanced the interest he set out for himself. Tinubu became president. That's what he wanted. Whether he will build Nigeria is still something, is still blowing in the wind. I may not like his politics, but I will never, underrate him or underestimate him. He's into his smartness. He knows. Look at a guy that is able to hold Ambode by the scrotum in Lagos, and nobody was bleating like a castrated he-goat. A guy that was able to, rally around people like Osibanjo and Fashola into his government. No, man. No, don't underrate such a guy. So that's why, we should not start out underrating our opponent. If we do that, we make the greatest mistakes of our lives. Second point.
Maybe you don't understand me. What I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to underrate him. Well, my background is in. Okay, let me not say. Now,
go ahead.
What he's doing now is recruiting.
You've been wanting to tell us your background, so why don't you do that now? I thought you said no back chat.
Shut up. You speak when you're spoken to. Shut up. You speak when you're spoken to.
All right.
Now, sorry, doctor. I know why I'm giving it to him because he's one of.
Please don't say shut up. We are too grown here. Please.
He's one of the people that
is very uncivil, so you won't say shut up. That's
propaganda, and I hate them with a passion. I'm saying I hate
Rudolph,
people.
You said no back chat, so why is he chatting back?
Take it easy, one man.
We have a guest here, girls, ladies. We have a guest here, ladies.
Okay, Tone, hold on. One man, hold on, please. It's just because of Franklyne. He's the guest, and he allowed Tone to continue. But I said I don't want any other question. I'm waiting for Franklyne to give me a signal.
Apologies, doctor. Apologies. You know why? I'm a very calm person.
I'm concerned about time, and I'm concerned about all the other people who are looking for opportunity to talk to Franklyne. So this is not fair.
I'm rounding up now. What I'm saying is the recent proliferation of propagandists that are spewing lies like this man like here. He's going to come on and spew some of his lies and his and some of the half truths.
Can you Tone,
so how do we deal with this sort of thing going forward? Thank you. I'm done.
All right.
Okay. Gentlemen, I think we are. The point is, I have learned to respect various views because we come from various backgrounds. We have various interests. But that doesn't mean that, that there isn't a meeting point of all our interests. Everybody wants something that he feels is better. So I wouldn't think we should insult each other. There are ways of going about. That's why jaw is better than war. We can always talk. We can disagree. You know, I debate a lot. We can disagree, but in disagreement, we should not forget to be respectful, because you know, it's human. It's you know, human rights are human rights. You asked me a question whether democracy is working. I don't think it's working in Africa anymore. Democracy has become a dogma. I said this yesterday I participated as a panelist in a Salisbury University, USA webinar. It will be out pretty soon. I will have to post that on my website, on my Facebook. I say that because the issue is Africa at crossroads. Which way forward? We talked about Niger Republic. We talked about everything that's going on across the continent. And I said that Africa has been captured. Many African countries have been captured by people I refer to as imperial auxiliaries. Imperial auxiliaries are the people who, like warrant chiefs. The colonial masters are there. These warrant chiefs are appointed, blessed, and made to lord it over us. And what these warrant chiefs do, if any Igbo person is here and you watched a television program produced by Lomaju Goji in the 1980s called Ichoku, you will see where the DC would talk to the interpreter. Interpreter will say, why did they steal the goat? Lomaju Goji will translate to say, why DC said that you should bring all the goats to my house. You get, so these imperial auxiliaries, they will get their instructions, but they will be producing wealth for themselves and their families. That's why you see many African presidents, their wives, their holidays are abroad. Their health care is being taken care of abroad. Their kids go to school abroad. All over the African continent. All over. Their kids are not doing this. So that's why you see education system goes to ruin. They don't care. Infrastructure is non-existent. They don't care because their kids are not even there. They are not even there. Even their mistresses go to holidays in Dubai. So they are very busy creating wealth for themselves and their families. The guy in Gabon, Omar Bongo, was ousted a few weeks ago. The wife is now in jail and in detention. When he was ousted, you know the amount of money that was found in boxes in his house. So if you think that this is only in Nigeria, no, this has been a very problematic. So I don't think, and this is the major reason why many of these African nations, none of them, only 15 of them decided to sign the Malabo Protocol, because a lot of them wanted to elongate their tenure. And this is what is happening across board. And this is what actually got Francophone Africa roiling, because many of the presidents wanted to elongate their tenures. And people got fed up with that. And they started revolting. So this is what we are saying. Democracy doesn't seem to be functioning. We have to start becoming critical and original. We have to think out African solutions to African problems. Okay, so this is what I believe. I don't have the answers here, but democracy has actually failed our people. While Gaddafi was in power in Libya, Gaddafi came as a military man. He came in a coup. But throughout my sojourn in Europe, maybe people have met. I never met a guy that told me I am from Libya and I am running away from the economic realities of my country. Libya was well off until NATO destroyed that country. But they called Gaddafi a dictator. But his people loved him. The people that rose against him were financed by the CIA. We know that. So these are the kind of things. So is it dictatorship? I don't like dictatorship in my life because I want to be able to open my mouth and say what I feel like saying. But the democracy we have today is just a kind of democracy that I don't know. Okay, look at the judiciary in Nigeria, for example. Buhari stood up and sacked the Supreme Court Justice on Onayen. And nothing happened. Health did not rule. Anyway, even in Europe, we're having the same strains. That's the same problem in Poland now. Poland started what is called a judicial revision, where a party believed that it could control who is a judge or not. And the European Union is fighting a serious battle against Poland in relation to that at the moment. So, there are strains at the seams of the democratic practice across the world. But we really need to start thinking as Nigerians. The onus lies on all of us. It's not only, people like me. We all have things to contribute here to think out the way forward of making our reality better for us. Democracy may not be the answer to our problems, but these answers, we have to seek them ourselves. One thing I will tell Africans everywhere is this: Europe will never develop Africa for us. It is our responsibility to develop Africa for ourselves and our posterity. If we don't do that, it's shame on us. With all the intelligence that we boast of, we have to be better.
All right, thank you so much, Tone. Thank you for the question. And let's go to CEO. You're next.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Damages. We are very, very grateful and glad for this opportunity, this privilege to bring another super doctor, a wonderful doctor. Thank you, Professor Franklyne. Gruß von Stuttgart.
Vielen Dank, mein Bruder. Alles okay bei dir?
Ich bin sehr stolz auf dich. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank.
Dr. Damages, thank you so much. And fellow panelists, my greetings. Now, Professor Franklyne, I have a follow-up question to what Tone just asked. Since democracy has failed in Africa, it is obvious that the certificate submitted by our selected president is not genuine. So, in the wake of the judicial outcome, please, sir, before we hear from our honorable principals, want to hear from gentlemen like you, as very respected Nigerians. Want to hear from you, sir, as we await the judicial outcome. Please, what would you advise the next step as we wait the judicial outcome, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, what I would advise is we wait for the judiciary. It's as simple as that. We cannot preempt the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has to render a judgment. The case is before the court. And I don't think that it will be right to preempt the court. We have to let them decide. It's after they decide, then the people can say whether they like the decision, but they are bound by the Supreme Court's decision anyway. So the Supreme, and that's why the Supreme, I missed the Supreme Court when people like Justice Oputa was there. I have read a lot of judgments that those guys rendered, and you will see the depth of their knowledge and the moral integrity. But the Supreme Court that delivered judgment on the Lawan's case, and the Supreme Court that delivered judgment on Hope Uzodimma's case, no, it left a lot to be desired, because the law was neither followed, nor the logic, nor the facts of the case. So I disagree with a lot of the issues they raised there. But who am I? It's binding. So, and then people saw that it is binding, and Uzodimma is the governor of Lagos State. I couldn't fathom how a Supreme Court could decide that Lawan, who never vied for a position, should be in that position. It befuddles logic. It cooks my brain. I have not seen a lawyer who understood that, except the people who got that judgment. The reasoning for that judgment didn't follow the facts of the case, or whatever. If they deliver the judgment on technical, I don't know. But so that's the Supreme Court I miss. But I wouldn't preempt the court. We don't have to do anything. We have to follow due process. And due process is the case is before the court. We have to wait for the court, no matter how much we may disagree. Because if we poo-poo the Supreme Court, we may have destroyed the last structures of sanity in that country. And then it will be a free-for-all for everybody. And I wouldn't advise that. So I want us to, keep cool, keep calm, and then let the Supreme Court do their thing. The case is before them. Because when a case comes before the court, it is not the party. Everybody knows the truth. The person on trial is the court itself. So the Supreme Court is on trial here. So let's see how they acquit or, convict themselves at the end of the day.
Noted. Thank you, sir. God bless you.
Thank you. Let's go to Kene Ernest.
Thank you, Dr. Franklin. Good to have you here today again. Last time you were here, I really enjoyed your, should I call it teachings, or eye-opening. And today you are here again, trying to educate some of our ignorant brothers. Maybe, I don't know if I'm in that class, but but this is it. You said something that I don't want to say I don't like what you said, but this was in response to Pansat's position. Today, just as Lesky, I think the other guy has left, stated that there is a war already going on in Nigeria. People in the northeast are dying every day from the activities of Boko Haram. People in the southeast are dying every day from the activities of Nigerian soldiers and bad political elements we have in the southeast. And in Lagos State, I think sometime earlier this year, there was one Sadiq, young guy of 20 years old, committed suicide. Recently, I think about 2 weeks ago, I think an average adult, I don't know his age, was rescued trying to commit suicide. So in response to Pansat's position, you made a statement that if you don't like war, if you like war, you should go get rope and hang yourself. I don't know why you made that comment, but I don't think I'll have to dwell on that. You have every reason to respond to questions the way you want to respond. In your statement, you said that Lagos State government is trying to control noise pollution. But I would like to use this position to advise Lagos State government that what Lagos State government should focus on right now is to alleviate poverty in Lagos State, create jobs in Lagos State, control environmental pollution, especially water pollution, where you have mosquitoes breeding every day, causing malaria to the citizens. And there's no hospital, there's no functional hospital where pregnant women, sick children received quality treatment in Lagos State. So Lagos State should focus on this area, these basic needs of human living first, instead of tackling noise pollution, because the next thing that Lagos State will want to do right now is to begin to levy drivers, that drivers should be paying so amount of money because they are creating pollution on the street. I think that is where they are targeting. But let's drive home now, where I come from, Southeast, right? I think earlier this year, or a few months ago, the federal government was touting that they were going to provide a palliative to the citizens in order to cushion the effect of their irresponsible political policies and utterances, especially the one that, because of the one that their president made during his inauguration day speech, that what they call it, subsidies is gone, and all of a sudden the price of petrol skyrocketed. So the palliative was shared to individual states, right? States like Ekiti State, even most of the northern states, they've shared this palliative to their citizens. But in Anambra State, where I come from, is a different ballgame altogether. Sometime in August of this year, the governor stated that that the palliatives will be shared, and then he will give his state-employed workers 12,000 naira in conjunction with the palliative, right? And the palliative, you and I know that's basically rice. And since that time to today, this palliative hasn't been shared. What the state government rather is busy doing is to use its political errand boys to go and collect voters' cards information from the citizens. I don't know what they want to use that for. And then I think when they started seeing that the people are not responding to the demand of that, to the demand for the voters card, they now coin it in a different way now, lying to the people that why they are asking for their voters card information is because there will be a rerun of election in Anambra State. So I don't know why the Anambra State government is after its citizens' voters card information in order to give them rice as palliatives. So if you, as a good citizen that you've appeared to be, as a good political analyst, I don't know if I should equate you to that level. What do you have proactively? What do you have to advise Anambra State government so that you should not try to play with people's personal information or try to rig election, just the way we've had in Imo State and the way we have in the federal government? That at the end of the day, we have a complete clown as the president of the of that country. Should that be the same thing?
Okay,
that,
can I thank you so much. We have to.
Yeah. Let me round up. Is it the same thing that Anambra State government is trying to do? So what do you have to advise Soludo so that he will be able to do the right thing for his people, please? Thank you.
Okay, let me start from the first. First of all, I wouldn't advise Soludo. Soludo is a professor. People call me professor. I'm just a doctor. Okay, I thought I had a stint teaching at the university, but that doesn't make me a professor. In Germany, you have to write what is called habilitation before you become a professor. So Soludo is a prof, and I don't need to advise him. He should know better what to do. But you have to know. Let's go back into history a little bit. There is no election in Nigeria from independence till date that has not been massively rigged. It was only the June 12th where Humphrey Nwosu adopted what we call the option A4, that people should stand in line behind the person they wanted to vote for. Every other election we've had in Nigeria has been massively rigged by the ruling party. And the other election that wasn't all that so massive was 2015, when Goodluck Jonathan said, you guys, Nigerians, should not die because of my need to become a president. So what Soludo is, or whatever he's alleged to be doing in Anambra State, is what Nigerian politicians have been doing. But you have to know, politicians will keep on stealing elections until the people rise and push back. I always tell people, when did Europe start becoming developed? There is a date to it. It was in 1789. It was in Paris that it started. The peasants rose against the feudal structures and cut off the heads of the feudal masters, the Sun King Louis, his nobles. And that was when every other royal house in Europe took notice and said, oh, if we don't do something, if we don't reform, our people will emulate the French and cut off our heads. That was how development started, moving forward in Europe. You can read that history and you will see it. Until Nigerians stand and say, thus far, no further. Politicians will be taking us for a ride across board. People should realize that power will always reside and belong to the people. But if they keep quiet, these people are going to be taking shits on their heads ad infinitum. So, okay, that's what it is. I don't need to advise anybody who wants to rig elections knows what he's doing. We have laws that says it's criminal, but these laws, who are those implementing them? The judiciary that's supposed to be the hope of the common man is already populated by the dynasties of politicians. You really need to read what Professor Chidi Odinkalo has been writing about the capture of the Nigerian judiciary. He makes an excellent case for it, but nobody has been able to prove him wrong. You will see a Chief Justice, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, appointing, his son as a judge. Nobody sees any conflict of interest there. It's rotten. No matter how qualified the son is, he should let somebody else do it. You will see a governor swearing in his wife as a judge, and they see no conflict of interest. In Europe, if you're a politician and that happens, you are gone. They will impeach you immediately. I'll give you an example in the city of Frankfurt, where I live. The girlfriend of the mayor drew more salary than she should, and the mayor was forced, Peter Feldman, he was forced to vacate office. Peter Feldman would have wished that he was a Nigerian, because nothing would have happened to him. So they know what they are doing, and I don't need to. So about the other one that I said, noise pollution. No. Lagos state government doesn't need to abandon one area of governance to focus on others. You could do a lot of things simultaneously. You could tackle noise pollution while tackling environmental degradation and while trying to make the lives of the people better. So everything can go together. Listen, that's why in Europe, here, you elect people who are intellectually sound that could do a lot of things at the same time, not focusing on just one thing. So a government should be able to tackle various sectors of the society at once, and then things could move. About me talking about the other guy that he should get it. No, I said there are many ways to die. Anybody who wants war, I don't advocate war. I hate it. I have seen what it has wrought across societies. So anybody who is advocating we should go to war, who are the we? That's the question I ask. Who are the we? You are including me to go to war, which I never wanted. No, you should define the we. If you want me to join you, sorry, I will tell you there are many ways to die. If you want to kill yourself, I'm not yet ready yet. You can go and buy a rope and hang yourself. That was the context I was using that statement. So you have to define the we. How many Igbos will actually want to go to war? The Igbos living in suburbs.
Actually, not that I'm trying to cut you off, but I think Pansat was referring to the political rascals, not the people, not the citizens fighting themselves, but carry that fight against the political rascals.
Then I can understand him, and I will apologize. I can understand him and apologize for my being rash and cutting him off. The issues are once the people rise, the politicians will see that they have no power, and many of them will run away. We saw the Arab Spring that started in Tunisia. A guy burnt himself up, and that led to the collapse of Ben Ali's regime in Tunisia. And they were running away. So the people have the power. Until the people realize the power they have, they will constantly be oppressed. So Nigerians should realize that you don't even need to fire a gun to rise up and demand for your rights and demand for good governance. So that's what Nigerians should do. Is they should learn to ask questions. Don't let your pastor preach to you and tell you, no, you should respect those in authority. Hell no. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So people should ask power questions. Don't let anybody tell you that you cannot question the policies of government. This government is ruling over you. It's controlling your life and your destiny. You have a right to ask questions. And every government for me is suspect, is guilty. It has to prove itself innocent. That's the stance I take. And that's the positive stance that Nigerians should take.
All right. Thank you, Kene. Let's go to Henry. We are running out of time, and there are still people who are interested in coming up. So please.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Rudolph. Greeting from Nürnberg, Bayern, Dr. Franklin. Guten Abend.
Guten Abend, mein Bruder. Alles okay?
Alles gut. Danke schön.
Freut mich.
I really want to appreciate Dr. Rudolph for bringing this man so smart, telling the truth. Not like tribalism here, not like my tribe or this. This is the best guest you ever brought in this program, Rudolph. Kudos for you.
Thank you.
He's not afraid to speak the truth. That's it. You may like it or hate him. That's it. I like people like that. Thank you for coming. I'm a Bini. I'm a born blood Bini. I live in Germany for more than 20-something years. You see, we voted last week, October, this month, for our local election. I did my own at home. I just sent a brief one. They call it I sent my candidate out. But in Nigeria, they said we depend on this INEC election. But I will not tired of this blaming all the time. When we blame the Western country, make us do this, make us do that. It's not time for we as individuals, as Nigerians, to rise up, not in violence way, to say now we want a good government. We have the power. We know that we saw it in NSAS. We saw it everywhere. We saw it in June 12th. It's not time to keep all this blaming game. Western countries said this. Because I never saw a Western country who stole their money and brought it to Nigeria, to Africa. I've not seen it. Why we politicians, mostly Africans, let me go to Nigeria first. Why we have this bad, I'll call it virus of stealing our own money and putting our people in poverty. Like in the East, they're talking about the East going to war, all this. who is ruling the people in the East? It's not the same tribe. Why they cannot make the state be better? Be a challenge, should be a challenge for them. So, okay, you know what, my people, I want to do some. And people should rise up, not in violence way, come out in massive, we want this, we want that. Demand. Things will change. It's not by carrying guns or whatever. Like we go to protest here in Germany too. We do it here. We have the power. The people, they know the politicians are afraid. If you people come together, if we come together, they are afraid. We have the power. So we should stop putting this blame, the Western country. Okay, we know they are playing games now with us, but are they the ones stealing our money? This is the question. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. I guess I will be very short in my answer so that we can accommodate a lot of other people. Although I wanted to stay here today for every Nigerian that made it to this forum and platform today. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you, my brother. All the compliments, I do appreciate it. Thank you. Like I always say, one of the worst things that colonialism did to us was that it inflicted an inferiority complex on the mind of many an African. That's why we always look up, we steal our money and we come to the West to dump it. Buhari at the time, while he was vying to become Nigeria's president, said that he will stop the health safari. That's Nigerian leaders going abroad to treat headaches. And then when Buhari got to power, 6 months later, he was in London treating his ear infection. Then I never saw Angela Merkel travel to any country to take treatment, or Barack Obama fly to Nigeria to ask for a doctor, or come to do banking and buy things at the Aldi or whatever. But Africans, we rush to buy the rejects of Western society, and when we keep on blaming the Western, we also have a role. There are many. Listen, Africa's problems are complex because we are under the resource curse, and Africa has all the resources that the rest of the world want. So they will always be here. But there is an Igbo proverb that says that it is the rat at home that went out to tell the rat in the bush that there is fish at home. So it is when we allow them that they do it. So I support your view. We should stop blaming. We blame that. Like I said, I always quote Shakespeare. He's not my favorite author, but he said in Julius Caesar, where Cassius was telling Brutus, men are at times masters of their own fate, that the fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in us that we are underlings. We are our own problems, and we are the solution to our own problems. So, like you said, how do we achieve that we can talk to our politicians and they listen? There's only one way: organize. Organize. If you organize, you will get what you want.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so grateful.
Thank you, Henry and Franklin. Thank you. We're going to go to Igbo Basics. Igbo Basics, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages and Dr. Franklin. I heard you guys speaking in tongues.
German.
Yes, I just called it speaking in tongues. So
okay, I did again. Yeah.
We are grateful to have you here today. And Dr. Damages, please continue to do the good work you're doing. And Mazezi, okay, thank God you are here also. For whoever wants to understand the language I've just used. When I call a Chinese person, okay, he will turn around and look at me because I have $1 in my hand trying to give. He will understand, okay. I go finish him. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha, war. Cha-cha-cha-cha, war. We talk about Israel versus Hamas. Person, whenever see war, they say, I won't go war. War versus the church and war. I'll just use one small reference, and then I'll leave the rest. Dr. Franklin, I really wanted to say, first of all, that you who is inside the room, I wrote that earlier on, inside the library of knowledge, you're trying to impart to us and the ones to come what you are seeing because you are in it. And then we'll come here and we'll try to argue with you. When I say cha-cha-cha-cha war, it was in the church house that we were, Ulankoma, in Ibere, on a Sunday, and we were praying. The war was already going. When I saw the rockets flying over just a couple of weeks ago in Hamas, it just brought the war back to me, because you could see all those way they were going from Umuahia straight to Abriba, flying over. You could see this thing shelling going until it fell in the church house where we were praying. That's when we realized that the war was here, even though we knew that the war has been going on. We ran into the bush and lived in the bush, where our fear became home for the rest of the duration of the war. So anybody who wants to say cha-cha-cha-cha-cha war, think twice. If you want to say cha-cha-cha-cha war against our political leaders, quietly, because if you keep shouting it, they are ganging up and waiting for you. So it is best that we quietly do what we have to do. Last week, I bought a headlamp for Akira MDX. What did I see on it? Made in Taiwan. Where am I driving at? I'm driving at the fact that the things that had just happened in Southeast, of which Mazezoke was there, and that is the forum that they try to address what we should be doing. And then Akuluno, that is over there. And I heard you say here, forget Nigeria. They say, I don't mind, it's the devil's workshop. What am I trying to preach here? Let's look at the Lex Oti in Abia. And I pray that it succeeds as it's opening up Port Harcourt Road. Let's look at the Abba-made shoes, which you may be wearing one, but because it's labeled made in Italy, you'll be praising it. So I am trying to advocate that when we keep saying the Southeast, let's even Southern Nigeria, let's get back to shoring up that place. If we can put half of the effort that we are putting in trying to separate into securing that zone in production, and people will become gainfully employed. Nobody will be agitating. So my point is, quietly, we do. You are in genocide. On September 9th, we organized what we called silent genocide on my neighbor next door. I'm quite sure that you may have heard about that. And through the genocide tracker, when you see the movements that has happened in Benue State, it was right after that program that we had that things opened up. So to sum it all up, what can we do as far as the eastern part of the country to show up the security there based on all the knowledge that you have been impacting there? And by the way, thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for bringing us to Dr. Chika Okeke Agolo and all the good things that happened at Princeton University. And to those of you who are in institutions, bringing us the real things that are going on. What can we do to show up so that the East can now begin to give to the world what we have in terms of talents and the rest of it?
Thank you, Bob Essex.
Thank you, my brother. What I always say is, what is an economy? If we start there, an economy like China, what China was able to stimulate is a huge local demand. That's why I always say that we equally still need Nigeria, even if we are producing in the Southeast. We need to sell. If you sell, the economy, the economy is a secular thing. People buy and sell. So we still need Nigeria. Security in the Southeast. I'm not a security expert. I work in genocide prevention. I trained as a lawyer. So when I'm talking about politics, I know the nitty-gritties of it. And in Southeastern security is a government thing. It's only government that has the resource and the legal backing to make sure that the people are secure. You know, if you read the social contract, people subleased their rights to a government so that the government will protect them, offer them protection for their lives and property so that they can thrive in a given setup, in a given society. That's what the social contract is all about. So in Nigeria, Nigeria became a unitary state at a point. And that's when they took away the powers of the regions of the states to make laws pertaining to security. And then you come to see the police became federal, the military is federal, and every other thing. In developed states, like in Germany, the police is local, is, you know, from the state level. And then Nigeria can have something like a federal bureau of investigations, a federal police, but the state should be allowed. I have always advocated that. And that's what the southwestern states insisted on when they formed Amoteku. Okay, let's policing be local, because people know what their needs are. The same should happen in the southeast. Policing should be local, so that if threats are there, people should not wait for somebody in Abuja until he makes his decision, so that the governor could take action immediately. Even though we know the peculiarities of our country, if you give governors those powers, many of them are likely to abuse it. But this is where we need to think creatively. How could we place in checks and balances that governors could not abuse police powers if they have it? So these are the things where we need to think creatively. I don't have the answers, all of it. But what I know is that there are professionals, experts working in this area. Chidi Odenkalo has been in consultation with the Southeast governors working on the security issues in Southeast. It is very important, because without security of lives and property, society is nothing. Okay? Because if you read Thomas Hobbes was a philosopher of fear. He was born in fear. And that was why he said, that the life of man will become solitary, nasty, brutish, and short in a Hobbesian state, in a state of nature. And that's why we formed government, to protect us from that original and primeval fear. So without security, no society makes any headway. Why is China developing? China is not fighting any internal battles. China had problems with the Falun Gong, but they were not an armed wing of anything. China put a stop to that. The Uyghurs, they're having problems, but they are not having a kind of quasi-war situation that we have in the southeast or almost all over Nigeria. In the Middle Belt, the Fulani headsmen are committing genocide in the Middle Belt. In Southeast Nigeria, it's kidnappers and the Nigerian military and then unknown gunmen and all whatnot. So these are issues that the state should put its feet down and say, thus far, no further, and stem it down. But the Nigerian state has failed here. So we should start thinking in an original manner, what can we advise Southeastern governors to do? But we have seen that many of them are playing politics with it. And that's where the problem lies. It's not about the people. They don't care about the people. They care about holding on to power and doing nothing with it. But we keep on thinking and keep on working in this regard. I'm happy that Njenje Media is here. He has been a part of some of the discussions. And then, yeah.
You took the word out of my mouth. I was about to say that he's on the ground.
All right. Thank you, Franklin. What we're going to do now is Franklin will stay a little bit longer so that we can accommodate people who are backstage and other places who are trying to come in. But we have to take a break. And then when we come back, one man will be next. So let's take a break.
One man went to mow. You find him, I'll fix him.
Have you found him yet, though, is the question. Good to see you, Ogbunewezeh. Always a delight in your company. Oh, where's the guest?
Oh, he's coming back. We're taking a break. My music is not playing. It's a technical problems.
Right, then we can chat amongst each other if your music is not playing. I wanted to apologize. I wanted to apologize to the guest for the outburst of Tony, which you should have done, but you did not. So when he comes back, I will take on that responsibility. That's one of the reasons why I don't really come on here. Anyway, it's your space, so you do as you say.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Rudolph, I want to say that you're complicit in this because for some reason I think people think this should be an echo chamber. I don't necessarily agree with other people's opinions, but you can't not allow people to say what they want to say, you know. So sometimes I feel when people see certain people that don't agree with their opinions, for some reason, it doesn't make any sense, you know. I
Guys,
just
you
think
guys
it's
are
way
still
it could
online
be
now.
reined in, you know.
Yeah, I don't think they understand that we're still on live online. Just give me a minute. I think I got something. So we need to take 2 minutes break and then.
Onye ọma zoro obi o, akwa nwa nwa zoro obi o, Max ịbịa bunyegokwanụ m n'ofu ube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịazugo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịazugo, akwa nwa nwa ilochi o, biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya.
Onye ọma zoro biko, abọmma wazoro ndosari, ịbịa wụnye n'egwana m ụlagado n'ịbịazigo, mma ụlagado n'ịbịazigo, abọmma nwa ilochilo, biko rapụ zoro ọ na-agbazi ya. Mazi welcome up. Odogu no kwere sunenka. Onyo mani gadele mo. Mazi ni mazi kama. Ibu go with melody. Odogu na chala noka, ezi nwanne m legadele mo, olagado n'ibyazigo noe, mma olagado n'ibyazigo, amama mwilo chilo, bigora muzoro, anabazi, te, onyama zoro no. Sorry, if I were to go on a move, Holaga, don't need Piazugo, Nazaboy, Molaga, don't need Piazugo, Amama Wilo Chilo, Biko Rapuzoro, Anavazi, Ice. A dog can never be kitchen for. Ama kwa mnika gogogia.
All right.
Hey, you want?
All right, welcome back. Where is our guest? I can't find our guest. Let's see. Okay, so I think there are a lot of people in the studio. We have room. There's no room for our guests to come in. So please, if you have asked your question, please can you give the room so that our guests can come in. You can come back later after when we go around the people we have in here. So don't feel bad. And please don't try to join. There are a lot of people trying to join when they are trying to pick out some people to make room for the guests to come back. Please. And mute yourself if you are not one of the people. Not the next person. The next person that should go is okay, Franklyne. Yeah. All right, good. Thank you, guys. Thank you again for joining us. I want to thank everybody at home who are watching, people on the comment section, and we appreciate all of you. And I just want to announce that this week, sometime this week, towards the end of the week, we're going to have Peter will be on the show. So that will be exciting. I will let you know the dates that will happen. All right, Dr. Franklyne, thank you so much for hanging here, and you are determined to talk to everybody who is here. So let's go to you, one man, EMF.
Yeah, all right. Thank you for having me, Rudolph. I throw away salute Mazi Perimpe and Dr. Franklyne. Good to see you as well. So let me start it off with an apology for that outburst that we heard earlier on from Tone. I was going to say it's unbecoming, but it's very much becoming of some of the experiences. I wouldn't normally come on, but you wouldn't be on, and I not come on because I enjoy interacting with somebody like you. So good to have you here. I've somewhat lost the flow of my question in the wait, but I'll just deliver it as a series, and then you can respond to it as a monologue if you choose. So let's start it off with Tinubu. Are you hopeful that Tinubu succeeds to be the best president that Nigeria has ever had? So I'm asking that question deliberately and pointedly, and I know that you have the functioning to understand it. Are you hopeful that Tinubu, for his almost certainly 8 years tenure, is going to be the best president that Nigeria has ever had? So that's one. And then it links on to, if Tinubu fails, do you concede that we all fail? And if Tinubu succeeds, do you agree that we all succeed? So they're all interlinked. And then if we go to Peter Obi, do you think that the GCE WAEC certificate that Peter Obi published recently, with people derisively describe it as F9 parallel, but certainly a pass in English and a pass in mathematics, do you think that is sufficient enough to access one of the most prestigious institutions in Nigeria, like the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, which a lot of people feel it doesn't? And if it doesn't, then how was Peter Obi able to access a space that prestigious? So that's and then it finally links into this. Do you think the extremely toxic, very tribalized politics that Peter Obi has played in the course of this session, do you think it has permanently, hopefully not irrevocably, damaged the possibility of Nigeria having a president of southeastern extraction?
All right, thank you, woman. Franklyne.
Well, thank you for your questions. They are very, very pointed, like you said. First question, am I hopeful that Tinubu succeeds? Hope is not a plan. Tinubu doesn't have the qualities to make Nigeria great. Nigeria is too complex for somebody like him. We need, it has nothing to do with tribe or where he comes from. We have brilliant people from the Southwest that could handle Nigeria well. The guy that is the African Development Bank is very, very quite brilliant. He could deliver. Tinubu doesn't have the legitimacy, the character, and the intellectual capital to lead a complex country like Nigeria. All my analysis, I would love him to succeed, because if he succeeds, Nigeria succeeds. But the indices, they don't fit. So if we can have hope from here till kingdom come, it was the same with Buhari. We can. Sorry, am I still on?
Yeah, you're on.
Okay. So we can have hope from here till kingdom come. He doesn't have the character, the integrity, and the intellectual capital to govern a complex country like Nigeria, just like Buhari never had. So I would love him. I would like anybody who governs my country to succeed. But whether he succeeds is the question. So if you ask me to have hope, but I know that the facts on the ground tells me that no matter how much hope I have, that he's not going to function, then I would be living a life of illusion. So I would like him to succeed, but I don't think, even with the characters around him, you have said, okay, Titem mistakes. You got up the very first thing, you went ad lib and then removed subsidy without a subsequent plan. And then you are smuggling subsidy in again from the back door and insulting people with palliatives that mean nothing. If he had learned something from Buhari, he would have learned that during the corona palliative that the governors were hoarded these items. there could have been a functional plan in place to deliver palliatives to the people. So these are teething mistakes that somebody that has prepared himself for that office would not have made. So I don't think that he has what it takes to govern a complex country like Nigeria. The Southwest could give us better people. Southwest is filled with intellectuals that have the stamina, the intelligence, and the moral capital to govern Nigeria. But Tinubu, no, I don't think he can do that. Second point, I have answered 2 questions in one. Peter Obi's GCE. The point is that Peter Obi could, he got into a university. It was never proven that he committed fraud. So if you have any fraudulent accusation against him, but if this is used as a tactic to divert attention from the legitimate accusations against Tinubu of having forged his certificate, it's not selling here, because these are issues that are on the table. So trying to distract us with saying Peter Obi did this as a whataboutism. No, we have the right to question Tinubu's certificate. He's our president. Peter Obi just is not president yet. When he is president, we can question that. But until then, we have a president who the rest of the world looks at as a crook. And that should worry all of us. That should worry every right-thinking Nigerian, no matter where you come from. So Tinubu's or Peter Obi's issue is not it's not important at this stage. Once he becomes president, then we can query that. Peter Obi's, you said Peter Obi's toxic and tribalized. I didn't see Peter Obi's politics as toxic nor tribalized. Peter Obi won in Lagos State. Lagos State, if he's tribalized, a lot of Yorubas that were campaigning for him wouldn't have done that. A lot of people in the Middle Belt and a lot of people that are following his vice president is an awesome man. Okay, so I don't think he had it. This is my personal assessment. Your personal assessment may be different. His politics for me is not tribalized or toxic. He's a guy. He came out preaching, let's go from consumption to production. What is toxic about it? What is tribal about it? I'm yet to see that. I'm yet to be convinced by evidence and not the rhetoric, not the campaign rhetoric, evidence, because I am a guy that was trained to deal with evidence. If you provide evidence, I will share your views. So Peter Obi's politics. Peter Obi, even Soyinka acknowledged it in South Africa. He said he provided the third force. The people that Soyinka was accusing were Peter Obi's followers, not Peter Obi himself. Because if Peter Obi has peddled tribal politics or petty politics, Soyinka could have said that. Even Wike, who is now in this government, said that the person who won the election...
Soyinka accused him of that. Soyinka accused him of that. In his latest output, Soyinka accused him of exactly that.
No. What Soyinka said that Peter Obi was if I have not seen his latest output, what Soyinka said was that the Labour Party officials are trying to do Bajuro because they didn't win the elections. That's what Soyinka said. I listened to his words carefully. He never accused Peter Obi personally of peddling tribal politics. What he said that some parties hijacked the Labour Party and made it a regional party, but he never offered evidence to that effect. And I disagree with Kongi there because he never offered evidence to that effect. Because the young people...
the evidence is in the play out of the politics.
Okay.
There was a heavy backdrop of ethnic baiting in all of the campaignings of Peter Obi, and there was a even it wasn't an inferred even, there was an outright religious leanings, and we all saw the yes daddies and whatnot. I think a lot of people assess it to be one of the most rudimentary, probably the crudest form of ethnic and religious baiting sort of campaigning that we have ever
seen in Nigeria.
An example.
Can you give me an example?
I just cited you an example, the yes daddy tapes. And then there was other. Sorry, what's going on?
The fake bishops he produced.
No, wait, no, hold on a second.
Sorry, am I being heckled?
No, hey, one man.
Not you. I'm hearing other voices.
It's okay. Let's take this one after the other. You are dialoguing with me. Forget the side noise. I asked for an example. You said the yes daddy tapes. Peter Obi.
I was going to cite you more, but carry on.
Okay, no, cite more. I am waiting. I will listen to you.
There was the yes daddy tape. And then there was another leaked tape of when it was in, I think it was somewhere in the UK, and it was sharing clips of what purports to be Yoruba conspiracy are saying that yeah, oh, the Igbos are going to take over Lagos, and that went viral. And just the tone and texture of the campaigning was like for instance, the functionaries for his campaigning in the north, places like Sokoto State, etc., where people of his ethnic stock, it's just a plethora of evidence that leans in that direction. Even the Soludo essay speaks to that this style of unzobo politics is short-lived and it will come to short shrift, which has happened. So what it's undeniable how he played that politics.
No. One man. Your logic is so very, very illogical. You know, you are celebrating your logics here because you said Soludo said, and then Soludo said it's in Zobo politics. Therefore, it is true. And then you said Yes Daddy tapes. You didn't even explain to your audience what is in the Yes Daddy tapes and the context. So when you embezzle context in everything you do, you are not saying anything. You are just peddling a narrative. Let me come in. Yes, that it is. Peter Obi, I'm not defending him now because the campaigning is over. Peter Obi, an Igbo man, was talking to a Yoruba man who is a Christian leader. Okay, and begging for votes. I prefer a politician that begs for votes than one that tells me I am going to steal it, carry it, and run away with it. You get the point. So politicians should beg people for votes because they are auditioning to become your servants. So they should beg me. I prefer that politician. So I don't see any tribal thing there that he stooped so low to beg for votes. That's what our politicians should be doing. And I believe that somebody like you should be applauding that and not trying to hang him on a cross for begging for votes, what politicians do in Europe.
No, I do applaud that if there's an honesty to it. If there's an honesty to it, then I'll applaud it.
It's my turn now to have my say.
Apologies, yeah.
You have. So the Yes Daddy tapes discredits the accusations you are throwing at him because this is what a politician should do. A politician should go to the people and canvass and ask them for their votes. And that's what he did in those tapes. Then Zobu politics. Soludo's essays, I wrote a counter to it. I said that Soludo is an intelligent man, but here he misfired because the Nigerian elite are pretty smart. They don't want anybody to rock the cart, the apple cart. That's what Soludo was just doing. So, and it's politics, which I can understand. So Soludo disagrees with Peter Obi's politics. It's normal in a political situation, but that doesn't make it a tribal politics that somebody wants to become president of Nigeria. Did Peter Obi said himself, don't vote for me because I'm an Igbo man. Don't vote for me because I'm a Christian, but vote for me because I have something to offer. He made it very clear in all his campaign appearances. So where has this young man that you are now tainting with brushes of tribalism because you cannot find anything fraudulent against him, where has he...
Well, I did, but you glossed over it.
Well, but I am disproving your point. Yes,
no, I asked you about how we got into UNN with a pass in English and mathematics, and you glibly glossed over that.
Well, how? I don't know how. So how can I glibly gloss over what I don't know? I don't know how. I don't have the facts of the case. But since you seem to have the facts of the case, you should have told us how. You see the issue?
Well, yeah. I think that is more potent and more pungent than this chase round Tinubu certificate, which is university already told you that he got. How did Peter Obi get into a prestigious university with a pass in English and a pass in mathematics? He published his YX, whatever it is, and we all saw the results. Quite unimpressive. But then, of course, that's by the by. But how did he get into that institution with a pass in mathematics and a pass in English?
Okay, let me help you. You know, once you start using adjectives against me, you're no more being factual. Quite unimpressive. It's an insult. You don't do that kind of thing here. You don't insult a man that's just, his only crime is trying to become president of Nigeria. Okay? I have not insulted any other president. I will always say the facts. I want you to stay on that. Learn that. It helps. It goes a long way. No matter how angry.
Sorry, how have I insulted by
no. I am. Listen.
No. You are like me.
Hell no.
Unnecessary what you're doing.
I don't.
I'm entitled as a Nigerian to ask questions about Peter Obi. without being cornered and
nobody is
quartered.
denying that. Nobody is denying you.
So don't quarter me now. Go to the question. Don't
who is
quarter
quartering
me.
you? You ask me a question. You shut up and let me answer you. If you ask me a question, remain mute until I finish my answering you.
No. But go to the question though. Don't quarter me. Quarter the question. Don't quarter me.
I don't take.
And don't tell people to shut up either. You are too advanced for that.
No. Yeah, no. You are too low for that because you have proven yourself so ignorant so many times here. You will ask a question, you will let somebody to answer the question, and then you'll be throwing asides from nowhere. How can somebody be this ignorant? I told you this. It's totally disrespectful for you to challenge a guy you're asking a question after he has not even answered your question. It's respectful. It's the rules of dialogue that when you have your say, I should have my say. You don't have your say, then you think that, hey, come on, I should throw. I don't take kindly to anybody interrupting me. Nobody does that.
No, it's a dialogue.
I listen to you,
and
then now you listen.
You're not delivering a lecture. What do you mean?
No. I have to give you a lecture because you have grown so recalcitrant that you don't even understand yourself anymore. You came with an agenda. You didn't come to ask questions so that we can learn together. You came with a narrative that you want to peddle at all costs, and I'm not going to let you to use my platform to do that. So if you ask me a question, give me the courtesy of answering you. We can have to and fro. I allow that. I debate, but I debate respectfully. You don't say, yeah, quite unimpressive. We have never seen your results.
By telling people to shut up, you need to apologize for that.
We have never seen what you have attained.
To apologize for that.
Because if you have attained anything,
keep the language elegant. Keep the language elegant.
The point is, Peter Obi committed no crime in wanting to be Nigeria's president. And in this last election, I believe he's the best candidate for that office.
For reasons of tribe?
This is my personal opinion.
Justify that.
Personal opinion. It may not be your opinion, and I respect that. It's my opinion. It may not be your opinion, and I respect that. That's a democracy. You are free to vote whoever you want, and you should not kill me or insult somebody because the person is trying to become president of his country. He wants to contribute his quota. If you say his result is not impressive, thank you. You have not shown us yours. So that we can know whether yours is impressive to challenge comparison with his. And if you tell me he didn't make enough results to enter into UNN, what was UNN's policy when he got into the university? What are his certificates? What other qualifications did he provide? You didn't give us this background, but you wanted to peddle this narrative to distract us from the legitimate accusations that Tinubu forged his certificate. And Tinubu is Nigeria's president. I'm not questioning your right to question Peter Obi. You can question that at infinitum. But the issue is, Peter Obi is not governing me at this time. Who is governing me? Tinubu. So, and that's the guy I am addressing issues in public space. So trying to distract attention, you have a right to ask your question, but whenever you ask questions in a program I am in.
So sorry, why is it a distraction when Peter Obi is first, but when sorry, let me say this and I'll leave.
No, you can't leave. You can't say something and leave.
Just because your guest doesn't want to engage. He just wants to throw sniping.
One man. I think it's very easy. Wait for him to finish answering the question.
That's the thing.
Then if he wants you to go on with follow-up question, you can do that. There's no need to get in between his answers. You know when he's done, then if there's a need for follow-up question and he's okay with that, I'm not okay with that because there are people who are waiting. There are many people, so many people waiting. So that's where we should do it. And I don't want you to just say something and then leave. That doesn't solve any problem. That doesn't encourage conversation. All right. Go ahead.
Okay. So, that's what I advocate. Anybody, we can go to and fro with each other, but let me have my say. That's all I'm asking. I never interrupt you when you are talking. You should grant me the same courtesy. It's respect. I don't need to teach you this. You told me that you are an Omulabi or Moluabi somebody. And an Omoluabi somebody should learn to grant the other person the right to speak. So my opinion is Peter Obi didn't play toxic politics. The accusations of him playing toxic politics is political. Those who disagreed with him will accuse him of that. But we never accused those who stabbed people, who told the Iyachukwudis not to come out, or the Bayo Onanugas who peddled genocidal statements against a particular section of the country. Those guys didn't play toxic politics. And that didn't nullify Tinubu becoming president. And then you are now believing that a whole Southeasterners will not become president because Peter Obi played the kind of politics he didn't like. And these are the kind of discriminatory ideas we put into public space against the people. And when the people that are jumping for Biafra start campaigning that this is the point of it, you will say no, that they should remain here. So this is the toxic politics that you are injecting into the system. It's people like you that give people, extremists from our part of the country, the fire to keep on doing what they are doing. Because when they see you peddling this ignorant narrative, they will say we are justified in whatever we are doing. So this is it. And Nigeria will never, never become a great place with mindsets like that. We really need to disabuse ourselves of those mindsets. Think, yeah, because Peter Obi is one man. The Southeast is a people. And whenever you discriminate against the people, it's evil. I want you to know that.
All right, thank you. Franklyne, do you want any follow-up with that, with him?
No, I'm done with this. No, I'm done with this.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Rudolph.
Thank you so much. Now, I want to give a privilege to Mazes. Okay, when you see somebody come into the studio and is sitting beside me or beside the guest, that means that person is a moderator. And he's been doing a lot of work in Nigeria, and I think we should actually give him room to talk before we continue. Mazes, welcome. Unmute yourself. All right, we know you're in Nigeria, so we can pardon.
Hold on.
All right, he has to figure it out. So I think we may have to move on. We can hear you, Mazes. Okay. Let's move on to Femi. When he figures it out, we come back.
I thought Femi spoke, went behind, and came back. I should be lighting line.
Femi, did you speak?
When was that?
You spoke when
when was that?
Not today. Mazi, can you?
I came in when Femi left, then came back again.
When was that? Maybe, I think there's two of me now, unfortunately.
No, he did not. Mazi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, good. Let's hear from Mazi. Mazi, go ahead.
Well, sorry. I'm actually enjoying the conversation, I don't have any question. I think, Franklyne knows we kind of stand, the same, on the same pedestal when it comes to these issues. And sadly, when you hear some of these narratives that are being pushed, these things wouldn't help us. Without dwelling much on that, one of our brothers on this platform, a very controversial one indeed. I call him the man who went to the moon, but he says it's one man who went to the moon. Either way, he went somewhere. Probably he's yet to return. So, one man, nice to see you, and I hope the Code of England will start roasting people very soon, but that's on a side note. So, to the question you posed to the guests, Doctor, I salute you for your great work anyway. And you said the qualification used. I don't know. He gave you an answer that I liked because he's not your president yet, but at least he was the one that made it open. No one asked him to. And we are now saying others that are now telling us they've got ABC, we have to go to court to even begin to have an idea what is in there. And some of them said they're going to suffer unbelievable damage if their results and their academic records are made public. And someone is saying, okay, let's do a challenge. Put it out there. Just think for one moment. If sometimes bigotry doesn't cloud our sense of reasoning, that a man who openly, without being asked, make this open, don't we think that there is more to it?
Frank alluded to it in this way. We do not know in the 70s, recall that after the war, universities needed, obviously, needed students. And that is on one plank. On the other plank, people combine results. You do your WAEC, you don't get all your papers, you do GCSE. You combine the two. In today, people do GCSE, NECO, WAEC. That means 3, but at least school you need 2. So either way, and I also had this argument with someone. There are people who studied abroad that also don't have English, but as long as you have any language. In Germany, then, they will tell you that as long as you have literature in English, because that is English on its own, because that literature in English is written in English. So if you can read books, synthesize it, and that is English language. And as long as you have other language, that's also language. But without trying to belabor that, I think in the parlance of those who always refer to, if you do not like it, go to court. I would want someone to go to court to someone. Why UNN should grant an admission in the 70s with this, so that because this is one of the areas that actually help us as a country. When things are not the way they ought to be, let people go to court and let the courts decide. Okay. Now, but on the general plan, because at some point it appears this platform was deviating on the topic of the day. The topic clearly, spelled out there that we have a guest who is talking about, Tinubu's Nigeria, the world, Israel and Hamas. And the main center point of that is war. And when you say people shouldn't advocate for war, it's not a sign of cowardice. What is happening in Hamas, in Palestinian territory now, I'm trying to make a connect to Nigeria so that we know that there are actions and there are reactions. I do not think that over 1,000 lives that have been lost in Palestinian and Israel within the last couple of days would have, if the manner Israel was invaded wasn't done. That means Israel had to react as a result of unprovoked attack, coordinated attack. The same thing, just opposing that same idea in Nigeria. You see that when some of us say, we have police checkpoints everywhere, we have this everywhere, and I say, people, I am against that. But these are reactions to something. Last week, I took a public transport, and on my way from Imo State to Enugu, 4 times the Sienna had to stop. Every passenger had to disembark for you to go through the military checkpoint. Why? And everybody was mourning. I didn't say anything. At some point, the man sitting beside me, after much complaint, I said, man, you guys should stop this. There was a time here, people were shooting military people dead, even still happen. And you have a bunch of people clapping, saying this is the next way and this is where to go. And this is as a reaction of that. You have to live with that. You cannot only talk about the reaction without talking about the action. The military has been, or the security forces announced, being told, you cannot stay in the southeast. Yet, the same people, when you, unmask certain things, you find out that actually the person behind the mask ties the same headscarf as your relation. At the end of the day, people, I think, to the topic, I think my point here is that actions begets reactions. That speaks to Nigeria, and that speaks to the issue of Israel and Hamas. And my good brother, Franklyne, thank you very much for what you do. And I just want to spend more time listening and I'm enjoying the conversation, actually. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Moses. Okay, thank you. And I've seen so many things you're doing in the Southeast, and it's about time you come back and tell us what's going on. All right. All right. Let's go back to Franklyne and the questioning, and we are going next to Femi. Femi is next. Don't know about you, just came.
I've been here since the beginning of the program, see me in and out, and I don't stay long. I was here before all of these people.
Okay. Actually, you're right. You are coming in and out. So, but I follow the line because I can't keep up.
Can I, so that I cannot, let me beg the rest of the people. So I asked him, I'm a simple guy. I don't stay long.
All right, go ahead, John Alba. Just because you're people. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a senior citizen now, so don't treat me like a baby.
One day, this discrimination will stop.
Thank you, Dr. Franklyne. Thank you, Dr. Damages and Dr. Franklyne. I'm from Benue State, and when you mention what is going on over there, over and over, it pleases my heart, and that defines who you are. And I think everyone is given the grace whatever they do most, and they concentrate on it. So thank you for being who you are, speaking truth to the power. I'm very blunt in my dealing with life. I believe that every life have a reason to live to their own God-given potential, both Hausa life, Igbo life, Idoma life, Yoruba life. So thank you. But one of my question, or one of my demand, in order to, yesterday, 18, this van that carry our bus, whatever they call it in Nigeria, that carry is Benue links, and all of them were massacred yesterday. It's a heartbroken, and anyone can be inside the bus. It can be Hausa, it can be Doma, it can be anybody that is traveling at that area. So I'm asking you that please do work with me. Let us find a reason why the world should have a record, because it's about history. And let us go to the root of what is the cause of this. I know there's this belief, and I'm not disputing it, Fulani herdsmen or anybody that's responsible for this. Let the society be more aware of it, because I was so surprised that they did not talk about it. I went to YouTube, I went all of those people, and there's nothing until later I talked to so many people on the ground, and then before the news is spreading. And if we don't show light on such thing, many lives will be gone like that, and no one is wholly accountable. I feel that we are failing as a humanity, and I believe this is what you do best. And then thank you for risking everything and speak truth to the power. I don't think I have a specific question for you. I've been following on YouTube before I joined the live, so I think I started with you, and I understand you clearly. But one thing I would say, because I'm a senior citizen, I love peace. I love your way you answer anybody. But please, this is the second time it's happening with you, a man or war. Please let us be more. To whom much is given, much is expected. When I don't care about anything you have said, but the word "shut up," it shocked me, because I hold you of a higher regard. And no matter what it is, that there's a different way to say it, and you can still maintain who you are. And that's all I can say. Thank you so very much.
All right, thank you, John Alba.
Thank you. I appreciate that piece of advice. I'm human. Sometimes when people rile me, I try to be to maintain my composure, but sometimes it gets overboard. What I don't take kindly to is anybody I respectfully grant anybody audience, But once the person doesn't return that favor, then it becomes problematic with me. Every good thing about me doesn't support that, because it's a way of dominating discussion. Many other people, it's disrespectful to all of us. Okay, not only me, because I can allow him to talk and then I'll keep quiet. After he finishes, I will not say anything. Okay, to show him the level of disdain I have for such things. But for him to realize that there are other people who he needs to respect, not only me. If you are peddling your narrative and then you are so very much focused on your tunnel vision that you don't see any other thing, it is either what you believe in, then there's no basis for dialogue. You're not just here to dialogue, you're here to bait people into saying, and then you will say, oh, he's saying that. Anyway, Benue State. There are 1.2 million refugees in Benue State at this time as I'm talking to you. People are being slaughtered almost every other day. While Otom was still in power, we were trying to do something in that regard. But Buhari was fighting Otom. So Buhari, because his people were the Fulanis who were accused of doing the killings, he never wanted to stand out and say something about it, even to the extent that Obasanjo presented a paper at a theological seminary in Ogun State, where he said that there is a Fulanization and Islamization of Nigeria. Obasanjo. So we see what is happening. Benue State, what we call the Middle Belt, from southern Kaduna, Plateau, and Benue, represents the most fertile region of Nigeria. This is the confluence of the Benue and the River Niger. So the alluvial deposits that these two rivers bring made this place the most fertile. The yams that the Benue people cultivate are among the best in the country. There is nothing that you cannot plant in this Benue Valley. Potatoes, even tomatoes. You just mentioned it. So we know that there is an ongoing attempt to demographically displace people from the Middle Belt, so that the people that, there are certain things I will not say here for security reasons, but we are working on those things. So the issues are, Nigeria is in dire straits. And like I said, I would applaud Tinubu here, because he appointed a son of the Middle Belt who knows the terrain well as the chief of defense staff. And then we are starting to see a little bit of policies and movement in that regard. But that doesn't mean that we are out of the woods yet. The Fulani herdsmen are not only killing in Benue, they are even coming to the southeast. In Aguamede, a city in Soka, in the border town between the Middle Belt and the southeast, they slaughtered a lot of people last year. So it happens almost all over the Middle Belt. And then the question is, why the Middle Belt? So these are the things we are trying to find out and we are not keeping quiet. One of the proposals I want to send to my boss next week is a proposal where we will start naming the people being killed. Because if what we report, everybody reports numbers. But if we put a face, a name, the date and the place that these people were killed, the rest of the world will come to see the magnitude of the problem we are facing in the Middle Belt. It's really awful. And sometimes it's so very painful that Buhari, as a president, decided to keep quiet while Nigeria burns. And then it will be to his eternal disgrace that he didn't do anything substantial in this regard. We hope that the new government will start doing something, but we are hoping anyways. So we'll keep on doing our part. And then people like you, if we get information, we'll try to see what we can do to keep the world informed of what is happening. Okay, because what is happening there is genocide.
Thank you so very much. I'll join you guys later again. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, Janaba, thank you. Let's move to Femi. Femi, sit on.
Yeah, Dr. Franklin, Kate is dear. I think that's what it is. How are you?
It's gave me a good, super. Danke sehr. Freut mich.
There you go. Obi to Dr. Damages, by the way, for discriminating against me. Anyway, so yes, I have I suspect you know Moshe Dayan, and I've brought him up a couple of times because of my long history of having read him up when I initially had tried to join NDA. And by the way, my question ties into what's going on between the Israelis and the Palestinians, because if there's one thing I have a very, very sound knowledge of, it's the Israel-Palestine dilemma, going far beyond the Bible, the Quran, and Talmud, and what have you. And the reason why I ask, part of it ties to something Dr. Dr. Rudolph mentioned yesterday about the danger of a single story, as well as how far back do you go into history to understand the present, so that people do not use their own biases or sentiments. In this case, for example, whether you're Muslim, Christian, or whatever, Igbo, Yoruba. Now, I made mention of the fact, knowing what I know very well, by the way, again, that it goes beyond just religion. A lot of it has to do with land and the West as well, as we know it. Even with respect to what's going on in Africa and Nigeria, even amongst ourselves. And perhaps to summarize now, the reason why I'm trying to tie this together with what we have going on in Nigeria and even Africa as a whole is because this election that just happened in Nigeria kind of like provided me an avenue to weigh in with the pulse of even people within my own family, irrespective of the fact that some of them are married to people from other tribes, other nations, their friends, and what have you. Now, I've had people even within my own ethnicity tell me things like, oh, you're an Igbo apologist. Just because, again, the reason why I ask this question, because I tell people that you got to be careful that you're a product of not just your environment, but how you actually, your experiences in life, how you grew up. I was born and I grew up in Kaduna, in southern Kaduna. I know a lot of what's going on there, more than a lot of people that use sentiments as well. The reason why I ask this question is, I believe in fairness, and I believe strongly that if I would sit down and have the emotional intelligence to do away with my own sentiments, especially if I think I understand what's going on and I can actually listen to other people, even if I do not agree with them, then I should be able to call out things when I see them, irrespective of my own sentiments. Now, I want to know what your opinion is with regards to people on whatever side, whatever religion, whatever race, whatever ideology. How do you think we can at least sit down and individually, now we Nigerians, and be able to just meditate and not just take decisions, make our sentiments about, oh, it's my way or the highway. Like, I don't want to listen to nobody. I hope that because I've almost lost my train of thought from being discriminated again by Dr. Damages. So I apologize if it doesn't come out the way I actually wanted to.
Okay.
Thank you.
I got you. I got you, my brother. Thank you very much. There is something we call critical thinking. That's one thing that is lacking in the curriculum in Nigerian education. People who think critically in Nigeria just made themselves. They started with the experiences, just like you, just like me. My case may be different because I studied in a Catholic seminary, and our philosophy courses started with logic, critical thinking. So that they decentralize your way of thinking, and then you have to see every part of every idea. And then you have to see that, like Protagoras said, the Greek philosopher who said that homo omnia mensura, that's the human person is the measure of all things. And once you put the human person, irrespective of where this person comes from, and then you will start seeing that whether he's Jew, Gentile, Greek, or Roman, that we are all the same. We have different approaches to life, which is beautiful because diversity is the spice of life. So that I disagree with somebody doesn't mean that I hate the person. We can disagree, and that's how we learn. In physics, with friction, two bodies come together, they generate heat. But that doesn't mean that there couldn't be a way for them to work together. If you apply some lubricant, They will move together. That's how machines move. So we see that in every dimensions of human lives. Nigerians can get together. But the point lies that we have to start educating the future generation. I always tell people, my bosom friend, my best friend was a Yoruba man. Anyway, we won't call it, but he's, Pius Adesami, all of you know him. We have a name for each other. He calls me my mama Pekin. That's what we call each other. We are so close to a fault. He's not Igbo. I am Igbo. But this guy is a detribalized Nigerian. He is one of our best. And you see that across board. You see many other Yoruba, Hausa people having friends from all over. And that's what I encourage. Unless you are able to walk a step in somebody else's shoes, your view of life will never be complete. And you will be tied in your tribal cocoons, thinking that that's the beginning and end of the world. And again, Nigerians will not only learn critical thinking, we have to change our educational curriculum. That's where we have to start. Start teaching critical thinking from kindergarten. That's what Germans do. What a German kid asks you after, if you talk your bullshit, it will say, warum. Warum means why. You answer that, he will ask you again, warum. He will keep on asking you that until the words in your mouth are finished. So you see a society that values critical thinking. But ours, if you ask a question in Nigeria, an elder person will say, if I give you a knock on your head, you will shut up. If I slap you here, you just get out of here. In Igbo language, they will say, thereby stifling critical thinking in kids. But kids are naturally curious. And this is what we see across board. Our cultural pedestals most times don't let our ability, our critical faculties to develop as children. So we start obeying authority because why should I do this? Because I said so. Ask a Nigerian, if a Nigerian man sends a child on an errand and the child says, I'm not going. Say, if I beat you, that's always, so we stifle critical thinking with that kind of approach. And unless we develop that, we will never get to a point where we can sit down together and dialogue. And know that we can judge or we can discuss with each other without killing each other. That's what societies that have come of age do. Dialogue. There's no two ways to it. So we can do that by, like I said, decolonizing our curriculum. Second point, traveling makes for great education. St. Augustine said it. The world is like a book. Those who don't travel have read only a page. If you don't travel, you will not see that, your world is so very little. There was this Ghanaian song while I was growing up in Enugu. It says, landlord, travel and see. Okay? If landlord travel, Ingo see, no be only here, life end. So it's very important. Nigeria should be allowed to travel. That's what happens in Europe. The European Union gives out tickets to 16-year-olds every year to travel the length and breadth of the continent after they finish high school. I would love to see such a thing in Nigeria, where the Nigerian government says, I'll give you a plane ticket, fly. That was the aim of the National Youth Service Program. But it has become, like everything Nigerian, destroyed and then made the den of corruption. We should learn to integrate. Another thing that will make Nigerians come together, to start realizing that we are brothers, that what unites us is much more than what divides us. It's what I call infrastructures of integration. If you don't have infrastructures, I used to tell people, as a student in Germany, I will take a train in the morning. In 4 hours, I'm in Berlin chasing a girl. If you don't have an idea that you will go to the morning and come back to France lectures, the culture of integration, that's in Nigeria.
That's your reward, sir, for teaching women.
I be man now. What I go do?
Please repeat that sentence. We didn't get it very well, and that sentence is important. It's part of the class.
It's very important, doctor. It's very important. I can relate. Very important.
What was the sentence?
So it is important.
Spend all the time chasing after. Then it just went off.
I didn't say anything. So infrastructures of integration, decolonizing our education, and then these are the things. And traveling. Nigerians should learn to travel. Not only stay in Enugu and then think that the world begins and ends there. You need to get to Lagos, get to Jos, get to Calabar, and see the depth of what Nigeria has to offer, then you get to know people. So these are the ways that can bring us much more together with each other. And then we'll start to dialogue. So our generation, we are lost already. We should start planning for the next 50 years.
All right. Thank you. Femi, thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. And I just want to say, let the gentle ones breathe, Dr. Damages. Thank you, Doctor.
Do not suffocate them.
All right. Thank you. Austin, you're next.
So generally, I wanted to say thank you for the whole comment and the rest. I wanted to also, you made a point when one man asked a question, but I always want to say something. The people who have the ability to give a pronouncement and stand by it are those who are incorruptible. Even when I used to be an assistant professor back there in Nigeria, if you are corrupt, students will not respect you. It's when you are not corrupt and you give another, I see everybody respecting because they know that this man, they say we don't like this one, but that's their problem. I don't want to go with that. The second option is that those in the comment section, I like laughing, even if somebody they talk rubbish, I always they laugh. That's my own point. Let me now ask my question. My question is this. Generally, I have this situation where even so one of my friends had to abandon. In fact, this election caused a lot of problems. All this, especially the issue that happened in Lagos. There are some people who don't even want to pass closer to Lagos this time. Or even if you send them to do something in Lagos, they don't want to go because they feel as if some trust has been broken. And I want to say, one of my friends who I would say that have eyes for Yoruba girl had to dump even the girl that is no longer interested because he doesn't want his child to be treated like the way some people were treated in Lagos. So but on my own part, I served my next door neighbor, Ayo. He's a nice guy and he's from the Yoruba person. That's why I say you cannot generalize things for a lot of people. So I wish to ask, based on the psychological trauma that some people have gone through, and let's say all of us have gone through the course of the election, what do we need to do to start building to make sure that we come together? Because I know that together we can do something better. Because even if we decide to tear this country now, you can't make a wall like the way Trump wanted to do with Mexico. No, people will go across to buy and sell goods for us to still make money, for us to still have our life. So what do we do to start making sure that we can break down this barrier of tribalism and bigotry and see we can make things work?
Oh, that's a big one. My brother, to be honest with you, I don't have the answers, but this is where leadership is called for. After every election, nerves are frayed. It happens everywhere. In politics, we trade babs, but at the end of it all, everybody should learn to move forward and work together for the best interest of the country. But in Nigeria, we play politics in a way that hurts our ontologies. That is the metaphysics of our beings. That's the way we play politics. And that's the shameful thing about it, because if somebody could be allowed to stand up and say, if you don't vote for my candidate, don't dare come out. Or if you vote for Igbo people, then you are not a true Yoruba person. Or if you are Vivor's father and your son was delegitimized before you because he wanted to rule the state, there's no way. There people don't forget such things easily. It hangs so very deep. I don't know how we can, but this is where, if I am Tinubu, that's the very first thing I will start to do. Move across the political lines. Get to each state of the federation, especially those people that feel that they are aggrieved, and try to build bridges. But in Nigeria, like I said, one man asked me, what do I want to? Tinubu doesn't have that capacity. There are people who could have done that. Watch, in 1999, Obasanjo was elected. Obasanjo fought a bitter primaries in Jos with Alex Ekweme. That time, I believed Alex Ekweme was more qualified than Obasanjo. But what did Obasanjo do? Obasanjo started making moves to shore up, to make sure that the country started moving in a direction that could heal. Ekweme was, people were brought in, and then people started making active moves. He appointed Azie his accountant general, and then he brought people like Okonjo-Iweala into his government. But if you look at what is happening now, it's like the party that won the election is taking all the spoils, and that's a very clear signal that we have excluded you. When Buhari won in 2015, he northernized Nigeria federal service, and Tinubu seems to be doing that with his appointment. And a lot of people are, feeling excluded. If I was in his shoes, I would first of all, after my inauguration, my very first thing is to travel the major capitals of the former old regions and try to build up, show up, let the people know that this is politics, that we are not enemies. But I don't know who those who are advising him. They are still on their victory tour, but they don't know that 4 years is just, before you know it, your administration is over, and then you will not have achieved anything at the end of the day. Nigerians should start thinking about electing people who are intelligent to govern them. If you elect your worst elements, you are gonna remain a third world country ad infinitum. That's our major problem. We elect those that should not govern us, the worst among us, and then we hope for. One man asked me whether I am hopeful. How can I hope when the facts tell me another story? So this is where leadership is called for at all levels. We should start bridging and then trying to cement what has been broken. It's called for at this time because a lot of trust were lost during the last election.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Austin. The priest of peace, Eunice.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and thank you, Doc. I have listened to you. I think this should be the fourth time I've, joined in, conversation like this. Listening to you, you have a very huge, robust ideas as to how Nigeria should integrate and work together. But I have a question. Why do you think that Nigeria should integrate and work? Number one. Number two, don't you think at this point, looking back to the last 16 years, not 16 years really, 5 years of Jonathan and 8 years of Buhari, and now, don't you see that Nigeria is moving towards the path of fascism? And lastly, the way things are, I just came back from Nigeria 3 weeks ago. I spent 6 weeks in Nigeria. And I love to go to that place all the time. Every year, I like to go there like 2 times every year. And I see firsthand how things are, the animosities and everything going on. Do you think that the only thing that can solve the issue of Nigeria is revolution? Thank you so much.
Thank you for those brilliant questions, my brother. What I have are ideas, and ideas rule the world. Everything you see in life today started sometime as an idea. Every progress ever made by the human species started as an idea. The motor car, which was manufactured by German engineers Karl Benz and Gottlieb Daimler, started as an idea. Horses were being ridden. And at the point, people never believed that horses will ever go out of fashion. And these guys invented a horse that works with petrol. So ideas are pretty important in the life of every nation. Why should Nigeria work and integrate? If you look at history, how are nations created? Nations are created by conquest, force of arms. It's scarcely do you find people coming together to say we want to stay in this nation. Nigeria was no exception. Germany was a creation of Rome, ancient Rome. It was Julius Caesar that gave the Germans their name, Germany. So, and then Karl Charlemagne, Karl the Grocer, as the Germans call him, wielded disparate peoples, disparate dukedoms together, and they became Germany. These were principalities. So, we could see people argue that now we are not one people. Yes, but we found ourselves in this accident. What do we do with what we have? It's like we are together in one ship, wooden ship, sailing in the Atlantic. And some people want to break a part of that ship so that it will take them to their various destinations. But I have another idea. My idea is if we keep this integrity of the ship intact and each person pulls the sails to make sure that the winds are favorable, because if you place your sails in the right direction, the winds may be favorable to us. We may land safely at a safe harbor. That's why I think Nigeria should integrate. Many Africans, I have traveled the length and breadth of the continent. Many Africans see Nigeria as the great African hope. Not only because we are big, but because of the rich diversity of that country. We have the potentials to be that great African hope. But like I said, it is not the Nigerian people that are the problem. Forget what you see as petty ethnicities. Nobody has done an analysis of Nigeria like Chinua Achebe has. The trouble with Nigeria is simply and squarely the failure of leadership. Bring any other analysis, it will fall and rise at leadership. That's our problem. Leadership is what made China great today. Every country you see in the world that was great was made great by leadership. Ours is not going to be an exception. If a country degenerates into war, it is a failure of leadership. If a country degenerates into petty ethnicism, it's leadership. Nobody has given us a better alternative than this analysis. So the onus now lies on Nigerians to find better ways of making sure that their best elements rise to leadership positions. These are the people that will have the vision. These are the people that will have the courage. And these are the people that will have the knowledge to set this ship on the right track. You cannot just put a taxi driver to fly an aeroplane. That's what we did in this last election. Putting a taxi driver to fly an aeroplane. It's not going to work. He's not a pilot. And that's what we do from the local government level to almost all levels in Nigeria. I will give you an example with Enugu State University of Science and Technology. There was a time some people became lecturers. These were people that I knew that never had what it takes to be lecturers, but they were teaching students. What do you expect from students that are going to graduate from such institutions then? But thankfully, the university realized that, and then there was a shakeup then, and then a lot of them had to find their ways. So across board, so it's leadership. We can make Nigeria better. We can figure it out. Others figured it out. America is the melting pot of the world. America is not one people, but we can say everybody comes to America and learns to speak English. No, the largest growing population in the United States today are they're speaking Spanish. So we can make it work if we want to, if we stop the complaints and then focus on building the nation. Whether Nigeria is degenerating to fascism, fascism is for me a very strong word. If you know Nazism, if you know fascism like Benito Mussolini started it out in Italy, you will see what it is all about. Fascism is a place where you cannot even talk on the street. Your head will be broken open. We are not talking. Yeah, we know that. Nigeria is just a lawless place, governed by people who have no idea what to do with power. That's just what it is. If we get leadership correct, everything will fall into place. Believe me. Other countries that did it are moving forward. The Chinese Communist Party did it. China is now the workshop of the entire world, and they are richer than most. With our population, we can do it for Africa. So
all right. Thank you so much, Franklyne, and the Priest of Peace. Flagship, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for allowing me in to speak. And also, thank you, Dr. Franklyne. I'm going to try to keep it under 3 minutes. If I exceed 3 minutes, please, Dr. Rudolph, you are free to mute my mic. I'm going to borrow two statements, which we all are familiar with, and build my facts on those. The first would be from the Bible. It is said that my people perish for lack of knowledge. You die when you have no knowledge that holding a live wire will kill you. You might think it's just a piece of rope on the ground. But if you have knowledge that it's got a high voltage on it, you won't go there to touch it. The second is knowledge is power. Dr. Franklyne, you spoke many times about the points that I'm going to raise. So that helps me, actually. It's going to give me a little time to talk about them. Revolution versus education. The concept of revolution, the average Nigerian understands and knows that, but no one is willing to bear the cap because it costs a lot. Education is an easier pathway to it. Dr. Franklyne, you mentioned a minute ago that the curriculum of the Nigerian educational system needs to be revisited. I agree 100%. A lot is being done in our educational system that is not beneficial to the people. My proposal is this. How about we take the knowledge that we all that are here in this platform or on this platform have, take it back to the people. We're able to speak today, we're able to talk because we have gotten some good knowledge of what our country ought to be. The average market woman in Nigeria, or the guy that rides the tricycle or bicycle in Nigeria, does not understand his rights. In America, here where I live, if anyone is being arrested or you're having a conversation with the average American, the one thing they want to spit out to you is, I know my rights. They know what they are entitled to per what the Constitution says and how it governs them. How many Nigerians know what the Constitution of Nigeria says? I'm talking the basics, not detail. Can we get this information to the people, educate them at the grassroots level? It's obvious, and you're right, Dr. Franklyne, when you said Nigeria fails at leadership level. The reason why it fails is because the leaders, or so-called leaders, are not properly educated. They may say they're educated, but it's one thing to be educated and another thing to allow education to go through you. I'm excited to hear you talk and listen to you answer questions, and how impressed am I of the vast knowledge that you've had or that you have. So I think we need to take this to the people. If the tax net could be expanded, according to Tinubu, to reach out to the average woman that sells crayfish and pepper in the marketplace or on the street, I think we can take education and spread it out to that level and educate them on what their rights are and what they are supposed to be entitled to. I'll end with this. Education can replace revolution. Nigeria can survive. And to add to the last question that the other panelists spoke or asked, if we get the people to understand what emancipation mentally is from the knowledge they have now about who they are versus what they ought to be, I think we can change tomorrow. We are still within the conflict of this election that just passed. And I'm beginning to hear that people are already pushing for 2027. Why don't we start now to begin to educate people on voter rights, what the Constitution says, in preparation for 2027? Who knows, maybe we can avert the same situation that we're dealing with. And lastly, you said 50 years, we have to plan for that, Dr. Franklyne. I agree with you, but we can bring the margin down to 12 years. The kids that are in primary school today, critical thinking, you rightly mentioned, we can incorporate these things into their.
Oh my God, my brilliant brother is gone. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry about that. I got an alarm. If we include and incorporate these ideas into their curriculum, we can begin to change their mindset. We in the diaspora, yes, 29 billion every year is a lot, but that's money that comes and goes. How about, like the Chinese says, if you catch a fish for a man to eat when he's hungry, you feed him for that time. But if you educate him and teach him on how to catch fish, you feed him for a lifetime. We in the diaspora know what it ought to be like. Can we put together a team of diasporans that can seek to meet with the educational minister in Nigeria and discuss the Nigerian educational curriculum? We have ideas. We can make recommendations and tend to gear and navigate the future of our children who are 6 years old now, and in 12 years will become adults, and put them in the right perspective to life so they can understand and know where things are and where they ought to be and need to be. I'll stop here right now. I have a lot to say, but for time's sake, thank you so much.
Oh, whoa. My brother, thank you very much. Listening to you is great education. James Madison, I think the third president of the United States, said something, said that knowledge must forever govern ignorance, that those who wish to be their own governors must arm themselves with the power that knowledge gives. That's basically one of our major problems in Nigeria. You will be surprised to learn that our literacy rate in Nigeria is 77 point something %. People that can read and write. That's what the statistics say. But what does the reality say?
Right.
So most times, statistics in Nigeria is very far from what the facts on the ground say. And that's unfortunate. You see that in our census figures. You see that in our, everywhere. So while I was doing my PhD research in Nigeria, it was awful. Yes, Rudolph, the ball is now in your court to try what can issue from this platform, from these brilliant people you gathered together, should be a position paper or another platform where brilliant Africans like my brother here and every other guy in this forum could come together, contribute ideas, and then they are written down, analyzed, and then a position paper comes out of it, and we can send to policymakers, evidence-based policy making. Send it to them. But my problem is we have brilliant professors in Nigeria. Some of them are governors, like Soludo in Anambra State. Some of them are in power. Some of our intellectuals here are the ones writing speeches for many of these politicians. And then you ask yourself, why are things still this way? In spite of the abundance of intellectual capital that Nigeria is blessed with. Okay, so that's where we start talking about vision. What is the vision? What is the philosophy of our education? What do we intend to achieve when we educate our people?
Correct.
Education should cease being only paper certificates that Nigerians love. In Germany, Germans have the dual educational system. If you cannot go to the university, you go and learn a trade and you are certified. Many of the guys building the BMWs, the Mercedes that you see, many of them are not engineers that went to secondary school or went to universities. They learned that in these companies, and they are experts, and they make more money than the average. So what can we do? We can equally start by supporting educational programs in our various villages. A company in Germany that is called Industria Wohnung gave me 40 computers that I sent to Nigeria for school girls program in Enugu. And these computers arrived at the Catholic Institute for Development, Justice and Peace, and they are deploying it to good use to educate our girls. These are the kind of things we could do. Girls should learn coding. We should include women. It solves a lot of problems at various levels. Donate books. Libraries are dead in Nigeria. In Enugu State, where I come from, as a young man at Union Secondary School, Okonano then, I used to go with my sister to the East Central State Library located along Holy Ghost Road. But today, if you go there, every place is a motor park now. It's not even conducive. The library has run into, it's now derelict. So reading culture is dying. If anybody who doesn't read cannot interact with universes that people have created out of their minds. So reading culture is dead in Nigeria. In Germany here, the easiest place where people read is going to the public transportation. You will see everybody reading something. Everybody. In Nigeria, you enter a bus, you will see a Doberman's agency man trying to sell you a fake drug that he doesn't know anything about and tell you something about it. Or you will see a preacher saying, praise the Lord, as if to say that is what is going to deliver tomorrow to us. Religion is important, but there should be places for that. People should learn to read. A nation that reads is a country that thinks. But we don't. And then telephones have come now. Now people are now sleeping on TikTok and all. Reading culture is dead. So these are the things we should start individually contributing in our various families and various villages. There are a lot that we can do. We have a lot of ideas. And traveling has exposed us to how other countries did it. We should start. So Rudolph, you have heard what my brother Flagship said. it's left for you now. So I wouldn't talk much on this one. Thank you. Your contribution is well appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Flagship. Let's go to a similar year next. And we will try to get people who are yet to speak, who are in the studio. And then after that, I think that's over 4 hours. And we have to be mindful of our guests. We didn't plan this. All right. Go ahead, Simile.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Hello, panelists, the chat session warriors, and everyone else listening. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Without you, we will not be here. We need to move this platform forward, please. Thank you. And to our honorable guest, thank you, Dr. Franklyne. It's lovely to have you in our midst. I do agree with most of your submissions, quite educative. I am new in politics, still learning and open to more learning. And as the only woman on this platform right now, I would like to have the opportunity to represent all the women. So as a result, I have 3 questions, if I'm allowed.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Why are women marginalized, both politically and otherwise? Are they not qualified and capable to perform excellently well, both politically and otherwise? A woman becoming the president of Nigeria, for a start. Do you want to tackle them one by one, sir, or should I just say them?
Why are women marginalized?
As a
Okay.
conglomerate.
Yeah, just give me the 3 questions and then maybe I could rope them together so that we will have time for some other guests that want to say something.
Okay. I'm saying something, sir. Thank you.
Mm.
Secondly, it sounded as if I was mumbo jumbling, but I will forgive you, sir. Thank you. Number 2, why are Nigerians so divided in every dangerous way that doesn't help to build a nation? Please, any solution for that? And thirdly, do you think it is morally right to tell anyone, shut up, in an international platform? Will abusing each other as Nigerians further divide us or bring us together? Subsequently, do we all, as Nigerians, require continuous, ongoing counseling sessions for emotional, mental balance, sir? Thank you.
Oh my God. Okay, your questions are a handful, actually. You actually represented all the women with these 3 questions. Let me start from the beginning. Women, why are women marginalized? The history of patriarchy tells you a lot about that, about the reasons. There are a lot of texts that one could read in this area. But one interesting text are the people that disagree that women are not marginalized. Somebody like Chinwizu wrote a work called Anatomy of Female Power, where he was advocating that women have all the powers in the society. And there you could see some people saying that women have so much power that the society will be foolish to grant them more. And then you will see even a woman made such advocacies. Somebody like Camilla Paglia. She wrote a book called Sexualis Personae, a very wonderful book, which I would advocate everybody reads. In there, he was talking about Apollonian and other stuff that women don't create civilizations. Anyway, but from the human rights perspective, discrimination based on gender is wrong. Women make up half of humanity. So any society that discriminates or marginalizes our women is losing. It's losing. Women are more than qualified to govern any society. Germans, I told some of my German friends that you guys will regret the day Angela Merkel left power. And many European politicians are saying it today. I was listening to a Brussels briefing this morning. And one European Union politician was saying that since Merkel left, that we have a vacuum in the EU. Angela Merkel, one of the best chancellors ever to rule Germany. Because I will always say, if Merkel is still in power, Russia would not have invaded Ukraine because he knows how to manage. Vladimir Putin, Trump, and even Obama, all of them, they are afraid of that woman. All of them mixed together. Because if you see her, you see grace. If you see her, you see intelligence. A very knowledgeable woman. She has a PhD in physics or chemistry. I've forgotten. So women are more than qualified. We have seen it across board. Sirleaf Johnson ruled Liberia. She did excellently well. Our Okonjo-Iweala is heading WTO in Geneva. So women could move us to greater heights if we let them and give them the support that they need. Women are the breadwinners of so many families across Africa today. While I was doing my doctoral work, we did research that showed that if you give this little credit, this microcredits to men, the men use this money to marry new wives and drink. But if you give this money to women, women use it to do business, train their families. And you see, the kids of women who got these microloans have better outcomes in school. They have better health outcomes. So which is, women are the bedrock of many families across the continent. So if they can manage families, they can manage a nation. So women, we should encourage them, even in politics, in every dimension of human existence in our society. That's why the computers that these people gave me for Nigeria, I said specifically, is for girls' education. Because there was a situation in Nigeria, in Igbo country, when if there was a decision to send somebody to school, they will send the guys because the women will be married off and all whatnot. But at a point, the men started going to learn trades and the women started going to school. So women should not be discriminated against because of their sex or gender, whatever we call it. They have a lot to contribute to our society. Why are Nigerians so much dangerously divided? It's politics. Politics is what divides us, and the politicians are smart. During political campaigns, they divide us to no end so that they can, impose themselves on us because they don't have anything to offer. If you see a society where the politicians are bent on dividing the people, those politicians have nothing to offer the people. They just divide them so that they can conquer them and go away with the resources. That's what's happening all over Africa. And they use tribalism, they use religion and all whatnot to divide Africans. And we, because many of our people are not well educated to see the gimmicks of these politicians, we buy into that narrative and perpetuate them. Watch it. Many of these politicians that use us during elections, when they get to power, they forget even those that they used to get there. It's always the case. Look at the palliatives they are giving us. So it's politics. What divides us? What does every Nigerian want? To have a peaceful, quiet life, to have food on the table, to train his kids, and then when he comes home, nobody should terrorize or harass him. Peace, that's what every normal human person wants. But politics will always divide us because, they believe they can do whatever they want with us. That last question, is it morally upright to tell someone this? Sometimes it depends on the context. Sometimes there's a way you tell somebody to shut up, it will be morally justified. If somebody is trying to monopolize a discussion in absolute disdain and disrespect to every other person, every ethics supports you to tell that person to take a hike. But if you mean it as a point of insult, insulting people is never excused by anything. I'm done.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Simone. I'm concerned about time. So on the basic, please, everybody else, I come to one question so that we can get the end of this. And the basic, you're next.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Dr. Franklyne, for coming. We are very enriched with your depth of knowledge. Doctor, if you can just permit me, I will just ask my questions in quick succession. There are two, but very short questions. My first question is this, Doctor. With the way the Presidential Election Tribunal handled the petitions of Atiku and Obi by completely disregarding the Constitution and the electoral laws, giving their judgment, what do you think Nigerians should do, even as they anticipate or wait for the Supreme Court to rule on this matter? That is one. Secondly, the insecurity in Nigeria is almost out of control. across board. And the state actors are up in arms and almost trying to destroy property and lives across the country, particularly in the rural areas. What do you think governments at the center and at the state levels are doing, or why do you think they are largely ignoring this menace and not taking action? And lastly, our media. Many of us are worried that the mainstream media, almost all, are completely compromised, and it's not helping the country to move forward. It's like Nigerians are daily being blinded by what they hear from the mainstream media that government at the center push out. Thank you.
Okay, what should Nigerians do do while waiting for the Supreme Court? Nigerians should wait for the Supreme Court. That's what they should do. Nothing more. Wait for the Supreme Court to pass their judgment on the case before them. There's nothing I would urge anybody to do. Wait for them. Second point, insecurity in Nigeria. It's not that the government doesn't want to do anything, but the point is that these challenges are enormous. As I am talking to you, the Nigerian army is in operation in 30 states out of the 36 states of the Federation. 30 states. The manpower is overstretched. And Nigerian police is one of the most understaffed police forces in the whole world. So that's why you will see when Peter Obi was campaigning, he was saying that he would, get people into the police. Even Tinubu said he will employ 50 million youths into the army and give them Abadu and all the rest of them. So they know the challenges are enormous. So, and then this is where policing should be local. That's what I've been advocating. It's local in every developed society. That's what it should be. And this is where Nigeria needs to improve. Amotekun is trying, but they need more powers. And then all across board, the constitution should be amended to allow the constituent nationalities or states to have policing powers. Because the chief executive of every state is just chief executive, in a chief security officer in name only. They have to wait for the Inspector General of Police to make pronouncements from Abuja through his commissioners of police in the state before they can act. So that is too unwieldy. We can improve here. That's my suggestion. On the media being compromised, the media, that's the way the media works. Every media has its own agenda. Every media has its own editorial policy. Every media has an angle on the vision through which it sees and delivers its news. News is a commodity today, and they sell it to the highest bidder, not only in Nigeria, across the world. And that's where we need critical thinking, education. If we educate our people to be able to take the wheat from the chaff, to understand when this guy's trying to sell me bullshit. So this is what a critical mindset empowers you to do. As for the media, they will be selling us whatever they want to sell us. Malcolm X said it, that if you're not careful, the newspapers will make you fall in love with your oppressors and hate those who are trying to liberate you. And that's what is happening across board.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to Austin N. You're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you, my brother, Dr. Frank. But before I go, my question will just be a direct question. I wanted to make allusion to the proverb, the Igbo proverb you used about the fish, the rat and the fish. There is a contextual statement you left out. It is the rat at home that went to the bush and informed the rat in the bush that there is a fish in the cage. So there is a protected fish. So why am I bringing this? With this tribal religious division in the country, do we have a Nigeria that is protected? Because it can only be a sabotage when you go and leak the information that brings the people together. Since we don't have that protection where the thief is a thief, not my thief, not their thief, but a thief, is it possible to use that proverb in this context? And also, I'm a man of context. When Ishimili made a comment about women being marginalized, she didn't put it into context. In the Western world, men are crying of marginalization. Women are up there. So let her bring it down to African women. Then we will now listen to her and know how we can come into that. But my question is this. All I've been hearing you, except when flagship came in was hypothesis. Now I want us to see what can we do. I left United States 2 weeks to the election because I followed Festus. He told me that everything is going to be real time. I bought an expensive ticket because I saw a limelight that things are going to be real time. I went home. I mobilized my people to vote. People came out and they voted. I lost resources. Now, the INEC came and did what they did. Nobody has put them to question. Nobody has interrogated INEC. This is an institution of the state. Now, we are being told to wait for the judiciary. And earlier on, I heard you talk about capture. And capture has to do with institution. Now, this judiciary, are they free from being captured? Now, if they are also captured and they go the same way of INEC, what would we do? What can we do? Can we really do anything? Thank you.
All right.
My brother, I appreciate your passion. The very first issue, my use of that proverb was in another context, which you thoroughly misunderstood. The context I used it in was in the context of imperial auxiliaries, that the people that are governing countries across Africa, that many of them are just like warrant chiefs. And they are the ones that would today invite foreign collaborators and let them know that they can do whatever they want with the resources that we have in the continent. That was the context I used that. So just for clarification, what can we do? Wait for the Supreme Court, like I said. Yes, the Supreme Court are like Chidi Odinkalu said, and many courts, the judiciary in Nigeria has been captured. That was Odinkalu's thesis. What can the people do? The government, the society is a society of people. It's after when the Supreme Court has made pronouncements, then can the people decide? I'm not here to tell the people what to do. People can decide on what to do. One thing about revolutions is revolutions are not planned events. The day the people will get fed up with the situation, you will see them rise. They rose at Lekki. The Arab Springs, it was just one man who set himself on fire, and then that fire burnt down a whole regime. So the day the Nigerians will get fed up, they are going to rise. Don't worry about that. They are going to rise the day they will get fed up. But one other thing is, before Nigerians could rise, it will take time. You know why? Because of you and I. We are supplying them the dollars that they need to be sustained. The day Nigerians know that money is not coming from anywhere, and that they stand the risk of eating from the garbage bins, that's the day they will rise and throw out these mercenaries governing them. It's as simple as that. But if there is hope, if your mama knows that at the end of the month that her salary is coming from now, why should she go and die? No, she'll wait. And it happens across board. So that's just the way it is. So history has shown us that. But revolutions, on the other hand, will always feed on its architects. So that's why, I don't know. I don't have the answers, like I said. That's why I base myself on thesis, because it's from thesis that people who are practically oriented can derive what they need to take actionable stances on the problems of the society. Every society has levels of people. They have the thinkers and they have the doers. I may not be a perfect doer, but I can think. So my job is to supply thoughts, ideas. There are other people who are better than me that will supply the muscle, the energy to translate those ideas into reality. And that's where we complement each other. So I cannot be, I don't know it all. So I just state it from my perspective and then let others take it from there, my brother.
Thank you. Chim, after you go to forefathers, and then we continue.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for having me. And Dr. Franklyne, it's a pleasure to share this space with you. I have been listening from the background. I went for another function, but my internet connection there wasn't very good when I wanted to come in. That was about the time when one man was manifesting. Your last comment before I ask my question, just very thank you for that, distinguishing it, because you see, in this forum, we've had this, and I'm happy Ovie is around here, because your last comment speaks to where I have always disagreed with him. You just rightly said now in your response to Austin that you're a thinker, and there are people who are doers. And some people are both thinkers and doers, but there are people who think, and then it's left for society to be able to take those fantastic thoughts they come up with, for those of them who know how to run with it and then run with it. So we oftentimes Ovie says we are just talking a lot in this group, and I've always disagreed with him, and I just didn't have those right words to tell him that, look, if perhaps you have all the energy to go and do all the manifestation in the streets, well, perhaps there are a lot of thoughts going on here you can take and go and do that. So as soon as you said that, I said, that's exactly what I've been missing. So that I just wanted to say thank you for that. The question I have for you is on the area of our people and education. And you rightly put that succinctly in a nice way. You said, our people, yes, we're educated in terms of paper education. That's the truth. We love this. We acquire lots of certificates. Yours truly also guilty of that. We love to go read. But the problem we have is and that's where that thinking you brought in now, and the doing, how to translate all these paper qualifications we've got into real actionable things in society. For instance, I'm also of the view that our people, though paperly educated, are very unaware. We're very unaware of our rights. We don't know how to fight for those rights. Now, my question now is this. Do you think educating our people in terms of doing versus educating our people to be economically empowered should be the first thing to do? Because at the moment, hunger is making people to not stand on values. We're seeing people who should typically, hold government responsible. They're well informed and all that, but they're also hungry in a different sense. So we find them sometimes taking appointments they shouldn't be taking when they should be gatekeepers holding government and people who have been elected into office. So do you think emancipating our people economically is more important, or just educating them and letting them know what their rights are and all that? And then lastly, is it possible to have a dignified woman, following from Isimiri's question, a dignified woman in our society, the same society that is producing the undignified men? Because, I mean, it's garbage in, garbage out. It's the level of citizenship is the level of political output we're getting. So those who are citizens today ultimately become the leaders and the political actors. They don't jump from heaven. So it's the quality of bad citizens we have produces the quality of bad leadership that we're experiencing.
Oh, my brother, thank you very much. I do appreciate your question. One of the major problems we have in Nigeria, everything you listed, educating them and economically empowering them, can go simultaneously together. But our major problem is that we have been configured to think, when you see these people who are educated battling for crumbs from political tables, the problem is that they are afraid that we live in a society where we entertain the psychology of scarcity. Okay, if you put 30 people in a prison cell, don't feed them for a week, and come, these people, they may be talking to each other, but if you throw a piece of bread after 30 days, they will kill each other. Each person will try to kill the other to access that piece of bread. That's what is happening in Nigeria, because they believe that the resources are too limited, the opportunities are too limited, that if they don't grab it now, they will never get it again. And that's the society that the past generation created for this one. Because if we planned our society in such a way that there will be equality of access to opportunities, a level playing field for everybody, we wouldn't be entertaining this psychology of scarcity that we have. That's what is governing those in power in Nigeria. I come to power, hey, I will steal everything I can in this missionary journey because I may never get here again. Because they know that the next guy that is coming, that the society has been configured is a winner takes all. Okay, so education actually is supposed to lead to economic emancipation. Germany during the Second World War was producing everything, even artificial fuel to power their planes that were going to drop bombs in England. That was education. Okay, so education could make a society self-sufficient in agriculture. They will learn and discover better ways of planting and preserving food. In Nigeria, you will transport your carrots from northern Nigeria to, before it gets to Enugu, everything has spoiled. Okay, so education is supposed to provide local solutions to local problems. But our paper certification doesn't avail us of that. Okay, so we don't, think about the practicalities of what is, we are still learning in Nigerian education that Mungo Park discovered River Niger. That's our curriculum for crying out loud. So these are the things that we actually need to change. Finding local solutions to local problems. That should be the goal of education. We can do that. But like you rightly said, there are thinkers, there are doers. Many of the great ideas ruling the world today were from men who never even walked 1 meter to implement them. Karl Marx is one of the greatest philosophers of all time, but he divided this world into two: communism and capitalism. He just wrote a book. Das Kapital is the title of it. Plato, we don't even know him. He was talking about the best elements becoming governors in a society. We know Aristotle. We know all these great philosophers. So ideas move societies. Ideas move men. Those who generate ideas must not be the ones to implement them. That's why we have a society. We are not equally talented, but we are equal in rights and dignity.
All right. Thank you. How do we get 5 people to ask questions in 15 minutes and get the answers in 15 minutes? So that's where we are. So let's see if we can do that. Jegun, go next, and then Forefathers. We can't hear you. You're muted.
Is that better?
Yeah, good.
Wonderful. Uncle Rudy, well done, and thank you very much for the platform. As per normal, things are going on wonderfully. I've been really enjoying the conversation. And to my dear Dr. Franklyne, you've done a sterling job, sir. My goodness, I've been impressed. Largely, I'm not aware of you. Forgive me, forgive my ignorance on that part. But I often listen to our guests here and never ever really want to approach, because not that they're not good, they will be fantastic. But there's a way that you have delivered here today that shows great balance, great perspective, great humility for the aspects that we have that we call Nigeria. You warmed me with much of what you said. And as such, I want to put 2 questions to you, if I may, that have always triggered me in our history where Nigeria is concerned. And I want to know, because I find that there's a real massive problem of dislike of self within the country. And I feel that that dislike doesn't show itself than it does between the ethnicities of the Yoruba.
All right. Yeah, we lost him. He'll come back again. He's been in and out. So that's so while we wait for him, Forefathers.
No. I'll take his 2 minutes. I'll take his 2 minutes to my own.
No, Via, no. Sorry, we don't have time for you. Forefathers, go ahead.
Greetings, Rudolph. Thank you for having me, and special greetings to the guest, Dr. Franklyne, and to members of the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. You said something about our people being in the 17th century, and you also went on to mention that it's going to take 50 years to get ourselves out of the mess we are in. Personally, I have an issue with 50 years for one, because I think our situation is very urgent. We have a serious issue of actually whether we are going to survive in this world. And my take is that, because if you look at some countries out there, like even the Russian Revolution, from the formation of the Bolsheviks to them taking over the country, it's around 14 years it took. And it took the Chinese from being invaded by the Japanese to becoming a nuclear power 20 years. And I fear that some of the conversation we tend to have is not necessarily that our people are not intelligent or they don't have it's a level of critical thinking. I often narrow it to deductive reasoning. However, I think that there's some other ingredient that's missing. And this is because I tend to talk in this kind of language. Because if you look at other nations, what forges their people is events that are occurring to them. It's not necessarily just because they are suffering from poverty. It's often something that unites them for a cause. And Nigerians don't have any cause, and our leaders don't give us any cause to be united on anything. If anything, they thrive on our division and weaken our people as much as possible. And you said something about whether until our people will get to start eating from the garbage bins. No, they will not allow that to happen, because their purpose is to keep us as strong as possible, not to fully collapse, and definitely weak, so that we can never industrialize and become self-determining. And that is what they've been doing all this while. Hence, we've never been able to be defended. You mentioned that Tinubu himself and Peter Obi, all of them, they all understand that we are undermanned in terms of our security. But none of them, whenever they get into office, want to act on that. Because if you even go back 300 years or so, when we were enslaved and colonized, one of the key things we lacked was security and technological innovation. Those are the two critical ones, because when you do deductive reasoning, you will find that every other group have divisions, every other group have tribalism, every other group have all the other features we have. But the only thing we don't have is these two. And we've not moved on to try to fix it. And hence, when our leaders, and you also said 50 years, I feel that is dangerous, because if you also go back just about 100 years or so, 120 years during the Berlin Conference, the Europeans were fighting each other before that time. But they united and then took over our continent. We didn't know that. They didn't invite us to that meeting. And now there's a new one that is coming along the line. Now the world is multipolar again. And another one is going to come. If we waste the next 10 to 20 years, when the Asians and the Europeans and the Americans come together, we will be in serious trouble, because we are the only great race in this world that on numbers over 1 billion that is not defended. Nobody is talking on our behalf. And I feel that because we haven't experienced what other people have experienced, we cannot get there. The issue is that I find it, because I think you probably have seen some of this stuff in psychology, where they said the way people respond as individuals is different from the way they respond as a group. We tend to have this thing that is described as low group mental, this in IQ. Our collective intelligence is not very high, because events are not occurring to us the way it's meant to happen, like what this in Hamas is experiencing right now, or what the Japanese experience. We were not invaded. Our leaders were basically groomed to betray us. So how do we get from the experience that we lack compared to the Chinese, the Vietnamese? All those people had things that united them. How do we get from there to where we set our differences aside as a people, unite to build a society that is able to thrive in the current century? That is my biggest challenge. All the conversations I have with our people, they tend to have issues because they will talk about economy, they will talk about everything. None of all these other people cared about that. You know, one of the reasons why Lenin succeeded, he disagreed with Karl Marx. Because Karl Marx was talking about gradualist change. He said, no, we have to act. We have to make this thing happen. I just found that out this week. And he went and made the change happen, and it happened in 14 years.
All right.
So how do we get from where we are right now to where we need to be, so that we can get out of the mess we are in within the next 20 years?
All right.
That is our problem.
Thank you, forefathers. We have to run.
Well, my brother, you gave a timeline of 20 years. Myself, in all my analysis, I have seen, I gave the analysis of 50 years as what we should start working towards. Germany was leveled after the Second World War. And Germany took the Marshall Plan loan from the United States. And in 50 years, Germany became the leading economy in Europe. Countries may take various times. I don't know. I don't have all. There are various approaches to getting a society right. But one of these approaches, like you said, that we don't have a common history, but we have a common experience. Every Nigerian is poor. Poverty is our common experience. If that doesn't move us to act, I don't see what can move us to act. So we should start from there. Every Nigerian should hate. Look at the guy brandishing a bag of rice and telling these guys to take their rice back because this is an insult. If the guy in Enugu says the same thing and the guy in Kaduna says the same thing, before you know it, the revolution has started already because it's a uniting thing. People are beaten down every day by the economic realities, and that's what leads to revolution. I wrote an article when Nnamdi Kanu was talking about Biafra and all. I said, every revolution is about the bread and butter question. Any revolutionary that has not answered this question, the revolution will eat his head. That's what history has shown. If you don't answer the bread, it's economics. If you don't ask if you don't provide answers to the economic question, you are going to lose your head. Even Jesus knew that. When people were following him, he said he gave them bread. He said, give them something to eat yourselves. They sat down and he fed 5,000 people with bread. If not, some people have thrown him off that cliff.
I think, don't you think that from history, I always go through history because we tell our people about bread all the time. But when Stalin came into office, his focus was not on bread, was to ensure the survival of their people first. When Mao Zedong came to office, even when Khrushchev assured him that they are going to give China nuclear umbrella, he rejected it. He said, no, we want that most advanced technology you have, which is your nuclear technology, to build our country. And because China was experiencing famine, they lost 50 million people. They were living on rations. We have to understand that you are not going to feed if you cannot survive. And I think that is a big mistake we make.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well,
we have to go.
Yeah, my brother, I love your take. But those guys you mentioned, Stalin ended up murdering 20 million of his own countrymen. Mao Zedong started an agro revolution that killed those people you're talking about in China. Is that what we want? Is that the country we want to go?
But we have died. We are dying for free. They died to create a strong nation. We are dying for free. That is the problem.
That can't be your argument. That can't be your argument.
That is the argument, because sooner or later there will be reckoning. We are going to pay the price. If we don't want to pay the price willfully, we are always dying. We are already dying. That is the problem. We were just dying for free. Why they died for a purpose?
All right.
No, they didn't die for a purpose. They died under oppression. You're getting it twisted.
They are stronger than us today for that reason.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, you know, I have a fundamental problem with hardline positions, because once we start taking hardline positions, evidence doesn't even.
But it's logical, though. It's logical. They are stronger than us. This is my problem. We say it's hardline, but it's actually logical.
For Christ's sake.
Okay, it's logical for you, but for me, it doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, because if Stalin ended up being a genocidaire that murdered his own people, and we're Stalinist ideas today, where are the ideas of Mao Zedong today?
They are one of the strongest countries in the world. They can survive. We can't.
Well, we have already survived. We have lived here for millennia. So we are already, so you are not dead yet, and I'm not dead yet, and we are still living. What we are saying, I understand what you're talking about, the need for a country to be able to protect itself. If you cannot feed, you cannot even protect yourself. It boils down to the same thing. So your idea of protection is gaining military advantage. I agree with you. Africa should have the ability to protect herself and project her own power. But you have to get the basics correct. The basics are Maslowian. Okay? Food, shelter, the basics that the people need. If you don't solve that basic problem, there is no other foundation upon which you could build the security architecture that you wanted to protect a whole continent. People have to feed, first of all, before they can talk about fashioning bows. So what people fashioned initially was things to help them kill animals for food. So we have to feed our people before. I understand you. Yeah, defending Africa and defending our institutions are important.
You
But
have
we
to
to
have
make
the ability to determine your destiny
Right.
in this life.
Prophet,
That is what we have given up, and we've not gotten it back. And I fear that our people keep talking about the economy when you have to be able to protect yourself first before you can actually build an economy. There's no other nation out there that built economy first. They built their security first. I gave you two solid examples.
The examples you give me, I studied history as well. The examples you give me are not that way. They are not that way. That's just unfortunately the case. This is your reading of these examples, because Stalin, Lenin, the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 came out. The Russians were not starving. Russia had a feudal society under the Romanovs. They came to kick out a political system. So when you tell me it's about creating a strong, Russia was already strong. Catherine of Russia was a daughter of Germany who went to Russia and became a queen. So these guys were strong already. They were fighting wars across Europe. Russia defeated Finland and took our territory. So it's not about Stalin making any. Stalin didn't change much, or even Mao Zedong. So we know what history is saying about it. So when you come here to tell me, no, these guys were feudal societies before. So, and like I said, Russia defeated Finland in a war and defeated many other surrounding countries like Sweden. So they were strong.
I really wish you can. You see, there are people here. I really wish you can have a more, because I think you are a honest, intellectual, and I really wish you can have a more detailed conversation about this, because there are people here.
Yeah,
but I disagree with your submission at the moment.
It's beautiful. We can disagree. I welcome disagreements. There's no problem with that. But like I said, your reading of history is different from mine, because I know that these societies were already functional monarchies. And what is the essence of monarchies? Monarchies were able to wield large tracts of land together. The Romanovs were controlling the whole Russian from Siberia till the Urals, okay? And they were uniting tribes together and peoples, the Muscovites, the Neo-Ukrainians and all whatnot. So these people were already strong. So what Stalin came, what the Leninists did in 1917 was to overthrow the political leadership, which was under the Romanovs, eliminated the Romanovs, took over power and tried to recreate the society in the image they want. The society was never defenseless. The Russians were defending themselves, and these guys came and wanted to refashion the society according to their communist ideals, according to what Marx and Engels enunciated in their Das Kapital. Okay, the same could be said of the Chinese. China was an ancient kingdom that built a wall to defend herself. We can see the Chinese wall till today. So these societies were not powerless. They were defended heavily. The Mongols that actually constitute, and the Huns that actually constitute much of China, were fearsome warriors. Okay, so when we say that it's because they create, no, that's not what made them great. What made these countries great is that they discovered, like China today, China is ruling the world with economy. Everybody's going to China to invest. It's not about the weapons. It's economy.
Oh God, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, fine. If you want to believe that, but I really wish you can have this conversation someone else.
We can. Meet me after that.
We will. Let's go to, we have, you see, forefathers, you took 16 minutes out of, we had only 15 minutes. You took 16, 17 now. All right, Alaba and Professor Nebulos and Ike, just three of you. Let's see if we can do that in 5 minutes.
Okay, now, yeah, thank God the forefathers eating into my time. Dr. Franklyne, I want to thank you very much for joining us. In fact, when I first joined about some few hours
Alaba is hiding now.
I'm hiding. Can you see me now?
We can see you.
Okay.
Now we know the respect.
When I first joined and I started hearing your utterances, I got into my defensive mode. I'm like, oh my God, I got to get on that panel and throw some swab and some jab at this guy. Here comes another Nigerian intellectual that come here and spill some, in my own world, some BS without some pragmatic stuff. And then I saw the way you dealt with one man to more, and oh my God, my likeness for you went from 50 straight to 90. And then and then your last few submission about thinkers doers and a few things. I'm like, oh my God, me and this guy are not really too far apart. We're just like 99% different, but I still got to take my swipe at you like I always do at Dr. Rudolph Okonkwo and all the other midliners that that we have on this panel. I still got to throw that swipe. So 99% me and you on the same page. So let's start with that. So so here on my swipe, I think our problem as intellectuals, educated people, which are, because I'm throwing a swipe, I don't want to count myself among you have a doctorate. I only have 3 masters, so I can't be included in that elite group. Our problem is that we the educated people, we have been the problem of this country from the start, from the beginning. Intellectuals, up to now that all the problems are now will out there. Intellectuals rigging professors rigging elections for certificate forgers, judges giving absurd judgment. I can go on. Intellectuals has been the problem of this country, educated people. Why they are problem, I don't understand. Is either they've been miseducated or what? I really don't know. But we gotta take a look at ourselves, this elite intellectual group. Now, what will lead to my question is that you have hit all the key points on the head. What mostly we do as intellectuals that we've been misdiagnosed the problem. I have always tell people our problem is worse than apartheid, is worse than segregation, is big manism, and it will take 100 years to solve. You put a 50 at it, I respect you greatly for that. Most people don't agree. They think, oh, it's something you can solve. Some people don't even see the problem. We are politically naive. So to the extent your solutions have been very good, we got to be education, but the key thing is still goes to how. One of my criticisms of you is that here you go, listing how we solve this problem, spending time on highlighting the problem, but less on solution. So you've been right on 99% of the things you've said. Our problem, but this is the way I see Nigeria. I don't know if any of you watch movies. I just watch a movie. It's called Hijack, Idris Elba. Nigeria is a plane that has been hijacked, and the hijackers are in control. So now we, the passengers, we have to see, we negotiate with the hijackers. Do we try to take them down? Do we know where they're taking us? Are they suicide hijackers? We don't know all these things. Yes. Are they going to crash the plane? So our primary mission is, how do we land this plane peacefully without everybody crashing? But the fact is, the hijackers are in the puppets and they've got guns and everything. They've hijacked the country. So when you talk of the police, you talk of the military, you talk of the courts, you talk of the educational institution, everything has been hijacked. We don't have a country. How much more less a democracy? Intellectuals still believe we have a democracy, and people, because in one of your utterances, you said we got to start solving the problem locally. I disagree with you on that, because we cannot solve the problem locally when the problem is from the top, from nationally. So we have a system. We are building a house on a foundation that's going to crumble, on a watery foundation, on a sandy foundation. It's going to crumble. And I also disagree with you on your hard stand. I understand you're a man of peace and you don't want people to die. You don't want, your hard stand against people who believe maybe war or violent revolution or evolution will solve this thing. You do have a hard stand against them. I understand that. You understand? Let them, and that's part of the problem of Nigeria. We always restrict people from hearing their views or their position. Look, the Irish never had any independence without the Irish Republican Army. We know what their resources were. Even the ANC, at a certain point in time, they left the peaceful negotiation and went into sabotage revolution. I'm not saying we should adopt this, but let people be what they want to be. If they want to be separatists, let them be separatists. If they want to be IPOB, if they want to be this, because people are already, like one of the people submitted, people are already dying. We are already at war. We're just not calling it war in our intellectual facade. People are already dying. So
Alaba.
now, what's my question in all these explanatory stuff I just got into? My question is this now. So I see the question has been hijacked. How do we deal with these hijackers? Now, you said one statement, I also disagree. We wait for the Supreme Court. If we know the Supreme Court is part of the hijackers, do I want to wait for the resolution on how they land this plane? This is a deep thought. You're a thinker. I want you to connect with me on that level. You understand? So maybe they don't rule in what I want. What's next? They rule in what I want. What's next? Even if the so-called the only thing that's making even all of us talk now is because of
Right,
technology.
not another half an hour.
I have an idea. The bigger thing they have. So my question is this: how do we get to where we need to be, where we ought to be, not just this moving around in circles? How do we join the thinkers and the doers? What can we do now? You understand? I believe it's education. I believe people like Dr. Rudolph need to have a larger medium. In fact, his medium should be bigger than our eyes. I believe all of us that come on this medium, all the intellect, we should recognize ourselves, put money on the ground, invest in media houses, because the system as it stands right now has already recruited a child yet unborn. This Agbado system, or whatever you want to call it, of certificate forgery to get to the top of this corruption, it has already. So how do you want to educate somebody? I have people I went to school with in Lasso. You know, luckily me and Farotimi also were in school as around the same time. We went to the same school. I have people who we all did a Luther together at the same time that are on their side. And I cannot even convince them to see reason. And you're talking about educating people. So we have a problem. We got to, what's the solution now? How do we make media houses as big as this? How do we get them inside our people's house? How do we start preaching, advocating so that we know the realness of our situation? I respect you greatly, Dr. Franklyne. Like I said, we are now 99% together, but those are my few. I just love the way you dealt with one man to more. It was entertaining.
Oh my God. Thank you, my brother. Like I said, whenever I come to this platform, I see brilliant ideas, brilliant Nigerians doing great things in their various, sectors, and then it makes me proud. That it makes me see that we have a future. This makes me hopeful. This is why I'm doing what I'm doing. This is why I'm spending my Sunday evening doing this. Intellectuals have failed Nigeria. I agree. We have failed, and we have no excuse for that. What's the reason? You called it miseducation. You struck a nerve there, because you are not the first person to call it miseducation. Chinweizu wrote a work titled The West and the Rest of Us. I would be glad if we pick up that book and read, because there has not been a solution that has not been prescribed for the Nigerian problem.
Absolutely.
He wrote about miseducation of the African mind. Okay? So many of us have been miseducated. And then when you say big manism, it's what I call belligerent sense of privilege. If you read Ojukwu's book, the only book he wrote, Because I'm Involved, he talks about this belligerent sense of privilege. Every Nigerian, almost every Nigerian wants privilege and wants it now. That's why if a Nigerian makes a little money that he has stolen from somewhere, he will buy a car and employ policemen, and they'll be blowing sirens and driving every other Nigerian out of the road for him. Belligerent sense of privilege. I saw student union presidents being ushered into the university by policemen in Nigeria. I don't know whether that is a Hollywood skit or whatever, but it starts there. So this is where we have gotten to. So, we have problems, but all hope is not lost. Like I said, you're right. Not only Nigeria, many African countries, we are never really granted independence. The imperial auxiliaries were handed over power. Kenneth Onwuka-Dike, one of Nigeria's greatest historians, wrote that in his book about the oil Niger. He said that the colonial masters on living handed power over to their houseboys. And what their houseboys learned about democracy about governance is governance as exploitation of their people. They just started doing what the colonial masters were doing. Franz Fanon equally mentioned that when he talks about white faces in black masks. So this is the psychology, that one of the things that colonialism, it did a number on us. And then the only thing that could rescue us from this mindset is education. The only thing that changes mindset is education. Bob Marley said it. We have to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. We, every bondsman, Shakespeare said, in his hands lies the key to cancel his captivity. In our hands, we can do it for ourselves. Nobody will do it for us. So I don't have all the ideas. I don't have all the answers. But what I know is that education has always been the key to liberate every society. We have to, like, that's why I harp on decolonizing our curriculum. We did a lot with a lot of these guys that are supporting crooks and rogues. A lot of us in the diaspora write speeches for those misgoverning Nigerians. And then we find justifications for their crimes. It's intellectuals that find justification for the crimes committed by those in authority. So we have failed. Yeah, I accept that. But all is not lost. We have realized the problem now. We all, each in our little part of the world, will start contributing. Speaking out is very important. If you speak out, you would not know the power it has to change things. Never be silent when justice is having a walkover. Never be silent. Let that be a start. A time is coming when these guys that have stolen everything, hijacked our nation, will come to realize that a lot of voices are united against them. And then they will be forced to have everything. So start speaking out from your own little quarter. It's helping. It's not only talking.
All right. Thank you. You guys, I know you have to finish up your thought, but let me just say that you guys, everybody should be aware that our guest is 5 hours, 16 minutes, and we only took one break. So we have to round up. So please bear that in mind. Jagun, finish up your thoughts, then we go to Ike.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Our guest is a German soldier. I think he can stand 8 hours. Easy.
Oh boy. I know they smoky boy. Wait.
You don't catch everybody with that, oh my days.
Oh,
you go keep quiet with that, Ovie.
How did you drop that bomb? Okay.
Now correct bomb, he don't drop on his head.
Mama said that which they know which.
Wow. Dr. Franklyne, thank you. Hopefully you remember my little prelude. I would just like to add to what Alaba just said about the way you handled one man. And I would add to that by saying the way you handled Pansat as well. And obviously the way you just handled OVA. It just really gives me an understanding that you have full balance, sir. I salute you in these regards. I would like to ask two quite pointed, serious questions where I'm coming from. Having largely agreed with the board, except the people I've mentioned, excluding Ovia. Ovia is my brother. I find that with all the complexities that we have in Nigeria and the complexities that we have more so in the South, do you or do you not think that we've had opportunities, especially between the Yoruba and Igbo, to make a real story of an alliance between them, a friendship basis between them, a mutual respect that needs to come to the fore between them? Because I feel where Nigeria is concerned, these two entities are the answer in many ways and the demise, again, in many ways, of Nigeria's progress. Because we're having the two greatest entities in our country going head to head with each other inside the country for quite spurious reasons most of the time, and really unreasonably handled with a lot of disrespect going to and fro. I find it to be a major problem, a major issue, and a major disturbance within our communication in the South that would lend the South the power it needs to pull forward and to pull ourselves out of the Nigeria malaise that we presently find ourselves in. One. the what I would just put as a caveat to that, not a caveat necessarily, but an underlining. Awolowo and Zeke, to me, had a full opportunity to stop nonsense, to even not have a just war that was just murderous at the end of the day. Yet they didn't take it. And I would want to see where the blame lies, because blame lies somewhere, and we have to be able to respect correct judgment. That is one question. The other question is, how can Nigeria possibly go forward with no aspect of politics? What I mean by that is we don't have any political ideology in that country. We never really have. And in not having any ideology, how the hell did we do 60 years? I really can't even believe it. And wasn't it, or isn't it, even at this late stage, isn't our political ideology in Nigeria, does it not have to stand on the legs of what we call Pan-Africanism? Is that not the politics that Nigeria today should be injecting? Thank you.
My brother, you are very brilliant. You are a brilliant mind, and I have to acknowledge that. Let me start with the Yorubas and the Igbos, the two greatest entities we have in the South. If you know a little bit of anthropology, will tell you, if you look at the language structure of these two groups, you know that they are more related than many other groups in Nigeria. Yoruba words and Igbo words have basically the same roots, and that shows that they are cousins in the Bantu stock. In anthropological evolution, the way anthropologists, try to interpret it. If you see some Yoruba words like Imu, the nose, the Igbos call it Imi,
yes,
and so many other ones.
Enu, the mouth, Igbo, Onu.
So we see that. So we are more related. We are cousins. We are, than any other nationality in Nigeria. But like I said, this politics is only politics of division. And the two great Nigerians, Awolowo is one of the most brilliant Nigerian minds. He's not only a great lawyer and politician. That man was a brilliant Nigerian. Even at death, Ojukwu in his eulogy said, this was the best president Nigeria never had. And if you know anything about the Nigerian military coup in '66, the young men that overthrew that government wanted Awolowo to become the president, because they knew that was the guy that had the clearest idea of what to do with power in Nigeria. Zeke and Awolowo missed an opportunity to make Nigeria great. But that was just half of the story. The British authorities never wanted that unity, never wanted Zeke and Awolowo, never wanted that handshake across the Niger. They were the ones that sabotaged it to a great extent. So they were very busy feeding both parties trash about each other. I want you guys to read about Operation Legacy. That was what the British government did to Nigeria and countries like Kenya before independence. You could Google and find books on that. I have a lot of books in relation to that here. And then you will see those guys did a number on us. They knew what they wanted. So it's divide and conquer. And we never recovered from that. If the Yorubas and the Igbos have had healthy, there could be healthy rivalry, there could be healthy competition, that will have driven the country beyond our wildest dreams to the heights of greatness. But what we have is petty politicking. When there is an electoral season, they will start telling the Yorubas that the Igbos are their problem. They want to take over Lagos and what all kind of trash, which nobody actually believes. These political actors don't believe that themselves because they know what the truth is. But they use that to divide and conquer and get to power. Once they get to power, they will start giving the people grains of rice as palliative, like we have seen. So that was a great opportunity that was missed by these two great Nigerians, Zeke and Awolowo. And then when you talk about ideology, Nigerian politics, the only ideology since 1960 has been who should get what. It's not about the progress and the welfare of the people. The ideology of Nigerian politics today is greed at all levels. And no country survives on that because resources are limited, like economics will teach us. But our needs and wants are unlimited. So how do we reconcile the limited nature of the resources we have to steal and the unlimited nature of the people that are clamoring for a place at the table. So, and this is why Nigeria is overripe for revolution. And Nigerian politicians are not even saying this. The people are just a push away from bouncing back and revolting. But an unintelligent leadership will not say this. So I don't know where we are heading to with the kind of politics we're practicing in Nigeria, but it's not sustainable anywhere. It's not sustainable. And it's coming to a head someday. So the Yorubas, like we are doing here, we should, in our little platforms, try to encourage getting to know each other more, having friends across board. Like I always tell you, my bosom friend, my best friend was Pius Adesami of blessed memory. This guy was one of the most brilliant Africans I've ever encountered in my life. We were very busy churning out ideas. And he's a detribalized Nigerian. And there are a lot of other detribalized Nigerians around. We could start building friendships, across the world. There was a story that was told. Alex Ekweme, during the Civil War, he had houses in Lagos. And when he had to leave, he fled Lagos when the federal forces came and went to the east. His Yoruba neighbor was collecting house rent for him and keeping it. And when he came back, this guy went to him and said, "That's the money I collected throughout the 3 years you were not here." Okay? So there are good people across board. And when this Yoruba guy wanted to open a bank, he heard that his friend, Alex Ekweme, was the vice president of Nigeria. And he waited for him at Marina at a Catholic church where he came to worship. And then once they saw him, he said, "Oh, that's my friend." And the security had to give way. And he told him what his needs were. And this guy himself was the guy telling the story. So there are so many levels which we could start informing and educating our people. The Igbos as well as the Yorubas, we are not different. We have the capability of launching Nigeria and pulling every other nationality up with us as we launch Nigeria to greatness. But if we keep on with the petty politicking, like one man is trying to tell me, last time I had an encounter with him, he was delegitimizing Chinedu Viva Rhodes, who has a Yoruba father and an Igbo mother. That's a beautiful
He's
thing.
Unfortunately.
So this is a beautiful thing to celebrate in a diverse nation. We should celebrate that unity. But some of us are bent on, robbing assertions and casting assertions on such coming together. So I don't know where we are going with this, but I believe that we can achieve more if we get closer to each other, these two great nationalities, and we can move the entire continent forward because we have the manpower, we have the intellectual know-how, and every other African is waiting on Nigeria to do something to save the continent.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm so worried about how we're doing. But let me go to Professor. I think you're next.
No, it's me.
Oh.
Hey.
Ike. Oh, Ike. Okay, go ahead, Ike.
No, Ike,
but the truth is that Prof came in, but he's been in and out. So you are next online, but he's been.
Last week, even at the same thing, he didn't allow me to come in here until the guests left. You left and handed over to forefathers. The other week, you did the same thing. When he as well from New York and Bonnet, he got stopped that thing.
All right, sorry, sir. I didn't. There's nothing. I'm not targeting you.
I wanna disrespect you than in public.
They blame me for everything here. All right, so we are running out of time.
Yes, I know. My brother, Dr. Franklyne, thank you. God bless you. Thank you for one man Nigerian film. Because that is the starting of what I want to say. And he watched the film. And I think that conscience, if he had a conscience, what was said today would be able to give him a little bit of time to be able to reflect in his life what his idea and thinking about the true Nigeria is all about. So I want to thank you for what you do, for what you will do, and for what you will continue to do. Everybody have said everything about Nigeria. I want to go regional. I have only 2 questions for you. You did mention when you are making some comment, and I'm going back to that. What are people like you doing presently to prevent Hope Uzodinma coming back as governor of Imo State? This question, why I brought it up is, maybe you know Dr. Sam Amadi of Arise Television. Him and his group, they had a press conference like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. He did mention what is happening in Imo State. And I am from Olu. You were here last time. I think you were one of this platform when I mentioned in Olu. He mentioned it again. There is no more any young man in Olu senatorial zone. Take it to the bank. No single young man in Olu senatorial zone. So people, Sam Amadi and his group, they were talking about the direct chairman in Imo State. There has been so much complaint to remove this man. But this man has compromised everything in Imo State. I was telling in this platform because I was involved. There was no election in Olu during the presidential election, but APC got vote from Olu senatorial zone. There was no election in any town in Olu zone. So it's a very vital question that I am asking you. Second question. What is your thought about the tribunal judgment in Enugu State by allowing this man to continue to be the governor of Enugu State? And finally, I just want to thank you for your sacrifices and your group and what you do. And I just pray that God will continue to protect you and continue to serve humanity and mankind. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, my brother. I'll be very quick. About Hope Uzodinma, I have only one vote if I'm going to vote. So, and in a democracy, is the majority that wins. So that's like I said, if we don't like the government we are getting, we should organize. It's very important. Organize. You tell every other person that you know, I don't like this guy, the way he governs my state. I want you to vote against him. That's a peaceful way of kicking him out. You are right. The Nigerian army has been in operation in the Olu area. There have been cases of human rights abuses, of them murdering young people. A lot of young people have taken flight, and then it's paralyzed a lot of economic activities in those areas. We know that. We complained to Buhari and the military authorities then, but it does seem that Nigeria is a place where anything happens and nobody is held responsible. I feel this in, some of these guys are candidates for Den Haag, the International Court of Justice, because they commit, many of them are committing atrocities that the world should know about. But I'm glad that some human rights groups are documenting these atrocities. At the end of the day, Delegiwa used to say something when he was writing a column at Newswatch called Parallax Snaps. He said, "No evil done by man to man will ever go unpunished. If not now, certainly later. If not by man, certainly by God or nature's God." And I firmly believe that. So we will see to that. Secondly, my reaction to the tribunal judgment in Enugu, I hope that the opposition is trying to go to the Supreme Court with that decision if they are not comfortable with it. There was this issue of certificate forgery preferred against NYSC certificate forgery preferred against the sitting governor of Enugu State. Like I said, I'll ask people to wait for the Supreme Court to make final pronouncements before deciding on the next line of action. If you preempt the Supreme Court, what about if you preempt the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court gives judgment for you? What happens? For the candidate you support, what happens? You must have destroyed every other thing, and then your candidates go. So your candidate will spend money rebuilding the things that we destroyed out of anger. So that's why I said, let's wait for the Supreme Court before you can decide on the next line of action. That's all. Let's allow the process to work or pretend to work, and then we will have excellent reasons to protest, but not before the process has been exhausted. That's all I will ask people, because that's a smart thing to do.
All right. Thank you, Franklyne. One last question, and we let our guests go. And then
I've not spoken.
What do you mean? What is one last question? What is one last question? What is one last question?
No, he's spoken. This is the third time he'll be talking now. If Ovi is going to talk, this is the third time. I've been
Tone, hold on. Tone, are you saying you have not asked a question today?
No, I have not asked. I mean, Ovi is coming
Apart
for the
from
third
Prof,
time
apart
now.
from Prof, we all ask one question. What do you mean by third time? What do you mean by
is
third
out.
time?
I'm actually looking at Prof.
No, we all of us have asked one question already, except Prof.
Prof,
asking. Okay.
Prof is the last.
Okay, let Prof.
Yeah.
Thank you so thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm so glad to meet the guest today. And it's a very, very detribalized Nigeria, and the way he has been speaking. I've been part of this program since the beginning, especially at the comment stage, before I could get in. Actually, I am also a thinker. I used to be a doer in my university days, the University of Lagos, but I'm now a thinker, and I think exactly alike like the professor who has delivered the lecture today. Now, of all of us who are advocating war, how many of us can actually leave our comfort zone and go there into the battlefront? Nigerians are very, very hedonistic. That's one thing I know about them. How many people will actually volunteer and say, okay, I will champion this cause, let's go and fight. If it is fighting, that is the next thing. So I agree with Prof that what we need to do is to organize. As for Hope Uzodimma, is very simple. If the people agree that they will not allow this man to govern them again, they do not allow stomach infrastructure to obstruct their plan. If they all agree, who is he going to govern? Is it not human beings? And this human beings say enough is enough. That government house, you are not going there. How many will police kill? I always look in my class when students ask me, when we have, I also teach history and political science. When students ask me, well, how do we get out of this log? I say it's simple. It's simple because when people are tired, when they are pushed to the precipice, they will come back and bite their oppressors. But how many of you have been pushed to that precipice? You have not been pushed because you have alternative. You have alternative because you are in a fee-paying school here. Your parents can still afford this school. So you are not the people for that revolution. It is when your parents have been sacked from their place of work, your mother is not working, your father is not working, you can't pay house rent, you can't pay any bill and all that, and everybody is affected. That is when we'll get to that Eldorado. But as it is now, like the professor said, people still have alternatives. Like he said, people are still sending money to their people at home and all that. They still have hope. When there is hopelessness all over the land, look, there will be nobody who will stay in Aso Rock and say he's going to command, because everybody that can be commanded is now a rebellious person. So that is when we can get there, but we are not near it. He said about 50 years. I hope so too. And that means that thing will progressively become so bad till that 50 years. Until our people are really put to this extent that they can't feed again, that is when they will turn against their oppressors. That's what I see about it. Thank you so much, Prof. And I like your delivery and how you have been able to, to quell some, some of the rising, nerves, who are tribalistic nerve and all that. I like the way you have balanced the whole thing. Of course, from my intonation, I'm a Yoruba man. I don't know who is an Igbo. I don't know who is Hausa guy. And that's why I'm a friend to Rudolph since our days in Classic Magazine at the Keja. So, me is a good Nigerian. It's because let me confide in you. Because Nigeria is the way it is, that's why I'm here. I don't have business living abroad at all. With all I've achieved, it's because Nigeria is bad. That's why many of us are here, if we must be honest to ourselves. So my aim all the time, why I contribute every time, is to get that Nigeria off the ground. Because the whole of Africa is waiting for that country called Nigeria. Unfortunately, we are still crawling. That's my contribution. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Okay, so what we're going to do now is that I have my show, who is a moderator here. If he has a question, I'll give him the chance. No? All right, so show doesn't have a question. Franklyne was so touched by how passionate Tone is and Ovie. So we'll give Tone a chance of one question, Ovie one question, and then we'll round it up. And just to, yeah, that's it. All right, Son, go ahead.
Okay, Doctor, thanks for coming. I learned a lot today. I did more of listening. This is not usually me. You can ask the doctor. I'm sure if it is about 20 years ago, I will have asked my certain major to give that guy some good drill. Yeah, and if he's been in a war at the age of 22, I was in a war for Nigeria. I know that they will understand where it's coming from. You see, that's what Nigeria is. So when you're in a public space, people that when I was already hanging, I was already a commissioned officer. They were still cleaning their noses in their mother's laps. Anyway, thank you. I just want to say I've learned a whole lot, and thank you very much for coming along. And I thank you for giving one man, our dear brother. I love him. That's Fensick to calm his nerves down. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ovie, one question, no comment.
Let me use Tunanja style, pretty much sequence. Right, Prof, thanks, man. I had much fun, but just as much as I had the first time you were here. My observations are this. You were talking about colonization. On one hand, you point to where Obasanjo actually make a remark regarding that there's a colonization agenda.
She never go. She don't go now. She don't go, but when she won't go, she got carried out. Outside, within the talk that the other way.
Tone. Who do you put here? Who you kidnap for us, Tone?
Okay, all right.
So yes, in terms of colonization, you pointed out where Obasanjo said it in Ogun State, where there is a colonization agenda. On the other hand, when you are addressing John Abba regarding Benue killings and all that, you said that you were surprised or you don't know why Buhari looked the other way. I mean, is there a correlation between the Fulani president? Yes, that's an observation. Then Augustine asked you a question about how do we heal from this 2023 post-election trauma, which allowed me to, let me mention Chim. Chim, it's not fair that Chim mentioned my name. We should not return the favor. About when he asked that question about how do we heal ourselves from the trauma, you said that you don't know. But prior to that time, you were very emphatic about how Nigerians we should stop generalizing that there are good Nigerians among us. You use your friend as an example. Even August himself also used his own friend as an example why he's making that presenting that question. So for me here is the solution. Why don't we channel that energy in educating ourselves, since we all agree that we've been miseducated, right? And again, we talk about idea. We say idea rules the world. I agree. And since we are taking shot at intellectuals, Orwell, that we have mentioned earlier on, quoted earlier on, said that some ideas are so stupid that only intellectuals believe them, right? So if we believe the idea actually ruled the world, and which bettered what they call democracy today, which pretty much the constitution of idea, and the only way to actually make sure your idea will supersede the other idea, there are so many ways to do it. You can go the Orwellian way, which is, compelling people to actually buy your idea, which a lot of people will say that's Tinubu style. While the other way, which is we'll go by what Kwame Ture, aka Stokomake, said: if you organize much, you get much done. If you organize little, you get little done. If you don't organize at all, you don't organize at all. Instead of wasting this our time focusing on what did not make us lose the election. We lost the election not because Bola Tinubu is a fraud, as people want to believe. We lost the election because we were rigged out. So why don't we spend this time and energy to start educating Nigerians, however way we can do it, educating Nigeria while we lost the election, so that we can be better prepared in 2027. She also agree the election is also coming. So that is where Chima misunderstand me that we should stop talking about it. No. We all can talk, but what are we talking about is the context where my own disagreement is coming from. And that's, you are laughing, that's my own disagreement.
Thank you.
I've stopped there, Doctor.
You're a great man. You're a great man, Ovie.
Well, thank you, guys. The point, Ovia, the point you made, we've been talking on the platform is not bad. At least one thing I achieved today is to make a lot of people realize that what we share in common is much more important than all the troubles we believe that is ailing Nigeria. If Germans open their mouths to tell you the problems about their country, you'll not even believe it. And then there is a phrase for it. The Germans say Yamarei of höchste Niveau. That is, they complain at the highest level. And complaining is good about the society, because if you don't complain, things that are bad will not be remedied, and things that are good will be allowed just to float in the air just that way. So Nigerians, we know how to complain, and it is really nice, because if we want things to improve, we really need to harp on it and then make it better. Not only complaining, but putting in the work to actually. So what we're doing on the platform is actually educating each other from our various perspectives. I like what Forefathers said. He tried to make an argument from the perspective of having power. Power is important. I respect that. But we can take this argument further on another occasion when I have time to deal with that from another perspective, and then we will go at it. I salute all of you. But there is one guy who has been, Francis, who has been complaining that he has burnt a lot of fuel and data in Lagos. I would have loved him to.
Hold on. If he's still here.
Yeah.
I've just added him.
Oh, you added him. Okay. Francis, where is he?
It's bottom left.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Rudolph, and thanks, Dr. Franklin. Because of time, I kind of have my stuff put down. I ask, do you, like when I mean you, I would say you, people in your class, people in your caliber, do you have any plan to work with people like Chidi Odinkalu and Akumi Adesina in Afrexim Bank, people of that caliber, to try to bring a certain new age grade into the Nigerian polity, whether it's in 2027 or the next election cycle, the next 8 years? Because when you say 50 years, I got frightened by the time you say 50 years. I looked at the demography of age of people that are here. So I don't know whether these people will be here by then and all that. But then it's scary to project that when we might be getting it right, we'll be in that timeline. And then Forefather talked about 25 years, just like 1999 till date, it's almost 24 years. We've lost a generation without getting this democracy. We are trying to get away from military. Nothing is working. Nothing has worked. So that timeline is too far. I've looked at Rwanda. Yes, 20 years after their war, they were able to start getting things right. As embarrassing Nigerian electorates had to go there to try to learn leadership, which is very, very insulting. But what I'm asking, you have someone like Feladro Toyeshore and Moralu in the election before Tinubu, that Buhari told the not too young to run stuff, not to embarrass him, let them wait. When he's done with 8 years, they can then progress. So I was looking forward to such age bracket, Moralu Droche or the other guy, Shore, to come up on board. But unfortunately, this 2023, they didn't show up, and then we now have Obi. So my question is, reason I'm asking this question, I don't know, Dr. Rodolphe, I don't know when you're going to bring Pat Utomi here. I've listened to Pat Utomi over time. He mentioned that the APC constitution, the one that he used in 2014 and whatever, was drafted in his house. So if such intellectuals like Pat Utomi, Ogbunewezeh, and the rest of them that work with APC then to get Jonathan out, in whichever way their levels of involvement, when I see some intellectuals and we're celebrate Nigerians talk about this are a problem, I always want to end it. What is the way out? Now you said whatever, however we are going to get it, the timeline is almost 50 years, but it's also going to take some what they call revolution that will come when people are really pushed to the wall that they cannot pass through that wall. That's when they will now react back. So can we have some sort of group by people of your caliber to put up something to begin to war with either the younger age bracket, because I didn't know someone like Tinubu would come in there at his age. If it was Femi or Showore or the rest of them, people won't be bothered, or even Obi. But it's going to the old people, and then look at what's going on. So please, it's just that central question. But I have a lot to say, but because of time, I just let it be like that.
Thank you, my brother. Each of these brilliant people you mentioned, Chido Dinkalo, I'm an admirer of him and the work he does. Whether we will get to a platform where we would start grooming Nigerians. Nigerians are too intelligent to be groomed by anybody. We know what is right, basically. Okay. I don't have any political ambitions in Nigeria at this time. I don't know what the future may bring, but I love being a teacher. I love debating ideas. I love putting my ideas out there and learning by getting my ideas challenged. And I think many of these guys you mentioned like the same too, like Chidi Odenkalo and the great works he's doing. There are many ways to get to the promised land. There are many ways. There are many systems. No society takes one single way to get to whichever destination it wants. There may be mistakes going forward, but we have to start. The problem is that Nigeria has not even started on any way at all. And the basics we have to get correct is leadership. If we don't get the right people from the local government level, the people that vote at party primaries, if we don't start there, the people that are so hungry that they get to the party primaries and then they take dollars and vote in a man they know is incapable of delivering anything, and then they turn around to complain for the next 8 years. So we have to start there. If we don't get the leadership right, we will never get anything right. So leadership is the problem. Achebe analyzed it well. You talked about Rwanda. After the genocide in 94, Rwanda started on a new path. Although Rwanda was helped by a lot of Western countries, Rwanda has one of the largest debt profiles in Africa because Rwanda depends on foreign aid for most of its activities. But Nigeria, we ran from being one of the most indebted nations in Africa. Obasanjo came, cleared the debts, 12 billion to Paris Club. And then Buhari now has tripled the debts that Obasanjo cleared. In 8 years, Buhari has made Nigeria one of the most indebted countries in Africa. So these are the kinds of, if we don't get the leadership that is actually ready and willing to work for the people. And remember, Lord Acton said it, power corrupts and absolute power. So, and he said it about the Catholic Church, the holiest of places. So if power could corrupt cardinals and popes, what would it do to people who don't profess any religion? Okay, so these people need to be held accountable. And who holds them accountable? The people. Power is a dog that needs a leash. Power. So it lies on all of us. If we are waiting for who should bail the cat for us, the people should start speaking out. We should start organizing at the local level to challenge those in authority, even if we bring Moralo or Showore, and if we don't apply the checks and balances which guides power, they will go corrupt as well, because Nigeria is too tempting for anybody that is in power not to be corrupt. The forces are mighty. When St. Paul said in the Bible that we are not fighting against flesh and blood, but principalities and powers, this is what he means. These are vested interests that will want the resources and take it for nothing. So if we don't challenge them, it will continue being this way. And this is my last word. If Nigeria doesn't get leadership right, we have not even started. So if you're even talking about 50 years, we are not even on the racetracks yet. Okay, so it may even take more than that. Anybody who thinks it's going to take shorter, nation building is a long-term project.
So thanks for your submission. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to sound hopeless. It's hopeless, but when I was in Malaysia, when I interacted with the youths and all that, what they told me, I mean, the leader has been there for over 40 years, and they are not bothered about the politics of electing someone 5 years or 2 years, because he gave everyone who is able to progress to tertiary institution or different levels of academia in terms of skill, like you mentioned in Germany, the the guys that couldn't go to university. And so when they finish from primary to university with free education, what do you expect these individuals? They begin to work to, put in energy and all their intellect to better their country.
You are right. But do you know why the Yorubas love Awolowo?
Free education.
Thank you very much. The Awolowo is one of the most visionary Nigerians. He opened the place up, gave people, empowered people, and nothing empowers a people like education. That's what excellent leadership does. That's why I said, if you don't get the right people in leadership positions, we have not even started. Awolowo gave us an example. And if we don't learn that, we are not heading anywhere.
All right. We have to end it here. Thank you so much, Franklyne, for joining us. It's been an amazing 6 hours, almost 6 hours. And we appreciate it. And hopefully you don't stay away for another 6 months before you come back.
That's a German machine.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. And just to announce before he goes, on Sunday next week, we have Paikide. He's coming with the author of this book, First is Last, Cyril Orji. They will be here next week. And like I said, P2B is coming within the month. I don't have a date yet. I have an idea when it could be, but we have to finalize a few more things. And for everybody who joined us, I thank you all at home and those who supported us. We appreciate you. I will then show. There's something we need to talk about, but that will be after Franklyne leaves. So I just want to thank Dr. Franklyne. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thank you, guys.
All right. So let's take a break, just a few minutes, and then we'll come back and review how the day went, and then talk about some house cleaning stuff. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
And it's a shame Masca didn't get to ask any question,
Oh,
I was quite eager to hear from him, but where were you all this while, Masca? He came late. Eh?
No, actually, the good thing is I never intended to ask him any questions because I've listened intently. At every point, the man kept saying, I don't have the answers, but people kept asking him impossible questions.
Chief, take your time. But why you didn't laugh when I did ask my question? You just threw me off my thoughts. I should just laugh. I confused. I don't even finish my question again.
Okay, I apologize. No vex.
That was fun. It's fun.
I actually came in for fathers because I saw it's time for the late night crew.
Exactly.
Okay,
so we can have our fun now.
This is the last day, Rudolph. Play one fella song. Let us enjoy.
Military guy.
We are waiting for Mr. Rudolph to go.
I'm about to go to, but we can't just play any song. So we have to play the ones we have the right to play. So I wish we can play anything we want.
Play my uncle. I bet play my uncle.
Rudolph, I was shocked when I heard a song that wasn't a Magic Fashion.
No, we're improving. We're moving.
Man, are you jealous of my uncle?
Long time, everyone. How's everyone doing?
All right, so it's nice to have you. It's been a while. So let's listen to this and then we'll be back. Just 2 minutes. Sure, you can handle this. I just my computer is frozen here.
Sure with him, boy. I don't like him.
Yeah, does it mean not playing the music?
You be now your boy now. Go wake up, he will play.
When your mazolo bio, Ogbunewezeh bio, Max, if you bunye go kwanumo no fube nazo olaga ni biazugo, olaga do ni biazugo, Ogbunewezeh ilochi o biko rapuzoro. Onabazia Onyamazara because Abama Wazara the Sari Ibia Uyanagana Ulagadori Piazagavena Maulagadori Piazago Abama Wilo China Bigarafu Mazi welcome up Odoguna Kweresunaka Onyomaniga delemo Mazi ni Mazi Ibu go with the melody Where'd you fall? Odogu Nachala Noka Is he one them nigga delemo? Olagado ni Pesigo Molagado ni Pesigo Amama Wilo Chilo Bigarafu Anabazi Say Onyamazara Abamazara Sari Ibya Muyana Guanamo Ofube Hulaga Doni Piazugo Nazaboy Molaga Doni Piazugo Abama Wilo Chilo Biko Rafuzoro Anabazi Ice Odogu Canada be kitchen for Ama Pamnika Gogadia Well, you work well He catch up a bell Hey, you want Eku Kampune Kene So Chukwe Mekalumo Ike Chukwu Negaji Esi Wane Mekenemi Ila Pulife Nini Neme Webia Kago Silina Nina Gibu Wane Wisdom Megadi Kanyegi Maiki Kogo Banya Bebu Isili Maxi Obule tiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwụ iyo biko lapụ nabasị zoro
All right. Welcome everybody. Welcome back, and it's nice to see some faces. Where is Dominic? I've been looking for him.
I'm here.
Dominic.
Yeah, I've been so busy, man. But I saw Franklyne was going to be on.
Can you guys hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Loud and clear.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody, and it's been a long day, and I appreciate it.
I think you should throw your laptops from the window. I don't know if you live on like a fence, but just throw it out.
Hugo, how many screens do you have open?
I have 3 laptops.
Tell the 3, buy one now.
And yet I can't get this right.
Tell the 3 and use and buy one.
I think so. I think I should sell all of them and buy another one. All right. So finally, hopefully it stopped. Okay. So it's been a wonderful day, and I appreciate everybody that joined us. And when we have people like Franklyne and we have conversations that are very rich conversations, and hopefully, we all learn. And but I want to hear from people who didn't join, who didn't get a chance to ask questions, and what they think, and if they were anything that they could have, what they would have asked, or what their impression. So let me start with you, Dominic. Oh, and sure. Okay, let me start with Dominic and then go to Sure.
No, sure. Before me, sure, you should go ahead first.
Okay.
It's someone I have a lot of time for, and that's why I join. I say these things, and I know everyone can be like me. It would even be a boring world. But if there are people you bring on this platform that I don't like what they say, not them, but what they say, where they stand, I don't log in. I don't have to. So, that's what I don't get with a lot of people who come in. You already know this person. This gentleman has been here before. You're familiar with his work. You don't like him. You don't like what he stands for. You come, then you cry. So I have a lot of time for him. I like him. I like the way he addresses issues. I didn't come in because I don't have any question for him. I know that most of the questions that I would probably have, people would ask them, and people did ask. But the only thing, I'm looking forward to that day. Maybe Rudolph should do like a clinic on how to ask questions and not lectures, and tell us about who died, who woke up, like all this nonsense that we don't need to know, your knowledge, what you know, what you've studied. It's bullshit. Sorry. It's BS. Don't come and lecture us on, so I apologize for the language, but please be quick. We complain, we moan, but you're told, you're reminded there are 20 people behind you, but you have 10 questions. So when you ask those 10 questions, what happens next? Our problems are solved. Why? We don't need to know what you know. But even if we need to, Fofather runs a show till 5 a.m. Come and lecture us. We'll listen to you. But be fair.
I do listen to it. So some of them are nice, even though I don't join.
Honestly, I love Fofather's. His segment is, for me, is my favorite. People just come and talk us and lecture us till we go blue in the face. And I like that. But when you're told that 20 other Nigerians, but you can't be considerate, your 3 questions are so important and it will solve the problem of Nigeria. Electricity is here. The problem is solved. We will get to the bottom of something today. But sorry, that's all I have to say. I'm glad to see electricity.
Yeah.
There's been a demand for you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dominic.
I'm so glad to join you guys. Every weekend I always plan to jump, but something happens and my work schedule, it's all over the place. Today I insisted I was going to join. So what actually happened, there are 2 reasons why I didn't join to ask question. One was I actually started watching the show about 2 hours ago. I decided there was no point joining the show if I didn't go back and watch. So I actually went back and started from when he first started all the way to like an hour and a half into it before people started joining, because I wanted to understand how he would dissect everything. The second thing is I realized watching through it, I didn't have any questions for him. I actually ended up learning a lot of things from him. One thing I like about Franklyne is when he addresses things, he's very straightforward. He doesn't cut corners, and he doesn't have any level of, he doesn't have all this diplomacy or trying to sugarcoat things or self-censorship. He answers it the way it is. He can sound a little bit uncut for some people or rude, but he's really straightforward in what he says, and he gives you evidence for it, which I appreciate. Sometimes I'm a little bit, I wish he could address things a little bit more diplomatically, but I'm not one to police how a well-learned individual like him wants to address any situation. The second thing is, hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
I actually didn't know about the Malabo Protocol. When I heard about it, I actually went back and read about it, and I think a lot of people should look into it. Just to give you a bit of background, there's the ICC, which is the International Criminal Court. And then I think in the early 2000s, there was 2 courts that were established. But the interesting thing is those courts haven't even gone into operation. One was a court of human rights, and the other one is a court of justice. None of them has been operationalized, obviously because of bureaucracy and not being ratified by certain countries, not getting a lot of support in the African Union, because people always have something to gain, right? And then eventually the African Union wanted to combine both courts together. Same issue. Countries were not ratifying, bunch of meetings, bureaucracy clogs the wheel, and eventually we're where we are today. And I think if those two courts were able to be joined and they operationalized, it would make a lot of changes. Like one thing I noticed in terms of jurisdiction of the court, the supposed jurisdiction of the court was something that could have easily have addressed this issue with coups. Let me give me a second. Let me try to find it. One of the supposed jurisdiction of this African Court of Justice and Human Rights, ACJHR, one thing it would have addressed is the crime of unconstitutional change of government, which would obviously involve coup, but also involves things like what some of these presidents would do, which is changing the constitution. There's no point in changing the constitution when it comes to term limits, but if you are pushing to change the constitution, you as the person who is in charge then should not benefit from it. So if you want to change your constitution so that there's no term limits, or so that you can have one term can be 15 years, that's totally fine. But you as the president who's in charge then cannot benefit from it unless it becomes unconstitutional change of government. So there's always something to learn from someone, no matter how much you may be against the way the person addresses things, or you may be against some of that person's ideas, which is something that Rudolph has always put up on this show. But sometimes Rudolph is not a bit pushy, because at the end of the day, Rudolph has to stay neutral. So it's left for us moderators to kind of push some of what we know Rudolph wants to say. So this platform is very open for everyone. I've seen people who say things that I find outrageous, but I'll still not kick them out. I'll listen to them. And so at the end of the day, us moderators will try not to police anyone as much as we can, and we'll try not to block people. But one thing I will say is YouTube has terms and conditions. And so even though we may not police certain things, there are certain things that you would say on here, certain things that you would address that may cue into the YouTube algorithm, and you may get blocked for a certain reason, or certain things may not appear on the show. So just for people to be aware, I for sure know I'm not blocking anything. And I can't speak to other moderators, but I could say maybe, I think from what I know, none of the moderators on the screen are policing or blocking anyone. I just wanted to address that.
All right. Maska, go ahead.
Oh, well, I sincerely did not listen attentively. I was listening 50-50. I was struggling to meet on a deadline. I only joined because I saw it was time for the late night crew. The only thing I kept hearing him say is that I don't have the answers. And unfortunately, almost everybody that the next person will ask him an almost impossible question. So really, I think he's a nice guy. I really didn't listen to him. I think he was there at some point ago. For me, I don't have much to say, sincerely.
All right.
To be honest with you guys, I am here for the late night show.
Okay, we'll soon get away, get out of the way for you guys. Electricity, yeah. Did you watch?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I actually didn't watch because where I was, I couldn't. But I picked one thing he said, and please correct me if I'm wrong. He said when they were about to rewrite, or I don't know, during the Jonathan era, there were representation from the Eastern region or from the Igbo region, and they did not agitate for secession or to go their separate ways. I heard him say that. I stand to be corrected. I don't know if anybody heard him.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah.
And I was actually, I wish I was there to tell him that, you know what, if the gate of heaven has been blocked against you, I will pray for God to open it for you to enter because of that statement that you just that he just made. And he said, so why the agitations now when this thing? Because I find that statement a very profound statement. I'm not against agitation. I'm not against people saying they want to leave, but on what premise? On what premise do they want to leave? Because we are still the same people.
And if we separate and we've not been able to eradicate the issues that are affecting us, it's what they call carryover. We'll carry it over to the next nation, whether we like it or not. So I didn't listen much because, like I said, where I was, I couldn't join. I would have loved to join, but let's wait for the night banter and see if we can. We'll go into that. We had a very thanks this morning. We had a very wonderful discussion this morning, and Dr. Rudolph, I did state in the morning, let me state it now, every Friday, maybe the last Friday of the month, I want to run a program based on solely subscription to subscribe Titan offering. We have to start collecting Titan offering now on this channel.
I do charity. I don't get paid in the UK. Charity. I have no salary, so I can't.
It's strictly 10%, not all those $2 that Kulata and Timajek that $1.99. No, it's strictly 10%.
Let me use power and speak for all the poor people. We are broke. We can't afford that subscription.
All right. There's something important I want us to talk about openly, because there are a lot of comments today about banning of people on this platform. Now we have some rules that we put in place. We've not been very strict in making sure that we enforce them. Part of the reason is that we don't have enough people to moderate, especially the comment section. And for the moderators, we actually have about maybe 7 people now. That's the maximum we could have as moderators on the platform. But most of the time, I may come on the show and there's none of them who is available, or they are not in a place where they can moderate, or they are not, because so. But I know that some people have been put on timeout, some people have been banned, and some, there've been even accidents, that somebody was banned instead of put on timeout and things like that. We are going to meet as moderators to look at what's the criteria. My goal is that before we ban somebody, it's not a decision that one person will take. At least 2 or 3, but again, we're not paying anybody to do this work. So, but at least there will be 2 people or 3 people that we come together and say, based on this person was warned several times, and then we decide on what to do. Yeah, go ahead, Electricity. Go ahead.
I'm going to do a little bit pushback in that regard. Okay. We had, I've been doing comment section most of the time. I don't, and I put it out there to keep your comments decent and respectful. And in fairness to people, they respect when they understand my position that you can make your point without being disrespectful, and you can make your point decently. Like today now, everyone that made their point in the comment section was a good point, but respectful, no insult, even to the man that we have.
Do you mean earlier today or this evening session?
Electricity, you're incorrect.
Be clear. Earlier today.
Sorry.
Exactly. That's why I told him to clarify.
Earlier today. Previously, I've had issues, but earlier today, everyone that commented on the program. In fact, I thanked them for being respectful. We spoke about the president's wife, we spoke about no one insulted anyone. We expressed ourselves. We made our point clear, our dissatisfaction, but without using that indecent language. And I understand it's not a pleasure to put somebody in timeout or to ban somebody, but oftentimes I did sound it over and over. Please keep your comments respectful. We are not kids for somebody to be because of the
Electricity. I think you should have allowed Mr. Rudolph to have landed, because I don't understand even the pushback you're making, because he hasn't landed actually. He said they were about to meet, And
No,
he didn't
I know where Mr. Rudolph is going. I know if they don't allow him.
I don't know. So maybe you should have allowed us to understand. If you know where he's going, I don't know.
Since you are flying in Shei's and the presidential jet with Shei, land. When you land, then we'll take over from there.
Masker, you don't understand what's been going on here. With all due respect to you, sir, there's been a lot of outrageous things that have been going on, and I've got my proof. I'm a very simple-minded person. People that know me personally, I can be very, very playful. But what I do not take, because of my training, the way I've been brought up, because if you've been brought up correctly, I know that you know how to carry yourself. Now,
is it me or is it that the tone is frozen?
No.
It's coming out clear. Carry on, Tone.
Yeah, Shaw is one of the nicest person here. Very, very open-minded. Yeah, one of the nicest and electricity. But I see one thing with Shaw: people manipulate his good nature.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Take it back immediately.
No. Okay.
Manipulate.
They are tempting. They are okay. Well, let me finish now. Let me land on my vote.
No, let me set you straight quickly. Let me set you straight quickly. I've seen you say that a few times in the comment section, that don't let them manipulate you. Who are these people, man? When I say, do you know me?
Do you want me to name names?
Do you know money I have?
Do you want me to
me
name
as a
names?
stubborn person. Forget this manipulation you're talking about. Tone, see, let's address things quickly.
I'm going to drop my mobile number. I'm going to drop my mobile number on my...
Wait, stop it. Stop it. You have problems with people in the comment section. They have problems.
I don't have any problem with people.
No. You do. You clearly do.
Please don't say it that way. Because if you're saying I have a problem with people, you're being disrespectful to me. You're being disrespectful to me. You're being disrespectful. No, you are being disrespectful to me to say that I'm having a problem with people.
I don't care how you feel, Tone. Listen. I don't care how you feel right now. I've told you many times. See, you raise this comment section all the time, and I have no grounds with it. I told you in the private comment section, if there are people who give you grief, block them. That's the biggest power you have. You choose not to.
I choose not to.
Now they bully you online because they know that it gets to you all the time. Every time you speak, you spend 5 minutes about the comment section. They won't leave you alone. That's how they work.
Block what you just succeeded in doing now? Do you know what you just succeeded in doing now?
I didn't do anything. You brought it upon yourself.
No, do you know what you just done now? You just empowered them the more.
To take actions.
Look at this action. Look at what you do.
And you talk about it for 5 minutes.
They're passing through you.
Grow a pair.
No problem.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
These guys don't care about you.
Hold on.
Rudolph, I was just going to say, I thought we were going to discuss, the sermon we just heard.
Yeah.
What we're doing now,
I think, Rudolph, with due respect, let's leave this comment banning of private.
Everybody keeps interrupting. What's all this?
Okay. So I wanted just to say that I'm going to have a meeting with the moderators. Okay? That's what I wanted to say. And I also wanted to say that now that we have started enforcing the rules, people are now beginning to react. And that's what I've been trying to avoid by saying that people should moderate how they write and what they say, how they use words. Because the problem is this. I can tell you openly. We don't have to have a separate meeting for that. The problem is that if I say you shouldn't call somebody a shawo, we will ban you. Then the next word will come up. We ban the person for that word. The next one will come up. It will be a constant thing. But people can moderate how they talk. The fact that people are not seeing you, the fact that you're not using your name, it's not a reason for you to write things that you won't say in front of somebody when you meet them. And that's what people don't even think about, that you most likely are going to meet these people. Okay, but it's good that people know that there's a consequence there for actions now, and hopefully we are going to meet privately all the moderators and we'll see how to resolve the issues. But for those watching at home and those who participate on the comment section, we like you. We know that you are part of the show. In fact, we're still thinking about how to get you more involved. Taking your questions while we are talking to the guests. But it's not when things are not going well there, when it's being distracted. Because all I get is messages that somebody is saying this, and I'm trying to listen to the guests. I'm trying to coordinate people in the studio, and then we are getting that people are rude, people are there. It doesn't help. People are calling people names. So please, we don't want it to be a distraction to the conversation we're having. We want also you guys to be part of it. So we're going to meet on that, and we're going to get back to you guys and talk about it. So, but it's important for everybody to know that we're aware of what's going on and we're sharing it in public. You know, there are people who are banned. People, myself, I don't know how to unban anybody yet. We figured it out. I'll get help from people. But we need to know that there are people who have not been behaving well. They know themselves, and they may think it's a joke. The fact that I can take any comment about me does not mean that everybody here can do that. That's what people have to understand. We are different. It doesn't matter what you call me. They've called me everything. I'm okay with that. But not everybody is okay. Some people are getting into the public arena. But again, for people who decide to come into the public arena, you can never control everything that people will say about you. You can't. This video, we're talking about this platform. This video can leave this platform and go to somewhere else, and they will talk. They still watch it and they talk, and it's on WhatsApp, it's on every platform. People talk. You can't control that, you know. So that's something else to know. But the one we can control, we try to. But the difficulty, the challenge everybody must know is that once you start, you have to have people won't like it, even me. Go ahead.
Okay, Doctor, I hear you. I'm sorry, but it seems what I feel right now, and I'm going to say my mind. What drew me to this channel is because of the responsibility that I see in this panel, the responsible faces to Niger, everybody carries himself. But when you come into a panel, okay, you told me to block people, I'll block people. But do you realize, sure, I'm just asking you, yeah? I think tempers were a bit frayed. But do you realize that when you look on the right, when you come to the StreamYard studio, you still see those things. Now, what you just said now, people like Chioma, T-Clap, and all that, I mean, they can't be using this kind of language. It's not about me. Listen, let me tell you. I've killed a man before at war. This thing is nothing. It is just nothing. It's just the morality. I'm a very moral person. I'm a Christian. Okay, we cannot have us discussing about something very serious, and people will just be calling somebody a shower, a bedwetter, this one, yam head, and all that. That's all I'm just defending. But if you're asking me to shut up, bro, I will shut up forever. You're not going to hear nothing from my mouth and all that. Maybe one day somebody outside will come and make it comment and say, hey, doctor, how come your panelists are saying something very, very serious? And the people on the comment section are just like Agberos and all that, people from the gutter talking anyhow. That's all my concern. But if you're asking me to shut up, I know I'm a nobody here. I'm very new. If you're telling me to shut up, fine. I will shut up my mouth and I will not talk about it again.
I'll let you speak, then I'll see what I have to say after that.
Can I weigh in a little bit on this?
That's it. I have no problem with anybody. Sure. Let me just say I don't have any problem.
I will respond in a second, but Chim wants to say something.
Okay, can I just weigh in? And please, I'm going to beg Tone, just let me finish before you comment. Number one, I want to say is yes, I agree with you. It can be very, very painful when you read those comments. But let me just put it to you this way. One is, see yourself as somebody who is a public official. Let's say we're not politicians, but just assume that you were a politician. This is how the politicians get, abused, bashed every day and all that. So my perception about publicity is the moment you get into the public space. I mean, I was a news anchor for a while, and I know the kind of comments people threw at me. Some will say we should throw this guy out, he can't speak English and all that. But my employer said, my friend, you're doing a good job, go ahead and keep doing it. And I drowned them out and continued my job. Do you understand? So anybody this is an open space. I came here the first day, and the very first day I got here, I got into the arena. I was like, oh, okay, this is interesting. I wasn't expecting to get in here. I was coming to listen. And then I clicked on get into the show, and I got into the show. So anybody on the right side of the screen can also come in. If they are unable to come in, it just tells you Not everybody, please. And what I'm saying is, for those of them who are there who are of very good behavior, thumbs up to you. Listen, some people are going through all sorts of things. They come here to unwind. That unwinding includes some of those, imbecilic comments they make. People are going through a lot. Don't think that everybody you see there talking is in his right senses. There are people who are not exactly in their right senses. So they are coming here. Some of them know you and me, but they are hiding. I know somebody who's been throwing jabs at me, and I just told myself, this guy must know me. Someone said to me, it was so childish that I know, but I'm more educated than you. Whereas I was wondering, where did I get into such a conversation with you? Are we competing over anything? We're not competing over grades. I've left school. I'm not going back to school. And my first child will be going to university next year. That's my concern now. So where did all this I know better than you thing come from? So ignore them. Sometimes, like today, I've gone in there and played around with a few people, and I came out. You understand? When people chime me, I chime back respectfully. There are times I read things that are very annoying. I just drown it out and focus on these core issues I want to discuss with you guys. Those of you who come here, I want to discuss with you guys. So that's the point I want to make. Then lastly, sir, I don't think there's anything wrong in putting yardsticks and putting penalties, if it is timeout, if it is banning, especially for whatever we define are extreme behaviors that we don't want to see. We shouldn't get audience at all costs. I'm not one of those who believe that I must make friends at all costs. If your friendship is not going to be fantastically useful to me, I keep you away. And please, if you think I'm not a worthy person to be a friend, please don't be my friend. Don't come to my house. I tell people it's a give and take. So if people are not going to behave themselves well, then I'm not asking. I don't want to be the one to do it. Those who know their job should do. Ban them, suspend them, whatever. That's how life runs. Even on organizations, if you misbehave, they suspend you and bring you back. In school, you go on suspension. You come back. That's life we have. So there's nothing wrong if in this platform, as long as we're not blocking people for saying what is constructive we don't agree with. There are people that I don't agree with their views, but I will not fight them. It's their views. I actually want to see more people who believe in Tinubu, but who are respectful. Let's come here and disagree intellectually. For me, it's about the intellectual conversation we're having. I learn and unlearn. So, Tone, please grow some spine. And I'm not saying this from a negative perspective. Just ignore. At the moment, he's right. Because the way they pull you, they pinch you, and they see that you respond, they keep doing it. They will keep doing it because they feel you're not thick-skinned enough. But if you show that you're thick-skinned, if you become the governor of Lagos State tomorrow, or president of Nigeria, are you going to kill everybody? Because they're going to say all manner of things. Even the Tinubu we're talking about, the man has a thick skin. Let's be honest. He has a huge thick skin.
No, Chim, you are wrong in that because Tinubu said he does not listen to him. Tinubu said he does not listen. Tinubu said he does not listen to social media again because of the insult. He doesn't listen to social media again. Now, Chim, Rudolph, just 2 minutes. Chim, I agree it's a public space, okay? But the fact that it's a public space also doesn't mean it cannot be controlled. And we can make our point without, like I said, we can make our point without using foul languages. For my segment, I highlight comments, and I'm not going to highlight comments that are insultive to those who are in the comment section, not even to show off to anybody. I won't do that just because we believe in freedom of speech. Yes, freedom of speech in your house, freedom of speech in my house is a different ball game. So you can do your freedom of speech in your house on the street, but when you come to my territory, you have to control that freedom of speech. I still believe strongly that we can make our point clear, put our argument across without being insultive, without using derogatory words.
I agree with you. That's all I said. That's the same thing I was saying. I agree.
And I have been able, by the special grace of God, to control my segment, to manage, I beg your pardon, that segment. And I tell them, if I banned you, you have the right to appeal to Rudolph. Go to him. He can unban you. That is the policy. That is how it works. If I banned you as the headmaster, go to him and make your appeal to him. Then he won't ban you. When they ban you 2-3 times, then you learn your lessons. That's just me. Thank you.
Quickly,
All right,
Tom.
thank you. Okay, let's leave the rest of this conversation. Okay, go ahead. Sure.
Can I just 2 minutes and I'll be done, and I would log off for the night anyway. Tone, so I wasn't saying shut up and don't discuss it. Tim highlighted what I was saying. The way it works is people say something about you, you react in public, they know it works, they keep going for more. Now, I'll tell you my own history on this channel. I started joining last year around spring, summer, and I was quickly labeled an Igbo apologizer, Igbo sympathizer. See, there's no name I wasn't called in the comment section. And I used to react and comment and talk about them. Then I realized, what's the point? So I stopped. I would see it, and I'm not saying we would react the same way, but I stopped talking about it 9 out of 10 times. And it reduced to almost nothing. Now, if you look at my name today, I said, Show, aka Emeka. This is off the back of yesterday. Somebody in the comment section said, I am not a Yoruba person. I can bet his life. He first said, I am Igbo, that I only understand Yoruba. Then later said, maybe I'm one of these Yoruba from Benin Republic. I saw it. This is the first time I'm mentioning it. But imagine if I had gone to discuss it when I had the opportunity yesterday and flog it, then the person is happy. And I'm not saying we shouldn't censor what we do here or moderate, not censor. I'm all for moderating it. But I'm saying for your own sake and for whoever else is listening, if you feel like you're being picked up on, the more you address it, the more they would go for you. Honestly, last year was terrible for me on this space because they just kept going for me. Oh, I mean, Pansad have said some things there that I cannot even repeat. That when Rudolph and I talk on the phone, I casually tell him about it and we laugh. You know what Pansad thinks of an average Yoruba person? He's typed things there and I thought, wow, you've like crossed every line. But I didn't, so I'm just saying for your sake, for your sanity, and for other people who feel that way, please manage it while we find a lasting solution. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's proper. I've blocked people on my own, no, not StreamYard, not Rudolph, as my own YouTube viewer. I see people and I click on him and I block it. I don't want to read from you going forward. It solves my problem. So I'm saying you have the power to block a few people. You block 2 or 3 people that disturb you. You have a different experience. Try it. Block. Name the 5 people that
disturb you. Teach me how to block on my laptop. I've blocked them through my phone. The same person is
on the phone. Yeah, block them. So it's fine. So that's what I'm trying to say. While Rudolph and the rest of the team try and find solution, Team Majek is what brought all this thing up. I got a lot of messages on here yesterday. Team Majek is blocked. Free Team Majek. # And I said, oh, I know this guy. He seems super chat. Seems like an all right guy. Why was he blocked? I didn't block him. Rudolph said he didn't do it. Forefather will never block anybody.
Okay, I am the one that blocked him.
What did I say yesterday?
Let me open up now. I blocked him.
See?
Okay, and I told him to go and meet Rudolph to make his appeal. And I said again, if he continues, I will continue to block him. I don't highlight his super chat. I respect their donation, but you will not donate because you want to insult somebody. You will not donate, so that I will not highlight it. I don't do it.
I wonder.
Don't do it. And I mean, I respect the channel. I know they need the money. I mean, maybe I'm using the wrong word, but I will not, because of money, and come and tolerate or accommodate you insulting somebody. Please, I think that mentality, we have to drop it. That is just the truth.
I just want to say, why can't Tone be like me? The more they talk about my glasses, the more I buy more.
My red beret. I wore red beret yesterday. I have become a figure.
But they're not talking about my glasses. But when somebody is
I know, I'm trying to lighten the mood.
One person is going personal as if they know my personal life and all that. I'm taking your advice. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, everybody. We are going to meet. We are now.
If I speak for a little bit and then you can. Okay. I know you have to leave. The only thing people cannot protect for you is your
sanity.
Is your peace of mind and sanity. And I'm taking it from the perspective of a physician. There are times when I finish my shift in the ICU and I come back and I still have energy for like an hour to listen to this show. And then I see this vitriol that's going on the screen and I see the comments and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to sleep. So every once in a while, I love Rudolph. I love his show, and I appreciate you making me a moderator. But every once in a while, I sort of kind of weigh out into it. I decided, you know what? Yes, I'm going to support Rudolph however I can, but by liking the show, sharing or whatever. But then, is this the right time to join? Sometimes I just stay off the screen. I just stay in the comment section, and I see people bantering or doing all sorts of things. So it's not a must you must join on screen to support. It's not a must that you must read the comment to support. Like, share, those are the critical things. Donate if you can, but know when to maintain your peace of mind. With regards to what 6-7 moderators now, all of us have different personalities. I was someone who vehemently would say, do not block any comments. The only comments I ever block are the ones which are pure spam, where people are posting links about pornography. That I will always block, but I will vehemently not block anything else. And every once in a while, when I see bigotry or things that have to do with misogynism, where people are demeaning women here, those I will speak about, but I never actually block those comments. And every once in a while, I see comments about people insulting me, and just to make light of it, I may put it up on the screen. So not that every moderator here is different. While electricity will block Mr. T, I will not block Mr. T. It doesn't mean that what electricity did is wrong. You just know who is moderating and censor yourself. At the end of the day, we are all here to learn and to educate others and to be educated as well. So be respectful. I know that it's easy to stay behind the keyboard and type away nonsense or type away insults. But I dare you, if you want to say something that you feel may be a little bit jarring, come here and say it on the screen. That's why if you notice amongst all moderators, I don't tolerate anyone not putting up his face or her face on the screen. And this is something I would have told you from the beginning. If someone comes on this show and they don't show their face, they're not serious about making good points. So if you are here and you don't show your face, I take you out immediately. I have nothing personal against anyone. Even people that I know here, the only people I don't take off who may not show their face are the moderator. Like I can just reach out and be like, okay, I know you're a moderator, but like show your face. So you have to lead by example. So lastly, Mr. Tone, I respect you very much. I've seen a lot of crazy comments here. My best advice for you is shut it off. You have option of not seeing the comments here. Shut it off. Don't listen to what people say what you have to say, and sometimes you may only stay here for 5 minutes. Say what you have to say and leave. Don't look at the comment section. At the end of the day, the world is going to have evil people and have good people. That's what they should teach young kids. Young kids, they always think everybody is nice, but you have to teach them what? Stranger danger. Not everybody that's smiling at you likes you. Not everybody that offers you biscuit actually wants to make you happy. Some people are offering it to you because they want to poison you. So the world is an evil place. The world can also be a good place. So know who to avoid and who to give the long stick and who to give the short stick. That's how I will end it. Thank you, Lord.
All right, thank you. And thank you, everybody. And I will hand it over to Illuminate. Thank you so much for your support and all the people who are helping us to keep this going. We appreciate all of you. So thank you. I will meet with the moderators and we will get back to you guys next week. So appreciate everybody, forefathers, and sure. And coming over to you guys.
Wait, Rudolph, question.
Yeah.
Maybe this is something we'll talk about, but I don't mind. I think you're fine with this talking about this publicly. So the night crew usually are forefathers, and I believe it's visited. So who do you want to moderate? Because I'll be leaving very soon. So just give it to one person.
So no, you guys decide whoever is available.
Okay. We'll do it.
It's forefather, not
belongs to forefathers. So this is not debatable.
Okay.
Forefathers. He's a nocturnal animal.
Forefathers. I know that one is not.
Forefather is the night walker.
He's on Wikipedia.
He's a night walker.
As we speak, he's getting his information.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for this.
Is the care worker at night. He's the one that does the care worker.
I don't know now. I don't think Dominic has been around for the new regime. That's he's been away for a very long time. He doesn't understand. But yeah. It's all the new rules and new ways of doing things.
It's a new republic.
Exactly. It's just a new, different way of doing things. And I sympathize with Tone. I think some people are a bit harsh with the way they are, spying and stuff like that. People are in different places in their journey. And personally, what I've come to realize is that there are, I take it that life is, I don't like to react to such things when people. As a matter of fact, I like talking. Even if you're insulting me, I'll be, insulting you back. But not everybody's like that. Tone didn't grow up like that. He didn't live like that. And sometimes, just as much as I tolerate the insult, I have to
But
tolerate his
haven't we
own
discussed this topic
reaction.
enough, forefathers? I think we
Don't
have
worry.
discussed that topic enough, I beg.
You see all these people. You see how they behave. They always started. This is how they go. Last week they almost lynched me here.
Is one of them. Masca is one of them. He's one of them. That's why he's protecting them.
That's how they do it now here. You must have seen it. And last week they almost finished me off here. Now everybody was having to go at me left and right and all the rest of it. But it's all good. It's all in good faith. Everybody wants the best for the country.
People said I was eating. People said I've got to drink fura. Is it not?
All kinds of stuff that they saw today. They were even insulting me too, so it's all good. I think most of them are nice people. In the end, if you understand, they tend to be nice people. In the end, anyway. So where are we going? Where do we want to head for now? Masca, do you have anything you want to get off your chest today, the guy, or you want to talk about? Although you've said something about the guest that came on, but if you wanted to add anything, you can go ahead because you haven't said anything regarding anything really.
No, I don't have to say anything for now.
Okay, good. Dominic, you too. You've been away for a very, very long time. While you are here, what do you have to say to us about everything you've had, during your time away? You can just come from anywhere, really.
Nigeria is a fantastically. I know your forefathers is on today, so let me not say corrupt. Okay. Sometimes I wonder, is it the same position I read that somebody else read? When I see some of the commentary and interpretation, I'm like, it doesn't make sense. But I understand, in a political dispensation, you're always gonna have people spin things in different ways. I am someone who used to respect rank a lot, and so when likes of Soyinka would talk, people who are well known in the public sphere, who are very good in terms of literary discourse would say certain things. I'm like, you would hold them to the letter. You're like, there was a sense of it wasn't like a worship, but a sense of awe in what they would say. But then as you go as an adult and you sort of understand that these people are human beings too, they have political leanings or they have certain leanings or certain affiliations, it starts to make sense when they say certain things. So you don't hook, line, and sinker, just adopt everything they say. And so, I think the one that shocked me the most recently was Fela Durote joining the. So I know some of us are comfortable. Okay, let me say what I wanted to say. I can make jokes sometimes. I'm not always stoic. Joining the Agbado crew or having some Agbado in his pocket, as I saw somebody talking about in the comment section, I was quite surprised. But then it reminded me of what Showore said. Showore said something about when they wanted to form the alliance, that he found out early. Because people were accusing him and saying, "Oh, you're not a team player. Why did you pull out or whatever?" He said he noticed certain things and saw that some of the parties were created by these main parties just to muddy the waters, and some of them were already bought. I thought it was Showore speaking, because sometimes Showore just throws things out there that may not be sensible or that may not have evidence because of he has this gragra attitude and ego about it. Even though I still like him. But it didn't make sense to me. I saw Fela join. I'm like, first of all, the only way that you can get, one of the ways you can get exposure so that the new incumbent knows who you are is by running an election against the incumbent, right? With an election, you have some level of exposure, right? You see how the current polity is trying to pull in young people, right? They're trying to show them, you know what? We hear you. Let's offer up some lip service. It's not like we want to do what the young people want, but we want someone there to represent and make it about young people. So it's okay. They're like, oh, I know this guy. Why do I know this guy from running against me? He's someone that people are saying that he's very good. So guess what? I'll put him there. And sometimes something I notice is you may have certain corrupt governments or governments that are not favorable. Pick someone who they think is very well liked by the masses, is a good person, and put them there. It doesn't mean that person is going to perform well. So that fella just was quite a shock to me. I must say. And then this gentleman that is always, I used to respect him many, many years ago. I can't remember his name. the man that was minister for solid minerals, that used to be a newscaster, or it has to be in media. What's his name again?
No, I don't. Does no one know him? AY, you are like
yeah, I know. He's from Lagos.
What's his name? Again? I used to respect Alake.
Dele Alake. Dele Alake.
All of a sudden, this guy is speaking out of his. Let me not use unkind words. I don't know. This well-learned guy I respected so much. How has he gone from this to this? And so it reminds you, people are human beings.
Dominic, sorry to interject. To be clear, Dele Alake worked with Tinubu in Lagos when he was governor. So he has been working with Tinubu for a long time.
Yeah. So I don't know what his political philosophy is, whether he's working with Tinubu because this is his friend, someone he has known for a long time. And so, some people are like, you have friends who are ride or die, which means no matter how bad my friend is, they are my person and I'll be loyal. And there are some others who are like, you know what, this person is not I know he's my friend, but I'll call him out with this. I'm not going to support him. So people have different ways of reacting to things. There are people who may be sticking with Tinubu because they think, we have to be loyal. And some others who are political psychophants and they're just around him because of what they can gain. But at the end of the day, we'll see what the Supreme Court says. I have said many times in this show in the past, I am not an obedience, neither do I support Tinubu. Everyone knows that I have my political is sort of towards Shawara, even though I will always call Shawara out for being egotistic and not listening and not being calm enough to sort of understand the lay of things. So that's why I put it. But then I always tell people, it seems like Peter Obi was the man for the moment, the sort of guy for the moment. He's not very puristic in terms of how he pursues politics. He's fine being in bed with some of the people who are corrupt, but then he knows how to kind of walk that tight rope. So that's what I would say for now. There's a lot of things to talk about. Where would I listen? Is it the Israel Hamas issue?
Yeah, that one is on that one too. The forgery one. Where do you think he actually forged? Just yes or no?
Do I think he forged a certificate?
Yeah.
CSU did not issue that certificate. So
okay, it's forged then.
I think people sometimes get scared of saying sweeping statements, but if you read in between the lines, if CSU did not give it a certificate, then anybody other than CSU, anybody other than an authorized authority by CUS, anybody not authorized by CUS that offers certificate, even if it's a vendor, that whole vendor analogy is just argument. It doesn't matter. Whether it's
forged, then
it's forgery. At the end of the day, that is pure straightforward. I don't have to have opinion about it. It's very simple. CSU says they didn't offer these guys certificates. So who else did it?
Do you believe he graduated from CSU?
Huh?
Do you believe he graduated from CSU?
So that is very tricky, and I think people don't dissect this enough. Somebody named Dr. Dominic can graduate with my full legal name, which I will not say here, can graduate from a particular university. But to prove that that person is the same person as me, fingerprints, biodata is what you use. You need collaborative evidence to say these things.
Date of birth.
Bola Tinubu graduated from CSU. But can you say it is the same Bola Tinubu that is currently president of Nigeria? So yes, people can say, oh, the university has vindicated and said he actually attended here. But has the university been able to clarify that the same person who's president now is the same Bola Tinubu that graduated? So you have to be able to read and sort of compartmentalize and go into the granular aspects.
I don't mean to interject, but I want to contribute a little bit to that because I have a connection with CSU because when I first came to America, I was supposed to go to American University, Washington, but my sister lives here in Chicago, and she was all like, "Oh, you don't know anybody in Washington. How are you going to go to Washington?" So she called one of our church members, and there's this Nigerian university that a lot of Nigerians go to, and that man just took me down to CSU. The moment I get there, all they just say, "Oh, you have an F1 visa. Oh, if you have an F1 visa, we'll take you. So we'll take you, blah, blah, blah." So that's how I've become connected a little bit. I never stayed there because I went back to Belgium to go finish up my first master's. So, and then funny enough, the connection I also have with that school was that my first wife I met her there. She was working. She was working at the university.
You in Africa, man, you get 3 wives. Congrats.
I beg, make we talk that one later. I'll be African man original.
You are the man. You are like
so she's the mother of my daughter, and so from CSU, she worked there as a student, and then so when this old Tinubu thing started, and I tell her, oh girl, they've messed your schools up, or your school. She said, I know the man. You, and then she called one of our friends. The man used to give us a lot of money. Used to give them a lot of money at CSU. So this is my own theory. And I think if Nigerian press journalists have done a great job, they would have dug all this thing up. I think during the time where their former president, I can't remember the guy's name, there was a guy that was fired there because of corruption, the president of the university. The university is complicit in this thing. So what happened was that by the time this guy became governor and he has access to Lagos State money, he was funneling that money to arrange properly his document at CSU. He had a connection with CSU. He knew somebody that went there.
Let me cut you off for a second, Alaba. Just to be clear, you're offering up a theory. You're not stating what you think is fact, right?
Theory, because I wasn't there. You got to specify that. How would I say that? Because, okay, from the time he filled his application in 1999, you say he himself was confused. He filled everything fillable. University of Chicago, CSU, but he knew there was a connection there in CSU. He knew there was a Bola Tinubu that went to CSU, which is where he picked his own identity from. So that Bola Tinubu must have had admission documentation, pictures, student ID card, social security. So later on, when he became governor and he has money, he now has agent, and with a lot of Nigerian influence in that university, he now was able to delete and add files into the student file of that particular student. This is how I think so that's how they filled in that government college situation, took whatever original was there, because it's not possible, guys, for anybody to go to a university. You will have a matric number, you will have picture identification, you will have the way your fees were paid. None of this was present. So that means somebody deleted files in CSU. They got access to that Bola Tinubu file, but there's a few of those documents they couldn't take out, like the requirement for admission with the social security number of that female. They couldn't take that one out. So they added their own with the government college 1970. With the application, they added their own.
See, but that female social security number would have been a smoking gun if it has been actually proven. But it's not been proven. Is it been proven? I don't know why people keep saying that. I don't know where anybody has reported that it's been proven.
Of the university. Now, the university was being diplomatic because they know they are complicit in this crime. So they don't want future law school, because America is a litigation society. So they were being very defensive, stylistic.
Yeah, but it's not up to them to be defensive. There are security institutions out there that you can go and ask.
Yeah, right now they are under probe by the FBI.
Who was the person that had the social security number?
This is probably going to lead to the close down of CSU, because this has really opened up their yansh, because they're being investigated now. They're going to get, one thing I can...
Yeah, but let's not worry about CSU. I'm talking about the social security number that people keep implying that is of a female. Where is the evidence for it?
Sorry, Father. Haven't you seen the lady? Sorry, Alaba, please.
Yeah.
Father, there's other individuals who have been able to show that that social security number belongs to a lady, the woman purportedly late or dead.
On this floor last week, we did that.
Can I try to? But he didn't even show. Other people I have it in my church group were able to show the lady and trace his what do you call it? 3 relatives. Okay,
forefathers, it's something you can do yourself if you want.
I understand, but you think that the media should be carrying that kind of, because that one is even more devastating actually. He actually impersonated somebody.
Which media exactly?
From People's Gazette, Al Jazeera, name all Sahara reporters, all of them. They could have come out and say, okay, there's clear evidence that this social security number doesn't belong to Tinubu at the time he claimed it belonged to him. That is even more
Nobody's doing
devastating
the
than the
search.
forgery
They're
stuff.
it's just opening up. Nobody's doing the search yet. They're going to get to it. It will come out later. You know, I don't know of any media house that's currently embedded in that.
I don't know how long that takes. All you have to do is do a
But
search.
they're not Nigerians now. They're not going to do your job for you. The like of Arise, the like of Channel should be doing this. The like of Arise, the like of Channel should be, but they're not interested.
So,
but there are people digging. They're gonna dig. It might not come out fully when we want it to come out, but it's gonna come out. Right now, the FBI is investigating the Chicago State because it's not possible. Any school you go to, you must have a matric number. You must have a number. You must have an identifying number. You must have how you paid. So somebody deleted files.
No, it's been a long time. It's possible that can be removed.
Yes, it can happen. You bribe people that works in the administration. They go to a specific file, pick it out, take it out.
Please let's allow Dominic to add. Alaba, hold on.
Give me a second. Let me summarize things. So, Alaba, I don't know if Alaba is your name or
Alaba Ferreira.
So nothing with Alaba Market for the movie.
No, that's the way that's the way Easterners call it, Alaba, but the Yorubas call it Alaba.
Okay, perfect. So I just want to clarify again. So for people in the comment section, he offered up a theory and he specified it was a theory. I clarified and he has gone through the theory. My sense of it is he's trying to make sense of some of the things that are happening now and why it seems CSU is being a bit defensive and being inconsistent. So that theory he's offered, we don't know what is facts. He has offered that. So he's just trying to make sense of things. And I just wanted to clarify that for people who are calling me liar in the comment section.
So the key question, additional question we find out are there other students in CSU that don't have a number, that don't have how they pay, that don't have all this missing information?
So, Alaba, thank you. Just to finish up, if someone has because I have a social security number as an American citizen. If you take someone's social security number, unless you work for the government and have a means of inputting that person's social security into the system to figure out that person's identity, doing independent research to figure out investigative journalism to figure out who owns that social security number is impossible. It's only a government official or someone who has clearance to use someone's social security to identify someone's identity is the only person who can tell you that for sure. So if you don't know about someone in Arise News or David Hyundai to take someone's social security number and investigate to see who owns it, it is not possible.
If you hire a private investigator,
but a police officer can access that information.
A private investigator will find it.
Somebody who works for the police, federal government, and state official are the only people who can be able to do this.
And private investigators, they will use their link
because they have links to the police.
To do those things. They still have to be connected at some point into the official system. So you cannot expect. When you're saying do research and do social security number, first of all, correct me if I'm wrong, has the said social security number of this person been made public? That is the one question I was going to ask. Secondly, who do you expect to within the American government to make that investigation for you? Maybe the FBI.
For me, that's easy. If there is a let's say an NI number that was released here, and I need to find out the information, I just need to, like Alaba said, get a private investigator. Within a week, they will get you that information because it's just a police officer punching into their computer. They will find whoever owns that number.
So back to what I said, that investigator has to have some privilege in which he can access the system, probably through sometimes the police. I think some police unions do allow private investigators to be able to get into the system somehow. I don't know how it works, but I know that that's something that's possible.
Some lawyers can do it also.
But you have to have the right to do so because at the end of the day,
they have to have a license.
Violating someone's privacy by taking someone's social security and putting it in there. So it's not that simple.
It's easy, but
may I chip in, please? Am I allowed, Mr. Moderator?
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator, because I fear your face now.
Seriously.
Let's apply this morning. Earlier this morning, I said something. Shokan affirmed to that. Now let's hang our certificate and our degrees and our PhDs, and let's apply a little bit of common sense in dealing with this Tinubu's saga. So my program going forward is common sense program. As that is my field, investigator, and also a forensic psychologist. So I took Tinubu's word, Mr. President's word, when he said releasing his certificate will cause an irreparable damage to his life. Every one of us here have certificates in one field or the other. It's a bloody, for want of better word, it's a bloody piece of paper. And written on it is you achieve a degree or this in accounting or in whatever it is. So the question that I asked sometime back in one of my broadcasts is, what irreparable damage will releasing that paper cause to his life? It's a paper, for crying out loud. The least any one of us can do to that paper is to frame it and put it on the wall. So if your employer or your prospective employer requests for your certificate that you claim on your CV, you are now saying, oh, sorry, I can't provide it for you. Providing it to you will cause an irreparable damage to my life. This is just simple common sense. What irreparable damage will it cause to his life? Does that not raise a red flag on its own that what is in that certificate? I yield the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, and for me, the other part is that if, let's say, the university CSU says, okay, they didn't issue the certificate, then it's a kind of forgery. But they also said he graduated from university. So the courts have to also take that into account. I said it last week, that he, up to the last point, was trying to prevent the release of that information. That is a kind of obstruction of justice when people are trying to get to the truth of something. And so even if, let's say, he was trying to forge a certificate that he already qualified for, that part of the deception and continuously trying to carry on with it is damning. And if the court decides to ignore that, I think that is to say a lot about them, isn't it? It depends on whether they can establish whether he actually forged it, because the BBC is trying to muddy the water by saying, oh, that they didn't find that the certificate that Tinubu submitted was slightly different, but it might be the same as what came from the university, so that it's not clear that he forged it. So that is something. And that area, has anybody studied what the BBC said? And is it clear that Tinubu did, by their argument, that Tinubu didn't forge it, or there is something that they missed out?
I have two questions for you. I have two questions for you. One is, who are the people that wrote that BBC submission?
I think BBC have come out to debunk it, that they didn't say such a thing.
Are they fellow Nigerians?
One of them is linked to Tinubu, actually, which is crazy.
Dr. Dominic, BBC came out to say they are not behind that story.
So it's an opinion piece, essentially.
Yeah, it's a fake news. BBC came out.
No, it's not fake news, because they commissioned those people and they put it on their website.
It's there on YouTube now.
It's on their website. It's on their website, BBC website now. That's the problem. That's what I don't like.
The guys who put that in are not exactly employees of BBC. They are fact checkers for BBC. Fact checkers can be independent people you contract to do stuff for you. So, but BBC as a body, even though I haven't seen them disassociate themselves from the story, as electricity said, BBC did not commission any job to say, let's go and find out. These guys just went on their own to fact check the information flying on social media on their community site. It's a community site, not a full BBC website. They went to do this and they said, oh, based on whatever research they did, that they haven't found Tinubu culpable. But
that is it. You have to be careful about excusing some of these institutions. What the BBC, if they put it on their website, they can't disown it.
Sometimes
it's their website.
Sometimes they have disclaimers, like certain news, like the Times or what is the other one? New York Times. They always put disclaimers, letter to the editor, those sort of things, opinion sections, and they always put up disclaimers. So I'll confess, I haven't had the opportunity to dive into that BBC piece. But the second question I had for you, forefathers, is this. This is just the last few weeks. I was just trying to make sense of the position. But correct me if I'm wrong. Is it not true, or is it false, that CSU never offered Tinubu an original certificate, even at the point of graduation? And so, if I never offered you a certificate in the first place, then I have no replacement for you. Because the issue now has been that there are people who were around the same time, who their replacement certificates are available. But if you never offered someone a certificate in the original time that they graduated, so perhaps the person actually never fully graduated. I don't know if that makes sense.
Technically, you can't take that away from them. I guess he took the transcript now, didn't he?
So he never had one.
No. Sorry, I didn't get you right. Can I answer, Dr.
Because he's mentioned that he lost it in a fire or when the army attacked.
Okay, so guys, Francis, just a quick one, and I need to go and eat. First and foremost, my understanding based on all I've read is that one, the Bola Tinubu who graduated did not collect the original certificate. So it is only if you have collected an original certificate, then you've lost it, then you can now apply for a replacement. People keep using this word replacement, bandying it. I have a certificate that my school writes for all of us who graduated in the same set. They keep it. Then when you come, if there's a financial fee to it, you pay and you pick up your certificate. The moment you pick it up, the school has nothing else for you. They would only have something for you when you now say, based on certain circumstance, you have lost it, it got burnt, or you can't find it, then they will now work to get you a replacement. Don't forget, certificates will be signed by, in our Nigerian case, because the highest authority in the university is the vice chancellor. So the vice chancellor who was in office within the period when your set graduated will sign everybody's certificate. That's the way it's done. So even if it takes you 20 years to come, if forefathers was the VC in 1990 when I graduated, is forefathers' signature that will be on it. But if I lose the one that forefathers signed and I reapply, and you, Dominic, are now the sitting vice chancellor when I reapply for that, it is Dominic's signature that will be on it. But CSU is saying the certificate for Bola Tinubu was never given, and that the Bola Tinubu has never requested for a replacement in any case. So there are two things here: original certificate never given, a replacement never asked for. It's clearly written there. So I don't know why people keep missing all this.
That is true, and this is something that this is what I don't like about what BBC is trying to do. BBC is lying. If they are telling you that they didn't do anything, this is not on them. Look at this, is like right in the middle of their website, World and Africa section, and look at what they said. BBC Global Disinformation Team has found. You can't publish something like that and say, "Oh, it doesn't have anything to do with me." That is just, if they are making that excuse, this is a tosh, and nobody should believe them for that. Because personally, I feel like if you are doing something like that, you have to be concrete about the kind of argument you are making, and then it's almost as if they are trying to protect what Tinubu is doing because he's favoring whatever they stand for. And personally, it really bothers me that some of all these foreign entities are able to influence events in Nigeria itself so strongly. And this is
why people are exonerating them is that they have Nigerian people in that place who have access to Tinubu. Anybody on the comment section can write whatever they want to write. The guy was this guy from Benue State. What's his name? Who interviewed him? He works there. And these three people who did this particular whatever it is are three Nigerians. So
why didn't they pull it off then if they don't agree with it? They work for the BBC. Let's make no mistake about it. They use the BBC name. I can't go out and say I did this on BBC.
I'm just saying that people who are saying it's not a fully
commission job by BBC per se, but these guys who work in, listen, remember, they have certain leeways to do certain things. So perhaps that's the point. But anyways, I hear your point and I agree.
Yeah, they shouldn't be doing that. It's just, if BBC denying it, then that's just ridiculous. One, they are not pulling it off. They are not putting it. They didn't even put any disclaimer at all. We shouldn't be listening to them.
What's the way forward?
We shouldn't be listening to them. I believe that we should establish whether he actually forged it, and if he forged it, then he should be made to account for it. And that this in the social security number that people talk about, we have to be factual about this thing. We have to have evidence that this stuff, concrete evidence, because if that is true, that is very damning. There's no way this Supreme Court will not accept the evidence then. You see what I mean?
Okay,
so,
you said
my question is,
but the court said they didn't give it to him. The court said they didn't give it to him. So if the institution says they didn't give you something, that means you forged it. Let's not be playing.
No, that is true. That is true.
But, can I say something?
You are right there from that point of view. But you know, this BBC nonsense has gone to muddy the water. Please, Augustine, go ahead.
Yeah. So I love when you mentioned it. You said the forgery thing. Something happened in Arizona 2-3 years ago when the COVID hit. So there is this priest, Andres. He is a Catholic priest. So he had time because everyone was short time to go home. And he was watching the video of his baptism in the Catholic Church. And he saw where the deacon said, "We baptize you in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit." He was surprised. So the thing was supposed to be, "I baptized you." So he wrote to Rome, the Vatican, and they replied him because the format was wrongly done. Every other sacrament you received was wrongly done. You have to come back. So he had to go back for another ordination. And most people, all the people he baptized, they had to bring them back and do another baptism. Why do I ask this question? Why do I tell this story? Are we still supposed to be talking about what happened in Chicago when we saw the WAEC, the result that gave him the admission that he got from Government College, Lagos? That alone stands every other thing down, because he got the result when the school was not yet in session. So for me, looking at the forgery, we're not even going to the university level again. The admission gives us a room that he stands on nothing. That's my position about that.
Thank you.
This is the last thing I would say
okay, before
I head out. And this is one thing I hope that, hopefully we'll teach our kids. But reading philosophy, when I was taking my philosophy class, I was like, why the hell do I? Let me not use the hell. Forgive me for using that language. Why do I need this course? Like, I'm trying to get into school to be a physician. Like, why am I bothering with this? But I learned a lot, because when you go through discourse and how to make arguments, you start to learn how to put words together and how to understand certain arguments. Look, someone can be set scot-free by the courts or exonerated because there is no evidence to show that person did something. The lack of evidence doesn't mean in actuality that someone did not commit something. That's something which is why I am going to go back and actually read the article rather than depending on hearsay, because I haven't had time. I'm actually going to read the article to see what those individuals actually said about Tinubu, and I'll come to my own conclusion. But if all they're saying is there is no evidence to show, then it's like the easiest way to exonerate somebody is just to say there is no evidence to something, which legally is fine. Someone can be exonerated properly by saying there is no evidence to something, but it doesn't mean that person never committed those things. So at the end of the day, in the court of public opinion, people will always say, well, look at this circumstantial evidence. Look at this circumstantial evidence. We strongly believe as a society that this person is guilty. But the court rightfully can say, we exonerate this person is innocent because there is no evidence to it. That's how I will end it.
Thank you. I think, and Jonaba hasn't said anything for a while. He's been coming in and going out. Welcome, Jonaba. And Ed, I can see you. I will bring you in. I guess I can bring you in now. I'm just waiting for somebody to drop off. Great. Yeah, go ahead, Jonaba.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. I don't want to talk about the Tinubu certificate issue. It's less important. A lot of things going on in the world, much better to talk about in my own word than the issue of Tinubu. If I were Tinubu, if I have access and is there, the file. First of all, our constitution does not require the university certificate or college certificate from America. The only problem he has may be the one in Nigeria, but this one shouldn't be a problem. I can get it out of it and tear it before the whole world because that's not a requirement. So if you want to make any case, you go to the bottom and you can be honest about it. But college education is not a requirement for our president or anyone running for public office. So why should that be?
But submitting a forged
Can you
document.
stop? Can I please do
Sorry,
me?
I
Can
don't
you
mean
do
to
me a favor?
interject you.
Okay,
We
then
should
you tell me
dismiss
you're
one
going to
side and not
interject
dismiss
me.
another side. Submitting a forged document is part of our
Allow
law.
me
We need to take it together.
No, sorry,
Mr. Alaba,
Forefather,
I'm not the.
can you bring him to? Sorry, Forefather, can you bring him to what we're discussing? Forgery, not qualification to contest.
No, he doesn't.
Can we allow
This
him?
is a free this thing.
Can we listen?
He can bring
Father,
up
I'm
any
not the
topic he
moderator. I
wants.
apologize. Let's just
Okay.
allow Mr. Alaba. John Abba to
John,
speak
yeah.
his mind. Then we can challenge him afterwards. My opinion, please.
Yeah.
Then you talk about the forgery issue, we keep missing things together. But like I said earlier, let us have respect for those that we have appointed as the constitution or as the institution work. It's a court issue, it's something that concerns us and we talk about it. But we already discussed this thing last time on this issue. I spent so many hours. Right now, there are a lot of things going on around the world that are more important for people to even think about and talk about in our country. Like I said earlier, yesterday, I worry about the people that murder in my state. I want to talk about the security issue, and there are many ways to share blame, and everyone talk about the EFCC appointment. We have a many way to make our case, and then whatever we have submitted to the court, we let it play out. Everybody have their own different opinion. But I think today, even from what we have discussed with Dr. Franklyne so far, it's enough for us to build on that and how do we move from here. But if you want to make that your major content, you want to talk about it over and over like nothing else is going on around the world that demand more attention. Hamas and Israel are there. People are dying in our road every minute from where we are. How do we use this media to speak to the issue that are close to our heart? I mean, if this is close to your heart and that's what you want to bug yourself, and you live close by Chicago and you never get what you are looking for, I hope you get the person you are getting information from. You don't have to be a journalist. There is no qualification to be a journalist. If that is what you want to do, and you want to hire a private investigator to investigate it, if that is a priority to you, you can do that without flooding the air where we have people dying. The U.S. And the other Western world who promote a basic human right of freedom of everything. We see a genocide going on, and they won't talk about it. So what are
But
they?
Janaba, is it not like also like you said something about, maybe they should be focusing on things that are actually affecting people, like all the violence, insecurity in Nigeria. And part of that problem could be this kind of bad leadership. So some of all these people that are looking to investigate this stuff, even if it seems like not at the core of what they should be doing in terms of removing this leadership, but if that can help them get rid of that leader, isn't that a good thing? It's like how they got Al Capone. Al Capone was guilty of so many murders, but they got him on tax evasion or something like that.
if the case go to court, the judges or the court itself, they are also on trial as well. Once, like now we're talking, the eyes are watching them, and we can just be brief about it. We are watching you. Whatever you do is integrity, or your personal integrity and the institution you are representing. So once the case like this go to court, I want you to know that the court too is on trial. So we are watching.
Yeah. Thank you. And you know, I never really said it. Condolences for your losses regarding what happened, because I noticed you brought it up today again, and it's something. It appears sometimes we forget that, you know, our communities are all experiencing a lot of problems. Please go ahead, Electricity.
Jonaba, I'm going to take what you said and flip it around, even though somebody has asked you before this and that. Alaba, sorry, I'm taking. You want to go first before me because you were trying to say something about raise my hand. You want
to? Yeah. I wanted to say that it's nice we want to talk about Hamas and Israel, but that's not my country. My country, I'm more concerned about my country getting better. My country not obeying rule of law. My country messing up. So I'm talking. That's passion. That's me. That's what I need to save. You know, I sympathize with the people in Israel and Hamas, but I'm not here to this. I'm not interested in them. I got to save my country. I have to have a country, a home. That's more important than the things happening in the world. If my country is going down and I see it's going down, that's what I want to talk about. And I know why it's going down, because the rule of law is not obeyed. Those in charge of leadership are violating the Constitution. These are the things I want to talk about. This is my
you
passion.
have the right to talk about it, but
so when people try to deflect, that's why Nigeria is having a tough time in getting to be good. Because we, the intellectuals, we always deflect, avoid. We don't address the real issue. People can't talk about this. People can't talk about that. The Supreme Court will decide. Would the Supreme Court decide what I can read for myself? A bunch of men that are putting white man's wig on their head.
Alaba. The issue of Hamas and Israel was not the first thing I mentioned. I mentioned that I'm more concerned about the security of Nigeria and my people that were massacred yesterday. And that is also the heart of leadership of Nigeria. So you can still address it and still link it to the president and make a case.
Those people in leadership, if they don't care about my constitution, you think they will care for my people that are living in Benue? They don't care about the law.
A certificate will not fix it, and it's not a certificate.
That's to you, but to me, if they forge, maybe they shouldn't be ruling me.
Yeah, but the Yoruba kingdom also saw him before when he was your governor. You guys, you cover it up when even the very people that raised that question, you guys do not address it at that point.
It's a sequence of people that covered it up. The likes of Femi Falana, the likes of Jonathan, all of them covered it up. That's why Nigeria is failing. The problem we are dealing with today is because there's been several cover-up because of their own political gain. Everybody is covering things up for political gain.
Yeah,
tell the truth. We will get somewhere in that country.
I know, because Jonaba, respectfully, I know we've had our differences here, and I will want to contain myself in responding to you respectfully, because if we talk about your people that you are saying were killed, okay, what do we do? What do you want us to do?
That is what we are doing. I spoke about how do we not just say my people die, but to make sure they work with others to make sure they attach name to them and get the number. And also, if not, because some of us came out get the information locally and brought it up, it was silent. So that my own is to create awareness that the genocide also is not just whatever is going on in between the Hamas militant and the Israeli. but also that the same thing is going on in Nigeria in one way or the other, whether it's in the east or in the south, or we have a lot of infrastructure problem and unemployment. We have the EFCC appointment that they are. So there are many things we can focus in our motherland and talk about it there. And that is also can lead to the issue we are talking with the president. There's many ways to link
but you stated earlier that, let me surmise what you stated, that we are kind of overflogging this issue of certificate. That is your argument earlier. So if you are dragging us back there, I don't know why I'm echoing. If you're saying we should go back, why am I echoing loud? So is somebody mute themselves, please? I don't know. Yeah, if we go, let's say, this is where we're going to have problem with Nigerians. And with due respect, you're trying to deflect. That is just an act of deflecting. Yes, it appears that we overflogging the issue, but you agree when they said when the head is rot, it affects every other thing. Who appointed the EFCC? Is it not the same Tinubu? Who appointed the EFCC? Is it not the president? So if we're going to talk about that, we'll also talk about the president. We've not seen the president for days now. Nobody knows his whereabouts. His son was claimed to want to go with the private jet. The presidential jet from Lagos, from Abuja to Kano. Is it not the same thing we're going to talk about?
Yeah, that's good.
So if you say we are overflogging, yes, sometimes issues like this will
we have talked about it on this subject, and I said everybody have the right to whatever close to their heart to talk about. And I made it clear that personally, agnostic, don't talk about it. Even if you say you are flogging it, I have the right to say that. What I said this is what
I think, if I may, because this has gone on for a long time and it was highly unnecessary, I believe. John Abba was making a point. He wasn't controlling anybody's speech.
Exactly.
He wasn't speaking to anybody directly. He just said,
"No, Jagun, I disagree with you. We can roll the tape backward.
You've got to let me land, my friend.
We can roll the tape backward. I don't interject.
No.
I respect people.
You've got to let me land,
when
my
we're
friend.
trying to deflect,
no. That's where it moved to. It moved to that position because there was enough time. You gave it so much gas that there was more time now to open it up more. All John Abba was saying was, this subject doesn't particularly interest me, and I'm kind of on the side. I'm on that side. Talking about Tinubu's qualifications ain't gonna do shit for nobody. So you can talk about it all you like. You've talked about it before. It's extremely boring. What's happening is that you guys are being run roughshod over and given small pieces to pinch about. It's rubbish. It's not going to get Tinubu out of office and allow us to move forward. So with a slight comment, you've exploded it to a point where I think you are going to offer a different track initially when you gave way to Alaba to speak. So why don't you entertain that track? Because this is boring.
Okay,
sorry, electricity.
To you, it may be boring. You are entitled to 1 second. I'll give you the chance. I want to leave now because, to be honest, I've told myself I won't be doing this back and forth with people again. Honestly, to you, it may be boring.
Sorry, electricity. I wanted to underscore something.
Highly unnecessary. You don't need to. Because it's gone. It's a past subject already.
Sorry,
no, it's not a past subject. It's going to be spoken about as much as anybody wants. So anybody who wants to express their views, let them express their view over it.
I agree with that.
Because you can bring a subject up now, and I can tell you, Jagun, that subject is rubbish. Don't let us talk about it.
No, I agree with you.
There is a missing point here.
It is an ongoing thing. I want the same as everybody else, but we mustn't explode. I don't believe that we need to espouse more on what John Abba meant lightly. He may have gone on a bit, but he still meant it in a light fashion. You've taken it to a heavy position. It's unnecessary.
Okay. Sorry,
Jagun, let me weigh in here.
Sorry, Augustine, please.
Okay, Francis.
I've kept quiet for a long time. There was a drift. What happened for Jagun? I know you've been on the background since, even though you were listening. Dominic hasn't been here for probably a couple of weeks or so, as forefather identified. And he now wanted to get his own view on what
Me
has
too.
been discussed over time. Okay, so
I
when
agree.
yeah, so Dominic answered maybe on XYZ. The last he spoke about was the certificate, even though probably forefather asked him what's your view on the certificate, whether it was forgery or not, and they started referring to BBC and all that. So in the course of his finishing that sequence of what's been discussed probably in the last 2 weeks or 1 month, he hasn't been here, and then maybe the discussion was now going to John Alba to say something, or maybe Alabama came in after dragging of the issue, whether BBC was BBC Africa or the main BBC and all that. So John
Absolutely,
Alba
I'm
was
with
like,
you.
we've overflocked on this. I said it the last time I said something here. It was probably misunderstood when I say everybody should calm down about this thing. Yes, we know it's in court. That Obi will not, like I said, Obi is not the kind of person that will not say Nigerians, okay, after the Supreme Court would have validated Tinubu, say, I don't agree on this, or everybody, let's go on the street, like it happened in Kenya. Is it Morgan Shangara and his whatever, the other guy? It won't happen here because he knows a lot of people will die. So, well, whichever means, either, I mean, if the court didn't favor him, he will still come up in such a way that the communique he will give, even if he doesn't like it, he will say he doesn't like it, but he's not going to charge the individuals to go on the streets, as it were. So we will have to wait till the court decides. But it was just a follow through with Dr. Dominic having not had his own say about it in all this while. So John Abba was re-echoing, oh, we've already discussed on this thing over a long time. Let's talk about other things, and then maybe electricity didn't get it. That's where I'm saying there's a drift. If electricity know where forefather and the Dominic we are coming from, and what make Mr. Jonaba say what he said, he wouldn't have gone into this
You wouldn't
argument
have.
of
You
Francis,
you said
Francis,
exactly
can I
what I was
come in?
saying.
There is,
yes,
yeah, there is a serious misconnect you people are bringing in here.
Okay.
When forefather asked question, he said about forgery, and Dominic gave opinion.
Dominic, yes.
Sorry, no, he said that forgery we need to talk about it. Dominic gave opinion. Alaba gave opinion. I gave opinion. John Abbas said he's not interested in that. It is not even a qualification to become a president. So that changes the topic.
Okay.
I personally am not interested. If you stop at primary 5, I want to be president. If the constitution says it's okay. But the problem we have with this case is Biden, the American president, must have known the true story of that case. If you work in a corporate institution, if you work in a corporate institution in the Western world, you really cannot say that forgery is a minute case. I lost a colleague just because he went and took valet pass to carry his car. Valet pass of less than $10. He was expelled from the job. So if you say forgery is a minute case, it becomes a problem. And no international organization will identify with you if you forge. And every country will move on serious issues if we don't handle this issue. And this issue connects to every other thing. Because if you are talking about insecurity and you see the policeman taking bribe, how would this stop the armed robber that is robbery? So moral justification goes lacking also.
Yeah, I do not
All right,
talk that.
sorry guys, 1 second.
I put it on record to be clear that I do
John,
not
just 1 second, please. After you've spoken, I'll let you speak. Don't worry, I'm not saying anything. I have nothing to contribute. After you speak, please let Ed speak. He's at the airport. He's about to fly. God knows where he's going. But after Jonaba, please let Ed speak.
John Alba, please talk.
Uncle Ike at the background. I took you out so I can come out and allow Ed to speak. So I will give you again so Uncle Ike can come back.
Have a safe trip. I'll join you guys later.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't hear that. I thought you said I should fly away.
No, I say have a safe trip. I'll see you guys later.
I'm
All right,
sorry.
Jonaba, sorry, I was
Yeah.
just trying to make room for. No, Jonaba, say what you want to say. No, say it quickly. Then Ed will speak
No,
after
it's
you.
all right. I said just on record, I did not say forgery is not an issue. All I say that they overflooded this case and it's already in the court, and that is it. So anybody that want to twist it or spin it otherwise, I'm not interested. Thank you. I'll rejoin you guys again.
And my condolences, Mr. Jonaba.
Thank you. That is what I want to hear. I want to feel a little, not this flogging.
We're sorry.
Wow.
We're sorry about that. I want to quickly say something. Father Augustine, I put a message in the private chat. Please, if you would respond, that would be great. I want to also correct something I said yesterday because we're on blast. So I said something about Israel annexing the Golan Heights. That was wrong. What I actually meant was the Sinai Peninsula, which was annexed to Egypt. So I wanted to correct that. And then on the issue on the table, I know we say we've overflogged it, but that was what I saw that was being discussed, and that's what brought me here. So I wanted to add a little twist to it, based on what Dominic said, that it's going to be hard for you to verify that social security number because there are two principal ways you can verify that. First, if you are an agent of the Social Security Administration, you might be able to get clearance to do that. Secondly, if you're an employer, there's a platform for Social Security, verification called E-Verify. Those of us that work in the United States, we probably know about it. So you have to go through E-Verify, and the employer has to show that they are actually giving you a job. Unfortunately, I don't see how that's going to happen with Mr. Tinubu when you're not the employer. The only third option that I can think about is probably the option that David Undeyi and his colleague in the US have been trying to use to get his FBI files, maybe going through a subpoena on the basis of public interest, but that's really a tall order. I don't know if private investigators have that level of clearance to assess people's social security. I don't know about that. And I also have a little question, because the certificates that Mr. Tinubu presented to INEC was the type that was, that CSU was issuing sometime between 1997 to 1999 or thereabouts. So my question is, if Mr. Tinubu got a certificate from them in the 2000s, then why should it bear the information of the template that was between 1997 to 1999? And then if he got it earlier, why did he not present it when he was running for Lagos State Governor? So to me, it's just a little bit. We can only make conjectures, but we kind of have an idea what's really going on here, But again, this issue is sub judice, is in the court. We can't, make too much of assertions. We can only make conjectures, and it's just a pity that we have found ourselves here. It's not really the best state that Nigerians want to find themselves at this point.
Ed, I have a question for you. Thank you for your correction. You said the Golan Heights was is under control of Israel.
No. Yeah, it is.
So, which of the region you said is not under their control?
The Sinai Peninsula was ceded to Egypt as part of their peace treaty.
Yes, that is why I was actually bashing you on comment section yesterday.
No, it's fine.
My apology.
It's fine.
Or here is it, right? A repeater. Yesterday, you also said those are parties of war. You need to understand.
No, I didn't say that. I did not say they are bounties of war.
I've heard this from you, Ed.
I did not say that. I replayed it.
Okay. I need to put something correctly here. Israel, you need to understand that in 1967, they attacked Egypt and Syria to collect those regions. What now happened? That was why the Yom Kippur War is Egypt and Syria. It was a return attack. That was what causes that attack.
No, that's not true, brother.
What is not true?
But I did not come. I did not come for that. Again, I really, because this is a very international. No, let me land, because it's an international platform. You know, it's very easy to be misrepresented. I did not say those places were bounties of war. I said when Israel won against the Arab coalition.
They said it was cheap.
So,
They said it was cheap. Somebody
okay,
said
so
well,
just be very clear about that.
For you, though.
And you know, can we discuss this some other time? Because
okay,
again,
no
I don't want
I
to
have a
be
lot of
pigeonholed.
things we need to trash out.
Yeah, we'll always see. So, but
No
today's
wahala,
not a good time.
Safe
All right,
trip, man.
Thank you, everyone. I'll stay behind. Thank you.
I think it's my turn to say something, right?
Just take your time.
Chief, yeah, welcome, Chief. You know, you threw me under the bus when you were telling Dr. Damages that they never let you talk until I'm the only when I come on and all that stuff. That's when they let you talk. But it's okay anyway. Please go ahead if you want to add something.
Thank you. I just want to, sympathize with my brother John Alba for what is happening in Benue State. I don't think it started today. I think that when the campaign was going on, and me and John Alba, we were going back and forth because he felt that Governor Tom was being political. He doesn't want to, fight what is going on, but Autumn keep letting the world to know that Buhari and his administration are undermining his administration because of his, the way he stood against Buhari. And I think from Dr. Franklyne to today, I think he shed more light that it was a calculated attempt by the federal government to make sure that Autumn political career were almost finished. So it was a calculated political move, never to fight the Fulani that were, killing people in Benue State like they're killing fowls and animals. So I think that it is good that even though when you don't like somebody politically, there are elements of reality that you should be able to accept and understand that there is political undertone that what was going on in Benue State. Now you have a new governor. What is he doing? It's still the same killing that is still going on. I never even had the governor say anything. So this idea, it is because Autumn was fighting the federal government. It's not true. We don't want to lose anybody. What is going on is going on. Back to the certificate listed. It is sometimes it's very hard for me to really comprehend when people who intellectuals like almost everybody in this platform trying to defend indefensible, things that even somebody who didn't go to school cannot defend.
Absolutely.
So listen, whatever that has brought this issue of certificate, like my brother Austin said, it is because of the illegitimacy of the man who claimed to be president of Nigeria. And the illegitimacy of that government is going to cause so many things. So it is very simple. I don't need the Supreme Court to tell me, like my brother Alaba said, to tell me that this man, I don't care which university he went. Who cares about the university he went? Your recommendation to seek an office is elementary school or class 5, right? But the point that even he said the university he went, that the certificate that he submitted to the INEC was forged, and the university said that they didn't issue this certificate. What are we defending? Because that's my question. The man who said that he went to Government College, Lagos in 1970, or he graduated in 1970, but the school was established in 1974. What are you defending? The man who claimed to go to primary school in Ibadan, the school of that, the student of that time came out and made a public announcement that this man never existed in their school. Chief Bode George, from day one, has told the Nigerian that no, this man has no identity. So, for me personally, I don't know what we are defending. I don't know what I need the Supreme Court to tell me whether he forged the certificate or he did not forge the certificate. All of you here, probably it's only me that is in this platform that did not go to university. 99%, half of you, all of you have degrees and masters in whatever field that you are qualified for. What is it as an is it? What did he say? Irrepressible damage that is going to cause if his certificate is made public, right?
Right.
I went to CMS Grammar School, Bariga. What damage is it going to cost me to tell you that my secondary school that I went is CMS Grammar School, Bariga, Akoka? What damage is that is going to do to me? Even if I get F9 in the whole studies that I studied in secondary school, what damage has it got to do with me? We discussed about our school we went. So why is your president? Because he's not my president. He's telling the world right now that if you know the school he went to, is going to cause a very big damage to him. A man that is in public service. So this is why most of the time I see that what is really happening to Nigerians are Nigerians themselves. Somebody said, Dr. Franklyne said something here this afternoon. I really have been thinking. He said that when all of us stop giving money to people back in Nigeria, by the time they see nobody give them money, maybe they will rise up and take back their country. And I find that to be true. Because for the fact that some of us, all of us here, sometimes your classmate or your people you live in the same neighborhood before you leave Nigeria, or your family or your friends or whatever, sometimes they call, you send money. And that is why when they get the money after 1 month, they still believe that another money is going to come. So my brothers and sisters, I don't know why people are defending this. Listen, anybody who's saying we overflogging it, we are going to flog this until even the next generation that is going to come. We will continue to flog it because this man is a mystery. Nobody knows who this man is. Nobody can pin anything that this is who this man is. We don't know his parents. We don't know his brothers. We don't know his sisters. We don't know anybody. And all of us living in the Western world, where I live, my name is written IYKE. But sometimes in my documents, almost every month I make correction. They will write LYKE. If I refuse not to correct those documents, and I try to use that document to do something, and I go to my original document that is IYKE, don't you think I'm going to have a problem? That's why every time that mistake is made, I make sure that I go to the office, they have to change it to the way it is written, IYKE, not LYKE. So I don't know why you see Nigeria, you see this man that is sitting on that plate in that Asoro. Everything that is happening right now is as a result of a forged certificate. That's one. Two, secondly, as a result of an election that he did not win, because he said, grab it, take it, whatever you can do, take it and grab it and go around with it. And that is where we are right now. So everybody coming here to tell me that I am waiting for Supreme Court to tell me that this man, the certificate that is presented to the INEC, I'm not talking about other certificate, that it was not from them. Pure and simple. Thank you, Ayib, for now.
I need to sign off. Jagu, may I put you on the spot if that's okay?
Yeah, please. Please,
can I?
I'll yield the floor right just now. Hold on 1 second, please. John Abba came here to gain sympathy. Okay, Jagun, the people that died during that Independence Day, that the petroleum tanker, you remember? Do you remember?
Yeah.
In Nigeria.
Yeah, in Nigeria.
Okay.
That being their people's family. Do they deserve sympathy?
Why not? Of course they will, especially for me as a Nigerian, of course.
So everyone in Nigeria deserves sympathy.
Absolutely.
So John Abba coming to say it's people. We all have people. Okay. And Mr. Ike, thank you. Okay, Mr. Ike, okay, thank you for your submission. And I will say this, I believe it's in the background listening. Whether we think the matter has been overflowed or it's not being overflowed, I don't know. But this issue will go on for generations to come. And the more we talk about it, just like other issues, the more people will be listening and we say, even if at the end of the day we do not achieve what this issue of the girl, what's her name, that forger jammed this thing, Isama, a positive thing was achieved from it, whereby it was found out that she actually manipulated or tampered with the result, and as a result of that, people learned a lesson. When evil is not spoken of or dealt with speedily, it tends to either grow and manifest and go on for generation and for generation. I don't believe that we are overflogging any issue.
Okay. Let me quickly come in, because I don't believe your submission is necessarily for me. I don't care who or what anybody wants to speak about. Anybody can speak about whatever they want. I just felt
I have asked you my question. You've answered.
Wait. Let me just put this into your narrative. I just put to you that there was a slight misunderstanding between yourself and John Abba and how he meant to come across. And I believe what he had to say was liked. I then joined him in a way by saying this bit of it is boring. You understand? I did say that, but I didn't mean that.
You've answered the question I wanted to answer. So this is me speaking. So you've answered my question. So whatever issue we talked about, or we are talking about, or we will talk about in the future, I think it's not fair for us to say it's boring because of it's being overflowed.
That's an opinion. That's an opinion. And it's on me on this. There's no way.
I'm not speaking to Jago. I'm speaking my mind. Is it okay for me to speak my mind? I don't understand.
Absolutely, but I want you to understand me as well, because some of what you're saying.
Well, you will have your time to speak. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the audience, for crying out loud.
All righty. You did call out my name though.
But I didn't call your name now. I said it's not fair for us to say. I use the word "it's not fair," meaning I respect people's opinion.
Mm-hmm.
It's not fair for us to say it's what an issue is boring or is being overflowed.
Mm.
If we say that, then the issue will not be, what do we now talk about? Could we let's forget about Tinubu's, hypothetically, let's forget about his certificate, which we've been talking on now. So what other subjects should we talk about now? Hypothetically.
Very good. Right. If you're asking me, I can answer.
It's a general question. I'm not going to be I'm not addressing you personally. So you can answer if you want to.
Yes, please. Now, for me, whilst I take on board what you're saying, and as the electricity that I've known since I've come to this space and understand, I've got a great deal of respect for what you have to say, even though I will have various levels of disagreement with what you have to say. All I'm saying is that in this platform, from what I've heard today, because I want to bring it down to kind of today at the same time, the brilliance of the individual, the doctor, Franklyne, that we had today, I was really impressed with so much that he had to say. And I felt within what he had to say, there was so much to be spoken about. So when we went when we went on to the Tinubu level, I just felt, man, what my man said, it provides a lot of talking points, real genuine talking points that we ourselves can get our meat and veg out of, our hands into the real mire, as opposed to speaking about things that we have zero power over. The whole idea, for me personally, my opinion is that Tinubu should not be in power, and him being in power is wasting everybody's time. The fight to get him out of power is a diligent fight. However, I don't care how it's done, just get him out. Looking at all the minutiae for me for me personally, it's boring. So whilst I listen to it a lot, I don't contribute a lot. All I was doing is defending John Abba's freedom to say that for him, that's not what we talk about. Because likewise, for me, what I felt that this session was going to come down to was the magnificence of the individual who spoke to us today. I felt that's far more important for us to be getting our teeth into, and something where we can start to attach understanding as for forward. Somebody came on here earlier and said that I forgot who the guy. If I could have seen, he's not here right now. He said that sugar. My mind just slightly went. Well, he said something slightly negative as to what the premise is that Franklin.
That was Masca. That was Masca, wasn't it?
I think it was Masca. But
I was hoping we're going to continue, but
that's right.
Dominic is the one who put us in this whole.
The way that this show takes, especially after this is not a critique necessarily, but there's a way that this show takes that is easily disturbed from the focus it should have. For one silly talk to another level of strange talk that goes round and round in circles, not taking us anywhere. Yet there are things that are real nuggets, real gold in what we're discussing, being left asunder. And I don't always like that. I like when we're on subject, even though the subject may be expansive, but we're on point. This show has a lot of power, and we misuse the power a lot of times. We let it go to the vacuum of unnecessariness. I believe that the subject of talking about a comment section is a complete waste of everybody's energy, mate. I find it extremely boring and petty to the last degree of pettiness. I can't believe it. So show, as already mentioned, if there's somebody that you don't like, block them. Finish. End of story. We don't need to talk about it at all. Just go forward.
Or ignore the person.
Focus on this program, I'm afraid, that we keep missing. We keep missing it. And this is my only objection, in truth. I'll leave it.
Okay,
go
ahead,
further.
the righteous man. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if you can see, I'm using phone light in order to. Yeah, you're laughing at your country. It's not my fault.
No, we're not laughing at you. Yeah, I guess it's funny. It just sounds funny.
That is why we must get things right. That is the reason why we must get things right. You see, I made 2 submissions recently. One was yesterday, Saturday. And the doctor that came today re-echoed it, re-emphasized it, and he spoke concerning it several times. What was the submission I made yesterday? I said the only way that we make Nigerians to go on the street and chase these political thieves out of power is when they get to the extreme poverty level, where those in diaspora are no longer sending money to Nigerians, where even to buy a cup of rice will not be able, they can't afford it. When they get to that extreme level of poverty, they don't need gun, they don't need any motivation. You will see Nigerians will come out and take their destiny into their hand. And that was what the young doctor said today. The young man, that was what he submitted, that is the only solution. We are not asking for gun, but as long as Nigerians are receiving handout from people from abroad, I'm telling you, they keep going to church, keep going to mosques to pray, and believe that tomorrow God will answer. And when the need of house rent comes tomorrow, they will call you. You will send it because $100 or $200 will sort a problem. And they keep believing that God have answered their prayer. At least they have been able to sort out their house rent. So extreme poverty is the only thing that will make Nigerians defile gunshot of the policemen and army and go out to go after these people so that they will leave seat of power. That's number one. Number two, I've been making this submission consistently. When we come to this platform, it's a global platform. I don't know whether you guys have recognized that. Whatever we discuss here should be aimed at achieving something. And that was what the doctor said. This platform should have a vision, an agenda. I raised it the other time. They said, no, it's, have your say. It's not it must not be political. But if you ask me, I think the docility of Nigerians living abroad is causing even more harm. Because you guys keep talking, no action, nothing. You can't demonstrate it there. You have all the liberties to organize yourself and go to Nigerian embassies wherever you are cited, and then show forth that you are not happy with what is happening down here in Nigeria. You are not doing that. Every time you come to the platform, you keep speaking your grammar, you keep saying all kinds of things. At the end of the day, you blame Nigerians that are home here that we are not doing anything. We are doing something. You guys are not doing anything because you have the liberty we don't have here. I can't go to the street of Lagos now to protest. Police and army will go after me. But you can carry a placard and go to Nigerian embassy or the High Commission, wherever you is situated, and then protest. It will go viral. So the liberty you have, you're not making use of it. Then coming to the issue of the Tinubu saga, certificate saga, any person who wants Nigeria to be good and well, who is canvassing for us to suspend the issue of talking or discussing about this certificate, that person should go for prayers. Because the problem we are facing here right now, Nigeria is a hell, is a hell, okay? It's a hell. Imagine for days now, there is no light in my house. The little fuel I could get is burned off during the time of the doctors, our guest. Now I'm using just my phone touch to be able to speak. Is that life? And you think it should continue that way? It shouldn't. So we must talk about this thing. This man has no primary certificate. He doesn't have. If he has, we dare him to bring it out. He doesn't have secondary school certificate. If he has, let him bring it out. It's not a big deal. He doesn't need Chicago State University certificate to be president. He only needs the primary school certificate. Let him bring it. He doesn't have. He doesn't have secondary school.
Thank you, Righteous
So, Righteous Man, can I just respond?
Hold on. I will round up now. I will submit. Now, the one he was able to present here is a forged one. The Supreme Court cannot tell me whether it is forged or not. It is Chicago State University that will tell me whether it is forged or not. And it had been presented to them, and they said, this thing is not coming from us. So why are we debating over it again? The Supreme Court, if they said it's not forged, it will not change what I believe, because the school
Righteous Man, I have a question for you. Righteous Man,
in terms of moderation, please. In terms of moderating, Forefather seems to have I don't know who is sucking him. But let's we don't know what has happened, please. If anybody call the ambulance for him. In the absence of Forefather, I will do the moderation.
Come in. Yes, sir.
Forefather, you haven't eaten corn. Because you haven't eaten corn, that's why.
Righteous Man, AY wants to ask you a question. Then I am going to throw a spanner into the ball, into the wheel for us to.
Righteous Man.
AY, can you ask Righteous Man your question, please?
Yeah,
Make it snappy,
here's my question, right? You said you want us to go protest, right? First of all, you want us to go and protest, right?
Yeah. Have you done that before?
hold on.
Righteous man, you want to ask you a question.
The first
Just relax.
question is, who do you want us to protest for? That is the first question. The second question is, the same Chicago State University, CSU, claimed Tinubu graduated from there. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on. Claimed Tinubu graduated from there. My own confusion is, if I'm a graduate of a university, and this question is for everyone, and I go ahead and forge a certificate, I have the degree, I have a bachelor's. Is it considered forgery? I want to get that clear. But Righteous Man, answer my two questions.
Okay. If you are protesting, you are showing to the Nigerian ambassador there and to the whole world that you do not accept the suffering of Nigerians back home, and that whatever you are laboring for over there, you are not enjoying it. You are sending it down here to maintain the people that are here. And if Nigeria is to be good, somebody like you may return back to this country and then contribute your quota towards moving this country forward. That's number one. Number two, concerning the certificate issue, Alhaji Abubakar did not go to USA to ask whether he was a graduate of that school or not. He went there to say, school, please, this man submitted this certificate during our electionary time. Can you prove whether this thing is from you or not? And the school said, we didn't issue this.
Okay, simple. Okay, that is good.
Okay,
hold on. Please, 1 minute, please.
Hold on.
Please, 1 minute.
Hold on.
Let them have the conversation now.
Yeah, we'll have a conversation. Just hold on. Let's go back to what the man said in respect to not sending money. People in diaspora not sending money to Nigerians, to family back at home, which Righteous Man, and according to Jagun, the man said a lot of things. So now we need to work out the percentage of money sent, family sent. How will that? Let's hypothetically that, okay, is that possible? Will it move the needle if those in diaspora stop sending money home and it will push people back at home to protest? Can we talk about that?
Well, if I could quickly jam in, because myself and yourself, Electricity, have had this conversation before, where I challenged you to the understanding there is this big wad of money coming in from the diaspora into Nigeria that is more than the income we receive from oil. And that being the case says to us that we do have a power base. What we do with that financing, again, just as the gentleman said, and this is what I remember now, I was going to say, Malaka, I forget his name. He said, no, the guy on the program here, I think he's from the north. Anyway, Pascal, he said that, sugar, it's gone again. Basically that, well, let me just go back to what I was saying to Electricity. The fact that we have this big wad of money going into Nigeria, feeding everybody once, and then we go again for the next year, the next month, whatever it is. So we keep doing this thing. However, it's not doing anything to change the plight of the people back home. So to stop it is drastic. But, you know, if it's drastic measures that we have to make, it's drastic measures. But it allows us to entertain the conversation as to what do we now do with this wad of money? Because
we're gonna go this way. Okay,
you have been raising my hands even before
Jagun, have you finished?
Yeah.
We're gonna go in cycle. I don't know which format we will take. So Jagun, you finish. We go to Tom. We go to Chim. We're gonna skip Righteous Man because he's spoken about it. We go to John Abba, AY, Alaba, then Francis. Is that, do we all agree on that format, please?
Can I say I agree totally, apart from, I believe, Righteous Man, who have just clearly spoken with a very clear sense of mind as to what takes place. I would like for the format to go like that, but to see if Righteous Man has anything to add.
What do you mean the format should go from Righteous Man to who?
No, just as you said before, but if Righteous Man has anything to add at the stage where you come to him, make it Adam.
No, don't worry. We'll skip Righteous Man. Don't worry about it. Tone, the floor is yours. You have 2-3 minutes to make this your argument. Is that a good idea? Is it? Do you think it's going to produce that effective change and move the people? Let me use the word, for want of better words, against the corrupt elected officials back at home.
More, if I may. Does it?
Jagun, we are not fighting war here. Relax.
No, it's not war. It's not a war because that end is not enough. That I think it should be. Does it lead us into a sense of solution building? Really?
Well, the solution is, if they don't get this fund or this respite that we send, it will move them to say, you know what, we now have to do, because maybe that fund is giving them too much comfort as such. They felt, you know what, we're okay. I mean, Tone, the floor is yours. Jagun, put your hand down, please. Thank you. I'm the principal here right now.
Okay. Righteous Man, I'm surprised that
Jagun, don't speak. Jagun, if you speak, don't go ahead.
Yeah. Righteous Man, I'm surprised that you're bringing this suggestion up. You've lived in Europe. You know how it works. I cannot leave Monday morning. I run my own business, and I have people that work for me that I need to watch. Millions are going in my transaction, and I'll go to Nigerian house in Strand and be carrying some placards. The Nigerian house does not give it. It does not give it. I don't want to use the S word. Whether you're there, you might dare scream your voice out. They don't care. You stay there and all that. At the best possible, the police will come and and make sure that it's being done in an orderly manner. Yeah, that you're not infringing public order. So, and you suggesting that we should stop sending money back home. Who does that? If I have an old mother or an old father back home, I know that because of Tinubu or whoever, I know that I should not send money back home to them. At the minute, there are about 10 children that I send school fees and all sort of thing. I know that no, that's not. It's not workable until the people back home are ready. You shouldn't look at diaspora. I mean, nobody wants to go to Nigeria right now and just see. If anybody goes right now as a single person, I know that they'll just, the DSS are being used as a private soldiers and all that. They'll grab you. So that's what you're preferring is not practical. It's not practical. The most practical thing is putting pressure on them by talking, because they watch this program and getting this program to the ordinary man out there in Nigeria, so that you start doing something about the way they think, because it's a mindset. Once their mindset is reached and all that, they start thinking differently, then they can start doing something. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Tony is not for it. Francis, thank you very much. Again, the total amount of money the personal remittance received amounted to $20.13 billion in 2022. So, Chim, should this money be stopped, and will it provide, when it's stopped, will it provide that change, that inspiration for the people to rise up and say enough is enough? The floor is yours, Jim. Thank you.
Okay. So my perspective is slightly similar to tone, but let me put it in this context. Number one, I'm sending money to my family. I'm not sending money to the government of Nigeria. I'm not an economist, so I don't know. You know, when we talk about this diaspora remittances that comes in, that is huge. I'm still trying to understand how exactly the federal government benefits from it. I don't know. Like I'm honest. What I don't know, I say I don't know. I don't know how the federal government benefits from it, how they tax it, how they get any taxation from it. I don't know, because if I can send cash, if I see somebody who's reliable, I can send cash. It gives it to my loved one, or I can ask somebody who is trying to pay school fees here to give. I agree a percentage, you know, whatever it is, I pay into their own account here because they're sending their child to school here, and then they give my relative money on the other side. Or if I want to pay the Western Union or any of the electronic media's fees, I send it through them. How this thing that you know, the federal government always boasts about, that they get all these remittances, how it benefits them, I haven't understood it. Like I said, I'm ignorant, so it's not something that you can stop, because I'm not giving money to Tinubu or his central bank governor. That's one. Two, coming to the issue of demonstration in front of the Nigerian High Commission or embassies in wherever we are, there is some point in it. However, you see, Nigeria is a numb nation. When I say numb, as in we don't, our nerves are dead as a group of people, and that's why we do certain things. Because what are the kind of things that you will see, say, let's say, for instance, the Iranians or maybe another country will do to their embassy wherever it is, and you will see the ripple effect in their country. We do the same thing, and our people just go dead. So the only way we are going to touch and impact the government is while we're talking intellectually like this, that some people have said is a waste of time. Remember that not only are these people watching, they are cronies. Their cronies are some of those people on the right side of the screen who come here to comment and say barbadas. You know, that tells you they are paying. There are people they are paying to come and monitor and watch and come and tell them what's going on. So that already is making an impact. For the fact that somebody can monitor you shows that anybody who can wake up and start policing you around and policing to know what you're doing, trying to hack your phone and all those things, it means you are really making an impact. So ultimately, people back home are the ones who are going to wake up, especially the young ones. The old ones are not going to do it. Like Tone said, an old father or old mother you are taking care of is not going to go and demonstrate on the streets. Do you understand? It's going to be the young people who walk there, people who, for instance, like the NSAS, somebody who is carrying a legitimate laptop and police is disturbing. They're the ones who are going to wake up and say, I'm tired of you harassing me for carrying a laptop. I don't know how carrying a laptop has made me a criminal. Or the guy who is importing in Tinkan and you're, you know, making his importation processes difficult. He and his cohorts who are into importation are the ones who are going to make noise and say, I don't pay tax in Nigeria. The only money my money that goes to Nigeria is taking care of my loved ones. I don't pay taxes, and my taxes are paid here. Do you understand? So I don't know how that is going to happen. Like I said, my argument on why I don't believe in some of those things is that Nigeria is for instance, the guy we are talking about, I won't mention his name, we all know him, is the wrong person to have given power. He has no conscience, he has no feelings, he's grab it, wrong with it. It is, I want to be president, that's all. So that kind of person, you don't negotiate with him, you don't discuss with him, he doesn't reason. Because if he was a rational person, already the moment his certificate become an issue, he would have resigned. But to tell you the guy has no shame, he's paying people, now he feels his media team is not doing well, he's trying to get more people he feels can reach this demographic that is giving him a hard time, which is why people like what's his name, the young man that they've given an appointment is coming in. You understand? So that tells you how they think. I mean, a government already has about 20 special advisors on communication-related issue. Tells you that he's trying to fight propaganda. Tells you he's trying to fight information. He's trying to, you know, grab the narrative when it comes to communication and shift the narrative in a way that suits him. He's already telling you who he is. So those kinds of people, certain things don't work with them. There are other ways. What I believe is that our people in high places in diaspora who have access to foreign governments are the ones who should help force that guy out. Unfortunately, they're not doing that. Those are the ones, because the man himself has access in high places in the US and he's milking it. I've been saying it. The guy is milking it. He's milking it so well and it's working for him. That's why they will delay certificate release and all those things. So you were not here when I said my answer is no, we shouldn't stop remittances.
No,
No.
I was here. I apologize. I had to chat.
That's fine. That's fine. So that's just my view.
So, John Abba, the floor is yours, please, in this context, please.
Yeah, in this context, but I want to push. I don't use the word pushback. You are better than this to say I come here to ask for sympathy or trying. I do not come here for that. So I come here and made it clear that I want to create awareness to let the people know that is going on, and they should not just put a number, but they should put the name of the people for record purpose. So it's left for you, Nora. And then
my sympathy, though. My sincere sympathy.
To my brother's submission.
Sorry, John, sorry to cut you short. I wasn't here when you made your pass to the information. What exactly happened? I was not available.
Chim, we'll come back to that once I
Okay.
All
right. Righteous man submission. One of the things is that we can't leave our loved ones to be dying of hunger. Tinubu has nothing to lose. so it has no impact on him whatsoever. I understand the economical impact at large, but then all Nigerians are victims of the 1% that will never need that money. So why should we use that? And secondly, you're also a beneficiary of what is going on now. You see, whatever is happening in Nigeria, it affects everybody back home and us here in diaspora. So it's not your thing only. And it's somehow, and to me, it's an insult, or maybe you don't understand. You have lived in a Western world. It's a busy world. That's why we come here and spend some hour. It's our commitment, and all we can do for our people is to create awareness, use the media outlet to reach out to people and to also speak to some of their ignorance, or trying to create awareness and speak for on behalf of the people that are suffering. So it's not necessary to say, we just come here and speak grammar. We are not doing anything. I understand maybe there's no light now and your temperature have gone up a little bit. I understand that. So I completely understand that. So our time are very valuable. And when we come here, we want to speak to issues that we want to make sure the world know what we are going through. So I think media have a major role to play, and that is what we are trying to do. And then the issue of we should go and protest, where there's different way and different approach. Many years ago, the powerful nation of the world, they hire or recruit a lot of military men. But as the technologies advance in technology, they cut down some of those things. So they use other means. So there are many means now, many ways now we can tackle this issue. I'm not saying there shouldn't be a protest, but then the Nigerian houses you see in abroad, most of them, they are pure Nigerian here. They are not different from the one back home. So they don't listen to anything. They are even more crook. If you go, I don't know about anybody, if you are around New York and you go to the one in New York, a grocery store is better than that. That toilet doesn't even work. That it's a mess. except maybe they have renovated it after my visit. So that mentality is still there. So if you are protecting outside, they'll just look from window, and when the time comes, they carry their bag and go. So we can, point I'm making, we have other means to create this awareness, and think this platform also speaking to issues like that. But I understand the economical impact at large of the money, the remission of the money, but then people will not leave their loved one like that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Electricity, I need to go. Can I quickly make my own statement? Okay.
You are next. No, you are. Ike just joining. You're next.
Yeah, thank you.
If I take it from the people who are spoken, it's a no. Ton, Chim, and John Abba. The approach of suspending this remittance, so people back at home, it's no. I mean, AY, I beg your pardon. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Chim, let me quickly clarify what you're asking me, right? So I was not the one that said you made that statement.
You are the one who said so.
Hold on.
Listen, I don't want us to do back and forth. Can we listen? AY.
Chim, hold on.
AY. I'm moderating right now. Can we focus on what?
No. I need to clarify that. I need very important. So what happened was, I was discussing with Ed that in 1967, that when Israel attacked Syria and Egypt, that was how they collected Golahite at the Sinai region. So I said, why did he call it is Baptist from war? People from comment section started saying, no, it's Chim, it's not Ed. That was why I apologized to Ed. You can go back to watch the video. They said it was you that said it's Baptist from war. That was the discussion. So you need to get clear on that.
Okay, so you are the one I heard say it.
Chim.
I don't listen
please,
to
Chim, I'm not scared of you.
I'm also
telling you what I said.
I'm going to put both of you backstage.
I heard you. I said
I am going to put both of you in backstage, please.
Okay, sorry, Electricity. I was just trying to clarify that for any ambiguity. And the other thing is on the issue of currency, right? Man, that one is no. and to be honest with you, even if we stop sending money back home, like what Chim said now, Nigerians, we are numb. I agree with that. Nigeria will survive. Nigeria, we are very resilient people. We will go ahead and survive. Even if you stop sending money back home, people back home will survive. They will only suffer small, no wahala, they go survive. I'm telling you. But for me, in general, we say no. It doesn't make any sense. That's the only thing. I'm not gonna talk too much on that. Thank you.
Fofana, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
Thank you for holding forth while I was.
No, don't thank me. You're fortunate that I didn't block you. Nonsense. You didn't even excuse yourself. What a bad behavior is that? What's the difference between you and Tinubu now? What we are talking about is not sending money back home with the hope that it will ginger people back at home. The next person to speak is Alaba. After Alaba is Mr. Francis, then Mr. Ike, then I'm the last person that will go. So I yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, I appreciate.
Hold on now. I know I am back now. I'm back. All the rules. Once I show up, all the old rules are
absolutely not in this case. I'm saying all the old rules. You've just gone to eat your agbado and beans, and you're back now. You want to?
You know what? You be surprised how correct you are about that.
After cleaning your mouth,
don't change everything. We've been enjoying the progress of the conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me
hold on. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Father, let Electricity finish this round.
Please.
This round now is going to go for 30 minutes.
No. I'm not going to take long. I don't want to lose my thought. Okay. First of all,
go ahead.
On the issue, we have to understand one thing. Nigerians have been undergoing trauma since 1966 or 1960. So when you look at a patient that has undergone trauma, a good way I can portray it to you all is for take you back, for those of you who have seen Game of Thrones, to take you back into this guy, I can't remember his name, that was tortured in Game of Thrones, and his sister came to rescue him. And after his sister fought through, killed some people holding him down, wanted him, come on, the road is clear, let's go. Tion, that's his name. Let's go. He said he's not going. He's so scared of what the torturer will do to him. Those of you who have watched Game of Thrones, you remember this scene.
Theon Greyjoy.
Theon Grey. Yeah, Greywood. He was so scared. Greyjoy, thank you. He wouldn't move. And the sister looked at, that is no longer my brother. My brother is dead. So that's the situation of Nigerians. I'm sorry if we don't like it. Sending money is helping them, keep them alive. One day, Greon Jones also fought against the angels of the devil. I mean, the angels of death. It was released. But let's go back to sending money. It's stopping sending money. It's a no-no. It's not a pragmatic solution. So the money, let it keep coming. The people need it. They need whatever help to eat. It's better than the 5 grain of palliative Tinubu is trying to give them. 5 grain specifically. So send money if you can. Help those you can. You understand? That has been answered. On the issue of demonstration has never helped anything. What we have to understand that we are battling the mind. And there are 2 sides to the mind. There's the side that is courageous and the side that is weak. It is the side that you feed that would grow. So you have to understand that in this Nigerian context, we have to, this education, proliferation, I think what we should focus on here is how we're going to have a media house. A massive media house where conversation like this takes prime time. That's what we should be focused on. How do we get this Dr. Damage? Is it Mayegun? Is it Niger Watch? Is it whatever platform that is educating people into the houses of Nigeria? Very important, guys. Even if we have to do a PLC, even if we have to broadcast from the sea, even if we have to broadcast from outside, we cannot have the likes of Abati in the rooms of our people. That is feeding their weak side. And also, for those of us on this platform, our focus should be in convincing people like, let me remember name. He's not on the screen. How can I remember his name? And people like AY, so I'm faulting him. Well, it's not Righteous Man. It's what's the other one? The one I was arguing with earlier. Then on the one what's his name? Somebody help me out.
Is it the guy at the airport, Ed?
No, not that guy at the airport.
Masca.
Not Masca. Man of Abba. What's
John Abba.
John Abba is convincing people like AY, convincing people like John Abba, convincing people like Kalata. I got people, convincing people like Just Emeka, convincing people. Where are they? My commentators on the chat. You know, people who are so on the other side. Like Kalata, to be
Kulata, the man that doesn't show his face.
Yeah, to see what we see to make us talk the way we talk or act the way we act, or to see the passion that's making them. We have to convince them. Let me tell you, people like I always go back to what's his name, as even the ANC. I like the ANC struggle, man. Even before the ANC went to go recruit Mandela, they saw Mandela was very vocal. He can speak. They had to recruit him into the ANC, and he eventually became one of their most viable assets in their struggle. You understand? There are some people, they join this platform. We have to be able to convince them. We have to be able to convince these people we did a Luther with 30, 40 years ago, who are now strong Agbadorians. Because the battle is with the mind of the elite, the intellectuals, those who understand it. Once we can capture those or get them a little bit on our side, then we can begin to convince the market woman, the mechanic, the illiterate on the street. We need those people. So we can't, we even, well, that's why I get engaged and I debate falsehood. I argue like I do. You also have, Alaba, you're going to have a heart attack the way. No, because I'm hoping that if I can convince you of one point, then maybe you'll see the way that I am, that the way my country is going, it should not be going that way. You understand? We need a U-turn. So these are our battles, not marching in front of one embassy, in front of this, in front of that. It's the capture of the mind, the battle of the mind. Who fits the mind? And if we can't work on anything else, let us work on a proposal, on a plan to have a media house that is stronger than Arise, stronger than Channel. You guys got to come up. You all intelligent people. We got to come up with ways like that, because it is the battle of the mind, my people. It is not physical. What we battle is principalities and powers. We have to focus on the main thing. It's a battle of ideas, and we are losing out. They are winning. They've already recruited somebody yet unborn. Yet unborn. A child has not been born. Is already on their side because their own result is visible. They can see Tinubu, he made it from a nobody. He's a big man. He's a rich man. They can see Governor Sanwo-Olu, he's a big man. He's a rich man. They can see all the fools that have destroyed Nigeria. You know, so they have recruits without saying a word. We'll still have to convince the choir. And those of you here on this panel, including those that are attacking us in the comment section, you are all the choir. And see how we argue among ourselves. So if we are preaching to the choir, how hard is it going to be for you to preach to those who don't even come near your congregation?
Thank you, Alaba. I said, Francis, you go next, then Ike, but I want to beg your permission for me to go next, then I'll hand over to, because I need to actually prepare to go to the airport myself, please. I am going to buttress, I'm going to follow on what Alaba said, media house. And if you've listened to me very well, I'm going to type my phone number in the private chat, because I have said this over time, that we sit. I'm not in support of stopping money. First of all, let me establish that. It ain't gonna change. You ain't gonna move the needle. That's number one. Two, people need the money back at home, so we ain't gonna support it. It's the renewing of the mind, and we need to have that media present in Nigeria. Okay. And we need to raise money along what we send, or beside what we send home, to accomplish this. And I said it, that we sit in a privileged position. Those of us in diaspora, you must have heard me say that over time. And that privileged position, the one thing we can do, among others, is to have a strong media house. Because the ones Alabas mentioned, they are not, in fact, sometimes it appears that Dr. Bat is looking for a position. The way he normally sits and fold hands, it appears he doesn't want to say things that would disturb them giving him that position. That is my own view anytime I watch him. So if anyone wants to join this push for a media house, something I believe strongly in. I believe strongly in that. Please, let's come together and let's start from somewhere. It's going to be a challenge, but we can overcome that challenge. We need a strong media house that will push the message to the people back at home to change their mind. Then you will see they will rise. Honestly speaking, that is what we hold them. I believe we in diaspora, that is what we can do without fighting anybody. I yield the floor. Thank you for I'll type my number there, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think that is a good this is an argument. You know, if you have a media house that you can push information and change the people, then you probably have a change on your hands. The question is the vehicles that you use to do these things. That's often the problem, and I've been on situations where people have, you know, espoused possible ways of working together, but the mechanism to get that done has not been put in place. So that is something we have to seriously work on. I did talk about it the other day, you know, about the requirements. We need about 12 solid people that know what they are doing in law, technology, and a few other areas to put these systems together. Because if you don't have the system put together, you can't organize yourself as a group. It's very, very hard to do that. Then you have to seriously trust one person, and you know, trust deficit in our community is quite high. So that is that. Anyway, regarding this idea of you know, suspending funds going to Nigerians, I think, was it Chim or someone that said that it's not likely to work anyway, because people can be suffering. There are many African countries that are actually less wealthy than Nigeria. They are still suffering and smiling. Or I wouldn't call it suffering and smiling, but just downright suffering, and they are not able to remove their leaders. And it's because you need something else. There are countries that suffer a lot. Like even, you know, I keep using China as an example. Russia, all of them suffered. It didn't mean that they will turn against their leaders. Suffering is not enough to just turn against leaders. And we often use this Arab Arab Spring as if something changed. What changed in the Arab Spring? Nothing. The leaders are still there. The old leaders, the old guard are still in place. So that is not a revolution. A revolution, when it happens, you will know. The kind of revolution, and it's planned. It's people that have ideas. Like the way the communists came into power in China. They have ideas. They coalesced it into an ideology. The same thing with the Soviets. You have to have an idea, something you want to get done. And even if one person goes, the idea stands on its own. And that is how you build this thing, make a change. That said, like you know, the vehicle has to be there. I don't think spending money to going to Nigeria is going to solve anything. You're just going to keep the money in the West and enriching the West even further anyway. So you must well send the money to Nigeria. Ideally, my only advice is that people should be using it to create wealth, not just only for daily living. You want to send money to create jobs and transfer knowledge. What you know, if you are a medical person in the West working in a lab, you want to transfer that knowledge to Nigeria so that Nigerians learn those things too. And if you are into robotics, you transfer that knowledge and put something on the ground and train people. And you know, those sort of things is where you start making a change. You're building a base now that has the expertise and knowledge to be able to start changing the environment. So that's what I would advise, instead of just paying school fees for people and, you know, building houses and stuff like that. And definitely, I'm not for people withholding funds to people that are suffering, because it's not going to. If it was going to change something, I would say okay, maybe, but it's not going to change anything. I assure you on that one. Who is next?
Can I quickly come in? Because I haven't spoken on this subject. It was just myself. It was just myself and this guy who's just gone off.
Electricity.
Kind of arranged that there's a sequence here.
Jagun, before you.
Okay, yeah, no worries. I'll go after you, no problem.
Okay, probably. I know it might take a longer time. So for further, I should go on. Right?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, of course. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so basically, same. Well, in terms of stopping the money, $20 billion, to be able to get our people to the point where they will now react or begin to revolt. Well, like you said, I don't think that's going to happen, because most people that send it, like Yvonne mentioned, they're sending it to their dear ones, not necessarily through to the government or through government institutions. But like Chim said, it's yet to determine how that relates to government tax system or how they really quantify that money. That's okay. This is what they are benefiting. But the thing is, I like what you said for that when you check some of the, because I've checked some of the West African countries that are very, very impoverished. They've not been able to stand up against their leaders, or some Central African Republic as well. So my own is, we are still looking for what you call it solution. Whereas the second option, like Righteous Man mentioned, is you guys going to the embassies abroad to protest. I think one or two persons have tried to dismiss it, but I'm going to come from another perspective. Yes, you might said somebody mentioned that you are equally involved in your own day-to-day activity work, so to be able to create that kind of time is a challenge. If I draw it back to what happened during George Floyd, okay, let me start with George Floyd before I come to IPOB. George Floyd incident. Not only the incident happened in US, but also in Europe.
Francis,
yes.
Try to keep it within 5 minutes.
Okay, so let me wrap it up. In George Floyd case, there was a lot of protest that gone beyond US. When Nnamdi Kanu was talking about his modus operandi of engaging the government or whatever to create his own organization, there were protests, Asia, South Africa, I believe, Europe, and perhaps in the US. And that gave that his movement some kind of momentum that attracted both global attention and then, of course, local impact, the way that Buhari had to deal with the incidents. I mean, they had to, what do you call it, put them, what they call them terrorists or something, like classify them as terrorist organization. Whereas we keep shouting that guys that are killing people, making people delete up north, they are even giving them freedom, after settling them. So the thing is, there's much you can do protesting at embassies or wherever, or going through your member of parliament, like somebody mentioned. So if going to the embassy to protest will take up your time of work and there, all that. I mean, this is the Southeasterners did. We're able to coalesce people to protest, but we're saying let's do it for the nation on a stretch. And then people are finding it difficult to find time to do that. Then why don't you use your member of parliament to do that? Because here, I mean, over time, I'm going to even change my name to anything that is not relative to me, just because down here there are things you can't just say. We are trying to be very, very what do you call it, political correct when we want to say some stuff here. Because yes, we are seeing that this information is being monitored and they are hearing it, but you guys know that there's current situation where they are controlling the media, social media, whatever. Regulation bill had been passed without being debated in the National Assembly as it's supposed to be.
Sorry, you said something about social media bill being passed. When
Yes.
was this? When was this done?
It's been the gentleman has been accused. Pablo has been accused of passing some of those some laws over the last Friday or so. Ndume was the one challenging him, and they, not just I say they were amending constitution without the general body debating the stuff, and they don't even know, but they are sneaking whatever the bill they are passing through.
I see. And do we know what this social media bill contains?
Just like the way it happened with X or Twitter under Buhari when he controlled the system. So they're going to come with. I mean, okay, I tried to read it up that day when I saw the stuff. I saw that the NBC man is saying we are talking to Facebook, Twitter, and maybe TikTok. Mention the three. I'm sure X. TikTok and Google or something like that they are talking to them in relation to, of course, to monitor and maybe put some codes when some Nigerians type some things. I mean, you know what is going to be obtainable. There are some comments that will be flagged when you type it. Your post won't go through, or you'll be tracked, as case may be. So down here, you can't protest on the street, you can't protest online. Like they've been protesting, like somebody say, Tinubu doesn't listen to social media because of the insults, the obedience, or whoever you want to call them, they are insulting him and all that. So the arms, these new personalities, somebody mentioned he has a lot of personnel in there terms of controlling the media. So they are coming up with strategies on how to control the young ones from saying whatever they are saying. So I mean, when you guys say what's his name, Abati is not being what he used to be before the election, during the campaign, Abati was just like a normal obedience or whatever, allowing his staff or colleagues say whatever they wanted to. But after this election, or when with all this information going on with CSU, he tried to distance himself from when the younger journalists are talking in that thing. And I keep saying, I said the other time, the guy is older than them, so you don't expect him. His own risk appetite is going to be lower now compared to those young ones. So that's what you need to also measure. I mean,
I think to an extent I see some of the points you are making. I even have noticed one, there was a transition in Arise TV, the way the Abati and the others were interacting and the way they discuss stuff.
Yeah.
And on TVC has gone full psychopathic.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not sure I've seen anything like that in Nigeria before. Yeah, but I get that. But you have to pretend a little bit now. You pretend a little bit, not just go full psychopathic.
No.
These are professional journalists that are supposed to be at least be a little bit objective.
No, during Obama and Hillary Clinton's election, CNN and Fox News, do you see them being political correct in terms of their narratives?
Yeah, but in Nigeria it's different though. In Nigeria, I'm not sure I've seen that before like that, where it's so glaring.
Father, I need to correct Francis. CNN and Fox News, they belong to different party, man. They go.
I said during the campaigning, Hillary Clinton will always get good narrative from CNN.
Yes, exactly.
And Trump will get a better narrative from Fox.
That is what was happening in Nigeria.
What do you expect TVC to do? And other media that the guy controls.
But to add about Ruben Abati, and actually Ruben Abati should be the one who has nothing to lose right now. One, he's at the end of his life. Let me put it that way.
That's true.
He should be the one who should say, "Sacrifice me." Funny enough, the younger ones are the ones who are
you know, that is a very good point, because all these elderly people in Nigeria, they are the one that is clinging to life more than any other.
I mean, they are the one messing up the system now. So what do you expect?
But here is the truth. Let's put the truth out here. Evil Arise TV, they are actually very biased too, some of them. And Rube Abati Chim, you're talking about, Rube Abati belongs to that cabal, man. He was a member of Tinubu cabal before now.
Yeah.
But underground. But now he belongs to them. What I think Rube Abati is doing is just play safe. Not be my mouth, you won't hear him more.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's doing.
No, Ruben Abati is not playing safe as in not be my mouth, you won't hear. Ruben Abati is an envelope man. He's an envelope man. And the guy who spoke, I think it was Alaba that said he is positioning himself for what he may get. Is right. The guy he's suddenly thinking about, you know what? Since obedience and anti-Tinubus have not been able to do anything to this guy, it's not like this guy is going away. I might as well glean whatever I can glean.
Align myself.
Give me an appointment. Let them give me an appointment. Let me take, and then go and enjoy my remaining life or whatever. So that's the thing.
Somebody was saying something today. I forgot who was saying that.
I had a turn because I didn't have a turn at that thing that we were speaking about, really.
Can I bring somebody into the conversation that I've never heard from, and his name seems a little bit off the beating path or something? UFO. Who is UFO?
Sorry, Pop Father, can I throw something?
I think have I not seen UFO before? Sorry. Dan, I know you came first. Please forgive me, Dan. But UFO is me. I'm just curious. Go ahead if you want to say something. UFO.
Listen, we have to go round first before UFO and.
Hello. Good evening. Good evening.
No, but forefathers, make sense of what you're doing. Try and make sure you went away for a good hour or whatever, and then somebody came and assisted you with moderating. and he showed you where he was in the moderation. And then God knows where you're going to take the thing now. Because me, I'm waiting patiently to say something. You're just forgetting what you're doing, bro.
Yeah. So
Jago, calm down now. You know you have
I'm not upset. I'm just
Okay,
giving you the position that you have just disrupted.
I know. You know, people have different ways of doing things, and I just feel like somebody new is been here, is on the panel, and maybe want to hear what he's here for. You see that, so that we can carry on. You know, I don't stop anybody from saying what they want to say now. UFO, if you want to say something, please go ahead. I'm just curious.
Okay, forefathers, you don't remember me. You've seen this name before on your screen.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen it before.
Good evening, gentlemen. I not vex, so I not call chance anybody here. I've been here, once or twice. I'll say, we just here pointing fingers, but forget that the remaining fingers are pointing back at us. What I'll say is, we've been conditioned from the from the African home settings. When we're growing up, our parents do things as if they are doing us a favor. We ask for school fees. It looks as if maybe you have to call your your family member to come and beg your father, especially if you do anyhow. Here in the United States, it's a right. You have to take care of your children, or the government take them from you. But in Africa, we've been programmed from small that everything our family does for us is a favor, especially our parents, because it's not supposed to be so. So we grew up into that society that anytime our politicians do anything, a road or school, it's as if they're doing us the biggest favor, which is a normal right of, which is our normal right. I don't understand, because even how many of us here who lived in Africa for close to adult age and weren't taught how to drive? Here in America, 16 years, you already take your child to driving school to get a license. How many of us would take our father's key and they want to cut off our head in Nigeria? Some of us came here to America. We started driving at our old age. You understand? So we were programmed into this society, and whenever we go out there, our lecturers, which they are supposed to teach us, they are supposed to give us that time. We think they're doing us a favor. Sometimes we take advantage of our girls, bribes and all that, as if they're doing us a favor, which is our normal right. So when we go out there, our politician will construct road, school, which is a normal fundamental human right. We will still look as if it's a favor. It's not supposed to be a favor. It's our right as humans. I mean, I don't understand, because we just here looking at the here and there. This is our programming. You want to help an African, I'm telling you, there's nothing you can tell them, that will change their mind until they change their mindset of do I even know my rights? How many Africans know their rights until they came to America? Then I look back and say, oh, I was being taken advantage of all this while. You start looking back and time is going. We're already 40-something, 50. Is now that we'll start go fighting? No. I mean,
thank you.
Yes, make another vex. Mr. Jago, no vex. So
yeah,
I'm not at all.
Jago is holding his head. He's holding his head.
I'm not at all. I'm not at all. You see, to me, yeah, there's always ways of doing things that makes things smooth. But this jumping, Jaguda style, where would they do here for Niger? It's awful. It's just awful. And it doesn't, you see, whatever you just said there, it didn't necessarily play into what was said before. And maybe you would have had something completely different to say, having just spent a little time checking out what people are saying. And then the excitement of a new guest, as it were, for forefathers could have come in a bit smoothly. But his excitement was too much for him. He had to come immediately. Anyway, yes, so that's why they give up. Now, for me,
we always jump the line. It's African thing. We always like to jump the line.
Look at the one that's talking about human rights a moment ago. That is advocating jumping lines because it suits you.
I mean, we came here now before we started knowing what is stop sign now. Before we stop at the stop sign or stop light, we just go if nobody's there. If you do it here, even though nobody's there, you don't do it. You have to wait.
Yes, now.
It's as if.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, Dan, I see you there. Thank you for your patience. Go ahead, Jago.
Guys, again, my last comment when speaking with electricity was to try and bring us back on kind of line and not veering down these tracks of simple arguments that could be quickly quelled so we can stay focused on the subject. The answers to the questions that Righteous Man asked, and I like Righteous. I like the fact when he comes and he asks pertinent questions and tries to steer us in terms of, are there any solutions? He being in the heat of Nigeria, he's begging for solutions, directly begging because he's feeling it daily. We are here in the lap of luxury in Western states, wherever we are. And it's not to say we take the piss, we know we feel the pain, but I think none of us really gave real credence to the questions. I think apart from Alaba, who kind of seems to have understood the question and answered it, understanding that this is just an idea. The idea of which came from Dr. Franklyne today, speaking about stopping currency. Would that give us a jolt? And that again came from what forefather normally says about, do we have any security around what we're supposed to be keeping? So many things has kind of happened today. I don't know if we're necessarily bored of the subject, but when we speak about, what was it, $2.8 billion $20 billion coming into the Nigerian economy on a yearly basis from remittance. Now, we know that money just gets spent. I'm not saying that we should stop money or stop sending our people money at all. But what I am saying is that a lot of the ideas that we want to speak about, they need financing. And I don't know where a lot of this money is going to come from, because I know many of us, as much as we may like to put our hands in the pocket, we're not necessarily going to do that. So there's 20 billion pounds coming in every year before it actually gets into the hands of our people, so to speak. And I'm not saying that I've got the full idea on this. It's just a suggestion. And before that takes place, why can't it be manipulated somewhat? Why can't it be used somewhat? You know, 1 billion USD would feed half the people that we're sending money to. It would feed it. Now we're buying on a different level. All it is about organization and what it is that we are trying to organize around. And I don't think sometimes when it comes to asking for solutions, I don't think this platform is taking it seriously enough. I think what Righteous Man said is a serious level. It should bring us to make our backs a bit more straight. Now, and I'm sure everyone else on this platform, have got reasons as to what solutions may look like. But to get that solution, I can't do that on this platform necessarily. So when people do come across really clearly as to what they're trying to suggest, I think it's good that we try and take note and see what we can do, because we've all spoken about this before. Is this just about a chit chat, or is it about offering solutions? Is it about building anything? Is it about just using our intellect to look for greater grandeur within ourselves, which I don't think it is. I think we are all intellectual enough here to know that, just as the man said, there are thinkers and there are doers. We who may class ourselves as thinkers need to be able to operate thinking into it being on paper, our thoughts, and it being able to lead a charge for the doers. And I don't think we're doing any of that. I think we're just here having a laugh sometimes. It irritates me a bit. But let me just leave it there and see where the conversation goes.
Thank you, Jago. And AY, you want to say something, or Dan can go ahead? Did I jump Chim?
No, you didn't jump me, but I want to say something about what UFO said. First of all, yes, he made a lot of valid points, but one is to put it in context, it depends on the social demographic group you belong to in Nigeria. There are people whose parents give them their car keys when they're very young. There are people whose parents help them get driver's license when they're young. There are people who come from families where they're not shut down easily and all that kind of thing. So mostly, and I don't mean it in a negative sense, is people who come from a lower economic rung. That's where asking for egg is a big deal. I mean, there are homes where people ask, "Daddy, I want to eat. I want cornflakes. I don't want this," and they give it to them. So it depends on what social economic class you belong to that happens. It's not everybody who came to the Western world and started driving at an old age. There are a lot of people who have started driving in Nigeria way before they even got admission into the universities, and then before they even got married and owned their own cars. So I don't think that conversation is exactly accurate. It depends on the social demographic you belong to.
I'm talking about the 70-something%.
Here in the Western world, there are people, and not necessarily immigrants, who don't give their children everything they want because they don't have the money to give them. They ask them to go and fend for themselves. They don't take care of them. As soon as you become 16, they send you to go and work in Walmart. So I don't think that analysis is exactly accurate to be used as a blanket for us as Africans and as Nigerians.
Okay, thank you. I guess Dan, please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening to everybody.
Welcome.
It was unfortunate today when this brother came. I had to walk. I came off, but I couldn't stay. I have to go and pay my dues to keep living, as a human being. Anyway, what
righteous man, please, your hand, you're gonna get tired. Let Dan finish talking, then we'll call you. Don't worry. Right? Yeah, thank you.
Leave him. He's all right. He's in his own world, man.
Okay. Yes. What I wanted to contribute. Okay, I just came in also, and I made this topic whether to cease sending money to Nigeria. I don't know if I'm right. Whether that will ginger this revolution that we've been calling for, because it seems like the guys at home, as far as they don't work for that money. Actually, we just do it out of compassion. My brother, my sister, my mother, they don't work for that money. So some of them might not know what we are going through. Sometimes I walk till my back, it hurts me, and the life here where I'm living is expensive. To squeeze out that money every time to them, sometimes they don't even appreciate what you send to them. I'm sorry to say, there are some people, when you send them money, they will ask you how much you send. When you tell them what you send, they don't even thank you from the heart. If somebody like me, if you give me $1, I'll go. If I have the chance, I can prostrate to you. That's how I appreciate things. But sometimes you send money to some people, the way they answer yourself, you will be tired. You will regret it a little bit, or you will say, I was expecting some kind of hug. There are some greetings they greet you. Saying I hug them, hug you. So I've said it before. For me, sending money to Nigeria is one option. If we cease sending that money, not seizing it, that's the way they control people. Because Nigeria needs something. We need a reaction from them. We cannot do it. Sometimes when you say something, they say, "Oh, because you are in Europe, you are asking us to go to the street because you are in Europe. That's why you don't want to." They give you that. They just shut your mouth through that. If you stay here, you for no waiting will they go through. So that idea of restricting, or at least if you are giving them $200 before, which is nothing to them nowadays, that $200 cannot take care of if you have a big family. If you send 200, it's like you are insulting them in some ways, because they think that here, if you just do like this, now money they swim inside. They don't know that.
I think that is quite an interesting point you just made, because I think that could lead to a bigger discussion, because there's an element of that going on now. Because if you go in, like in Nigeria now, not everybody is doing that badly, and because we forget that some of the things you have to do in the West to earn a living, you have to work extremely hard and inconvenience yourself a lot, while Nigerians can just be in their own room, earn money. They, not as much as you, but because they are in Nigeria and cost of living is less and the kind of worries that they have is a little bit different, they get away with stuff that you won't get away with. You can't rest, but they can afford to rest.
Exactly. They can evade tax. They can evade tax.
Let
me make you laugh. I sent one of my friends, he was so inquisitive. He asked me, how much do I earn? So I honestly told him. He shouted, hey! He converted it straight to Naira. He said, my brother, is that what you are earning in 1 month? After he jumped around and danced around, I calmed him down. I said, that's money I'm telling you. My house rent alone, chop half of that money.
Yeah.
My transport, if I add my transport on that money where you they shout, where you think say you don't convert them, at the end of the day, to even save $300 or $200, I have to stop drinking. I have to stop going out. I have to stop going to McDonald's to be able to save those things. Then he started laughing. So for me, the restrict, because this is a serious issue. Nigeria, I miss Nigeria. I don't know whether you people miss Nigeria. I left Nigeria almost 30-something years ago. So you should know how much I miss that country. You understand? I wish to go. Sometimes I go to another African country instead of going to my own country, because that place is a little bit, I mean, you are safe. We are talking about security. It's not about security. If security is in Nigeria, why should I go somewhere else? I will go to Nigeria, but from the airport, they start telling you, especially when you bring out red passport, you might be a victim straight. They say, this one, follow Amo. You don't know. Maybe not my own fear, they fear, but or are they for another level of panicking? So the idea of if we can if it's a point, like you say, it's a point of discussion, but I want it to be a serious discussion, because Nigeria, something have to happen in that country. You understand? We can't just come here every time talking about all the solutions, what to do, and all the problems and all these things, but nothing changes. You understand? Nothing changes. So it's a thing to think about. And secondly, to just round up, because I don't have much to say, we have to change Nigerian mentality. This brother who said something that if you are pointing one finger, the other fingers are pointing at you. That is a topic. I love that statement. Because we Nigerians, first of all, we have that Igberaga. Yoruba say Igberaga Omo. I better pass my neighbor. Those attitudes. If we don't remove it from this our shoulder in Nigeria, it will give us trouble, man. Because that is the base. In fact, that was why I left Nigeria.
Yeah.
That was the main reason why I say I will never grow up in Nigeria, because I don't have much. I don't come from a rich family. I told you many times, I survived from the streets. Anything where we see that time, we they manage. So what made me say I will never stay in Nigeria was your common neighbor, because he in Papa gets better past you or then gets something more than you. Even to say hello to them sometimes, some will not even answer you.
Yeah.
You understand? Not that they are better than you or then, but just because of that, I better pass you now. System. And this is the biggest problem in Nigeria. You understand?
Yeah.
So for me, if we can start to not only criticize Tinubu's problem, I don't like that man at all.
Alaba, I'm not sure you are supposed to be eating the alubo here or something. I don't know what you are eating.
Please let me laugh.
Sorry, Dad. AY, are you talking to relatives in Nigeria? The way he's distracted from you. What is AY doing? He's like he's talking to relatives in Nigeria. Go ahead. Maybe I should be backstage.
So don't mind him.
He's talking to somebody else.
Somebody else. Let me just finally, that's Nigerian system. I call it Nigerianness. I better pass somebody, or I go school past somebody. Here where I live, it's hardly you see somebody telling you he get BSc, he get masters, he get this. He goes, what a master, in fact, what a carpenter is driving as a car, which is African pride. Even somebody will get master, no fit driver, or they have the same lifestyle. These are the things I think say we have to look into to help that country. Let me rest for a moment and keep listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Forefathers, it's my turn now, please.
Okay. I can't refuse So go ahead, Oga.
My brother, that's just man.
Yeah,
my brother, that's just man. Wait to hold. Wait to hold.
Because when because I told me like my battery did go down when he were
Ngani, okay.
Mm.
Ngani, my brother. Go.
Yeah, Jegu, thank you very much because you captured my thoughts. Jegu really captured my thoughts and my mind, and I'm very, very happy that he understood what I was proposing. It was not as if I said it must be done, because we are trying to look at how can we solve the Nigerian problem. We've tried this, it didn't work. We've tried the election, no way. We've tried Lekki protests against us. It ended in chaos. So what are we going to do? And the thing is, okay, maybe what is still sustaining the nation, why the people have not revolted, is because of the income Nigerians are receiving from abroad. That income is playing a very big role. I tell you, if the diaspora did not remit what they are remitting, the economy of this country will collapse immediately within 24 hours. It is the diaspora that is sustaining the Nigerian economy. I'm telling you the truth. The reason why, yeah, I didn't say you should stop sending money to your parents. I can't say so. I have elderly people. Even as tough as the country is, the little that I have here, those in the village that are crying, I still share with them, no matter how small it is. So I cannot say don't send money. We're looking at the possibilities and then achieve this result we're looking for. So I don't want somebody to understand it that, oh, I suggested that the money should be withdrawn. No.
I get what you
like
mean.
Daniel said. Yeah, so if we can reduce it as Daniel said, and let us see the impact that it's going to play. Look, you know, when I ran inside the room, there was the time you saw me, I ran out. Since yesterday, once I was here, gunshot, in fact, it was almost coming closer to the house here. My wife was shouting in the bedroom. I have to run inside. Gunshot everywhere. As I'm talking to you now, if I go a little closer to my window, you'll be hearing the sound. And these are submachine guns, not just ordinary, cock and shoot. Nigeria is in dire need, and I think what we're going to do to solve this problem, they come here. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
There are good Nigerians back home here that the foreign Nigerians come back on and push an agenda here. That's what I'm trying to say. Something must be done. Definitely something must be done.
But righteous man,
living as if they are in hellfire. Okay, look at where I'm living. Since phone, you can see my second phone as just to generate light so that I can be part of this topic. If the platform is not benefiting me or I'm not learning anything, I'm sweating and finding myself to be part of it. So I'm not in this platform to joke. I mean business. I've been looking for a way. I've been following Rudolph for almost 3 years, and at this time, you go and represent us there, push this agenda that is going to benefit everybody to the platform. Let them still reason. So it is not a thought that to make somebody feel bad or you shouldn't send money to your parents or whatever. No, that's just it. And again, concerning the issue of protests, you see, protests work miracles. You remember what happened in Germany to this man was the deputy senate president, Ekweremadu. You know, when he went to Germany for New Year Festival, and the IPOB boys thrown him with egg, Do you know that thing? It was celebrated back home here in Nigeria. It reduced the movement of Nigerian politicians to the Western world for whatever celebration. So that is an action that have already caused a reaction back home here. And all the radio station, television station, they were, repeating it from time to time, even when they are, if you are listening to Nigeria Info, this Wazobia FM 59.2, 95.1. They were using it as caricature. They will tell you, Stone, don't travel abroad as a politician. It was one action that have triggered a reaction, a chain reaction in Nigeria. And that reduced the politicians from going to celebrate, especially the Igbo stock, from going to abroad to celebrate New Year Festival. So that is what we are proposing, that Nigerians that are in diaspora should do something that these politicians back home, we know that you people are irritated, that you are not happy with what is happening. It's not as if anybody is pushing you to go on the street and whatever. No, that's not my submission. Yeah,
okay,
thank
so,
you.
Righteous man, if I may just respond a little bit to what he said. Nobody's saying what you said is wrong. Certainly not me, and I understood you very well. But what I'm saying, following from what your last few comments now about, what will make Nigerians react. Nigerians have reacted. Let's not get this wrong. Listen, I'm one of those who bash Nigerians back home, and I know the areas to bash our people. But between 2020 and today, we've seen the way Nigerians have responded against establishment. We had the NSAS. We saw how the election went. No matter what anybody says, we know that the election is not a reflection of what Nigerians wanted. We know this. We can sit down here and try to rationalize as much as we like, but we all know. So Nigerians have tried. But when it comes to those of us living in diaspora responding, my view is not that, protest marches are going to do anything. Let me repeat what I said. Forefather was not here when I said it, so I will repeat it again. I believe that we have certain caliber of Nigerians in diaspora that have access to power bases in the different countries where we live. For instance, we have people in the UK who have access to Parliament and number 10 Downing Street. We have people here in North America, especially in the US, who have access to Congress and co. Those are the people who should be putting pressure on these governments to help put pressure back home. But they are not doing it. Many of them are not doing it. And I stand here to tell you that the guy in office right now in Nigeria, he has access to those same power bases. He's milking it.
Tim, I beg to disagree with you. This is our problem. If you are waiting for somebody to solve your problem for you, you can wait forever.
Nobody is waiting for you. You are not hearing me, Dan. You don't understand what I'm saying.
I'm hearing you clearly. You said that we need people to go to congresses to come and put pressure.
So who are the people going to Congress? Who are the people going to the Congress? Is it not us? It's not our people.
My brother, our problem, we should solve it in our own land. We have to fight.
Dan, there is a saying that you don't solve a problem at the level where that problem was created.
Hold on, but Chimdo, the problem is that you are basically saying we should run to the people that enslaved and colonized us as a way to resolve our problems.
No, Father, let me give you an example. So you remember during the June 12th era, do you remember where these same people who are this? You know that people who fought against June 12th, they are exactly the people in office right now. Do you know that?
Yeah,
is that
Tinubu is one of them? Yeah,
it's not just him. I can mention all of them. Tinubu, Kayode Fayemi, and co. They are even Wole Soyinka. They are the ones in office right now. Their man is the one in office. They're the ones outside helping him with rejecting anything society is saying. How did they do it? These guys were in diaspora, using their own access to Congress and co, and they made Abacha's life difficult, and so rightly so. And we supported them. Radio Kudirat, who was spearheading Radio Kudirat, was not Kayode Fayemi that was doing it. But today, these are the same people who suddenly are repeating what Abacha did, they didn't like, and even worse. So my point is, you see, there is always.
But you are advocating that some of us do it again now. It tells you what you have said now. It tells you that running to these people as a way of solving our problems it might help, depend on how you do it. But history has suggested that it doesn't actually solve our problems. We just go and give them ammunition to compromise us even further.
I'm not saying run to them. I'm just saying there are different ways of going about it. Like before electricity left, he talked about sitting down, and coming together and disagreeing on one or two things, which I have already given him my phone number for that. But the point I'm making is this: there is no one size fits all. For instance, he said our people home are not serious. I don't agree. I don't agree. We saw what happened in NSAS. It's just that the establishment is stubborn. The establishment, look, they have connivers who help them keep themselves in power. So if NSAS has moved the needle, and then this last election, we also saw how the so-called third force moved the needle, you can't say people back home are not trying. I don't agree. I bash Nigerians back home. My own point where I say our people are not doing well is, and the doctor, our guest said it, our people don't know their rights very well, especially those of them in the rural areas. They just stand up and they say, "Hey, Ebola, where did I was speaking Yoruba because I it's going to suit my conversation right now." They say, Ebola, Ebonika Dibo," and they just tell them that we should. Our people
should pay attention to your Yoruba.
Oh yes, I speak Yoruba. I grew up in Lagos. I speak Yoruba, so it's not a big deal for me. Most of my friends are Yoruba people and all that. You understand? And this is probably where we need to break down our constitution into local languages so that our people can have these things. Educate their minds so that when a forefather is telling them on the need for them to come out, and have a revolution, they will understand it. But right now they don't understand it, which is why I asked our guest earlier. I said, which is more important? If you guys remember, I said, is it economic empowerment? Because it looks as if hunger is what is making our people compromise. That's why they're easily buyable. Should you help them end their businesses when they're economically empowered? That at that point they can tell a politician to go to hell. Because right now, people are looking for food. And the politician that solves their food need owns them. That's what is going on.
But the truth is, even people that have money are also influenced with more money. That's a problem. And
they are hungry too, at a different level.
I think the reason why I say this is because there are examples of nations that were living on food rations, but they were not this compromised. It tells you that the education of our people, which some of people have already advocated, maybe they have a point, because the mindset is where the problem is. I think there was something I wanted to say about this thing, the change that, when we say that the Nigerian people are not doing their bit, like the low-hanging fruit ones that I find a little bit weird that nobody talks about is like John Abba came here with 2 days in a row complaining about how people were massacred on the bus. You don't see our people coming and say, Tinubu, you promised us that you're going to change our security posture. You're going to recruit our people. You've not recruited anybody into the military. You've not recruited anything to the police. You told us you're going to do this. Nobody is coming to ask him that. And you begin to wonder, why is it that more people came out to protest for Mohbad than for all the people that have been kidnapped and killed and everything? So you begin to wonder, where are they missing the point here? Because those are more pertinent. Those are the reasons why our GDP is not growing. People are not coming to invest in the country, but they are willing to protest for Mohbad, that it doesn't necessarily affect our GDP significantly. People are not dying necessarily because of Mohbad. And I find people, the way we approach this in Nigeria, we tend to be channeled towards the wrong direction in terms of fixing the situation. I think that the people sorry, there's this in the echo there. I don't know who that is. Okay, yeah, I know. Okay, so yeah, I think that there is a kind of misunderstanding of the actual priorities that we should be going after. And I think you can, especially when the government come into office, promise you certain things, hold them accountable for what they promised you. Why is nobody telling Tinubu, you said you were going to do this about our security? Now you are talking about synergy. What is synergy? You didn't tell us synergy in Chatham House. As a matter of fact, the person that talked about synergy was Baja Abi Miller. I forgot how to pronounce his name. Sorry about that.
Bajabia Miller.
Bajabia Miller, yes. He was the only one that talked about synergy in Chatham House. But El-Rufai was the one that advocated in changing the size. I didn't think they had a difference of opinion. I thought they were just answering the same question different ways. But it turns out that because El-Rufai is not present now, that may actually be the reason why you are not seeing the recruitment in the government. into the security forces, because El-Rufai is one of those people in terms of security. He seems to be saying all the right things, and he seems to be uncompromising about it. And maybe that is the reason why he's not in government right now, because some people felt like, no, if that guy goes in, he's going to change the paradigm. And this is when I keep saying this thing sometimes. I don't like El-Rufai, what he did. I don't know why he did what he did. Came out on twice to say some bigoted things. I don't know why he did that. Because the reason why they isolated him from this government right now is because of that security posture, that is a big loss for the country. That's a big one. Because I believe that if they fix that problem, I've said it before, I will forgive Tinubu all his sins. Everything he's done. If you like, let him forge people's this is social security certificate. All he wants. I don't care.
Go and sin no more.
Go and sin no more. I care. In short, sin again. I don't care. Just fix that stuff. Fix that stuff, because it's going to save lives. Because when you do that, can go back to Nigeria. Many of us can go back to Nigeria. Was it not Dan that just said he went to another country instead of Nigeria? That money is not spent in Nigeria right now. I know Nigerians that build properties in Ghana because they don't feel safe in Nigeria. Do you know how many that don't even show up in Africa because of it? It's terrible.
Bro, it's scary.
Fathers, don't take my place. Now let me share something. Dan has finished.
Man, Oga, you see, every time you are always giving me this elbow. I don't know what I do to you.
You are the moderator. Moderator don't talk too much, right? You are the moderator.
Okay, go on. See, I'm not moderating like normal moderators. I'm a panelist too. You know that now. Please go ahead.
When my brother Righteous has gone to sleep. Well, listen. Brother Francis was talking about the bill that we are trying to pass at the National Assembly. I think if you are following the news in Nigeria, there is a report this week that Akpabio is secretly passing bills without the notice of the senators in the National Assembly. And somebody who was saying it, I was telling somebody, what do you expect from Akpabio? A man that is a man you know that didn't win his primary. A man you know that has been has when he was governor, he personally completely run down the economy of his state. A man that is under EFCC for how many years? What do you expect when such a man is the president of the Senate? When you have a man that forged certificate as your president, what actually do you expect that is going to work? I mean, is it surprising what is going on? Because Nigeria is captured already. We all know that Nigeria is captured already. So I do not expect anything from the National Assembly, because they cannot do anything. Because look at your brother, Ifeanyi Oba. Why did he defect last week to APC? Because he went to run away from EFCC. Because the allegation that is upon his head. This is the problem. These people are not representing me and you. Mr. Ifeanyi Oba is telling you now that the APC that is the best. That this is the best thing that he has ever achieved as a politician by defecting from YPP to APC. Why did he defect? Because what Tinubu is doing with Akpabio, what they are doing now is that they will remind you about your file. It's either you come with us or we ask them to go after you. Because each and every one of them has a skeleton in their cupboard. So Ifeanyi Oba has switched over to APC. And I'm telling you, before the next 1-2 years, that is how many of the senators you are going to defect. And we're going to practice one-party system. So what I want to say here is that history, like Chim said, history is going to remember Mr. Peter Obi. Whether you supported Labour Party, whether you were APC, whether you were NPP, whether you were with Showere, whether you are with Adebayo, no matter the political affiliation that you belong in 2023 presidential election, history will remember Mr. Gregory Peter Obi. You know why? When the politics started, we said that he is part of the system, which we know that he has been a politician. But the same man who has been part of that system was able to stand against that system that he belonged into. He stood against the status quo. And as a result of the standing against the same status quo today, you can see the political awareness in Nigeria. You can see that those people, why this government has not been able to succeed is because they concentrate themselves about trying to fight Mr. Peter Obi instead of trying to rule Nigeria. They are afraid of Mr. Peter Obi, who doesn't have a gun, who is not in government. He is just like a citizen like me and you right now. But because of what he stood for, and because what he's still standing for, this government will never know peace. And Nigerians, those who called Peter Obi so many names, maybe it's not going to be in my time, but I know in the time of my children and grandchildren, they will remember what Peter Obi has done to Nigerians, the political awareness that Mr. Peter Obi stood for. So, if anybody wants to believe it or not, this man has opened the eyes of millions of Nigerians. Me personally, I never participated in politics, but I was involved in everything this time because I saw a man who said, go and verify. The same certificate we are talking about today, nobody forced him to bring out from his primary school to secondary school to university or whatever. He said, go and verify. You don't need any court to go and take whatever in the court to go to University of Nigeria and Nsukka or Christ the King College Onitsha to go and verify. This is what I am talking about. He was a politician with them. They know him, he know them. But he told them, if anybody could find out anything outside what he told you, I will stop campaigning. Nobody was able to do anything. Nobody find nothing. But he was part of them. Right? What Alexo is doing in Abia State was the same political style that Peter Obi used. When he was distributing computers in private and secondary schools and nursery and primary school in Anambra State, and he was making sure that education is the key. While other governors were embezzling the money in their state, making their state poorer, he was investing the money of Anambra State in their citizens. You can see the reward today. Most people who are obedient, these are people who benefited from Peter Obi's government by distributing computer, by making sure that school has everything that they need to succeed. And they are ready to die because of this man. So what I'm trying to tell you is this. Whether you want to believe me or not, Peter Obi's name has been written in gold in the political landscape of Nigeria. And there is nothing that is going to clean that. Anybody that can stand tall against all these crook politicians that he has been part of them, even when they disagree.
Bros, why make Peter? What I was thinking, maybe people are closer to Peter Obi. Let him lead this revolution, so we follow him now.
But Mr. Dan, there is something I want to tell you about Mr. Peter Obi. Listen, if this man, you know why obedient movement is the way it is. People who are in the inner circle of obedience will tell you. Every decision Mr. Peter Obi makes, he makes every decision that I am the person that is running this race and I am supposed to bear the consequences of every decision that is made. He do not want to lose any Nigerian because he wants to be president of Nigeria. I am telling you the gospel truth. Peter Obi wants everything that he said he was going to go to prison because of his own action. Nobody will go to prison for him. He will die because of his own action. Nobody is going to die for him. And you know why? Because it is the same people he wants to serve. It's the same people he is yearning to protect, to preserve their future. It's the same people.
Sir, this type of the situation of Nigeria, Nigerians are looking for Peter Obi to lead that lead the revolution, because We cannot. Peter Obi said it himself. These people have been there for long. It's not easy to remove them. We need somebody like him to lead the way. Nelson Mandela went to prison and people change it. No, if Peter Obi doesn't want us, a revolution doesn't mean a violent revolution. It just be a protest. But with people with a symbol like Peter Obi, he should come out, tell us, hey guys, the hunger in the land is too much. Let us go and protest. While he's in front, we back him up.
Okay.
Why are we making the discussion about Peter Obi?
Okay, Mr. Dan, let me assure you that he's going to come to this platform by the grace of God. So I think it will be a very great opportunity for every one of us to be able to ask that question. And I think that he's going to have an answer to every one of them. He's a humble man. You follow him, he's humble, he's respectful, my respected senior brother, you know. And they look at the people he has called the senior brother. Look at their political career. Their political career is gone forever. You know, he doesn't use foul language. He doesn't talk down on people, but he just speaks quietly and softly, but he's making a point. So I want you to hold your peace. You know, what I am trying to let you know is that for my brother Francis, who was talking about the National Assembly, I just bring that topic that there is nothing that is going to come out of the National Assembly because Akpabio is the president of the Senate. He's a criminal. Everybody know. This man he doesn't deserve to be anywhere close to where there is power anymore. But that's the point. And I want to end this by this. My brother Aishot, I was asking, he has gone. You know, you are saying let's go to embassies. Most of you who live in New York or America, you know what you go through when you apply for Nigerian passport. Even in the developed country like America, where they have an embassy. I'm going to tell you a short story about Nigerian embassy because I have been a victim of Nigerian embassy. Thank God, because I am living in a developed world. When my passport got lost, I applied for Nigerian embassy to help me. It cost me to the point that my wife has to travel to Venezuela, to the embassy of Nigeria in Caracas. They were telling my wife, the consular was telling my wife that it is better that I find a way to go to Brazil, or he will give me a paper from there so that I can travel to Brazil, travel from here to Brazil to see the Nigerian embassy if they can get my passport. Let's say that the Nigerian embassy offered me that I'm going to use to travel. I am going to present it in this panel one day here. I'm going to show you a lesser person of Nigerian government. It was like a paper that was just taken from a thick paper that was taken from the office and print. There is nothing that will make you see that this is a government document. The Embassy of Nigeria. But when they brought it back, the same government that has been protecting me for all these years, they gave me a passport to travel to Holland at the Nigerian embassy to get my new passport. I was given a Dutch passport, emergency Dutch passport. And I was protected all the way from the island to Holland, to Amsterdam. The moment I present that passport at immigration, I was giving full respect, because it's written clearly, this person with this particular passport should be protected by the government of the Netherlands, of the Royal Kingdom of Netherlands. That's what I used to go and get my Nigerian passport at the heart in the Netherlands. What Nigerian embassy gave me was like paper. But there is one thing I let you know. That consular, I fired him from that office. She lost her job.
Jagu,
It's not good that we begin to, we begin to say what we have gone through in life. Because I used Nigerian newspapers. I put my publication in Nigerian newspapers, what I went through. and she was fired. So when you talk about Nigerian embassy, even in Nigerian embassies, wherever you go now, if you go now, you want your passport now, you have to bribe. You have to give money. If not, Nigerians in America always they don't want to go to New York to get their passport because they will frustrate you because they think that they are working for themselves. They're not working for you. As a diplomat, they feel that they are covered. So at the end of the day, what am I trying to tell you? There are so many things that people like me have passed through that supposed to have made me to forget about. If discuss anything with any Nigerian.
For real.
But here am I still crying, talking, praying for a better country that called Nigeria. If Nigeria has never happened to you, you will not understand what people are saying about. No matter how comfortable you might think you are, wherever you are, if Nigeria has never happened to you, you will not understand Nigeria. I've been privileged to serve Nigerian community. I was in Mali for more than 15 years. I was the vice president of Nigerian community. I was the president of Igbo community in Mali. I received Obasanjo when he was president. I had a handshake. The pictures are still with me here. John Wood when he was the Minister of Foreign Affairs. We defended Nigerians. We fought for Nigerians. But what is the gain? What is the gain? Because we were serving people. Some of Nigerians were collecting money. When Abacha came to Mali, some of us who refused to receive Abacha, we were taken by the police. We were put in police prison. Because the executive of Nigerian community, half of them collected money because we said we can never receive Abacha because he's not a legitimate elected government. But some Nigerians, some executive members of Nigerian community in Mali, they collected money and they went and received the money at the airport and they shared money. And some of us became enemy of the state. We can't get anything at the Nigerian embassy in Mali because we stood to defend Nigeria. And we defend and we fought the ambassador, the consular, they charged their fare. They were fired from Mali. We reported that if they don't leave Mali, we're going to set the embassy on fire. Thank God to Mr. John Wood, or the foreign minister then. He helped in making sure that the ambassador, the consular, and the head of chancellery, they were removed from Mali. What I'm telling you is to go and verify. It was not with God.
Is forefather sleeping?
But when you are standing for the truth, people are going to follow you. That's why I'm telling you. If Peter Obi, like Mr. Dan said tomorrow, if Peter Obi should open his mouth and
why do you ask? You want me to step on?
I want you to stand tomorrow.
Our helper do a job.
Defend the vote of you will see what is going to happen.
Chief, yeah, thank you. We need to round up, to try to round up.
Bad person.
Low copy, my oga. You are show. You know what I take show for here today, or more the fear will show. It the rain for where you did. Because show not the day night duty now. They like money shift.
Forefathers, righteous man challenged you yesterday that he challenging you to come to Nigeria to live for 6 months.
I was listening. I wasn't in the panel. He's currently in Nigeria now.
It's like okay, has got it in for me today.
Nobody give me 1 million. Me, I no go.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah. I think, believe me, I'm not running from Nigeria. What is there to run from Nigeria?
Well, I mean, I run, no. I run.
Because sometimes when you're talking like the Chinese, the Russians, listen. You need to. No, sorry. Listen. Sorry.
Sometimes it's not. It's just when I say stuff, it's based on reasoning, and if I'm wrong,
I spoke to my friend last week who want to relocate from Nigeria to Canada. Do you know the reason why?
Yeah.
The business investment he made in 6 months Almost more than 30-something million Nigerians went under the drain.
Yes, I believe
last
you, sir.
week.
We have lost a lot of money.
I am leaving this country. I am leaving this country with my children because what is the point? What's the essence? We are calling that one as if it is easy to make in the present day Nigeria.
Oh, Nigerians are making money. I can tell you that right now.
That's what you think.
No, because I work with them every day. I'm telling you.
There are Nigerians.
Nigerians in Nigeria, the other day went from Nigeria to Ghana, and he's got. Believe me, I see things going on. People are doing stuff on the ground. It's not like everybody is like going through hell in the country. There are some people
actually the people stuff. Making money in Nigeria are the criminals. They are the criminals.
No, not only them. They have people that they are.
Who are the criminals? The criminals are the people in power, not the criminals on the street.
No, fair Dan. I know people in Nigeria when they do shopping in America. I'm like, bro.
They are the criminals in Nigeria. The people who
are not
Nigeria.
working for the government. They are not working for the government.
Brother, you don't need to work for Nigeria to be a criminal. There are people they are using them.
Dan.
You know, we are 250 million people in Nigeria. When you say that the Nigerians who go to America,
250 million? Since when?
It doesn't matter. The point is that we have a lot of people.
It doesn't matter how many it is, but what I'm trying to say, what I'm driving at is that it doesn't mean that there are no private citizens that have worked hard in their life to make a living. There are so many Nigerians, but we're talking about the majority.
I agree with you.
You understand? I'm not saying that Nigerians are rich people. We are blessed. You understand? Nigerians are blessed. But the point is that how many people are blessed? Because right now, our brothers and sisters and our children that are in Nigerian universities are no more studying, but they're looking for a way to make billions.
Yeah, and I think that's
studying anymore.
That's a mentality issue.
Which is the easiest way to go and buy the best car. That's the point. That is to tell you the decay, that the moral decay that you find in Nigerian system today, it is irredeemable.
I think it's redeemable. The moral decay, believe me, I've seen it. And the other day I was talking to somebody, I said, I don't understand how you people have become this way. That this generation, the generation that are around 20 years now, their minds have been poisoned. And it will take some, another generation to be able to clean it up again. The point is that there are people in Nigeria that are working overseas. They work for people overseas. Young people like the age of like Horsefall, they are working over. Some of them older too, like people that have experience in teaching. They can sit in Nigeria and teach people in China, in Canada, and different places. They are making money. Nobody hears about them in the economy.
Yes, I know what you're saying is true. But for the past 2 weeks or so, nobody knows where your president is. But can you count how many appointments he has made for the past 2 weeks?
Yeah, quite a few actually, and that is surprising.
Quite a few.
They made one. Sorry, they made one.
I think quite a few. Yeah, at least 2 or 3 I've heard of, and the guy has not been talking to us, but he's appointing people left and right.
Apart from the Feladro Toye one that they did a while ago, a few weeks ago, the one that they did recently, the son of the famous Borno politician, the guy is 24 years old. He's been appointed the head of board of FEMA. This is Federal Roads Maintenance Agency. All our federal roads.
That is suicidal.
A 24-year-old.
The guy had no experience.
See, forefathers and the rest of the guy listening. This guy, his father is a famous Borno politician. He contested against Alimo the Sheriff and he lost twice. Now, his son has been made the head of the board of FEMA. What is his experience? He has a first class in electrical engineering, not even civil engineering. Electrical engineering, first class. He has a master's and he has a PhD at 24, which means so which means all he's done is he's gone to school. I mean, having a PhD at 24, that means he's literally done the only job experience he has. When they inaugurated this administration and we appointed our ministers, he was special assistant to Dave Umahi at the Ministry of Works. For a couple of weeks, when did Dave Umahi become minister? about a month ago. So he was special assistant to Dave Umahi. From there, they operated him and made him the head of board of FEMA, Federal Road Maintenance Agency of Nigeria. 24-year-old boy.
Nigeria.
Wow, they didn't even take time to build him up.
24.
I'm not against bringing the young into the system, but that 24 seems too young, and there's no basis for his appointment.
That boy of 24 years show is talking about now because he belongs to a political class. It's not just a son of. It's not just a son of poor man that is 24 years. That is a graduate that is working in the Ministry of Works that we elevated to that position. If it is what takes place, I am going to congratulate the person. But the point show is trying to make you to understand where this man is coming. He is coming from a political dynasty, which means it is the same capital we are talking about.
But is this not a feature of democracy? Because I think that, see, let me explain what I mean now. Because you see that even Trump chose his in-laws to go and run systems, and Kennedy appointed his brother in the position.
Not just systems. Trump chose his son-in-law to find peace to the Palestinian and Israeli issue.
Yeah. That one was he was like he gave him he put him in charge of so many different areas.
The most difficult task in the world.
For me, that shocked me because I didn't think democracy was like that. To actually see that you can actually do a lot of things. We don't understand. We think democracy is what we see everywhere. Democracy, the moment you elect a party in, they can reshape the way they run their government, the way they see fit. You'll be shocked how the laxity they are given. And this is why when they come into office, they can appoint people from their tribe or family members into positions. You are allowed to do that in a democracy, which is crazy.
Let me ask you a question. For conscience sake, the Chief Justice of the Federation, who appointed his son as a judge, even though that son qualified to become a judge, why didn't he allow another judge to appoint that guy?
Exactly.
This is the problem of Nigeria. The Chief Justice of Federation of Nigeria made his son a judge. That is to tell you that this country belongs to a certain group of people, and there is nothing anybody can do about it. That is the message.
I think for me, what I see in the people that are controlling us, according to the professor, the doctor that came on earlier on, he says they are an auxiliary group. I like to call them caretaker government, but he called them auxiliary group of people that are just there taking care of Nigeria for their masters overseas. These people are not as powerful as we think. Didn't you see your head of NSA go to for the UK and start begging foreigners to come and help us? They just pose for us, and we forget that they are answering to other people. And that doctor is correct. That's why I like when he came on. He said a lot of truths. He talks about how powerful the people are. We don't recognize our power as a people. We've not even tapped into it. And why do we expect? Look at what somebody Tinubu said he was going to do when he got into office. We are not even holding him accountable for that, and we expect it to change.
Sorry, folks. I just wanted to quickly correct something that was being discussed earlier. Not every Nigerian, not all of them are corrupt. You understand? So there are some people in the private sector who are well paid. You understand? Not everybody is corrupt, even though we know that the government system is corrupt. There's corruption in governance. There's corruption in government. Even in the private sector, but there are still hardworking people there who are making their money clean. You understand? That's what that's not everybody's a criminal. Like Dan was asserting the other time, not everybody's a criminal. There are people making their money clean. It's just that when the system is corrupt, even the rich over there won't enjoy their money because there's no quality. There's no quality of life there. You know, everything is backward. So just to correct that impression that everybody there is corrupt.
Thank you.
Not all Nigerians are corrupt. There are a lot of decent and honest, dedicated, hardworking Nigerians in every space of life. That is accepted. Where sometimes when majority is overboard, you get to your nerves. We are not saying Nigerians. There's a lot of wonderful Nigerians. But why I brought out the issue of the Chief Justice of Federation. that is for morality's sake and for conscience sake. He should have not done what he did. But this is Nigeria for you. Peter Obi said, check if there is anybody when I was governor from my town or local government who I made the commissioner, I stopped campaigning. Because you have to make sure that anything you are trying to do, you are not trying to favor anybody, or you are trying to make use of people that can be able to serve the people and give them a better life. We have been talking here for how many months now? Almost a year now. Which day do we stand your light goes off, or you come back from your place? There is no water. There is no water running in your system. If such a thing is going to take place, before you wake up in the morning, they put a notice in your letterbox that the light is going to go off from that to this time, and immediately it is that time your light comes back. The same thing with water. I mean, these are common things we are talking about. You want to go from Ojuelegba to Mushi, you just go without any trouble. But right now, look at Nigeria. Look at the security system. Look at the transport system. When I asked the professor this afternoon, when I told him what the people like him are going to do about the governor of Imo State, I am from Olu senatorial zone. I say it here every day. There is no more any single young man in Olu senatorial zone, because everybody has run away. Because if you're a young man from 18 years from 18 years to going to 30 years, you're a member of IPOB. They get you, they kill you, put you in prison. Nobody's going to ask of you. During the presidential election, there was no election in Olu senatorial zone. But Hope Uzodinma gave APC vote in Olu senatorial zone. I am telling you, life. There was no single town in Olu where there was casting of vote. The same thing he is trying to do right now. That's why I was asking him, what are people like you doing to make sure that this man don't go back to Douglas Road again in a way? Because this man is evil.
Evil. Okay. Let's allow Horsefall, the young man, to say something, and I think he's been patient for a while. And welcome, Tone, and Loco P. And obviously, father of the nation, Olumide. He seems to always have children around him, playing around whenever he's at home. Thank you, Horsefall. Go ahead. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening, each and everyone in the panel. I am very happy to be here to learn. I want to start by saying I heard someone say earlier before I came on the panel that the people in the diaspora need to stop sending money to Nigeria. Maybe that will help. I don't think it will help. Nigerians are born survivors. Make it worse.
Exactly my point.
They find other ways to survive. You just can't stop Nigerians. We would survive. That's the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing I'm going to say is, Sir Ike, I greet you. Good evening, sir. I would like to. I see that you're making a very emotional case or argument, and all you're saying is true. But I would also say, just like my mom always tells me, especially when she would tell me, "Hey, stand up. You need to go out and run. Just go out, run, exercise." She tells me it's important because she always says her generation, they failed. There's a circle of complaining, in her words, a circle of complaining and whining. Everybody is complaining and whining. Nobody is ready to take action. A couple of people here have said Peter Obi should come and be the leader, stand up for revolution. That's not how revolution works. How did the Soviet Union fall? History has taught us things will come together, from political issues to economic issues. There are a couple of things that bring great nations down. And from the ashes, a leader will surely emerge. We want to point fingers and say these are great nations, but you're not talking about their past. What led to them falling and rising again? We need to look at all that. We cannot just say Peter Obi, yes, he's a good man. He's what we need. But unfortunately, he's not who we have there. So we would have to survive in the meantime. And timing is everything. Timing is everything. We can shout, except you're ready for a bloodbath. And I'm sure nobody here is ready to go and fight and die for Nigeria. Timing is everything. When the wealthy elites keep using nepotism to put their kids, the friends of their friends' kids in position, at some point, the system will be clogged up. Everything would crumble. And at that point, when we're all equal, the true leader or a true leader will emerge. And maybe it might not be in your generation, it might not be in my generation, but wherever we are, we would look back at Nigeria and say, yes, I was there when it started. So we can't keep going around and around. The solution is you have to be patient. You have to survive. We can call for revolution from now till tomorrow. The people that went and protested for Mohbad, tell them to come and protest for the bad economy. No. Majority of those people that protested for Mohbad will sit at home to watch BB Niger. So that is the sad state of affairs. I have to say, I have this discussion with some of my friends, and what is the solution? The solution that I've come up with in my head. The ones that have kids my age, you have to train your kids to be brutally competent. Not just when I mean brutally, not physically, but intellectually, they have to be sound, eloquent, know how to speak. That's how we raise leaders. That's where leaders come from. Every good leader must have that quality. You must be able to speak. You must be able to pass an information across, and you must be able to convince people to tell them why this is good for them, even if they don't know what is good for them, because most times we don't know what is best for us. Someone has to drill it into us and tell us this is what we need. That's how we get leaders. So the kids, your kids, our kids, we need to train them in the right way. Tell them, yes, people are doing this today, but this is not what is best. This is how it's supposed to be done. We can't keep complaining and expecting someone to be a leader. For someone to be a good leader, he must also have, at some point, have been a good follower. So it's up to maybe my generation. Yes, it might be one of my friends. It might be someone you know. It might be my generation that would come up and say, okay, this is our time. This is how it's going to work. But timing is everything. At some point, God said the Israelites would be in the wilderness for 40 years. No matter how they complained, no matter how they shouted, all the whining, 40 years is 40 years. It was a process. It was a time. It was a journey. They were there. After 40 years, they came out. So this might be our wilderness. There is no amount of whining. There is no amount of complaining. But in due time, the leader will emerge. It might not be Peter Obi. He might be the one to even bless the way for the leader. Because what he's doing now, it's a new path. People are seeing what we need, even though we're not successful in voting him into office. But we now know what we need. So I think it's better we look at it inward instead of saying we all know the country is bad, the embassy is bad, everything is bad. Instead of pointing fingers and firing, no. The new generation, which is my generation, we're still young. We can still be tutored, nurtured into being good men and women anywhere we are. And even if they are not in Nigeria, in the diaspora, you can tell your kids that one day you will go back to that country, you will be a change. You will be a beacon of hope. You will not be part of my generation that we ended up complaining without doing anything. And wherever you are, whether dead or alive, you say, yes, I made an impact by raising he or she that became the president that brought the change. I don't believe in making statements from a place of emotion. Most times I sit back and look at things without any form of pressure and think what is best. Because we can say, okay, today there are weapons. We force Americans to say, okay, they will support Nigerians in getting the president we want. And maybe the president in office say, no, he will not agree and we need to fight. How many people do you think are ready to fight and die for that country in this very moment? So
it's a fair question. And I think you have spoken well, especially on training the young ones to be able to speak and be also they need to have critical thinking. And I actually think not only critical and deductive ones too, because sometimes what I find is that we have a lot of clutter, I would like to call it, in the way we think. I don't know how I try to come across it. I don't want to be like the kind of lecturing people, but the idea is that we have highly educated people. That's why I consider it clutter, because they are very knowledgeable. Many of these people are highly qualified. They do all kinds of things. But what you find is that to do the basic deductive reasoning that we go through as a people, to ask when they think about our issues, they completely are devoid of that. I don't know whether it's conditioning from a young age or from our society that deprives them of that for some reason.
It's from the young age. It's a victim mentality. You believe you've been oppressed for a long time. Instead of taking charge, you want to complain and point fingers at the other person and say, he's the problem, she's the problem. We know they are the problem. What are you doing about it?
They don't see us as an independent people, not necessarily, even if they think we are independent. But how do I put it? They don't fully appreciate what it takes to be a totally sovereign people. They just say stuff. They never even ask, who guarantees our security? Is this these guys? No, you should ask critical questions. Where is it coming from? Because our security technically is not actually being guaranteed by our military that we have there. There's no, you think Ghana is being kept safe by 15,000 soldiers that they have? No, it's not that 15,000 soldiers. It's something else that's keeping them safe. These people have signed, they've had an agreement, they've sold us away to other people that they are not doing anything to pull us away from, so that we'll become sovereign. Hence, you see your NSA leader doing what they are doing with foreigners. These are the problem. And I tell you this, your generation, you like it or not, your generation will have to change things. If it doesn't happen within your time, believe in me, by the time you are 60, it will be over. You may not even be able to get there then. It will be over. You will not see a time when our people will be free, because it's like a wave. This world often occurs as a wave. You have a situation whereby you have an opportunity now to break out of it. If you don't break out of it before the next time the wave will come again, you'll be 60, 70, 80 before and that's how many generations? 2 generations away from you. So that's what I mean by we have less than 20 years to act. If we don't fix it now, and it's surprising because when you think about it, when I checked it, it correlates with what happened in the Soviet Union, and that's before Russia became the Soviet Union. It took them 14 years from when they created the Bolsheviks to taking over Russia. 14 years it took them. China, it took China from being defeated in the Second World War, recovering from the Second World War, the end of the Second World War, to testing
Japan, not China.
Yeah. China, China. No, I mean China after China. Japan defeated China. Basically, they were fighting, but mostly defeated China. But after China came out of that, 20 years later, they were testing a nuclear weapon. So it tells you that there is a period within a generation that is possible to transform a nation. It's actually possible, and we can't take that for granted. And it takes serious work. It takes serious work. And I will say this to you too. Timing is important. History also helps to galvanize people, because it's not only you. Other people have to believe in what you believe too. But study how other people did it.
That is why you need to be eloquent enough to pass your information and make people believe in what you're saying. Because without belief, nobody is going to support you. Nobody is going to. Peter Obi was able to galvanize Nigerians to vote for him because he had a track record.
Yeah, I think part of it is that we have to be deliberate. As one for when people use the Arab Spring, I think it's very, very instructive actually, because the Arab Spring, what happened was that there was no ideology behind it, hence it failed. And But if you have an ideology behind it, it's almost like a war of attrition where you fight for ideas within a nation. Because what ideology does is that it's not just fight from, it just doesn't spark overnight. It's a way of arguing for, hey, this way is not good. This is the way we have to be. We keep, like I've been arguing the argument for security for a very long time. You keep making the argument ideologically as a group of people, maybe 3-4 parties. I think there were many parties during the time. The Communist Party was coming on stream. They were arguing, and by the time the monarchy and the people that used to be in power fell, they were already exhausted. They knew the game was up. The military knew that the other side was about to take over. They didn't even fight them. They just gave up, because even the soldiers were not going to obey them. When Lenin came to power, they knew the game was over. So it tells you that you can form an ideology and have an argument within a nation. It doesn't have to be war. And I thought there was just a major war that happened in Russia to completely choke the other people and bring communism to office. It wasn't a very bloody situation at all. It came across from arguments and winning. They won the military over. They won their military over to their side because the military believed in what they were doing. And by the time you know it, they took over the country and transformed the country. But in the case of China, it's a little bit more brutal because they fought another nationalist party, which is crazy. You have communists fighting another nationalist party. The two sides went to do very well.
Two ideologies, two different ideologies.
Two very strong ideologies went on to do well. The one that went to China, and this is the one that won in China. Look at what they built. The one that ended up in Taiwan, look at what they built. That is what ideology can do. Two powerful ideologies still opposing each other today, but great on their own.
What is, therefore, the ideology that we are looking for in order for this process to take place? Because I definitely agree with most of what you said. And I thank Horsforth for being very frank about his position as a young man. And there is still hope. It was great to hear that from a young man. Because largely, our generation feel that there's no hope. Feel that the hope's come to a point where it's become really hopeless. Many of us feel that this was our last chance where Peter Obi was concerned. And the way we speak about Tinubu, largely for me, gives him much too much legitimacy. For me, he has no legitimacy. I can't see him as my president in any to start even talking about his scenario, apart from for him to get the hell out. That's all I really need. Everything else on this level of talking about Tinubu, I think just gives him and them in power much more power, because the respect level, we're still following them. We can stop following them completely by now, because it's been lies for 60 years. Lies.
Yeah, but yeah.
Let me just land, please. So with this understanding of where we are, because we can go back and forth and round, but we generally have an understanding of where we are. We're living illegitimately under a government that doesn't give a damn about anyone else. So with this, I'm agreeing with what the Dr. Franklyne said earlier today about we don't have to work as Nigerians with this particular government or any government. What we can and should be doing is organizing and processing for ourselves. This has got to be the thought process, because frankly, we haven't got 20 years. We really don't have 20 years. If we get 20 years, we have to buy that now. We have to buy these 20 years now. And over the next 5 years, I would suggest, is we have to do a hell of fixing. And to me, what is to be done is rather obvious. How to do it is the issue. And what ideology are we using to get this job done in the most effective way? I think these are the questions that we're able to begin answering and begin organizing our minds around. We can't just be complaining about the news when it comes out. Next week or next month, when Supreme Court announces whatever they're going to announce, we'll spend a whole month talking about that. These things are not in our power. Know that we have an illegitimate government. This is what we know. So how now are we as intelligent people who have love and care enough to be spending 20 billion pounds, sterling, dollars, whatever it is, going back home for it really just to be burnt in the energy of just existing in Nigeria? There's got to be more that we can do. And me really right now, man, the frustrations in me about Nigeria is getting high to a point of throwing the towel in. And I don't want to throw the towel in. But it's like this, I know that this level of talk that we do is not going to take us anywhere. 3 years is what we're talking about in terms of Dr. Damage's show. And I've just come on this year. There are many who speak about their time here. And I see this as the best of the platforms that are around. And I've looked at a few of them. But this platform, it doesn't want to be like the rest of the platform. It wants to do something else. You know, if I can just quickly mention this. One man came on the show today, and without the backbone of our guest today to deal with him properly, to deal with man like Pansat properly. I like that guy so much. He was so quick. He didn't need pulling or pushing. He knew what to do with these idiots, because that's what they are. But we're always floundering over people's idiotic points of view. Like we should really and truly, we waste a lot of time. Have this heart for idiot stupidity, and it's like really and truly. If we're grown up, let's not deal with child's play. Pansat coming here to talk child's play. We should just throw that arsehole out. One man, I couldn't believe really, from one man came on this show to start telling people how to run their show. I thought he needed a direct slap, you know. And yeah, he did, as far as I'm concerned. But he was allowed, and really, I wasn't on it. If I was watching, but I wasn't on. My sister was, but I wouldn't have allowed him to do that. I wouldn't have allowed him to do that at all. And because although Rudolph was here, Rudolph was quite mild-mannered. We accept that. But I needed someone to tell one man what time it is. And thankfully, our guest today did it precisely. One man coming on the show talking his nonsense. Beer nonsense.
And one man. I really love it.
So can I make a contribution? Can I just make a suggestion in line?
I was waiting for him to finish. Okay, go on.
I just want to make a suggestion in line with what Jaguar said too. And I'm sorry, I don't want to contribute. I just want to make a suggestion.
No, go on.
The whole house can think about it. In line, okay, we want to remain one Nigeria. We don't want the country to fragment, but we are looking for a way to take the country back from those who have hijacked it. You understand? And the one way, whether we like it or not, the one way, like what forefather said about ideology. We need ideology, but the Arab Spring had no ideology to back it up.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
Now we have an ideology where we're a dedicated set of people. We want the country to work together despite our different units, ethnic units. Why don't we take it one by one? The Imo State election is coming up. Let us bring the candidates who want to contest, and let's use this vehicle to allow the people to choose and make sure it's a free and fair election. You understand? I think there are going to be 3 elections coming up. Let us see the governors on this platform of all the different candidates of all the parties for each state. Maybe when we pick them one by one, and I think it is very fundamental. Those in power know that the moment the people are able to choose who they want, if Obi had come in, for instance, he failed in fulfilling his promises to the people. With a free and fair election, he knows he will be gone. And if this happens every 4 years, maybe we will have quality candidates, we will have real issues to discuss, and little by little we'll begin to have changes. Even if we want to change the constitution and maybe a long-term thing that can be achieved, but at least if people are able to choose their leaders, when these people know, because they're not beholden to anybody, they come in, they don't fulfill any promises. All they want to do is steal money, share money, not be accountable. You understand? Maybe little by little. You understand?
I tell you, if I may, you see, we have to work so intelligently with data. It's data that it will inform us about how to move our plan along. And now our plan is different from the data, but the data will inform us greatly. Now, if we understand how many young people are of voting age are actually in Nigeria right now, and then we understand the different demographics that take place within the voting, within those who are eligible to vote legally, we understand what's on the ground in Nigeria as far as voting power. This is data that we need because
For instance, now,
this is data that we can manipulate.
In
You
Edo
understand?
State, in regard that in Edo State now, the election is also coming up. I mean, the people on ground, I don't even see them as viable or credible candidates. All they are fighting for is, I mean, look at the governor and the deputy governor. If people can come out and bring out candidates, if the youth there know who will perform.
Well, this is what I like about what somebody like Righteous Man is saying. He's asking serious questions about how do we partner each other. Those of us,
maybe we can
I think
step by step, one by one.
Olumide, hold on now. I think we should agree to meet up and formulate a
done. This is where I was
ideology behind the scenes, maybe in sessions that are behind the scenes.
Absolutely.
Then we can come and start formulating,
we can begin to present.
Yeah,
as opposed to just having a wild conversation. I'm so happy that you took my line on, because that's where I'm going. Really, those of us who are in the States and those of us who are in the UK, largely we should be meeting our meetings and then begin to propagate a plan so that we can present this plan and begin a real dialogue, dialogue that encourages actually the comment section that we like to complain about. It would encourage them to start fixing their minds as to a way forward. And I'm telling you, things will become progressive.
And to make it easier, we can be having a meeting maybe an hour or two before each of the main sessions come on, or the evening sessions, so that because since you're already going to be here, we can be doing that. And because this is how it is done, and it's good to actually, that's why it's good to go back in history and see how these things are done. You have to come up, people come put head together, and sometimes they disagree, sometimes they agree. It happens, and we will have these conversations, formulate it together. There is another group they call Pan-African Alliance that believe in forming Pan-African parties in all the countries. They've already put their own constitutions together. So those are the kind of blocks we are going to be looking to put together. And if we can find alliances within the continent, because if you look at the way like the Bolsheviks, where they formed the party wasn't in Russia, it was overseas. That's where they formed it, and they were having meetings from different countries to another. So it tells you the power of the diaspora. And in a way, the Righteous Man is correct, because going back even before the first socialist country or Soviet Union was built, people were doing it internationally. You know, Lenin was overseas for decades. He wasn't inside the country. He was traveling from England, France, different countries, all over the place, having meetings and forming parties and different things. By the time they came back to Russia, Russia was ready to change.
And you know, a large part of this impoverishment is through the state government. They collect money, they share. You see, if
how did you manage to get from that to here?
Even in my state, I'm telling you that the way they steal money, the governor, they steal money in the states. If the kind of money they get every month,
we are talking about this thing. How did he get from ideology to here? State government stealing money.
No. What I'm trying to say is that we can begin to take back power for the people, state by state.
Yes, I think I agree with that.
State by state.
I think somebody once said even a local councillor, it cost him about equivalent about $70 to have one local councillor elected. Yeah, he just funded the guy or the lady. I mean, the lady, and the lady got elected into office.
We don't even need that much money. See, if we know somebody, we don't need money like all these crooks. You understand? It's just simple. Look at what Obi did. You understand? Look at the Edo election is coming up very soon now. The Imo election is about 3 elections are coming up. If we can get candidates who really want to work for the people,
that's right.
Like the Abia governor is doing now. If you begin, that was how APC go power back from PDP. But look at what they are doing now. They are messing up. You understand? If we get that, if you can get it state by state, you understand, and make these people work for the people. You understand?
Yeah.
We want parties that, and then we want these elections to be free and fair. You understand? Like people now, I don't see the deputy governor being a very credible person, because all he wants is to go down and have a share of his own money. You understand? People should look for a candidate that can work for them. Maybe somebody like Aisha. Personally, my own opinion, I don't know if she's interested. Somebody like Aisha Yusuf, she's very hardworking, she's very tenacious, if that kind of a person can have access to the kind of money that comes to Edo every month, maybe she will fix their road. Maybe she will make sure there's water for the people. Maybe
I think that's a great idea. I think that's a great idea, and I think that's a great idea and a great candidate.
That guy has a background with credit card fraud and is a governor of the state. What do you expect? They're going to share money every month. You understand? Let Ogun people who want New York for their state in the next Ogun cycle bring a credible candidate out that will allow the real democracy touch the people. Maybe if we take it by state, you understand? It will be easier that way than wanting to take it at the federal level. You understand?
What are you talking about state by state? I'm not sure that's how most of these big stuff we talk about, they didn't happen on the lower scale level. Although I agree with you that they actually won support.
I'm saying that
on
we
the
can
ground.
use 3 election cycles from like Imo State, for instance. Look at the way everybody. I mean, if we have
there has been an election. There has already been an election where a lot of people were elected into office. They are. To be fair, the OT of Abia seems to be performing, so we don't necessarily know the final result yet. But the House of Assembly members that from Labour Party that went there, some of them have started joining the party going on in the center already. So we don't necessarily know.
They are talking about not giving up and continuing the momentum.
Of course.
Owerri is coming. Can we find a credible candidate like Oti in Owerri who can do?
You have to have a concrete. You can't just jump the horse. We are talking about creating
coming up.
Olumide, hold on. Olumide, hold on. I think you are being disruptive now. I'm finding it a bit weird, actually. That when we started talking about this thing, you started becoming very disruptive. I don't understand. No, some people they seem very random. They seem very random, but they are not. Because at a critical point, he came in and started talking randomly like this. That is very odd, Olumide. I'm watching you. Go ahead. Yeah. It's very, very odd behavior because from there to here and started going on and on and on. So if you are gatekeepers, you have to be careful. And so if you are gatekeepers, they come to divert your attention.
You say you got the crux of the message. So what was the crux of the message you got?
The crux of the message is that we should stop talking about this ideology or building this in a kind of ideology and focus on getting somebody elected into office at a local level. At that matter, at a local level.
I don't think that's right. I don't think that's normally right. You're quite right that he was extremely random at some of his utterances. However, there's a semblance of an idea there. I think all we're doing here is pushing up ideas of how to better organize ourselves with the time that we spend. Look, this is 10 hours now that this program has been running, and we know the kind of hours we do here, especially on a late night shift.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying, and I think is the idea that
we are not going to stay long more than this. So
I hear you, but let me make I just land small.
Yeah.
Because again, I've been listening all day more than I've been speaking, and I felt that today was a great day as far as who our guest was and the way he handled things. I think there's a lot to be learned from the man. And what I liked particularly about him, he didn't roughshod and talk nonsense. When he was asked what the solution was, he said he doesn't have all the answers. And this is the reality. None of us have all the answers. However, together, if we put our mind in it, there is a master plan to be brought out of us, a direct master plan. Because I know, if I may,
for Edo State
Jack
where
in
you
the
want
box,
plan.
Jack in the box, make you sit down small. If I may,
You have to see. We know this. So you know, the Americans, they understand this very, very well. This is why it's good to talk to foreigners. That's people that have been in the diaspora for a very, very long time, because they have what they call the buffer class. They know what those terms mean. They have what they call the gatekeepers. They know what those terms mean. They know there are people out there within their community designed to keep them from doing stuff the way they are supposed to do stuff. So we have to be watching out for all those sort of things, because if you see signs of somebody that just shows up randomly and starts saying stuff, you have to
whoa.
look out for them.
I mean, for me, I can't. I've got what I feel. What attracts me here is that I'm thinking that there are like-minded people here. Now,
Yeah.
with this, I've already got a plan. I've got a direct, serious plan. But I'm not somebody that can open it up here. I would want to run through it with people outside of this platform in order to make it palatable, in order to even bring it up to date, because my plan is a good 10, 15 years old already. You understand? And I haven't really done much for it. But in listening to certain people, I can see that in updating my plan and in finding collaborators for my plan and collaborators for their plan, we can fix a master plan. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah.
We're out here in the diaspora. We have the American diaspora as well. We have wherever it is in the world where we are. We've got to make. I didn't like the fact that some people were saying that. Yeah, I'm basically too busy to assist, but I can't send money back home. And I'm thinking, look, we spend hours here. No matter how busy our lives are, we spend hours here, and we don't have to spend as many hours here because we can work effectively off the platform. But effectively. So
I tend to find some people. You see, I'm just thinking that the reason why I may have come across a little bit caught short with this illuminate. The reason why is because when we're having serious conversations about maybe what's going on in the country, then he just comes on and start talking about break up the country, break up the country, break up the country. Then suddenly now he's talking about let's worry about the election in Imo State. It's like, when did you suddenly start caring about Imo State when you're in the southwest?
The reason is because
make
you
another
want
person
to go. Yoruba people want to go.
Yeah.
Tone
will go next.
Yeah, Tone
it has
after
to be
Tone.
based on fairness and
Olumide, you have started now. You've come full circle. Now you want to go about this year. Pastor this year.
If you won't allow us go, fine. Let it be based on
let's
fairness
allow
and
Tone to talk now. Tone has been
We
waiting.
will stay now. We will stay, but let it be based on fairness and equity.
Thank you. Tone, please go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience.
There's a clip that Dr. Rudolph sent to me, talking about advertising this program. He sent it directly to me, and I saw the doctor that came today, Franklyne, the last time he came, and I looked at all the faces that were there. Can you believe that all the faces I saw on the panel is only 2 or 3 I recognized? So what's happened to the others? They fizzled out. Why have they fizzled out? Because it's all talk. I hope that in the next 3 months or the next 6 months, I'll not get tired, Jack will get tired, everyone gets tired, we all fizzle out, and we have another set of people. So what am I saying? It is time for us to start doing something, no matter how small it is. Okay, Jago has Jago, I've got your number, by the way. I'll give you a call tomorrow. We'll talk, yeah? And you have mine. We'll talk here. That's how we'll start. Let us start networking and start doing something. Me and AY will talk all the time. I mean, the line of my business. Because I'm expanding and all that. So we need money. The reality is that all these things we're talking about, we need money. And someone, let me mention the Aisha Mohammed. And I think that lady is one dynamic woman that we need to get on this platform, and she might even have other networks because she works with a lot of people in the grassroots. So through her, we can get through to other gatekeepers, like the term our forefathers used and all that within the grassroots, and start executing. So I'm just tired of talking, and then people will come on the comment section. They will be distracting us and all that. Uncle Pansata just come in. He will get angry. They will piss him off. He will go. I understand. Yeah, we're all passionate. I can understand. Listen. Jokes apart, though. Wait, jokes apart, though. I can understand. We all have passion for our people. That is the common denominator that's brought us all together. We all have passion for our people. The stuff that I see that happen in Nigeria all the time. I mean, these days, when I see a Nigeria number, it's like my heart cuts. Sometimes I don't even pick it. And I'll go and pick my other phone and go to WhatsApp and see and view the person, whether I can identify who the person is. So if it's emergency, I'll go back to them. So this is the thing. Let's just start doing. Let's start doing stuff and all that. See, enough of all this banter. If somebody says, okay, you want to keep supporting Tinubu, that Obi is not good for you, no problem. We don't need to quarrel. We don't need to insult ourselves. That's fine. Stay there and all that. But all we know is that we have a burden, because the burden can't be on everybody. The burden, it's only some people the burden will be on. So us that have a burden, let's start doing something. Let's start pushing something. Let's start, there are people that honestly listen. There's some market women. There are some widows that will do the leg work and all that, but they need money. I'm not saying we should just start pushing money.
Sorry, I
needlessly.
have one question. Is Pastor related to one man? Are they related?
No.
Oh, why they have the same behavior then? Pastor, are you related to one man?
No. They're related by. Wait. Let me answer. They're related by bigotry.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I'm now.
Right. I got it.
One panther.
Listen. I would live with Uncle Pansat at any time rather than one man. One man. Listen, that brother. As a Christian, I'm not supposed to hit on another other human being. I mean, that guy.
I think part of it is because you see, this is quite instructive. Some of the stuff you said just now, because what I find with one man is that most of the stuff he comes here to say.
Finish it now, yeah.
Yeah, don't worry. Of course, you're going to finish. He comes here to come and troll people. Most of the stuff he says, it doesn't necessarily mean it. I've spoken to him privately. See, when the first time I encountered one man, the first time I encountered one man, I was so revolted by him to the point whereby when he went on an American channel that I saw him, and I normally go there, I basically ran him out of the panel. That it was vicious. But later on, I found that he started, maybe I don't know whether he started saying that I don't know. It was just an event that occurred one day. He showed up on one panel that I was on. Then he was going off. Then I told the people there that, this guy has a channel of so and so people. So for him, he was surprised that I was promoting him, even if I despised him as a Nigerian. So he came back. Then he was. I thought he came back to have a go at me because I was always having a go at him. So then he said he was just wanting to come and say thank you or something like that. I let him know that I was just trying to promote him. So from there, things started changing. And he, on that panel now, he's working with that guy on that panel now to be streaming onto his own channel. And he talks about all this stuff that is going on now. And most of his time, he's actually joking. And people don't understand it. He is just trolling. He wants to attract people to his channel. And
you see, more than that, I tell you. You see, there's a disease that people have who work online and who work through YouTube. They get a false sense of power as to who the hell they are. And they get to the point of really loving their own voices, that they believe their narrative so wholly that they now want to encompass everybody else's mind to this belief pattern. And I ask people to be careful of falling into this dynamic, because it's a false sense of a false sense of heritage almost. It's almost like you have some right. You have no right. We are all equal human beings on a platform that was created by completely other people. But because you've got the press of a button and you can cancel somebody and you can silence somebody and you can do all these things, it's giving you people a sense of power that you don't have. And this is the issue with people like one man. And anybody, I will put enough people in that corner with him.
So we are now talking about one man. You people make him important, guys. Forget about
I don't believe we should. I don't believe we should be talking about him. I don't believe he should be on this panel. You understand?
Yeah,
however, it's not my show. Let's do what we're doing.
I
we don't want to be.
See, seriously, I really think that if we think a few words from one man is such a devastation to us, then we are not ready for what is going to hit us. That's why I never really worry too much when people have a
No, I don't worry about it. I just have to
from the point of view that when people, there are worse things that are going to be coming at us. If you think just forming an ideology is how the problem, you have a lot of problems even between the groups. You have a lot of problems. You have to be prepared for all of them. So that's why it's going to be hard. It's not easy.
Franklin hit on him and Pastor today. He really hit on them. He did,
brother.
Like I was saying, Dan, I'm coming on. You have your time, please.
Let me get a word in.
Back to tone. Back to tone. Back to tone.
Pastor, please hold on.
Uncle Pastor, wait. Uncle Pastor, wait, please. Wait. I beg.
Tone, go ahead, please, before time goes out.
What I'm saying is that
Pastor, hold on. We are going to let you talk.
We need to.
Let me talk now, because you're talking.
You're going to go now. You're going to see.
Pastor, just don't allow it. Just don't allow it.
I won't
just simply don't allow it.
Don't do this now.
No, don't tell him not to do it. Just take him off.
Please.
It's very simple. This ain't difficult.
Let me get a word in.
Oh my God!
No wording.
I don't want to be disrespectful. Please, now let me. I'm always done. I'm almost done.
The guy was muting himself and muting himself. Now, sir, can you hold on? I will put you backstage. We are going to hear the truth. I want to hear the truth. We are going to put you backstage.
But this guy, one man, not no difference, man.
Oh my God, you guys crazy, man. Pastor, you need to stop this, man. What is this, man? This is getting really funny. Go ahead, this is.
So back to what I was saying, we just need to identify someone that would open up the door to the grassroots, and we start reaching. And I think it's something I'm going to suggest personally to Dr. Rudolph, if he can, within the couple of weeks, if he can get in Aisha into this forum, and then we'll try to engage her. Maybe we'll have a special section and try to engage her, because I know she's got the connections all over Nigeria, not just northern Nigeria. So let's just start doing something, because I'm just, listen, I've not been sleeping well. So mostly my weekends usually will be, I watch my movies, have my, I hardly go out. See, I love this thing. I love the discussion. I'm learning a lot, apart from the bashing I get from the people in the comment section, but then that is over now. I want to be here. I have a passion for my country, and that is why most of us are here. We could be doing some other things rather than being here talking for hours and hours. Time is 3:22 a.m. in London. I have to be at my I'm on my desk by 9 o'clock. I must come back here because my bills has to be paid. I need to pay my traders. So that's the thing. So
I have to give you Tone though. What I found with Tone is that this is why I think people are a bit too harsh with him. There are some people that may be a little bit intolerant about certain things, but he's a man of action. When they talked about people sending emails so that we can get together, he's one of the people that responded. The others, they talk, but they didn't show up. And he's also talking to AY. It shows you that amongst all of us here, he seems to be the one connecting more to everybody else. So I have to give that to you. Go ahead.
Kando too in the comment section, although he doesn't come all the time, he's another dynamic guy, and we're also in touch. So we have good people here. We have good people here. And let me just use this opportunity to address Chioma. Chioma, I don't hate you. I don't have a problem with you. The problem I have with you is associating with some people that just talk anyhow. Are you talking anyhow to me? Why should I hate you? I don't hate you. You're from the same side of the country with me. So I should be protecting you as your own brother. So why you've been attacking me? I just don't understand. I just don't understand. So
believe me, if you try to understand what is coming out of the chat, they are like a cat, mystery cat in a cat sack. I don't know, man. They say all kinds of stuff, and I guess sooner or later you get used to it. You know what? Who also get used to you complaining, and it's just a whole beautiful marriage.
I would like to ask, were you in the military?
Huh?
Were you in the military?
Yes. That was many years ago.
Yeah, I noticed in the comment section, they always say you're a pacifier, you're always against violence, something like that. And it occurred to me that people that have actually experienced violence don't always resort to violence. Violence is always the last option for them. So it makes sense.
It's not a nice thing, but you don't. There are some people you don't taunt. See, people that have seen violence don't talk. They don't, because they've seen it all. They don't really talk. So let's see. But going back to why we're here, we can make a lot of difference. That my brother, I know, is very, very passionate. If the push comes to shove, if everybody's going, I'm sure my brother Dan will be on that plane as well to go. So,
but I've told you, that was my first thing. I say if they call us home, I will be among. I don't say it to big up myself. I know what I'm feeling, bro.
Yeah.
Please let me just make my contribution.
Go ahead. Thank you for your patience,
Dan. Talking about, I have also thought of this many times because we've been here now since I came in the day Tinubu twisted the system of Nigeria on the 25th. We slept here. We were here till we couldn't stay again and went away. And since then, every weekend, I work most time in the evening till night sometimes. I'm always on notification anyway. That tells me you guys are coming in, to show the passion. But if we get to this stage and we think it's high time, this too much of talking, let us do something concrete and see if we can change something. Because if somebody like P2B, people have said it that he might join us one day, then we are getting somewhere. That means I see the comment section, people listening. Sometimes I see the numbers. Then that means people are interested in this platform. I don't watch so many platforms. I don't have the time. But this platform hooked me up. I really love it. I see the people, Jagun said, people of like minds, people talking positively. It's not in every platform you will see this type of positiveness. Though we get people sometimes like this one man and people who try to cause trouble and try to make us feel sad. He gets his attack too, but sometimes I feel if we want to do something, like you people have made up your mind now, let us turn this thing to something bigger. My brother, I can't tell you I can do anything, but I like serious-minded people. I'm a very serious-minded man, and I know my level. If I see people, the problem that makes me run away from Nigeria, like our big brother have said, I've suffered in the hands of Nigerians. I've been outside Nigeria for more than 30-something years. I used to leave my house for Nigerians to sleep. My wife will be shouting, where do you know that? Brother, they show me Pepe. So this platform, I see my mind is in this platform. People who come here, intelligent, people who love Nigeria the way I love Nigeria. So anything you guys are doing, though I'm a little private person because it's hard for me to trust. I don't want to be left in the darkness. When I join, the next day you see, say, only you remain. Everybody don't, the way Nigerians, they do things.
Everybody don't.
You can't find us. Nigerians are used to that. But if it's a serious thing, we say, okay, maybe this thing can develop to something. Maybe our little contribution can change Nigeria. I'm all hands and legs, everything. I put all my body there inside, but let it be a serious something, because Nigeria is in a serious problem. And we don't know people who can save Nigeria, because I believe in the revolution to change that country, because the system has destroyed. I said something, Olumide told me there are many people who in Nigeria who are doing genuine business. For me, anybody who is doing genuine business, making money in Nigeria, he's connected to the system of Nigeria. Because if you are not connected to Nigerian system, no matter the business you do there, you will fail. If you refuse to play the game of the Nigerian system, they bring you down. That was why I said that anybody who tells me he's surviving in Nigeria business-wise is connected. You are ready to bribe. You are ready to pour water on the table. You are ready. If you don't do that, we have started business in Nigeria. It's just because we don't want to cry anymore. They finished us. They took everything we had, even our lives was what was left for them before we ran away. You understand? We put money there, they chop everything. Because you want to show that European style. I know they'll give bribe. This is what I want to do. They say for where? For this country. Okay,
Dad,
we'll go see.
Do you mean Nigeria happened to you?
So you can't see it from my tone, my style. You should know my tone. That Nigerians have showed me pepper. You know what it be pepper? They put that for my eye, for my nose, everywhere.
It's like that now.
People
It's
are
like
ready
that.
to do something that is serious, that we can develop. Because if a big man like P2B will come to honor us in this platform, that means it's a platform to reckon with, to be a part of. You understand? I will be part of to be here. Because I love my country. I miss Nigeria. I don't know what I'm doing here anymore after 30-something years. I cannot even go to my own home country. I just keep running around because sometimes I get fed up. It's very cold here. Sometimes the cold is coming now. The cold where we dey face just October.
The cold on a hammer for London now.
You go carry on till end
London
of March.
Is always cold.
The end of
London,
March.
London always cold.
Right, mild right now.
So you can imagine. I miss my country, but how can we change that country if we can start from here? My brother, my hand there inside. Thank you.
Okay, my brother, brother forefather, can I say something to Dan?
Okay, AY has not said anything for a while, so but
Honestly,
go ahead.
I have not said any. I don't know what I do for father.
I'm sorry. I think you have been very quiet. I thought you were deliberately just being quiet.
My brother,
not really. You know, I don't like disturbing now. Before
Seriously.
they put me for back seat.
You just decided to be
talk
the
to
good
Nigeria
people
people some few weeks ago.
Exactly.
So the whole issue really you guys have said a lot of good stuff, but the truth is it has to be a very big strategy, right? To be honest, to win governorship election in Nigeria, not be being so. You need the money, you need the strategy. It's a lot of work. So we should not think we'll just go there and tell the people, hey, vote for this one. It's a lot of work. People have to be on ground. So just to put that out there, that's one. Actually, the reason I came on this platform today, it was because a lot of misinformation yesterday. Ed was discussing about what is happening in Israel and Palestine. I wanted to confront Ed today. Ed said, oh, he's busy. I mean, luckily, he came on today to make some correction, which I actually appreciate. But still...
Sorry, what correction did he make? Because I was one of the people opposing him
the
yesterday.
correction he made, he said Israel, they are not occupying they are occupying the Golan Heights. So they gave out the Sinai region, which is actually the correct thing. So I was saying to him, that was one of the things I said to Chim today. So here is what happened. In what Chim said, they said Chim said what the Jewish acquire from the war is bounties of war. I said no. In 1967, Israel attacked Jordan, Syria, Egypt. That was how they acquired the Golan Heights and the Sinai region.
But they started the war first, though, to be fair.
Oh.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, they were the one that
No,
attacked Israel.
that is the history I'm telling you. I don't want to. If you are going to back, no.
No, I'm talking about 1967. Is it not them that attacked Israel first?
Egypt attacked. Egypt was
Egypt attacked Israel. Okay.
Hold on. Bro, don't miss it. In 1967, I'm not missing words. Israel attacked this region, collected Golan Heights and the Sinai region.
Oh, bro, go check your history.
Well, hold on now. Who attacked who first before you start?
Hold on. Forefather, you can be checking. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm checking now.
In 1973, the Yom Kippur War, that was when Egypt and Syria attacked Israel. That was what happened. That was when there was negotiation where
AY, I beg no vex. Make me forget this Israel. How we go win this election?
No, we need to put some things
right. We
won't
win this election for Edo people. How we go win? Now you make we talk.
How are we?
We don't want to be having a meeting about a meeting.
I get your point. You see what forefather, because yesterday we had a lot of information that we are not okay. Even he was talking, okay, he was claiming, the Jewish.
Hold on. Let me confirm something so that this guy gets what I'm saying. He says what he's saying. I mean, he says the question was it Israel that attacked Syria first in 1967? They said in the context of the 6-day war in 1967, Israel launched a preemptive strike against several Arab nations, including Syria, on June 5th, 1967. The war began when Israel launched airstrikes against Egyptian airfields in response to heightened tension, including the mobilization of Arab forces. And okay, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Yep. So we I don't want people coming here. If you don't understand something, ask questions.
AY, you say let us ask you question. I'm going to ask you a question. Wait, now you say let's ask you a question because where you are
I never
going,
said that. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish. Give me my.
I want to push it so that you round up with what you are saying. What I'm telling you, I'm not in support of any side. But
hold on.
The people who attacked, it was the Arabs who attacked the Israelites first.
In 1967.
Whether it was 1967 or not, they had Israel revenge.
You yourself have said it now. Preemptive strike.
Our father is just
no. I think I wanted to know what timeline he was talking about. That's why, because sometimes
but you have to start from the beginning.
Somebody has someone Ed now. Ed is coming in now.
I want you to start from the beginning. Don't jump from.
Hold on, Dan. Hold on. Dan, I'm not interested in going into this topic. I'll be talking. I'm just interested in correcting some things. Here is my point about the Israel-Palestine war. To me, the solution to that region was the solution Clinton submitted, two-state solution. This is not your land. Now, look at it. People, see, when the Jews wanted to leave Europe, you know what happened? There were a lot of, Dan, you are in America, right?
No, I'm not in America. I'm in Europe.
Okay, you are in Europe. If the government of the country where you are, if they tell you,
Stockholm.
Hold on, if they tell you leave, where are you gonna go?
If they tell me to leave,
yes, where are you gonna go? You go to your country, right? You have a country, you have a home.
I don't understand how it compares to Israelis' problem.
Here is where I'm trying to put it.
Yeah.
When the Jews were supposed to leave Europe, right? There was a lot of discussion about where are they going to go. Why were they having that discussion? Is it Uganda? Is it Kenya? Is it Argentina? If they know they have a home somewhere, it's just like you telling me leave the state. I'll go to my country. I'm from Nigeria. So
AY, did Palestine exist as a nation at that time?
Please, I want to say something, brother.
I must say that I'm surprised to see that Israel was the one that attacked first in 1967.
Forefathers put that in context. They said it was a preemptive strike, so they were mobilizing to attack Israel. Then again, wait.
But they didn't attack. If just because people are mobilized doesn't mean they attacked.
Forefathers, let me land. Sorry, I just came in and butted in because it was a direct assault on my personality. I came here to correct something I said yesterday, right? I came here to correct something that I said yesterday because I'm not really like.
It was an honorable thing to do now, so now
exactly.
I don't think you were being attacked.
But even at that, it was
please,
still
my brother,
doubling down.
Let me say something, please.
Oh, please, sir. Please. I actually came because of this because it doubled down.
I want to say something that is going to help everybody.
Okay, go on, sir.
You were here in the afternoon, you and AY. You came to an agreement and everybody understood each other, and that topic was buried. I didn't know.
So I wonder why I brought it back again.
That's what I'm saying. That's where I'm coming from. So listen, my brother AY, you when he came in the afternoon, you accepted his apology because he recognized whatever.
No.
And I don't know why this is coming back because you are trying to take away our tune of thought from what we are trying to. I want to talk to Dan
and
my brother Hushford before I go to sleep. But you're telling about Egypt. You're telling us that
he said we will discuss it later.
We have no
Give us 5 minutes.
Going on over there.
Give us 5 minutes. Let me and Ed discuss it. Give us 5 minutes.
I beg, make you exchange WhatsApp. Make you enjoy yourself outside. Yeah, me.
No problem, Dragon. But I just had to come because if I allowed this sale, you'd have created an impression that I just came here. Because even the 1967 war you're talking about, I didn't see anything about it yesterday, right? The only thing I was doubling down on yesterday was that Israel had some historical attachments to that land.
Okay,
that was the only point I made yesterday.
Let me ask you a question.
Wait, because I don't want to go into this, but I feel like this is very personal. Can I ask you a question before I leave? Can I ask you a question? Because I'm in a car.
Go ahead.
Are you taking away the fact that Israel has historical attachments to that land called Palestine? Are you taking away that fact?
So that is the same.
Answer a straight question.
Yeah, answer it, man. Answer, don't go round and round. Don't go do that.
Let me answer. Yesterday. The Jewish were in that region. First of all, what we were discussing yesterday, you were talking about the Canaanites, right? What do they call the Canaanites? Do you know the region they occupy in that region?
So this thing is very simple. Go to Wikipedia. Can I land? Let me tell you, the land that's called Israel today. Just go to Wikipedia. You don't need to go further. It will tell you that land is also known as the Holy Land, that used to be known as Palestine, that used to be known as Judea. Just look at it and tell me.
You're right. But I'm asking you a question. Now you were talking about the Canaanites.
You didn't answer my question. You asking me a question.
The Jewish were in that region. They were there.
The region of the
land. Say yes then.
Yes, they were there. But I need to explain to you. But answer my question now. The Canaanite, which state today, which country were they occupying in that region?
Can you give us? I don't understand. The Canaanites lived in Canaan, which is today known as Israel, Palestine.
Penny, this is terrible.
I don't understand this.
It's terrible. This is yesterday's TV now, and it wasn't that.
Hold on, KJ is here now. The moment KJ hears Israel, he comes in. Why did he come in now? Because we had Israel.
Go
ahead.
Please, you need to check this for us again.
Please do.
Hold on. The Canaanite occupy 5 countries you have today: the Israel, the Palestinian, the Jordan, the Syria, and the Egypt. Go and check that information.
I think you have a point. I think there's something to be said about that.
This thing.
Okay, so what does that point mean? What does that point mean that you just raised?
I needed to tell you the Palestinians, they were occupying their region, but the Canaanites, I'm not sure you're ready for this discussion. See, it's not only the Israel. That is not correct. They occupy 5 countries today.
The point he's trying to make is that Palestine has the same right to that land as much as Israel.
Hold on, Oxford. Hold on. We need to correct this.
That's the same point now.
The Palestinian you are seeing, the Palestinian, the original Palestinian, they are not Arab. They are Mediterranean. Go and confirm.
Oh, the Palestinians are not Arab.
Oh, chill. The Arab you see in Palestine today, they migrated. They are not the original owner.
Okay, so what are we arguing? You just went on to disprove your own point. They are not the original owners of the land, but they are fighting with the Jews.
Here is your argument. Here is your argument yesterday. You said the Canaanites occupy Israel. Here you say that after them, it was not the Jews. Then in Palestine, they don't have historical any history to that land. I'm like, what are you talking about?
No, you didn't get my point. I said before it became known as the land known as Palestine, or in its more extended from Syria, Palestina, it was known as the land of Israel. That's what I said.
Let me ask a question first so that we can try to get to the bottom of this. Like Abraham now, when they said he came from the land of Ur or something like that, what land was that? Is that the land of Canaan?
So Abraham no. Abraham actually came from the land of Ur of the Chaldeans, which is somewhere around Iraq today. And then
is that not part of the Canaan?
Those are not Canaanites. Those are not Canaanites.
Those are Chaldeans, you call them?
Yeah, the Chaldeans. So as I was also making
Jews are Chaldeans.
If in terms of their overall ancestry, if you're even going to go by that, the Palestinians will also tell you to an extent that they are descendants of Abraham. Everybody has this Abraham.
So they all have claim there.
So that's my point really was to say, because you guys said, the Israelites are trying to take away people's land. So I'm saying that the Israelites had some sort of historical attachment to that land, and that's why I went through that history. So I don't know what AY is just because you called me silly yesterday. Today I was just listening to you guys on YouTube.
Of course,
and I heard my name again.
But all this one are mistakes. We were talking something very important about it.
I think so. I think this is really bad. I don't know how we did it so easily. I don't understand. I mean,
can I make a contribution, please?
I agree totally with you, Jago, because it was totally uncalled for. It was just character assassination.
You need to accept your error.
Hold on, please. Hold on. AY, hold on.
What error?
AY, hold on.
What error? Let's take it easy.
What error?
See, AY, calm down now. You have to respect the fact that Ed came back to correct some things he thought.
Exactly. So
that is a good thing.
Okay, which other one? Yeah. You are the one that said that the current Palestinians are not the original Palestinians. So what are you fighting for?
I never said that.
He didn't say that.
You said it now.
You just said it that they come from outside.
You see yourself.
No. Yeah, hold on.
You see how you contradict yourself. Anyway, don't worry. I'm not.
What I mean is,
I was in the airport just now.
I'm trying to tell Ed, the original Palestinian, they are not Arab. I'm not saying they left there. No, they are still there.
Okay, good point.
That is my point.
They're all Chadians anyway.
No, but you said the Palestinians of today are not the original Palestinians. That's what you said.
That is not what I said.
Okay, so you can correct yourself.
We should be careful before they start coming to claim Chad next to Nigeria. When we are calling them Chadians now, they can't start claiming Chad. We don't need that.
Can we go back to our topic? Can we go back?
Daniel, KJ came here for our topic. He came here for Israel.
I want to also bash KJ what he said to you yesterday.
Wait. Can I just make a comment?
KJ,
I
want to leave. I want to drive. Please.
With your permission,
KJ,
let me just let me make a comment for you. Let me make a comment.
My brother now. KJ, my brother.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
AY.
Skuma yesterday.
Please. AY, please hold on. Be very careful the way you come here and just, like pick on people. You did it in the comment section yesterday, and I told you today because you thought I was not listening.
You were saying things that are not correct.
But you didn't say anything now. You didn't make any points. I'm sure what point
you claim the Canaanites and the Israelites. Was that wrong or right?
You see what I was telling you about our Nigerian behavior? They will leave you in the middle of the desert. Look at what they are talking about.
All the Canaanites were Chadians, or were the Chadians?
No. It's a big forefathers. Abraham came from the land of Ur in the Chaldean, which is Iraq today. And according to the Bible and the Quran, God directed him to the land of Canaan and said, "This is the land that I'll give to you and your descendants."
Okay,
so the original
only 2 minutes to round up. 2 minutes.
No, I want to. So the original, at least by biblical and to an extent secular history, the original inhabitants of that place were called, and the Canaanites is not just one people; it's a group of scattered tribes.
Yes, so that's what I'm telling you. That's why.
But their general name is Canaan.
Can we calm down with this?
Exactly.
We know more story about Middle Eastern people than we know our own tribe.
Let me leave, but please let me leave. KJ, please stop. But please be very careful the way you assassinate character.
And you said they only occupy Israel, and you are still denying.
What are you saying? Like what?
You see, there's a danger here. There's a danger here.
No. No problem. I'm leaving.
Father, I'm going to leave also. Father, I'm going to leave also. But why I came in is just to say one thing. There's a danger here. The danger here is that when people are, when somebody did I'm coming, sir. I'll just leave because as you say, I'm already ready to go to bed.
Can you just
say one thing?
KJ, Oga wants to say something.
What I want to say. Listen, if a lot of us are feeling sleepy, we can go to sleep.
Bam.
With all due respect, I've been trying to say something. Why I just gave a simple, an example. Why don't we leave the issue of this, because this is distraction, and it just came in, and you say you want to speak. It doesn't work like that. I've been trying to speak here for a very long time before AY and the AD brought the issue of Palestinian and Israel and Syria and Iraq and the rest of them, right? So please, if you want to reboot what they said, or if you want to disagree with what them, just wait for your time to do that. Because I don't want to lose what I want to say, because all this going from here to there doesn't make any sense.
I agree. And I'm a forefather. I have to pick you up on that.
It's actually my time.
Wait, guys, please. I don't believe I'm a little bit disappointed with you, mate, because I think you're on this show enough to know that when you're in a discussion, to take it elsewhere is extremely rude, man. And for you, forefather, to allow it, it's a lack of skill in what your job is, mate. It's disappointing. Wait, let me land.
Yeah, when illuminate was doing it.
Let me land, bro. Let me land. Why don't you let me land? Anytime someone speaks against the way you do things, you just take it as an offense. But you don't know how you've offended everyone.
As an offense, I'm just
adding
my own to it.
Let me land. Your skill level in moderating is appalling in what just happened in today's discussion. Dan just made an understanding that said, I'm in if you guys are planning. That's somebody confirming what's been said today. But it's almost like we just left it. And then we're now talking about some shit about fucking Palestine. I mean, come on. Where you see, the thing is here, you're using your time here, so is everybody else. You have to give me some respect. You have to give me some respect, because all this is it's rubbish. I'm here at 3 o'clock in the morning talking about what? Talking about fucking Palestine. Bullshit. That was yesterday's conversation. Louder. You as the moderator are supposed to squash that immediately so we can focus. But no, you want to have a laugh. You want to hear your own voice. Man, grow up, man. Grow up. All this is bullshit. It's complete rubbish.
You know that sometimes the way you come across, people say I'm condescending to other people, but it's all right.
Can I say what I want to say?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Please, I want to brought us back, and Brother Dan, and I want to talk to Brother Dan and Hushford. If a forefather can always remember whenever I come in this platform after what happened in February 2023, I have never stopped making sure that we have a better Nigeria, even though no matter how angry I am about what transpired. I used to say here, after 2023, I used to say in this platform, on the other platform that I'm involved, that weapon that they used against Nigerians, that we have no structure. While we are waiting for their court of appeal, the court of whatever, can we start building that structure? Politics is played on the local level. Encouraging your friends and your brothers and cousins to go to register with a political party. Become a member of Labour Party or any other political party from the local level. Because that's where the politics is played. Register people. Let them become a member of political party, because Obedient Movement is not a political party. If Obedient Movement was a political party, Mr. Peter Obi would have not joined Labour Party. But Obedient Movement was born out of Labour Party because of what Mr. Peter Obi stood for. What am I saying? It's true that we don't come here to publicize what we do in secret or on the ground. I've never stopped working to let APC and PDP to know that that structure they say that Nigerians did not have, we are building that structure. But people must get involved, because you cannot, if I'm living, we all live outside here, but you have your classmates who are graduates in Nigeria today, or people you know that can be able to become a member of a political party in the local level. Become a card-carrying member of a political party. That's how you build the structures. I give you an example. You see what happened in Edo local government election last 2 months. The governor used his power because there was no election. Because you know why Nigerian governors are so powerful? Because they use the local government. Can you imagine in this present day Nigeria that PDP won the whole 18 local government election in Edo State? How possible is it? Because that is why the governors do not want the local government to exist in Nigeria. Because every money that's supposed to go to the local government, that's the money the governors are sitting on top. And this is what I want us, let us not go back. So I want to continue to encourage us. If you know any of your brother or sister that you know that when you speak to him, like my brother Hushford said, that can listen and believe your thoughts, invest on your people to get involved. Go and register with Labour Party, because Peter Obi is not leaving Labour Party tomorrow. The transformation and change of Nigeria must come from the youth and the new generations of Nigeria. But you must get involved. It's not only like we can say anything, but I know how many people since election that have registered as members of Labour Party, not only in Imo State, but anywhere in Nigeria. Because I want a change in my country. I want my children and my grandchildren to go back to Nigeria and enjoy bitter leaf soup. So that weapon that they used against us during the election, that we have no structure. But we proved to them that Nigerians are the structures. So we went. I am encouraging all of us. The only way to get involved is to get people you know. Whatever it will cost them to tell you that this is the amount they can register to be a card-carrying member of a political party. Let them go into the executive, from the organizing secretary to chairman to whatever. Because all these politics you see that these people are playing now, it starts from the local level. And also, my brother, the other guy from who is looking at Yoruba Nation, he made a point about Imo State. He used Imo State as an example. Dr. Sam Amadi was what a lot of the people wanted to be the person who will win the governorship election in Imo State when they were contesting in Labour Party. But you know what happened? This particular town at Chono now is a criminal like Hope Uzodinma. We need somebody in Imo State to remove this governor because somebody cannot do it. But Hope Uzodinma has got his match on Senator Aton Achono, the one-man general. And that is why he is doing everything humanly possible by promising 4,000 Imo youth that is going to give them job through European, you can imagine that this man have descended to the level of making the Imolite to look stupid.
419.
The 419 that he was doing before he go into, because he was a 419 man, he doesn't have any business. So what am I trying to say? Please, election is never over when the result is out. Politics continue. We need people to support this governorship candidate in Imo State. We want to remove this man. This is where change comes. If you are saying Peter Obi cannot be everywhere. Peter Obi, a lot of people who are in the National Assembly today from Labour Party, they rode on the back of Mr. Peter Obi. Most of them don't even know what is happening in the National Assembly. But that wave has come. Now we are people are making choices. You mentioned this lady, Aisha Yusuf. Aisha Yusuf is a pillar. She's a shining star in Nigerian politics. And when she speaks, the world stands still and listens. And they are doing a lot of great work on the ground. Mazi Ezeoke was here today. These are the people that are working on the ground. You need to support the people that are already on the ground. This is what we are talking about. If you don't get involved at the local government level, why did we get in this election? Because he was controlling River State from the local government authority to anything in River State. He used everybody with the machinery of the government and do what he did and get away with it. So let us not think Peter Obi cannot do everything because God has brought him as a mirror for people to be able to realize and understand that everybody should get involved.
Thank you.
Why am I begging us? The issue of Palestinian and Israel. Nobody wishes anybody to die. But those people that are dying over there, people that are dying in Nigeria is the same thing.
Thank you.
A lot of Nigerians are dying.
You're right.
You.
The man with one bag of rice that is trending over the internet that I've been telling people continue to forward this. A bag of rice for 147 families in a neighborhood in Nigeria. One bag of rice. Renewed hope. This is what we are in Nigeria today. Renewed hope of one bag of rice for 147 families. Maybe each family they have about 5 people in a family.
Thank you. So that other people, Jago, was talking about how precious times. I think that is true. His time is precious. We can't always want to go over time. So it's my time. I have places to go. So people think I don't have a life, but I do. So let's see. I take the point Dan made regarding us actually having to do something. I did suggest that we should be meeting up either before or after sessions behind the scenes to discuss some of all these things, whether we can start formulating block by block a new form of ideology that we can use. Because, like somebody said that Aisha Yusuf is doing some work on the ground, but clearly it's not necessarily based on ideology. And this is the thing, we have to have something that is based on ideology so that we can be able to have everybody's on the same page on what is going on.
I agree. I agree. I agree. And I asked earlier, about 2 hours ago earlier, what is that? What is that ideology? I can only suggest that the ideology that I take on board and I can see and track and have history on it, it's got backing, is there, is the ideology of Pan-Africanism. And when I look at Nigerian politics, it is so vacuous and empty. It has no passion or steeliness, nothing. The emptiness in it is incredible. I really find it difficult to understand how you guys have so much to talk about in Nigerian politics when there's I want to swear, but I'm trying to hold it back. There's nothing to talk about. There is nothing to talk about. They have no politics. It's all rubbish based on thievery, and you guys are taking it seriously. It's rubbish. There is nobody in Nigeria that is like Malema of South Africa. Not one. Not one. Not one. It's incredible. I'm thinking, on what are you standing? What are you arguing about? Tinubu this, Tinubu this. It's so rubbish in my ears. You guys can speak about what you doubt. But in my ears, sorry, let me just land, please. Let me just land. In my ears, it's such folly, such a waste of effort and energy. If we haven't understood that Nigeria doesn't give a damn about any one of us, if we haven't understood that the last real chance that we had to save Nigeria was with Peter Obi's government, and we do not have Peter Obi's government. If you guys believe that Tinubu is going to go without being pushed, then I just don't know what we're doing. Yeah, I'm highly irritated. Highly.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Jago, to be honest, I agree with a lot of things you said. You see, the state we have in Nigeria is very complicated because this is not military. The thing is, except Supreme Court are able to remove the president, there is nothing anyone can do apart from protest for the country to be good. The country needs to be good. Like what we are discussing now. Like
I don't agree, bruv. I'm sorry, I don't agree.
What are you gonna do?
Wait, let me please. I have to argue back so that we can be on track. You see, we're a country of 200 odd million people. We have a great diaspora that is functioning as individuals. We don't function as a unit. But you see, my friend, if our election has been stolen and we are not on the streets as a people, and we are just showing how weak we are, we play into the hands of there's nothing we can do, which is not true. Because if we organize ourselves, I'm telling you, if everyone basically in Nigeria decided that we are not going back to work until Tinubu is gone, and we just sit at home, 3 months is gone, you know, the country's gonna just melt down. They in their own offices will say, Tinubu, you gotta leave. We will if we are doing these kind of things, we can even say to them, we can even say to Nigeria, you know what, we fuck INEC, fuck it. What we're doing is something completely different. We're going to take every person who voted for Obi, and we're going to take paper and we're going to demand that Obi enters into the government, because we are the majority and this is what we voted for. If we were sensible enough, if we were brave enough, if we didn't like talking so much shit all day, talking rubbish, if we were people of action, then it will be done. But because we're weaklings and we don't believe that we're weak, we're all the talk we're doing, come and talk shit all day. I don't know how we're not frustrated. And then when somebody lands on a points that are very valid and serious, then we begin to make mess and joke for the next 4 hours and just lose track. But it's a waste of my time. I'm telling you that now. It's a big waste of my time. So,
yeah.
Okay, so
I get your point.
I think we've already talked about it. If we are all on the same page on that, then we'll be meeting to discuss some of it. And I heard your suggestion regarding Pan-Africanism, which is something I subscribe to. However, I feel like because Pan-Africanism is so broad from the point of view of narrating it to fellow countrymen, even if the overarching principle will be Pan-Africanist, but however, when you are operating within nation, you have to kind of localize what you are doing, and in that form, it will take on the form of nationalism and other aspects of that. Obviously, everybody will suggest regarding what they think is best suited for the country. Because the beauty about ideology also has a component of economic policy, a component of how the state sees tribes or religions and all that sort of thing. That's the beauty of ideology. It's not just one thing. And Pan-Africanism is specific to one specific goal, mostly about Black people doing better for themselves. It doesn't matter what political system that they are operating. It doesn't have much to do with social political system, whether it's democracy or socialist system. It's
well, what
about
I would say, if I may, forefathers, well, I understand you very well. What I would say, I understand you could be seen as being right, but I'm a Pan-Africanist and I've done a lot of reading within Our politics is actually there. That's where it is. If we're speaking about colonizing our minds and arranging what our education system should be in that country, because the education system is just pouring out people that are good for the West. The people that we're educating in Nigeria aren't good for Nigeria. They're only good to slot into positions in the West. They're not good for Nigeria. We're not hands-on people. We have no tertiary skills. We have no capacity to build a nation. These are the things that are supposed to be worrying us. Because everybody coming out
now, but you are being a downer now. We are talking about
no, I'm not. I'm just trying to give us. Honestly, I'm just trying to give us the hard work that it is we have to do. We've got hard work to do. It's not going to be a play.
I agree with you on that.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
because
it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, and it comes from even just talking to each other on something we are supposed to agree on. It can be difficult, not to mention actually doing the work and confronting the world with it.
Correct.
So it's not going to be easy, and we should expect nothing less. To be
you
fair,
know, in the UK, you know what they say? It takes 20,000 people to run a country. 20,000.
Yeah.
So if we get to the numbers, if we get to our numbers, and our numbers are of strict intellectual gravitas, people that can bring forward results, because we have to be result driven. I don't think we're result driven people. And if you're not a result driven person, it means that you actually don't have belief. You don't have belief.
Don't come to the meeting. Don't come to any meeting if you are
Do you
not
understand?
result oriented. I think the idea is for me anyway, I just want us to start having discussions before that happens. You have to have very strict criteria. You can't just have any person. Because what I find in history is that you have the one that are always like, let's take it easy, let's do it one step at a time, while the others will be like, yeah, we have to do it this way, get it. And the ones that actually are often quite strong and go on to win the argument, and that is what it suggests. So we have to, personally, you have to filter the ones that are actually more committed to doing these things than the one that just want to be wishy-washy and
You're
all
quite
the rest
right.
of it.
You're quite right. But what I would say again, there are certain people for certain times. We here right now should be ready just to build it. Now, we don't have to build it overnight. We can take our time, but we just have to be focused and get our part of the job done. We have to understand that we all have busy lives. We all have things to do. We have family. We have people around us that we are catering for on all kinds of levels. But because we come here every time and spend big hours, I'm just suggesting to us, let's not be wasting our time here. We're too old. We're too old to be coming here and wasting our time. Honestly, we're too old to be having jokes with the comment section. Why wouldn't they be bored? 11 hours. Why wouldn't they take it as entertainment? They'll take it as it's hours for them. They're gonna take it out. Of course. But for us who are coming here, putting our face forward, and wait there, please, putting our face forward and pushing our dynamics, pushing our thought patterns. My thought patterns anyway, I don't know about anyone else's. My thought patterns didn't come overnight. My thought patterns, they're hard fought. I've got the battle scars for my thoughts. You understand? Because I fought physically and mentally to be the constructed person I believe I am. You understand? But just like the person that we saw today, you see, it just tells all of us that Nigeria, we have people, especially of a high intellect. What we now have to be doing is using that intellect purposefully. We have to begin to position ourselves. And therefore, as he rightly put it, there are many of us who are thinkers. We're not necessarily the best doers. There are those who can think and do, which are very, very rare, but they're there. And then there's a whole heap of hands-on people, or people who are ready to work with their hands, ready to get the job done. So again, the level of intellect, if we're playing with our intellect, then we are playing with people who say like, give me what to do and I will do it. Give me what to do and give me a square paid day. This is how we should be thinking. This world that we're looking for, it doesn't work on the premises of what we're speaking about half the day long. Because largely all we're doing is sword fencing with our perceived intellect. But we're not putting anything on the ground. We're not putting any food on the table. We're not doing anything. Come on, Brad. Come on.
Yeah, my this email is in the backstage. People, whoever is interested should email me so that I will send the links out for the when we are going to be having these meetings, before sessions or after sessions. Tone, please go ahead.
Yes, I was saying back to grassroots. Okay, Jago, I wanted to say there's something serious. Is a little bit of the light of on the light mood. You said we are old. I said some people. I don't get my beard don't big like your own, but trust me, the little ones I've got, I'm starting to have some strands of white hair. So we are all old. True.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that's true. The only young man here is Horsefall, isn't it?
Yeah. Back on the serious issue, we need foot soldiers, and you'll be surprised because last time I went to Nigeria, I was surprised that people are stranded for as little as 40,000, 50,000. They can't put up their provision business or one small business that they're doing. And we can't just say, okay, people should just leave what they're doing or they don't have what they're doing and all that. In recruiting, because the grassroots is the people that will go on foot and all that and preach what is happening and say, listen, there's a platform when you have your small data and all that, even donate data for people that will actively watch so that they can come in here and watch and also contribute. And these people that are doing something that will be doing that will be on the forefront and all that. Maybe their business has fallen. Why can't we lift them up? We can actively lift them up. What is 100,000 naira, 200,000 naira amongst all of us? It's nothing.
Exactly. This is organizing, and these are things that we don't talk about.
So if we lift a lady up and all that, and she's doing fine and all that, she will be happy to take 1 day or 2 days out during the week and canvas. Okay, look at Ngozika that comes here. We've not seen her for a long while. I asked her to leave her email address for me. She left it. I've emailed her. Maybe she doesn't have data to access her mail because I wanted to send her some data, to help her out because I know what it is. See, what we take for granted here in this part of the world is lost way out there. And that is why some stupid guy would take a 17-year-old, 18-year-old girl to go and eat shawarma. And she'll be thinking that shawarma is one kind of special thing and all that, So to go and sleep with her. So this is the thing. We need to change the mentality. We need to tell people that, listen, you can do better. You can do much better than what you're seeing now. You know, you can do much better. Empower people, start empowering people. I know we cannot help everybody. However, we can start making inroads. And they will say, there's some people who some diaspora people who that is in there's this guy that is called Dr. Rudolfo, there's this guy that is called Tunaja and all that kind of thing. Okay, Tunaja comes online maybe on Tuesday or Wednesday. Let me just go check it out. Okay, Saturday and Sunday, let me just check out what these people are about and all that. We can donate airtime to them. It's nothing. You see,
That's true.
I believe we have talked enough. Let us start doing stuff, you know, and I believe that when, as a Christian, if you bless other people, sometimes your blessing is hooked into other. Be a blessing to be you're blessed to be a blessing to other people, basically, you know. I mean, sometimes I look at, okay, here I hardly go out and all that because I work from home. All my operations is from my house. Sometimes I look at all my when I used to work in the city and all that. I look at all my suits and designer shirts. I don't wear them anywhere. I don't go to church. I don't go to physical church anymore after the COVID-19. I only do online church. So where do I go? Most of my shoes are here that I bought a lot of money and all that. But I'm a trainers person. I have my trainers. I don't joke with it. But we're so blessed. Things that we take for granted that we just think, yeah, it's just nothing. I know that it's a big thing for somebody out there. So we can start doing some little things and that start changing lives. You know, start changing lives. There are some kids
That's
that can't
right,
go
man.
to school. They are still hawking and all that. We start, changing their thinking.
I
For them
say
to connect.
even if we start with 3 people, 2 people forming it, you'll be
Yes.
surprised what those people can do. I've seen
Absolutely.
even
Exactly.
Zionism that founded Israel today was started
Exactly.
by one person.
Exactly.
So
We can nurture. We can even start nurturing a future Nigerian president, a future governor, a future
Directly.
senator.
We can
Yeah.
manipulate the whole thing. Absolutely. You know, there is power to do that. And it doesn't, at the beginning, it doesn't take more than 2 or 3 people. But if we lay down foundations, those 2 or 3 people that began it may not be the people that end it, but there's a foundation. We're building, we're thinking forward. And I've really got to see more of it. I've really got to see more of that taking place here.
We'll do the work, and I'm glad at least we are beginning to move forward with some of all these things. And I will send the emails out. Obviously, we'll come to a consensus on when we are going to be meeting, and I will send the links out. Then we'll have the meeting here, but it's going to be backstage. It's not a top secret. It's just coming up with ideas and putting stuff together.
And again, I would suggest that really those of us who are in London, those of us who are close enough to each other in the States should meet physically, because there is a brotherhood, sisterhood being shown. We've got to make it real. We've got to make it real.
One step at a time. We meet up first online and start shaping stuff up. Then we can look at this is start meeting up, and you look at how Dan is very quiet. Dan, I'm watching out for you. Your my email is backstage. If I don't see your this, if you come on stage again and talk about coming together, I will throw a fit here. You hear me?
No, Forefather, I'm a very serious person. When I see serious things, I've told you I know Nigerians. Before you see me stick my neck in, I'm ready. I don't want to stick my neck tomorrow. People will just, even if they're London, how much does it cost to come to London? It's lot, but it's nothing. If it's a serious thing, brother, I can appear physically, but I don't want this Nigerian. We just talk am now like very serious. When you come to the day where you go up, you no go see anybody. You waste all your time.
I'll show you. I'm a serious person. Before we round up, before we round up, so that we don't go over time, we've already done.
Yeah, let me say good night to you guys because I want to find something to eat. But bro, I'm very serious. But I don't want to be left in the cold. That's my problem.
You will not be left in the cold. Rest assured.
Okay. Let me say good night for today. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. And we all appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sure Ed, please let's not start a new
No,
round.
no. Let me actually say why I came back. I actually came back to apologize to everybody. I know it was a bit of an outburst. It's just that this is a global forum. You don't want to be slandered without having a rebuttal. And I'm sorry for that, especially to you forefathers, because I saw that you took the flak for even as in indulging me in that regard. I'm really sorry about that. And to my brother AY, funny enough, AY is my only brother here. We are from the same states.
Don't mind him.
We are from the same states.
Forefather and your brother, you don't agree.
No, forefathers never talk. CM will prove him to know it.
Ed, for me, to be honest, it's not that I have anything personal, but I was just, you see, let me not start it. So
let's just rest. We can always find ways to settle.
Yeah, we can
but yeah,
discuss it on our
my
personal level.
apologies to everyone. My apologies to you, sir. Ike, I'm really sorry. To you, Jagun, to Tone, to Oswald. I really apologize to you guys. So it's been a long day, as you guys could probably tell. Let me go and
you are traveling for a long
distance.
I just got home finally now. So
it looks like a man with it looks like a man with gravitas, with his tie and everything.
Oh God. Tone, if you send money, go give people. Remember me.
No, but at the end of the day, at the end of the day, we need money for this thing that we want to embark on. I'm not saying it's not like I have tons of money, but we still need money. People are really suffering. People are really suffering. 100K, 200K to set up, because there's some people that all they are looking for is just 50K. And people, they'll be giving them run around.
They talk 50K, 10K. You are talking 50K.
10K. No, come on, man. Let's not start, man. 10K to start
wait,
to start chewing gum business.
Do you know something I just thought of recently? I think sometime in 2014.
Let's not think about any idea. We want to round up, please.
Okay, no.
We have 7 hours. I just wanted to comment on Oga Ike. Every day, I call him Oga. He's an elder, but he's looking younger and younger every day. Soon, this Oga thing is going to go away because he's looking younger. I was looking at him sideways the other, like this guy. Oga is looking younger. I'm not going to be calling him Oga anymore because even Jack is looking like an elder right now. So I'm just thought I should just say so.
Thank you, bro. My goodness.
Just have to say that.
And brother, nothing else, not God, nothing else, not God. When you run away from the pressures of Nigeria, only you every day you see light, you see water to drink, you see electricity. You can walk around your neighborhood, you can walk everywhere. Nobody is chasing you. You are not after anybody. Nobody is after you. So it's just God and being peaceful. When you have peace in your mind and the peace we have, personally, the peace I have is the peace of God, that helped me to, even though whenever we go to platform, we are so emotional about our country because I love my country, something that will make me to sacrifice my marriage most of the time when I'm supposed to be with my wife in the bedroom or we're watching television together. We are here. It's not easy.
Leave it. Can you leave it?
She has already fallen in love with Dr. Damage's station because whenever I'm here, we just came back from the church. We ate at my in-laws' house today, and